In the enchanting Fenghua Valley, nestled in seclusion and adorned with lush greenery during the height of summer, the landscape resembles a picturesque painting. To the east of the valley lies a courtyard embraced by a bamboo grove, home to the Kijiakuntang, that a few miles to the west. On the hillside, one finds dozens of households, collectively known as Chija Village. On this particular afternoon, the air felt somewhat stifling, devoid of even the slightest breeze, and the tranquil valley appeared to be in a state of languor. Suddenly, the once quiet hall burst open with a creak as an individual emerged, clutching a child and exclaiming loudly, "You little rascal, not only do you disregard your lessons, but you dare to cause mischief. The ruler shall attend to you." The self-identified teacher was a young scholar in his early 20s, his hair tied up in a bun, clad in a long blue robe. With a gaunt face, sword-like brows, a prominent nose, and keen eyes, he possessed a countenance that would typically be considered handsome. Yet at that moment, he wore a look of exasperation and frustration. The child, around 6 or 7 years old, with a round face and 3 rebellious pigtails, was being pinched by the ear, defiantly protesting, "Ouch! If you dare to strike me, I'll seek my grandfather for justice." In an instant, 4 or 5 more children burst from the hall, each grinning mischievously, their faces brimming with playful spirit. The scholar, brandishing a ruler in his right hand, raised it high and declared angrily, "Go ahead and complain. If I cannot discipline this little imp, I shall pack my belongings and leave." Grabbing the child's small hand, he intended to administer punishment, but the clever little one swiftly raised his arm. In a flash, a brilliant red light emerged. It was a small snake, approximately the length of a ruler, its body ablaze with fiery colors, startling all present. The scholar, taken aback, hastily dodged, and in his panic, he even flung the ruler away. The child, with a quick motion, whistled, and the little snake spun in midair before vanishing into his sleeve. With a triumphant grin, he turned and dashed away. The remaining children giggled and followed suit, leaving the flustered scholar rubbing his hands together, a look of helplessness etched on his face. Laughter echoed around him. The mountain children fear nothing, treating the blazing snake as a mere toy.as. The scholar wallowed in his frustration. He rolled his eyes and retorted, "Chi Sanrin, do not revel in my misfortune." At the entrance of the hall stood a man in his 50s, with graying hair and a gaunt appearance, dressed in a tattered Taoist robe. Perhaps due to age or an injury, he leaned on a cane, shaking his head with an air of disdain. As a teacher, one ought to educate according to the nature of each student, guiding them gently. Your impulsive temperament is hardly befitting of a person who finds contentment in simplicity. Forgive my candor, but why must you make things difficult for yourself? The scholar, caught off guard by the critique, hastily defended himself. "It is not easy for me to earn a living. We are in similar circumstances." The elderly man, surnamed Chi and self-styled as Sanrin, was said to be a wandering Taoist adept in healing and divination. He had taken on the responsibility of overseeing the hall due to his shared surname with the villagers of Chijia. The scholar, similarly a drifter with nowhere to go, had been taken in by Chijia village to serve as a teacher, thus finding himself daily entangled with a group of unruly children. Despite their comparable circumstances, the two had developed a mutual disdain for one another since their acquaintance. However, as the conversation lingered, the figure at the door vanished. The scholar let out a huff, turned to retrieve the ruler, and with a hint of reluctance glanced back before ambling into the shrine's entrance. The temporary clamor faded, and tranquility enveloped the surroundings once more. Directly facing the courtyard gate stood a spacious hall, serving as the main chamber of the shrine, furnished with several tables that also functioned as the village schoolhouse. To the east, 2 side rooms and a kitchen provided a modest dwelling for the scholar and the hermit Chi. Adjacent to the kitchen, an ancient tree cast its shade, with the rustling leaves resonating with the incessant chirping of cicadas. In the corners of the courtyard, clusters of vibrant flowers and grasses flourished, creating a secluded haven of serene comfort in the sultry season. The atmosphere was imbued with vitality. Behind the shrine lay a small courtyard, with a side gate leading to the mountain slopes beyond. The scholar wandered past the kitchen, noticing that Chi was already bustling about in preparation for dinner. He lowered his head and observed, harboring silent grievances. It was a meager fare of wild vegetable soup and patties, a dismal existence that truly tested one's endurance. Alas, the teacher's meager stipend left little room for complaint, compelling him to endure. The sole consolation was that sharing meals with Chi spared him the labor of cooking. As the scholar contemplated voicing further complaints, he suddenly felt raindrops fall. The mountain weather was capricious, particularly during the rainy season. He passed by Chi's room and returned to his own. Inside, the furnishings were sparse, consisting merely of a wooden bed, table, and chairs that on one wall hung a short sword, sheathed and over a foot long, yet tarnished and worn, appearing quite unremarkable. The scholar entered his room and collapsed onto the bed. His gaze inadvertently fell upon the sword, stirring a sense of unease, prompting him to shut his eyes and silently ponder his thoughts. Unbeknownst to him, he had been adrift for over 2 years. The once vibrant spirit he possessed had long since faded away. Upon arriving at Fenghua Valley, his meager savings had dwindled to nearly nothing. Now, he could only masquerade as a scholar and pass the days in idleness, uncertain of the present moment or what the coming years might hold. The sound of rain intensified and the daylight waned. A familiar voice called from outside, "Mr. Wu, dinner is ready." The scholar did not respond. Instead, he lazily rose, crossed beneath the eaves, and stepped into Chi's adjoining room. A small table was set with bowls and chopsticks, accompanied by a pot of soup and 4 vegetable patties. He sat with his back to the door, took a bite of the patty, and grimaced, chewing with disinterest. Chi sat across from him, scooping 2 bowls of soup and grumbling. With such ease of meals at hand, one ought to be content. Do not presume that I, an old man, am bound to serve you. At such a young age, you should not tempt fate. The scholar gave it little thought, gulping down the bowl of soup before turning to leave, half a patty in hand. As he reached the doorway, he found the taste bitter and could not help but complain. "This young master has neither ailment nor affliction. I have no need for your medicinal concoctions." Only Chi Sanrin remained in the dimly lit room, appearing somewhat solitary and forlorn. Even his murky eyes lacked vitality. As he slowly stroked his beard, murmuring to himself, "This concoction comprises 9-leaf grass, Rehmannia, earth aster, foti, and ginseng, complemented by goji berries, renowned for their efficacy in invigorating vitality. Wu Jiao, dear sir, one can only blame your mortal eyes for failing to discern its remarkable benefits." Wu Jiao, indeed, was the scholar's name. Upon returning to the room, the scholar casually closed the door without lighting a lamp. He hastily consumed a few bites of the vegetable pancake, then kicked off his shoes and reclined on the wooden bed, gazing up at the ceiling. Though his 2 months in Chijia village had been fraught with hardship, he managed to eat and sleep, to the very least. He had a refuge from the storm, and contentment should be his motto. Yet, after every meal, he felt an overwhelming heat coursing through his body, and he reached down to touch himself, only to find, predictably, that he was as rigid as ever. Alas, even in these bleak and tempestuous times, peace eluded him. It was truly exhausting. Lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, the scholar gradually drifted into slumber. In the hazy realms of his dreams, he found himself once more in the outskirts of the capital, enjoying a leisurely day with friends. The day was splendid. The West Lake shimmered with vast blue waves, and willows swayed like delicate threads. Carriages and travelers flowed like a tapestry, accompanied by gentle spring breezes that intoxicated the senses. Suddenly, a rider galloped along the embankment, and before nearing, fell with a thud, his body drenched in blood. With his dying breath, he cast a short sword and cried out hoarsely, "The master is in peril, the young master must flee." Another dark night enveloped them, as troops surged forth. The scholar, in a panic, fled and found himself atop a precipice. That moment, several figures rushed toward him, while in the distance, someone pursued, the glimmer of a sword flashing vividly against the night. He struck down an advancing soldier with a fierce blow, kicked away a thrusting spear, and defiantly spat toward the heavens, his expression a mixture of defiance and despair. Before leaping off the cliff, the scholar, or perhaps Wu Jiao, was suddenly jolted awake, momentarily dazed. With a deep sigh, he slowly turned over, intending to return to sleep. At that instant, a series of loud knocks echoed, reminiscent of thunder, sometimes distant, sometimes near. Wu Jiao initially paid it no heed, covering his ears. However, moments later, he was startled into alertness. The increasingly urgent noise was not thunder, but rather the sound of someone pounding on the ancestral hall's door. Vaguely, it seemed as if someone was calling out. What sort of disturbance was this in the dead of night? It was known that Fenghua Valley was remote and rarely frequented by outsiders. Moreover, the ancestral hall stood alone outside the village, always a sanctuary of tranquility. Now, in the deep of night, with the rain pouring heavily, who could be causing such a disturbance? Surely, it could not be ghosts or mountain spirits. Bang bang. Wu Jiao remained in bewilderment, the knocking growing ever more insistent. Fully awake now, he swung his legs off the bed, hastily lit an oil lamp, and stole a glance at the table. There a glass hourglass stood, indicating it was midnight. With the oil lamp in hand, he stepped toward the door. Yet before he could move, he turned back to retrieve the short sword from the wall, bolstering his courage before finally opening the door. A gust of wind and rain swept in, causing the flame to flicker perilously. Wu Jiao shielded the light with his sleeve, cautiously advancing. The knocking grew clearer, and indeed, a delicate voice called out, "Is anyone there?" A knock at the door revealed a woman. Wu Jiao listened intently, unable to suppress a sigh of relief. As he happened to pass by the door next door, he softly called out, "Qi Sanren." The room belonging to Qi Sanren was adjacent to the kitchen, closest to the courtyard entrance, and he ought to have sensed the commotion by now. Yet there was no sign of movement. Could it be that he was simply hard of hearing and failed to notice the knocking? The door creaked open, and a face appeared in the dim light. At first glance, it resembled a ghost. "You old hermit, are you deliberately trying to frighten me?" Wu Jiao was caught off guard, genuinely startled. Without time to complain, he urged, "Quick, take a look, someone is at the door." Yet Qi Sanren remained unmoved, standing there, fingers gesturing as he calmly remarked, "At this hour, on a rainy night, the hexagram indicates water stagnation, a dire omen." Indeed, he inexplicably uttered this, then brusquely shoved Wu Jiao outside, commanding, "Close the door and sleep. Do not meddle in trivial matters." Wu Jiao stumbled as he was pushed, and the door creaked shut, refusing to budge even when he attempted to push it open. Stunned and confused, he questioned, "What makes it a dire omen?" Perhaps sensing the light within the courtyard, the voice from outside called again, "Kind-hearted soul, please open the door. Allow my sister and me to rest for a moment, and we shall repay your kindness." Ah, it was indeed a pair of sisters. Perhaps they had missed their lodging while traveling and now found themselves without a place to rest. How could one turn away those in need? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the wind picked up and the rain intensified. The oil lamp flickered and extinguished, plunging the courtyard into utter darkness. Wu Jiao shivered again, his heart filled with hesitation. "Oh dear, sister, cough, cough, sister. Since the master has chosen to close the door, let us not trouble him further." A cry of alarm arose, followed by a more delicate and helpless voice from beyond the gate. It felt as if a pair of pitiful sisters had reached a dead end. Truly, they were lost in a world devoid of refuge, and the cold rain only added to their sorrow. In the great expanse of the world, who has not faced moments of misfortune? The scholar, not wishing to dwell on thoughts any longer, dashed towards the courtyard gate through the rain, responding, "Ladies, please wait. I shall come." Chapter 2. Burning Bridges Gratitude. I prefer not to have a nickname. Ye Yeezy Lawn, sum of 57846, Leaf Huh, and the support from Ming Ai. I also extend my thanks to all for the red tickets, monthly votes, and collections. As the courtyard gate swung open, a gust of wind and rain rushed in. A figure seemed to flash by, and a delicate yet urgent voice echoed once more, "Sister, be careful, quickly secure the door and lead the way." Wu Jiao felt his vision blur, unable to see clearly, and fumbled to fasten the door latch before following the sound. "Ladies, please rest here for a moment." Faintly, two figures clad in white supported each other, their hesitant steps revealing their uncertainty of direction. Wu Jiao dashed into his own room, discarded his short sword, set down the oil lamp, and groped for a fire wick to ignite a light. Before he could catch his breath, he heard the faint sound of footsteps approaching, accompanied by soft, delicate gasps. He turned to look, instantly holding his breath in rapt attention. Inside the room stood two young women in white. One appeared to be in her early 20s, while the other looked around 16 or 17, both drenched from the rain, their forms accentuated by the wet fabric. Particularly striking was the older of the two, whose black hair, dripping with raindrops, framed a face of unparalleled beauty. However, her complexion was pale. Her eyes resembling autumn waters filled with sorrow, and she covered her chest with her hand, enhancing her delicate and helpless demeanor, akin to a blooming bud. Already unable to withstand the harshness of the cold rain, evoking deep feelings of compassion, Wu Jiao felt somewhat breathless, his heart racing. He could hardly believe that such ethereal beauty existed in this world. Even the most exquisite blossoms could not compare. One word, exquisite. Forgive my intrusion. But my sister and I urgently require a quiet space to rest. The speaker, the younger of the two, was the same girl who had knocked on the door. Her round face was charming, yet her tone left no room for argument. Regaining his composure, Wu Jiao hastily clasped his hands and replied, I am not the master of this place. I merely serve as a teacher here. If it pleases you, you may call me Wu Jiao. May I inquire the names of the two ladies? My sister's name is Xian, and I am Yezi. The round-faced girl introduced herself as Yezi, revealing her sister's name as well. Then scrutinizing the scholar before her, she remarked casually, So, you are a gentleman. My apologies. Wu Jiao shook his head repeatedly, responding with utmost courtesy. I am unworthy of such regard, truly unworthy. While conversing with Yezi, his gaze remained fixated on Xian. He then cleared his throat and elegantly recited, as the steed gallops through the mundane world, I wave my sleeve amidst the violet mist. Xian appeared exceedingly fatigued. Too weary to heed his flattery, anxiously scanning her surroundings, which only added to her enchanting allure. Yet, between her fingers covering her chest, a trickle of blood seeped through. Yezi, growing impatient, interrupted, My sister's injuries cannot be delayed. Spare us the pleasantries. Wu Jiao, eager to showcase his poetic talent, found himself at a loss. Feeling somewhat embarrassed and astonished. Oh dear. The maiden Xian appeared to be unwell, leaving him in a quandary. He had initially intended to scrutinize her more closely under the dim light, but hesitated, fearing it might be impolite. Rubbing his head, he apologized. The ancestral hall lacks guest accommodations. You two ladies may have to endure a night here. Yet Yeji, rather resolute, waved her hand dismissively, stating, Please keep your distance. Do not approach without permission. It was clear they wished to expel him, and on a stormy night, where could they possibly go? Surely, it would be too terrifying to spend the night alongside the ancestral spirits of the chief family. Wu Jiao's expression darkened as he sought an excuse to linger a moment longer. But upon seeing Xian's resigned sigh, he realized the time was pressing. Yeji's demeanor shifted, her voice trembling. Have those two pursued you? Xian nodded slightly, adding, We are grateful for your hospitality, sir, but alas, the rogues are relentless. To avoid bringing harm to the innocent, my sister and I must take our leave. Wu Jiao's gaze remained fixed on Xian, captivated by her every movement, as if enchanted by her allure. Particularly, her eyes, though merely casting a fleeting glance, shimmered like autumn waters. Ethereal and beguiling, ensnaring him in their depths. However, upon learning the circumstances, he feigned enlightenment, indignation swelling within him. Who dares to bully two defenseless women? This is utterly outrageous. Fear not, I am here. It was a classic tale of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress, a fantasy every man yearns to fulfill. Since fate had brought them together, he felt compelled to act. With determination, Wu Jiao turned to grasp the short sword resting on the couch, embodying a sense of responsibility. Yet Yeji scoffed, Humph. You, a mere impoverished scholar, armed with a rusty iron blade, think you can stand against those cold-blooded villains? You overestimate yourself. Sister, it seems we are doomed. Her harsh words stung like the chill of June. How could she belittle him so? Wu Jiao pivoted, ready to eloquently defend his honor. But suddenly his bravado faltered as he contemplated the gravity of the situation. Those merciless thugs might indeed be beyond his capabilities. The sisters, supporting each other, moved toward the door, their frail figures accentuating their vulnerability. Xian glanced back momentarily, then resolutely faced the tempest. In the feeble glow of the lantern, her exquisite visage seemed destined to fade into obscurity. In a moment of urgency, Wu Jiao called out, Ladies, please wait. Follow me to the rear mountain for safety. Without waiting for a reply, he dashed past the two women toward the backyard, gesturing for them to follow. Xian and Yeji hesitated briefly before trailing behind him. Navigating around the main hall of the ancestral temple, they arrived at the backyard, where a nondescript small door lay tucked away in the corner. Wu Jiao approached the door with familiarity, pushing aside the overgrown weeds, withdrawing the latch, and bending low to slip through. Just as his figure vanished into the darkness, a loud splash echoed in the night. The sisters, supporting one another, soon arrived and cautiously traversed through the small door. The ground beneath them was slick and treacherous, compounded by the relentless wind and rain that rendered it nearly impossible to see, leaving them disoriented. Yeji fumbled for a small bead, releasing a soft glow that illuminated the area. In the dim light, they could discern a figure lying face down on the ground nearby. Ahead lay a hillside, possibly leading toward the rear mountain. Mr. Wu. The gaze of Xian flitted about, casually inquiring before turning to survey the surroundings, urgently urging, Yazi, conceal the pearl. Yazi, realizing the situation, swiftly made the luminous orb vanish from her grasp. Wu Jiao fell clumsily, landing in an ungainly manner, and upon hearing the lady's concern, hurriedly extricated himself from the underbrush, responding, "Do not worry, fair maiden, I am unharmed." As he spoke, the brilliance of the pearl faded into silence. In that fleeting moment of flickering light, through the swaying rain and mist, it seemed as if two figures were soaring towards them from a distance of several dozen paces. Heavens above, genuine villains who can fly. They are certainly no ordinary adversaries. Wu Jiao, paralyzed with fright, found himself rooted in place. At that moment, a flash of fire suddenly erupted, followed by a resounding blast that swept through the frenzied rain and mist, sending the two figures reeling backward. Soon after, a voice gently urged, "Mr. Wu, lead the way." Xian, seemingly fragile, possessed such astonishing prowess? Wu Jiao remained in stunned disbelief as a pair of figures clad in white approached. Dazed, he scrambled to his feet and ran. Ahead lay the precipice of a slope, where the path abruptly ended, revealing a chasm that was deep and unfathomable. Amidst the cacophony of wind and rain, a brook could be heard rushing violently. Upon reaching this point, Wu Jiao hastily halted, sensing someone pursuing him from behind. He pointed downward, indicating, "Quickly, jump down. It may provide refuge." Yazi, too flustered to comprehend, exclaimed, "Mr. Wu, what do you mean?" Xian, however, swayed unsteadily, murmuring weakly, "Since we are at an impasse, we might as well try." Grasping Yazi's hand, she leaped down the slope. Wu Jiao wiped the rain from his face and prepared to follow suit, but could not resist glancing back, his expression transforming in an instant. The two adversaries had closed the distance to mere paces, their swords still glimmering ominously in hand. Particularly alarming was their ability to traverse the ground without touching it, charging forth with menacing aggression. With no time to ponder, Wu Jiao instinctively reached for his sword to resist, only to be struck by despair. The short sword left by his father, while a cherished heirloom, was old and rusty, never having been drawn in battle. A sword that cannot be unsheathed is not but a useless piece of iron. Destiny seemed to conspire against him, leaving him powerless and desolate. At that very moment, two terrifying beams of sword light came hurtling towards him. Wu Jiao, unable to react, hurled the sheathed short sword away. And without daring to look back, he leapt down the slope in a frantic escape. Just as he did, the sheathed sword collided with the incoming sword light. Yet instead of being knocked away, it fell to the ground with a resounding thud. Strangely, a dark mist began to swirl within the underbrush, obscured by the storm, making it difficult to detect. Two men descended from the air, their swords now in hand, yet still radiating an aura of lethal intent. Upon seeing that the pursued couple had jumped down the slope, they did not rush to follow. Instead, they exchanged astonished glances before turning their attention to the fallen short sword in the foliage, their faces alight with surprise, momentarily caught off guard. Suddenly, two tendrils of mist erupted from the underbrush, ensnaring them with a deadly grip, akin to venomous serpents striking without warning, leaving no room for defense. Two men suddenly realized that the chilling mist had seeped through their skin and orifices, swiftly consuming their internal organs, blood vessels, and souls. Almost instantaneously, their bones shattered. Meridians collapsed, skin cracked, and their forms crumbled. Before they could utter a single cry of despair, these once vigorous men breathed their last. Only a pair of withered, lifeless corpses slowly succumbed to the ground. Thud. This was the sound of Wu Jiao hitting the earth. The edge of the hillside was not a precipice, rather. It concealed a large stone, measuring over 2 feet in width and 3 to 5 feet in length, lying over a foot deep, shrouded by low trees and underbrush. Appearing exceedingly secretive, regardless of day or night, Wu Jiao landed on the stone, nearly losing his balance, and hastily grasped the trunk of a low tree to steady himself, not daring to linger, and swiftly vanished from sight. As for what transpired on the hillside at that moment, he remained entirely oblivious. Pushing aside the branches of the low trees revealed an entrance, half the height of a man. Twisting and turning, it extended several yards. leading to a cave approximately 4 to 5 feet in size. As Wu Ju squeezed through the opening, he overheard a low voice commanding, "This place cannot accommodate 3. Leave." Leave? Wasn't he this akin to dismantling the bridge after crossing the river? Hiding here might ensure survival, but stepping out would be tantamount to certain death. Disregarding the warning, Wu Jia recklessly ventured deeper, only to trip unexpectedly, losing his footing and crashing down, his body falling into a soft embrace, accompanied by delicate gasps. In a flustered state, he found himself floundering in disarray. Just as his mind began to wander, a muffled thud resonated in his ears. Suddenly, the world spun around him, and darkness enveloped him. Chapter 3. The Fairy in Distress. How much time has passed? Suddenly, it dawned on me. Why did that leaf dare to harm me? Wu Ju awakened from his stupor, still unable to discern his surroundings, when a fragrant aroma wafted toward him, accompanied by a soft figure seated beside him. His heart raced, and dizziness returned, yet recalling past experiences, he dared not move, merely parting his eyelids slightly to steal a glance. In the hazy light, he beheld 2 youthful maidens sitting cross-legged, whispering softly, "Sister, my powers are waning, and I remain unaware of your injuries. After 2 hours of quiet meditation, I have scarcely regained 30% of my strength. We can set forth without hindrance. That is indeed a relief. That wretched scholar is utterly foolish, leading us to this place. Just look at the feathers and bones strewn about. This must be the lair of wild foxes and rats. It is filthy and cramped, and should formidable foes pursue us, we would be courting our demise. Fortune favors us. Those 2 may have already departed. The cultivators from the Bear Kingdom are truly audacious, having followed us all the way here. Alas, my Lingxiao Mountain lies in Nanling, and we have long-standing grievances with the Bear Kingdom. Encountering such misfortunes during our outing was perhaps inevitable. Fortunately, we have evaded disaster. Let this be a trial of sorts. You speak wisely. The dawn approaches, the rain has ceased, and the winds have calmed. We should set out early." Indeed, the 2 maidens continued their discourse, preparing to rise and depart. Suddenly, a voice interjected, "Why are you 2 ladies in such haste to leave? Are you perhaps afraid of the morning light?" Yezi reached out to grasp the luminous pearl and turned to gaze back. The scholar, who should have been unconscious, lay comfortably, blinking his eyes. She, perplexed, inquired, "What do you mean? Who fears the morning light?" Xian, taken aback, hurriedly shifted her position to evade. However, the cramped space caused a moment of disarray. Wu Ju regretted his indiscretion but could not bear to watch the maidens depart. In a daze, he uttered, "I recall hearing that all spirits and mountain demons cannot abide the light, fearing the warmth of young energy would disrupt their forms." Yezi immediately retorted, "Nonsense. I shall slay you." Curiosity abounded. If you are neither demon nor spirit, how can you possess such supernatural powers? Xian, sensing the tension, cast a casual glance. Her expression a mix of indignation and embarrassment, yet she resolutely restrained herself, raising her hand to intervene. "Do not engage with him." Yet Yezi persisted. "A mere teacher should be courteous and refined, yet he speaks filth, and his entire being reeks of potent aphrodisiacs. He is clearly a villain. Of what use is he to us?" Wu Ju lay there, oblivious to the imminent peril, but in an instant, his face flushed crimson, overwhelmed by embarrassment. With the pearl's glow, he could see his body had developed an unusual and unsightly condition. Cursed Chisanrin, the vegetable soup he served me daily was indeed an aphrodisiac? What a disgrace. No longer daring to pretend on the ground, Wu Ju sprang upright, his face aflame with mortification, repeatedly waving his hands. "I am a man of virtue." Though admiration resided in his heart, he harbored no ulterior motives. It was better that he remained silent. However, before he could finish his thought, Yezi scolded, "How dare a mere mortal like you aspire to admire my sisters?" "Pah." Xian, on the other hand, remained silent, tugging at Yezi as they moved towards the cave entrance. Wu Jiao felt a mixture of embarrassment and indignation as a blush crept across his face. It was all due to the potions of the Qi Sanren. He was wronged. And what of being an ordinary man? The desire for beauty is inherent in all. Furthermore, he had heroically saved a damsel in distress. How could he be subjected to such ridicule? Just as Wu Ji was about to argue, the sisters had already departed. With a heart full of longing, he scrambled to follow them. Upon reaching the cave's mouth, 2 figures clad in white soared into the sky. He raised his head in astonishment and cautiously adjusted his footing. Peering through the gaps in the low trees and grass, he beheld a turbulent stream plunging downwards, its roar echoing through the mist, a truly terrifying sight. Those unaware of the truth would assume the path was blocked and would turn back, little realizing that a hidden cave lay concealed among the underbrush beside the sheer cliff. Should one venture here at midnight, missteps could lead to dire consequences. Wu Jiao turned, employing both hands and feet to ascend the slope. Just as he managed to rise, he exhaled in relief. Dawn was approaching, the morning light dim. After a night of relentless rain, it had finally ceased. The ferocious winds had calmed, and a gentle mist enveloped the surroundings. Amidst the dreamlike scenery, the two figures in white appeared all the more enchanting. The sisters had not left. Wu Jiao, now covered in mud, stood up, but was soon frozen in place. A mere yard away, in the grass, lay two shriveled corpses, a ghastly sight. Presumably the two nefarious individuals from the night before. Scattered on the ground beside them were two small swords, each over a foot in length, and a sheathed short sword. However, the attire of the deceased was not unfamiliar to him. Could it be? A chill ran down Wu Jiao's spine, a hint of bitterness flickering in his gaze. Xian and Yezi exchanged puzzled looks, their expressions reflecting confusion. After a moment, Yezi, still shaken, remarked, "The bloodlines and souls of these two have been devoured. Perhaps a powerful being passed through here." She glanced around cautiously, detecting no anomalies nearby, and then waved her sleeve. The two small swords floated gracefully into her hands. Upon closer inspection, she could not help but exclaim in delight, "Exceptional magical artifacts." Xian then produced a piece of what appeared to be animal hide, casually waved it, and flung it forth. The hide ignited in the wind, instantly splitting into two, descending upon the corpses. With two soft sounds, the remains vanished, leaving only ashes scattered in the grass. She raised her hand to grasp the sheathed short sword, which flew into her grasp. Holding the sword, her expression turned skeptical. As she attempted to draw it, she was slightly astonished. This sword was merely ordinary iron, yet it emanated a faint aura of blood and malice. Furthermore, it was inexplicably stuck in its sheath. Wu Jiao observed everything unfolding before him, his countenance still troubled and restless. After a moment, he took a deep breath to regain his composure, yet could not resist examining the scene with rapt attention. Having expected the two women to be feeble, only to witness their extraordinary prowess time and again, were it not for the mountain spirits and specters. Could it be that he encountered two unfortunate fairies? Wu Jiao seized the opportunity to speak. "Miss Xian, allow me to elaborate." He took a few steps closer and continued, "My father is a man of the military, having taken countless lives throughout his life. It is only natural that the dagger he passed down carries a trace of murderous intent. Its difficulty to unsheathe may be attributed to its age and rust. I keep it by my side purely for courage." Xian cast a glance over her shoulder and waved her sleeve lightly. As Wu Jiao gazed at her with deep affection, he suddenly felt as if he were immersed in the autumn waters, surrounded by boundless scenery. He found himself lost in this moment, waiting for the dagger to float into his hands, and only then did he awaken, reaching out to receive it. Xian, lost in her own thoughts, looked into the distance and softly remarked, "Do not disturb the villagers. We must be on our way." With that, she waved her sleeves, and a faint glow enveloped her. Her flowing hair and dress, neither silk nor satin, danced in the absence of wind, while the remnants of grass and dust settled quietly around her. Yet, the wound on her chest still bore a striking crimson hue, akin to the exquisite heart of a white lotus. Yezi, slightly shorter but equally delicate, nodded in understanding. After vanishing the two small swords she held, she produced a piece of animal hide and struck it against her body, causing a flicker of light to envelop her. In an instant, she lifted off the ground, poised to take flight. Indeed, they had encountered two celestial beings. Wu Jiao exclaimed, "Fairy Xian." The beauty turned back, captivating the heart, as if the starlight had fleetingly glimmered, leaving one reluctant to part. His heart raced, yet he feigned indifference. "Safe travels, until we meet again." Before he could finish, he raised his hand and pretended to slap his mouth. He had intended to utter a few words of persuasion, or at the very least, express his admiration, but alas, the words came out insincerely, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Yezi scoffed lightly, while Xian hesitated for a moment, casually tossing an object aside and saying indifferently, "I am grateful for your rescue and ought to repay you. Should you find yourself in trouble, you may seek refuge at Lingxiao Mountain with this jade pendant." With her words still lingering in the air, she did not look back, but took Yezi's hand, and together they ascended, floating away like a startled swan in the morning mist. In the blink of an eye, they had vanished into the ethereal realm of the immortals. Only Wu Jiao remained, gazing longingly into the distance. What more could he desire? With the fairies soaring together, reveling in the joys of nature, even a life devoid of such encounters would not be in vain. Yet, it was truly lamentable to have missed this chance. Moreover, the fairy had left something behind. Wu Jiao's spirits lifted as he turned to search the ground. Moments later, he held a white jade pendant in his hand. Measuring 3 inches, it was intricately carved, adorned with the inscription Lingxia and the name Xian. It was evident that this was a personal belonging of Xian. Holding the pendant, Wu Jiao couldn't help but smile broadly. Who says fairies are heartless? Leaving behind a token is a testament to their affection and loyalty. Although he knew not the location of Lingxia Mountain, it stirred a longing within him. He tucked the pendant into his bosom, and the image of those enchanting eyes lingered in his mind. He chuckled foolishly for a moment before making his way back, remembering to glance at the ashes in the grass, feeling a pang of trepidation. Who could have slain those 2 ruffians? Truly, it was a series of extraordinary encounters. The methods employed by the 2 fairies are equally formidable, particularly the incineration of corpses and the obliteration of evidence, which truly instills a sense of dread. In retrospect, all of it seems both real and illusory, akin to a surreal dream. Chapter 4. The Thief of Chickens. As dawn broke, the morning mist hung lightly in the air. Fenghua Valley appeared revitalized, with the distant mountains resembling delicate ink strokes. Wu Jiao retraced his steps, passing through the corner gate and returning to the courtyard where the ancestral hall stood. Observing his muddy attire, he hastened towards the kitchen only to find Qi Sanren already up, delightfully sipping the leftover soup from the stove. Once again, it was soup. Last night had been quite a trial. Wu Jiao, akin to an adversary encountering an old foe, was filled with indignation. He tossed his short sword onto the steps beneath the eaves and exclaimed, "You spend your days indulging in tonic concoctions, yet I am the one who suffers the consequences." Qi Sanren set down his earthen bowl, wiped his mouth, rubbed his eyes, and, leaning on his wooden cane, emerged from the kitchen with a frosty demeanor. He retorted, "At my age, with a frail constitution and chronic ailments, what is wrong with partaking in some nourishment? Your robust health is entirely the result of my nourishing soups, and many health tonics possess invigorating properties. If you fail to appreciate my good intentions, so be it. As for your suffering, how should that be explained?" How indeed? It was a matter of privacy too shameful to articulate. Wu Jiao, lacking the courage to respond, fell silent, grumbling softly before proceeding to fetch water for his ablutions. The kitchen entrance featured a water tank and basin, making the process quite convenient. Qi Sanren stood at the door, scrutinizing him with a hint of surprise. "You truly went to rescue someone. It seems you were fortunate, though hidden away." I still caught wind of the commotion in the courtyard. His last remark carried a certain teasing undertone, as if he had anticipated that someone might perish. Wu Jiao shot him a glare and continued scrubbing the dirt from his hands. Qi Sanren refrained from further commentary, gradually moving aside to pick up the short sword that lay on the ground. Just as he was about to examine it, it was snatched away with a reprimand. "This is a weapon. It should not be trifled with." Wu Jiao reclaimed the sword and turned to leave. After changing into clean garments, he returned outside, carrying his soiled long robe, and began to wash it at the water tank. During his 2 years of wandering, he had learned to fend for himself in every aspect of life. He was no longer the pampered individual of his youth, but rather a humble teacher living a meager existence. Qi Sanren sat on a stool beneath the eaves, rummaging through a basket of wild vegetables and herbs. Noticing someone washing clothes while reveling in their own company, he inquired with curiosity, "You left at midnight, returning only at dawn. Yet you remain unaware of whom you rescued and where they have gone?" Wu Jiao hung his hastily washed long robe on a line in the corridor of the ancestral hall and replied, "If you possess the ability to divine the future, why must you inquire further?" Qi Sanren, in good spirits, shook his head and said, "Divination is merely a means to seek fortune and avoid misfortune. The world is ever-changing. How could one foresee all eventualities?" Rolling up his sleeves, Wu Jiao stepped into the kitchen, brandishing a stick to sift through the ashes. Moments later, he emerged with 2 round, dark objects in hand. "What are those?" Qi Sanren asked, astonished. Wu Jiao found a stool nearby, sat down, and with a gentle touch, cracked the dry earth and eggshell, revealing 2 pristine white eggs within. He lifted it triumphantly and said, "Encased in clay and buried deep, it shall not fear being scorched. You merely tend to the fire, without concern for the details. Do have a taste." Qi Sanren gazed at the fragrant chicken, tempted to reach out for it. Yet a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. From whence did this chicken come? Wu Jiao replied bluntly, "The chicken, of course, comes from the rear of the hen. Otherwise, how could it be so?" Noticing the lack of appreciation, he wasted no time and swiftly devoured 2 chickens, choking and pounding his chest until, after a while, he felt relief, yet he did not forget to inquire, "Old Taoist, have you ever heard of Lingxia Mountain?" Qi Sanren wished to pursue the origin of the chicken, but was momentarily taken aback, incredulous as he said, "Mr. What means to say that the two women who knocked last night hail from Lingxiao Mountain? Heh. How could you know they were two women while you were inside? I calculated with my fingers. Oh, Sanren knows of Lingxiao Mountain? Of course I know. Ah, gee Sanren. Please allow me to pay my respects. Let us speak of Lingxiao Mountain. Just then, there was a knock at the courtyard gate. Although the hour had not yet passed, morning light had already brightened the sky, yet dark clouds still loomed overhead, indicating that the weather had not cleared. However, it was not yet time for the school to open. Who could be knocking at such an early hour? Wu Jiao, disregarding his conversation with Qi Sanren, walked directly to the front door and removed the bolt. Before he could open the door to see, it creaked open, and several figures surged in. Among them a sturdy man carrying a child, the notorious troublemaker of the school, named Qi Shan, nicknamed Mountain Boy, yet he hung his arms limply, tears streaming down his face. Not understanding the situation, Wu Jiao stepped back but recognized the elder leading the group and bowed, saying, Old Master Qi. Old Master Qi appeared to be in his 50s or 60s, with gray hair, a ruddy complexion, and a robust physique. Yet his expression was one of urgency as he clasped his hands and urged, My grandson is gravely injured. Please summon Sanren at once. This elder was not only the clan leader of Qi family village but also the grandfather of the Mountain Boy. It seemed the child had broken his arm from a fall, prompting his grandfather to rally everyone to seek help. Wu Jiao allowed the group to enter and followed them inside. Qi Sanren had set down the basket he was carrying, stood to greet them, and offered a stool to the man holding the child. As he bent down to examine the boy, he inquired, What happened? Old Master Qi explained, My grandson refused to get up this morning, claiming the teacher would punish him. After much coaxing, he reluctantly got dressed, but continued to cry, and before he even left the house, he fell to the ground. I fear his arm is broken. His father brought him here. The old man, upon reaching this point, could hardly contain his sorrow as he stroked his long beard in lamentation. The child is unruly and should be disciplined. However, resorting to beatings is not the teacher's proper role. I hope that in your pursuit of justice, you may also show some patience. Wu Jiao, caught in the fray, never anticipated such trouble would befall him. It was only natural for a disobedient student to face punishment. Who would have thought this indulgent elder would lay the blame for his grandson's injury at the teacher's feet? The unfortunate child's broken arm had nothing to do with me. Previously, the mention of a punishment was merely a verbal intimidation. Yet that mischievous child misconstrued it as an excuse for shirking his studies. With the esteemed Mr. Qi's intervention, the man holding the child and his companions exchanged glances of disapproval, their respect markedly diminished. Wu Jiao sensed the gravity of the situation and hastily remarked, What the old gentleman says is indeed true. However, the Mountain Boy is notoriously unruly. Although Mr. Qi was a figure of great repute, he could not abide any disparagement of his grandson. With a discontented grunt, his expression darkened. The boy's father offered a sheepish smile towards Wu Jiao, signaling him not to take offense. Recognizing the cue, Wu Jiao discreetly retreated into silence. Mr. Qi leaned down to examine the situation, grasped the Mountain Boy's arm firmly, and despite the child's protests, gave a swift shake. A faint crack echoed, and he rose with a clap and a smile, declaring, It is merely a dislocated shoulder. All is well now. The Mountain Boy, still tear-streaked, began to move his right arm back and forth, and it was evident that he had already healed. Mr. Qi finally broke into a smile and bowed in gratitude, exclaiming, Your medical expertise is indeed unparalleled. The accompanying relatives breathed a sigh of relief and returned the gesture. Mr. Qi humbly replied, A trifling matter, not worth mentioning. Wu Jiao felt a sense of ease and timely interjected, Qi Shan, cease your mischief, lest your elders worry. Return home to finish breakfast and hasten to school. The Mountain Boy, whose formal name was Qi Shan, clung to his father's embrace. I shut tight, wailing, The teacher is not a good person. I refuse to attend school. Wu Jiao felt a twinge of embarrassment, shrugged his shoulders, and replied with a smile. A teacher imparts knowledge, dispels doubts, and guides the way. How could I, as a mentor, be deemed a villain? His refined demeanor and eloquent words resonated with the gathered crowd. Just as Mr. Qi prepared to persuade his beloved grandson, the Mountain Boy cried out once more. The teacher caught chickens from the village, and I saw him with Nyor. Yet he deceitfully claimed it was a game, while the village's chickens have dwindled. The courtyard was rather confined, with 6 or 7 individuals squeezed together, particularly chaotic with a child vociferously lamenting, transforming the tranquil morning into a tumultuous affair. Nonetheless, all eyes were drawn to one individual, their expressions ranging from astonishment to suspicion, and ultimately, sympathy upon realization. The teacher was indeed a chicken thief? The child's unblemished words suggested a truth that was hard to refute. Mr. Chi, with an air of authority, cleared his throat, prompting the still-crying mountain boy to fall silent. He stroked his beard and shook his head in disbelief. The teacher has always been revered in our Chi family village. How could he stoop so low as to steal our chickens? Wu Jiao found himself in an awkward predicament, scratching his head and offering a sheepish grin, momentarily at a loss for rebuttal. Alas, if one wishes to keep their misdeeds hidden, they must refrain from wrongdoing. How could anyone endure a diet of mere vegetable pancakes and soup without occasional indulgence? Mr. Chi continued, according to our clan's rules, those who steal, though their transgressions may seem minor, harm the community and must be expelled from the village. It was merely a few chickens. Why must it be made to seem so humiliating? Moreover, in front of so many witnesses, what face would I have left? Wu Jiao feigned calmness, mustering the courage to say, it is one thing to be ignorant of the value of respect for teachers in the pursuit of knowledge, but to heed the one-sided words of a mere child is quite another. Master Chi pressed him, inquiring, I shall ask you plainly, have you pilfered the village chickens? Wu Jiao spread his hands, responding earnestly, the truth of the matter must be established through evidence and witnesses. Should you wrongfully accuse a good person without discernment, you may very well invite retribution. Chi Sanren, who had been a sympathetic bystander, observed Wu Jiao's predicament as he found himself encircled by several individuals. He stepped in with his wooden crutch and declared, Mr. Wu is a scholar and should comprehend the principles of benevolence, righteousness, integrity, and shame. Moreover, it is no easy task to educate the children in reading and writing, so I urge all esteemed elders and brothers to exercise discernment. In this day and age, finding a teacher is no simple feat. At last, someone had spoken in his favor, and Wu Jiao cast a grateful glance towards Chi Sanren. However, he could not help but ponder in silence, sensing an underlying implication in those words, as if it were suggested that he himself lacked an understanding of virtue. Master Chi hesitated, glancing at his cherished grandson, and, finding merit in Chi Sanren's words, replied, the Chi family village holds our teachers in high regard and does not wish to wrong an innocent. We shall investigate further and deliberate thereafter. He clasped his hands in farewell and departed with several juniors. Wu Jiao called after him, but what of the school? Without looking back, Master Chi replied, you have worked hard, dear sir. Perhaps it would be wise to close the doors and rest for a day. Upon hearing that there would be no school, the mountain lad leaped for joy, even turning back to make a face before dashing out of the ancestral hall. In the blink of an eye, only an old Taoist and a scholar remained, each glaring at the other. Chapter 5. Until we meet again. Gratitude. 981 Nanhai. I am willing to bear the burden of guilt and appreciate your support with monthly votes. The new book requires everyone's collection and support with votes. In the courtyard where the ancestral hall is located, an old man and a child are exchanging glances. Without further contemplation, the villagers of Chi must uncover the truth behind the chicken thief within a day. Until then, the school must temporarily close its doors. As for Mr. Wu, the teacher of the school, is he a venerable scholar to be respected, or merely a hypocritical charlatan? Tomorrow will reveal the truth. Chi Sanren pondered for a moment and inquired, to speak candidly, do you truly have? Wu Jiao did not rush to respond. Instead, he turned around to close the courtyard gate before returning to answer, with your foresight, why not cast another divination? Chi Sanren, leaning on his wooden crutch, sat in the courtyard, shook his head, and remarked, you wander aimlessly from time to time, indeed refusing to settle down. Now that matters have come to this, what shall we do? Wu Jiao paced in place, murmuring with a wry smile, I am not as hopeless as you suggest. I merely seek joy amidst hardship. However, I can no longer remain in Fenghua Valley. After a moment of reflection, his eyes brightened, and he stopped in his tracks, casually grabbing a stool to sit beside Chi Sanren, producing a jade pendant and offering it. If one does not stay here, there will surely be another place to go. I intend to travel to Lingxiao Mountain. I hope you, dear Taoist, will offer your guidance. Chi Sanren, cradling his wooden crutch, glanced hastily at the jade pendant, and a fleeting glimmer of brilliance shone in his deep-set eyes before he returned to his usual demeanor, shifting slightly away and absent-mindedly stating, so you had intentions all along, but Lingxiao Mountain is not a place for you to venture. While Wu Jiao indeed harbored intentions, the true reason remained unspoken. Noticing the peculiar tone in Chi Sanren's words, he curiously asked, could it be that the dragon's lair and tiger's den are places one cannot enter? He then shook the jade pendant, beaming with pride. Do you see? This pendant was obtained last night when I saved someone. I believe the fairy foresaw this and left behind a token for our future meeting. Haha. Chi Sanren observed Wu Jio's beaming countenance and boundless imagination, seemingly reluctant to dampen his spirits. After a moment of hesitation, he inquired, I still do not know. What are those two women like? Wu Jio replied casually, they are breathtakingly beautiful, a rare sight in my life. They possess magical abilities, truly figures reminiscent of fairies. Chi Sanren nodded and said, if they are not ordinary individuals, then they must be a pair of celestial beings, even if they left you a token. It is not necessarily a sign of favor. Humph, that is blatant jealousy. I, too, am a striking figure, akin to a tall and graceful tree. Why can I not attract the favor of a fairy? Wu Jio, feeling quite indignant, stared at Chi Sanren and asked, what is a celestial being? Chi Sanren pondered briefly and explained, in this world, those who cultivate the Tao and practice immortal arts are referred to as celestial beings, also known as wanderers. Wu Jio exclaimed in surprise, is that true? You call yourself a wanderer. Could you also be one of the same path? He slightly shifted back, sizing up Chi Sanren. Before him stood a seemingly feeble and destitute old Taoist, devoid of any celestial aura, certainly lacking in comparison to the two women from last night. The so-called demons and deities were indeed subjects of discourse during my time in the capital, yet their essence appeared too elusive and enigmatic to warrant serious contemplation. Could it be mere fabrication? Chi the recluse retorted, straightening his posture and pausing momentarily with his wooden cane, preparing to express fervent sentiments, only to slump back. His demeanor desolate as he lamented, I too once sought enlightenment on Lingxiao Mountain, inquiring of the immortals. Alas, fate was unkind, and thus I found myself adrift here, squandering my remaining years. Ah, this neighbor possesses quite the intriguing backstory. Wu Jio's interest was piqued, and he listened intently. Chi the recluse, as if awakening from a dream, seemed momentarily dazed before abruptly turning to inquire. What did I just say? Wu Jio rolled his eyes and scratched his ear. Although Chi's memory was somewhat faulty, he succinctly elucidated what he knew of the cosmos. Fenghua Valley lies to the north of Nanling Kingdom. 2,000 miles to the south rises Lingxiao Mountain, a peak that soars above the clouds, serving as the sanctuary for Nanling's cultivators. Mentioning cultivators inevitably leads to the legendary immortals. It is said they are classified into various tiers, those in the initial stages of cultivation, as well as foundation builders. May not yet be deemed immortals but are referred to as feathered practitioners, recluses, or foundation cultivators. Only those who achieve the golden core can be called human immortals. Furthermore, there exist earth immortals, celestial immortals, and ghostly immortals, among others. As cultivation progresses, distinctions in lifespan and magical prowess also arise. Wu Jio was utterly captivated and exhilarated. Regardless of lifespan or magical abilities, the enchanting Lady Xian was undoubtedly the embodiment of the celestial beings he envisioned. To spend his days by her side would fulfill all his desires. Moreover, given his current predicament, Lingxiao Mountain appeared to be the most auspicious destination. Additionally, one must act decisively. This is the cardinal principle that has allowed me to survive until today. However, after a lengthy discourse, Chi the recluse seemed to regain his memory. His eyes filled with curiosity as he asked, are you truly willing to leave Fenghua Valley for those two women? Wu Jio chuckled. Guess what? Chi the recluse tapped his cane thoughtfully, reiterating, Lingxiao Mountain is not a place for you. That is all there is to say. He rose slowly, making his way back inside. I too long for a life of ease, yet circumstances are often beyond one's control. Not to mention, being mistaken for a petty thief is a burden I cannot bear. The concealed cave beneath the hillside at the back of the courtyard is not as unknown as one might think. The children from the school often venture there to play. They might just inform their elders. When that time comes, I would be left defenseless, my reputation in tatters. Rather than being expelled from Fenghua Valley, it is far wiser to depart discreetly. Wu Jio's thoughts shifted, and he could no longer remain seated. After some deliberation, he stood up to return to his room and prepare his belongings. He also collected his damp robe that had been hung out to dry in the courtyard. In a moment, everything was in order. Wu Jio shouldered a bundle containing an oil paper umbrella and a worn sword, then turned to enter the adjacent room. In his hands, he carried paper and writing instruments. Chi the recluse sat silently at a small dining table, lost in thought, when he noticed Wu Jio burst in. Exuding the demeanor of one embarking on a journey, he looked taken aback. Mr. Wu, you were leaving just like that? Wu Jio nodded affirmatively. Yes. I am going to Lingxiao Mountain to find my Xian. As he spoke, he set down his pen and paper, gesturing earnestly. I beseech you, venerable sage, to illustrate the path of travel for me. I shall amend any faults later." Chi Sanrin remained silent, his expression inscrutable. After a moment, he could not help but bring up the past. Those two women left behind their jade pendants merely out of concern for fate and principles. Yet you took it to heart, how absurd. His gaze fell upon the paper and pen, which he casually pushed aside, seemingly dismissive. Amendments later? It's better to speak of such matters when you've returned alive. Master, we have been neighbors for 2 months, albeit without any bond of friendship. How can you utter such harsh words? Wu Jiao, seeing Chi Sanrin's refusal to offer guidance, grew anxious. If not for the weight of the sage's previous words, he would not have suddenly yearned to journey to such distant lands. As for Lingxiao Mountain, he knew nothing of it. Now, with matters reaching a critical juncture, it was unfair to lead him astray. Since I have nowhere else to go, I shall candidly confess to you, Master Qi, there were indeed 2 thieves. And neither of us will escape blame. Wu Jiao threw his bag onto the table and sulkily took a seat opposite Chi Sanrin. Chi Sanrin initially appeared indifferent, as if the matter did not concern him, but could not tolerate the accusation and retorted, "What does your thievery have to do with me?" Wu Jiao replied with conviction, "I shall share the roasted chicken with you." Chi Sanrin countered, "I have not eaten." Wu Jiao, with utmost seriousness, declared, "Eating or not, you are equally guilty as an accomplice. Harboring and shielding a criminal only exacerbates the crime." Chi Sanrin pondered for a moment, then sighed. "You bear no resemblance to a scholar. You are clearly a debauched youth." "Very well." He hesitated briefly, then retrieved a piece of animal hide from his bosom, indicating, "Should you choose to stay, I can only imagine the chaos that would ensue. Even I can scarcely endure it, let alone the innocent villagers." "Depart, then. This is a map of the Southling Kingdom." A cunning smile spread across Wu Jiao's face as he leaned closer to inspect it. The hide was roughly a foot square, somewhat worn yet polished smooth, depicting the terrain along with annotated text. Chi Sanrin pointed to the hide, explaining, "This central portion represents the Southling Kingdom. Travel southward for 20,000 li. You must first traverse the Great Marsh and the desert, then scale the Yunling mountain range to finally reach Lingxiao Mountain. The journey is fraught with peril and largely uncharted territory, should you proceed." He stroked his beard thoughtfully, then, with a few gestures, consulted his fortune once more. No water in the marsh, confinement, no life thrives, death. Wu Jiao snatched the hide with nonchalance, saying, "If you can predict every outcome, what joy remains in the world? If one were to hide indoors all day merely to secure a moment's safety, it would surely suffocate one's spirit. It is far better to venture forth and explore the vastness of existence." This declaration was both impassioned and resolute, yet deep down, he understood it was merely a pretext for his escape. He could not possibly admit to fleeing for a few chickens. Such a tale would be too embarrassing. Instead, he would embark on a quest for immortality. Perhaps the celestial maiden of purple smoke awaited him atop the Ling Mountain. Chi Sanrin mused, "All arguments are but illusions. Survival in chaotic times is the true principle. Should you venture forth, only by risking life and fulfilling your ambitions can you hope to evade peril." Wu Jiao tucked the animal skins into his bosom and hoisted the bundle onto his shoulder. As for the old Taoist priest's ramblings before him, he paid them no heed. Preoccupied solely with evading the villagers of Qijia village to spare himself potential embarrassment, Kazanran wished to utter a few more words, but it was akin to playing a lute to a cow. He slowly rose, an expression of pity flickering in his gaze, lamenting, "How wonderful it is to be alive. Yet one insists on making things difficult for oneself." After a brief hesitation, he produced 2 additional pieces of animal skin, gesturing, "During my travels, I happened to possess 2 talismans, one for evasion and the other for summoning a sword. They may prove of some use." Wu Jiao's eyes brightened as he reached out to accept the animal skins. The peculiar illustrations upon them, were they indeed talismans? He recalled the formidable displays of Xian and Yezi who had once invoked them, either breathing fire or riding the winds. They appeared remarkably similar. It was astonishing to discover that Kazanran harbored treasures from the celestial realm. Noticing Wu Jiao nodding appreciatively, Kazanran intended to impart a few words of caution, yet saw that his companion had already carefully stowed away the 2 talismans, expressing some embarrassment as he said, "Such a generous gift. I am truly overwhelmed. As for myself, I possess nothing of value to repay you, save for my profound shame." Wu Jiao spoke no falsehood. Apart from a couple of changes of clothing, an oil paper umbrella, and a broken sword, he was left with but a few scattered coins and a solitary existence. Receiving the 2 miraculous talismans felt akin to a sudden windfall. With newfound support, his confidence surged. Kazanran's gaze fell upon the broken sword within the bundle, and he mused thoughtfully, though I seek no recompense, I must advise you. According to my divination, that short sword may bring great misfortune. It would be wise to part with it. Humph. You old Taoist, always predicting doom. Never a kind word escapes your lips. Wu Jia retorted as he shouldered the bundle and turned to leave, declaring loudly, it is a family heirloom. I cannot afford to lose it. Kazanran watched the departing figure, unable to suppress a sigh. He did not harbor a fondness for the young neighbor, yet could not bear to see him stray onto a perilous path. To embark on a reckless journey, driven by an unfounded whim, was truly absurd. Destiny is fickle, let events unfold as they may. Yet, the young man was not without merit. At least he was free-spirited and open-hearted. Wu Jiao made his way to the kitchen, stuffing the remaining 2 vegetable pancakes into his bundle. Though tough to swallow, they would stave off hunger, a meager sustenance for the road ahead. Kazanran stepped outside and stood beneath the eaves, observing someone busying themselves, unable to refrain from inquiring, as a scholar, why do you eschew decorum? You call yourself a gentleman, yet find yourself in such dire straits. Before parting, might you divulge your lineage? Wu Jiao approached the courtyard gate, slightly ajar, and peeked outside. Seeing nothing amiss, he turned back with a smile, saying, in your eyes, old Taoist, my name and lineage are mere fabrications. If that is the case, why bother to elaborate? Kazanran replied earnestly, that is not the case. A name is not without significance, as has been the custom since ancient times. Before his words could fully escape, the gate softly closed, and the figure vanished, leaving only a lingering chuckle behind. Hee. My dear friend, I shall miss you. And may we meet again. Chi Sanran hesitated, silently leaning on his wooden cane beneath the eaves. He then quietly began to manipulate his fingers, his profound gaze shifting in tandem with the gathering storm clouds. Meet again? Today is the 8th day of the 5th month, during the hour of the dragon. Amidst the rain, as someone embarks on a journey, perhaps it is fitting to cast another divination. The mountain lies beneath the earth, symbolizing the trigrams of Jin above and Kun below. This signifies humility and achievement, renown without self-praise, and elevation without arrogance, qualities of a true gentleman, leading to a fortunate conclusion. Aptly represented by the hexagram of modesty. It appears ordinary, yet it brings fortune in all endeavors, heralding auspicious tidings. His departure should have led to inevitable adversity. Could there be an unforeseen twist? Chapter 6, A Guide Appears Gratitude is extended to Wangchen, Qi Shaiyuan, Zhurbox, Chaiyuhi Chuan, and Yi Yushin 2014 for their generous support and votes. Outside the ancestral hall, on the mountain path, Wu Jiao glanced back. The surroundings were lush and verdant, with clouds veiling the heights, rendering the entire valley refreshingly enchanting, akin to an inkwash painting. The familiar ancestral hall and the distant village were interspersed, accompanied by faint mountain mists and curling wisps of smoke from hearths, infusing the landscape with vivacity. However, this young gentleman must take his leave. Proceeding southward, one need only navigate around Qijia village to exit Fenghua Valley. After traversing another 10 miles, a great river is said to lie ahead. Continuing onward, one would cross the heart of Nailing, traverse the vast marshes and deserts, and head straight for Lingxia Mountain. Just imagine, upon an unexpected encounter, how would Ziyin react upon seeing me, holding a token, searching for her? Such a long journey, fueled by my infatuation, surely would astonish her beyond measure. Wu Jiao then turned his gaze forward, momentarily filled with ambition. Following the path, he soon approached Qijia village. Despite the recent rain, the ground was carpeted with wild grass, devoid of mud, making the walk quite brisk. Yet, as he was about to bypass the pond at the village entrance, he stumbled slightly. From the thicket by the pond emerged 2 children, a boy and a girl. The mountain lad and the girl who did not attend school. The boy, engrossed in playing with a string of grasshoppers, wiped his nose upon noticing the visitor and exclaimed, "Sir." The girl, hands clasped behind her back, shyly said, "I've seen you, sir." Aside from the 2 children, there was no one else in sight. Wu Jiao approached and playfully rapped the boy's head, remarking, "You little rascal, you've been wishing for me to leave. And now your wish has come true." He then pinched the girl's nose and made a funny face. The boy yelped in surprise, covering his head and retreating. The girl giggled, hiding her face and shaking her twin buns. Not wishing to encounter any villagers, Wu Jiao continued to walk past the children. "Sir, I was just playing and didn't mean to make you leave." Wu Jiao paused at the sound, turning back. The boy, now devoid of his mischief, was clumsily justifying himself. The little fellow, perceptive, guessed the truth upon seeing the bundle on Wu Jiu's back. To his dismay, it seemed the gentleman truly intended to depart Fenghua Valley. Unable to contain himself, he pleaded, "Sir, I'll be good from now on. Please don't go." In truth, being a teacher is not so bad. At least it offers a semblance of comfort. Yet, even if he wished to stay, he was bound by circumstances. Fortunately, ahead lay Ling Mountain and celestial beings. Wu Jiu flashed a smile at the children, said no more, waved his hand, and continued onward. Departing Fenghua Valley, he journeyed south. The rain began to fall once more. Wu Jiu opened his paper umbrella and pressed on through the wind and rain alone. 3 days later, in the afternoon, the relentless rain finally ceased, and beams of sunlight broke through the clouds. A rainbow arched beautifully in the distance. A young man emerged from the woods by the roadside, clad in a green robe, dressed like a scholar, carrying a bundle and an umbrella, while simultaneously gazing upward and munching on a peach. This was none other than Wu Jiu, who had left Fenghua Valley. For over 2 years of wandering in the outside world, setting aside the perilous encounters, he had at least mastered various survival skills such as fishing, shrimp catching, bird snaring, and rabbit hunting, and even managed to pluck a few peaches along the way, which had become nothing extraordinary for Mr. Wu Jiu. Ahead lay a broad river, and faintly, it seemed there was a ferry crossing. Wu Jiu discarded the peach pit, wiped his mouth, and traversed the grassy pathway, stepping unevenly as he advanced. In no time, he arrived at the riverbank. He lifted his leg, shaking off the clinging mud, and upon noticing someone had arrived before him, he greeted them with a smile. A row of great trees leaned on the riverbank, beneath which sat an old man, a robust man in his 30s, and 2 children. The old man carried a woven basket, donned a coarse short shirt, and rolled up his pant legs, wearing straw sandals. He rose slightly, grinning widely to reveal his gap-toothed smile in response. The robust man, dressed in a dark long gown with his hair tied up with a ribbon and a cloth pouch at his waist, bore the appearance of a traveler. His round face was somewhat dark, marked with several pockmarks, yet his squinting eyes radiated vitality. The 2 children were sisters, around 8 or 9 years old. Both pale and thin, clad in tattered clothing, huddled together with timid expressions, clearly from a poor background. Wu Jiu approached the trees, placing his bundle and umbrella on the stone, wiping the sweat from his forehead, and remarked with relief, "This incessant rain is truly vexing, but at last the sky is cleared. Ha! I wonder if there are any boats to cross the river." The old man, noticing the young scholar's courteous demeanor and amiable speech, felt a sense of fondness and replied with a smile, "The east rainbow heralds the sun, while the west rainbow brings rain. Morning rain follows the morning rainbow, and evening rain follows the evening rainbow. Let us wait a moment. The ferry will arrive shortly. Does this imply tomorrow will also be clear?" Wu Jiu inquired, glancing toward the direction of the rainbow, and gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, as the sage says, "When 3 walk together, there is always something to learn from each." "Good sir, your words must hold great wisdom." He cast a sidelong glance and cupped his hands in greeting. "This esteemed elder possesses remarkable grace. May I inquire your name?" The man introduced himself as Liao Kai, performing a leisurely bow, his smile somewhat forced as he added, "I am still unaware of your esteemed name and where you are headed." Wu Jiu nodded, smiling nonchalantly. "I am Wu Jiu, a teacher from Chief Family Village. Aspiring to explore the world, a journey of 10,000 miles begins with this very day." He gestured toward the 2 girls behind him, puzzled, "And these 2? The girls' eyes darted nervously, their expressions a blend of shyness and confusion, as if not companions on a journey, but rather brought here by someone. As anticipated, Liao Kai explained, "They are the children of my rural relatives. I am taking them to the town to seek a livelihood." He seemed reluctant to elaborate further, dismissively adding, "It appears I have encountered a gentleman. My apologies." With that, he turned his gaze elsewhere. The river spanned 20 to 30 yards wide, its water murky from the rain. On the opposite bank, a small boat seemed to gently sway toward them. Without any further contemplation, Wu Jiu comfortably seated himself upon a stone to rest. Loosening his collar for a breath of fresh air, and curiously inquired, "What are the names of the 2 little sisters?" The children exchanged glances, hesitant to respond. After a brief moment of uncertainty, the taller of the 2, lifting a dirty lock of hair, shyly replied, "In response to your question, I am called Xing and she is called Zhao. Their names were indeed simple and easy to remember, even omitting their surnames." Wu Jiu intended to share a few more words of jest, but was interrupted by a muffled grunt, causing the 2 children to tremble and lower their heads in silence. He looked up to see Liao Kai slowly turning away. As an elder, Liao Kai was rather stern, which startled the children. Wu Jiu felt a pang of sympathy, but recognized the wisdom in minding his own business. Thus he merely smiled and resumed his rest upon the stone. Fortunately, the recent days of rain had kept the weather from becoming oppressive, and a gentle breeze provided a refreshing relief. It was the month of May, with summer grasses sprawling and dark clouds lingering, occasional rays of sunlight breaking through, creating a harmonious and delightful scene. After a while, the ferry boat arrived at the shore. The small vessel, measuring about 2 zhang in length, appeared somewhat worn, with water sloshing in the hull visible through the slats. The ferryman, a simple and honest countryman in his 40s, with a dark complexion and bare feet, steadied the boat and called for the passengers on the shore to board. Wu Jiu joined the others, taking a seat on the rear slats of the boat, tightly clutching his bundle, feeling as though the small craft might fall apart at any moment. Liao Kai, along with the 2 children, settled in the middle of the boat, his gaze lingering on the scabbard within Wu Jiu's package, but he could not help but smirk at the owner's evident anxiety. After a stick of incense had burned, the small boat successfully reached the opposite bank. Wu Jiu paid the fare and stepped onto the shore, only to find himself in a state of confusion. Ahead lay 2 narrow pathways, diverging left and right with unclear destinations. An elderly man with a burden on his back perhaps lived nearby, having wandered off along the riverbank. Liao Kai and the 2 children were already ahead, seemingly unaware of their direction. Wu Jiu thought to ask the ferryman for guidance, but upon turning around, he found the ferryman had already turned the boat's head and departed from the shore. Thus, he took out the animal skin bearing the map drawn by Chi Sanren. Yet before he could discern his location, he heard someone say, "Mr. Wu, why do you linger?" Liao Kai had not walked far before stopping and turning back to inquire. The 2 children followed closely, still appearing anxious and timid. Wu Jiu quickly stated, "If one travels south from here, one must pass through Tiniu town. Yet I am uncertain which path to take." Liao Kai stroked his sparse beard and chuckled, "I reside in Tiniu town. How fortunate it was to have a guide." Wu Jiu folded the map away, secured his bundle, and hurried to catch up. Liao Kai narrowed his eyes and, as they walked forward, remarked, "I presumed you were traveling for study and would not mind your destination. I did not expect we would share the same path. Had I known earlier, we could have been more familiar with one another." He paused and, with curiosity, asked, "You carry a short sword. Could it be that you are a martial enthusiast?" Wu Jiu caught up and responded, "I have heard tales of a spiritual mountain in the south, and thus I wish to explore it." He patted the bundle on his shoulder and added truthfully, "It is merely for show, a means to bolster my courage." The gentleman was indeed pragmatic, and Liao Kai couldn't help but chuckle, his demeanor softening considerably. He then remarked, "Your journey henceforth seems fortunate," with a mysterious smile. He glanced back and continued to unveil the enigma. "At the Rui Tavern where I reside, numerous travelers from all directions frequent, among whom are not lacking in eccentric characters. Should you forge acquaintances with a few, it could prove to be beneficial for your journey." Wu Jiu nodded in agreement, seizing the opportunity to engage in conversation. From Liao Kai's words, he learned that Tiniu town lay merely 30 miles away, nestled amidst picturesque mountains and rivers, renowned for the Tinita Ridge and the River that gracefully traverses through Nanling, making it a hub of connectivity. After an hour's trek, the 4 paused for respite atop a hill, where a modest thatched pavilion stood, furnished with a stone table and benches for weary travelers. As dusk approached, the sky darkened. Yet from their elevated vantage point, the scenery several miles away remained vividly discernible. The undulating mountains, sparse foliage, and faintly visible houses and streets amidst the misty smoke of cooking fires painted a serene tableau. That, it was said, was Tiniu town. Liao Kai seated himself beside the stone table, gesturing with his hand. "Having traveled continuously, we are indeed exhausted, and with nightfall upon us, it would be prudent to rest a while longer." He unfastened a cloth pouch from his waist and, like a magician, produced several oil paper packages containing dried meats and fruits, alongside a finely crafted wine flask and 2 cups. With warm hospitality, he invited, "Please, do not stand on ceremony. Indulge in some refreshments." Having departed without sustenance since morning, Wu Jiu was utterly fatigued and famished, eagerly reaching for the dried meat to devour hungrily. As Liao Kai laid out the provisions, someone approached, devouring the offerings with remarkable speed. 1 package of dried meat vanished in an instant, soon followed by the fruits, consumed without hesitation, akin to old friends despite their relative unfamiliarity. Liao Kai, initially taken aback, soon smiled gently, pouring a cup of wine for Wu Jiu, encouraging to partake in a drink. After consuming yet another package of fruit, Wu Jiu finally straightened his back, eyes wide, and pounded his chest with a fist. Once his countenance softened, he waved his hand in gratitude, departing the pavilion. Spotting a stone pit with stagnant water nearby, he leaned over to quench his thirst, belching contentedly before exclaiming, "I tend to become inebriated with just a sip. My thanks to Brother Liao for sparing me from a meal." Liao Kai remained seated in the pavilion, still somewhat incredulous. "Is it truly so dire for you, a gentleman, out in the world?" Wu Jiao chuckled, "With food and drink. Is it not quite satisfactory?" Liao Kai took a sip from his cup, his eyes twinkling like tiny beads, and remarked, "You are truly a pitiable soul, perhaps never acquainted with the comforts of luxury." Yet Wu Jiao, content and cheerful, returned to the pavilion, observing the two girls, Xing'o and Zhaoer, huddled together and secretly swallowing their saliva with forlorn expressions. Noticing their plight, he leaned down with concern, "Little sister, are you hungry? Brother Liao, why not offer them something to eat?" The two girls, timid and hesitant, nodded and then shook their heads. Liao Kai, however, remained indifferent, pouring and drinking alone, muttering, "They have already cost me quite a sum. A few missed meals are well-deserved. Isn't this child from a relative's family? How can one treat them in such a manner?" Wu Jiao hesitated for a moment, his expression unchanged, no longer attempting to persuade. He approached the package, retrieved 2 peaches, and casually remarked, "Here, satisfy your hunger a bit." Xing'er and Zhaoer shrank back, their expressions filled with uncertainty. Liao Kai did not inquire further, his disdain evident. To him, the individual they encountered today was merely a famished scholar, already struggling for survival, yet still wandering to seek knowledge. It was indeed a pitiable and laughable sight. Wu Jiao, however, directly handed the peaches over, grumbling, "Are you perhaps disdainful? Having something to eat is already a blessing. How could one dare to be choosy?" Xing'er nudged Zhaoer with her elbow, and they both eagerly grasped the peaches, quietly observing Wu Jiao, their gazes imbued with gratitude. Liao Kai, displaying rare generosity, seized the opportunity to rise with his cup of wine and indicated, "Since we are fated to meet, how can we not share a drink?" Wu Jiao was watching the two children eat when he turned at the sound, only to hear a sharp crack followed by Liao Kai's exclamation, "Oh dear, my jade cup." It turned out that in his turn, he had accidentally shattered the wine cup, having been caught off guard. Wu Jiao gazed at the shards on the ground. Surprised, "Brother Liao, I mentioned I am not fond of drinking." Liao Kai lamented, "If the gentleman does not appreciate my gesture, why then must you deliberately break my jade cup? Do you know this was crafted from exquisite Nanjing jade, procured during my travels, worth 100 gold pieces? Who would intentionally shatter your jade cup, valued at 100 gold pieces? I have stated my aversion to drinking, and yet, this is how it unfolds." It truly confirms that saying, when there is no cause for flattery, it is either treachery or theft. Wu Jiao stared in astonishment. "Brother Liao, please speak clearly. P.S. A new book is climbing the charts. Your clicks, votes, and collections are greatly appreciated. I hope everyone can support when time permits. Updates will remain at the same time as before, at 12:30 p.m. If there are 2 updates, they will be around 7 or 8 p.m. Chapter 7. A disgrace to literature. Gratitude is extended to the supporters. Book Friends 229-7290, Zhuangju In Songqiong. A. 7902-70929. Yushao Liang, Banji Wanbao Lu. Feng Xiaoyin, Taoji Yao Yao, Qinghu, Book Friend 15264624, Shangqiu Xing Di, Baili Du, Yuhua Ruochen, GG0410. And a Kdut for their patronage and monthly votes. Thanks also to everyone for their collections and support. Upon arriving at Tiniu town, the lanterns were already lit. The town, nestled between mountains and waters, featured streets that meandered through it. Shops and houses on the hillside were scattered in a picturesque manner, and the gradually illuminating lights created a unique charm. However, as Wu Jiao stood in the courtyard of the Rui Tavern, he felt a tinge of frustration. Sometimes, the inability to articulate one's thoughts can lead to misfortune. Having inexplicably shattered a jade cup, he found himself burdened with a staggering debt. 100 gold pieces, worth thousands of taels of silver, even if one were to dismantle a living person for parts that could not compensate such a price. Fortunately, Liao Kai proved to be magnanimous. Although he lamented the value of the jade cup, he did not insist on compensation but instead invited Wu Jiao to continue accompanying him. The circumstances and scenery were indeed difficult to refuse. Thus, they proceeded to this location. The Rui Tavern, situated at the eastern edge of the town, comprised a 3-sided, 2-story building bordering the street and encircled by a spacious courtyard. One side featured a gate adorned with an oiled paper lantern, inscribed with the 2 black characters for Rui. Standing in the courtyard, the pungent odor of stable waste, The greasy scent from the kitchen and an inexplicable fragrance of powder mingled together, overwhelming the senses. Faintly, the sounds of stringed instruments and raucous laughter could be heard. Observing this unfamiliar place, Wu Jiao felt a sense of trepidation and could not help but voice, "Brother Liao, perhaps it would be prudent for me to seek another establishment." Liao Kai led his companions into the courtyard, whispering with the awaiting staff. After a brief moment, he departed without a backward glance, gesturing toward a row of rooms in the corner of the courtyard. "Rest for now. Further arrangements will be made shortly." Wu Jiao wished to reason with him, but two burly attendants rushed over and obstructed his path, their demeanor decidedly unfriendly, clearly intent on forcing his stay. Xing'er and Zaoa looked around in confusion, their expressions vacant. Wu Jiao realized he could no longer leave, furrowing his brows in hesitation. After a moment, he drew the two girls close and tightened his grip on the bundle on his back, leading the way toward the small house while engaging the foremost attendant in conversation. "I did not expect Brother Liao to be the steward of Rui Fong. Such hospitality is truly overwhelming. How shall I address you, good sir?" The attendant introduced himself as Wang Gui, his expression stern as he replied, "Umph. I am not the steward, but rather the manager of Rui Fong." Thus, the Rui Tavern transformed into Rui Fong, and Lao Kai became Lao Guanjia. What would follow, one might fear, could hardly be auspicious. Nevertheless, Wu Ji remained unfazed and seized the opportunity to converse jovially with the three attendants. Aside from Wang Gui, the other two, named Shunzi and Qian Wang, appeared to be in their 20s, their names rather auspicious, yet their coarse and unruly demeanor suggested they were not of good character. With a creak, the small house door swung open, greeting them with a wave of heat and humidity. Wu Jiao forced a wry smile and entered the room with the two children. The oil lamp had just been lit when the door swung shut with a thud. In the dim light, the cramped room was filled with wooden boxes, wine jars, oil cans, and various clutter. This was hardly a place for rest. It was evidently a storeroom. Wu Jiao gazed at the closed door, momentarily in a daze, then sought refuge on a wooden crate, setting down his bundle. Noticing Xing'er and Zaoa huddled together in confusion, he offered words of comfort. "Wu Yao, the steward, is your relative. He would not harbor ill intentions." The two girls' faces bore traces of sweat and grime, their anxiety palpable. Xing'er timidly replied, "Sir, we were bought and are not related to Steward Liao." Realization struck him. They had fallen victim to human traffickers. Yet, what purpose did Rui Fong have in confining him here? Wu Jiao dismissed the ominous tension, instead smiling at the two distressed girls, saying, "Your elders should not have acted so. Even in dire circumstances, selling one's children is unconscionable." Xing'er and Zaoer lowered their heads, their plight appearing even more tragic and helpless. Wu Jiao, disinclined to dwell on the matter, sighed softly and began to explore his surroundings. He sniffed the air and opened a wooden box, discovering it was filled with persimmons, dusted with white frost and exuding a sweet aroma. Upon opening a neighboring box, he found it contained fried fruits. With a chuckle, he grabbed some persimmons and fruits, stuffing them into his mouth while encouraging, "Xing'er, Zaoer, do not stand on ceremony. Help yourselves." The sisters blinked, frozen in place, too timid to move. Wu Jiao, however, acted as if he were in his own home, unabashedly eating and rummaging through the boxes, muttering to himself, "How dare they imprison me? Umph." At that moment, the door swung open forcefully. Liao Kai and two accomplices entered, instantly taken aback. The once neatly arranged boxes had been pried open, food scattered everywhere, and someone was even climbing atop a box. Realizing the scene before him, Wu Jiao descended slowly from the box, his mouth still busy, musing, "Resting here is quite agreeable, with ample food and drink." Though lacking tea, Liao Kai's face darkened, struggling to suppress his anger. "Mr. Wu, such audacity is a disgrace to propriety." Wu Jiao wiped his mouth, his tone refreshing. "When I am in the role of a gentleman, I am always courteous and refined." He brushed off the crumbs from his clothes and inquired, "May I ask why Brother Liao has confined me here?" Liao Kai, disinterested in further dialogue, produced a piece of paper and a pen, coldly stating, "You have destroyed my precious cup and cannot compensate me. I ask you to sign this document to become my servant henceforth." At this point, he could not help but sneer. "Considering you are a learned man, I shall grant you the task of bookkeeping." This sudden turn of events was not without reason. On his way back, Liao Kai had unexpectedly encountered Wu Jiao, mistaking him for a weak and downtrodden scholar, which ignited his malicious intent. He devised a scheme to exploit him, effortlessly achieving his goal. It was well known that the accountant at Rui Fong was currently on leave for illness, leaving a pressing need for someone literate and capable of bookkeeping. Liao Kai smiled coldly and said, "The debt of 100 gold cannot be denied. Otherwise, I shall break your legs." As his words fell, Wang Gui and Qian Wang stepped forward, rolling up their sleeves. Wu Jiao leaned forward to glance at the document in Liao Kai's hand, then at the two fierce-looking henchmen beside him, and hastily raised his hand, saying, "Wait. Brother Liao, if you wish to invite an accountant, why not state it plainly? There is no need for such theatrics." Liao Kai's dark face twitched slightly, his smile growing even more sinister. He, the Rui Fong, is a brothel and never employs outsiders as accountants. Only the household servants are here for easy manipulation. Under the dim glow of the oil lamp, several faces, close at hand, displayed a range of emotions. Xing'er and Zaoa huddled in the corner, too frightened to speak, while Liao Kai and his two henchmen exuded an increasingly oppressive air. Wu Jiao felt the stifling heat in the storeroom and couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead. As anticipated, Rui Fong was indeed a brothel, and the so-called accountant was merely a servile lackey. This meant that Xing'er and Zaoa were all the more trapped in a dire predicament. What a schemer Liao Kai was! This steward had clearly premeditated such a trap. I bore him no grudge, yet he dared to ensnare me. Wu Jiao's gaze flickered with understanding, and he suddenly said, "Since Brother Liao is so inclined to offer a meal, why resort to such tricks? I have been troubled without a place to settle, and this moment seems fortuitous." He seized a pen and paper, swiftly penned a note, and handed it back to Liao Kai, expressing his relief. "I hope Brother Liao will look after me in the future. If there are any beautiful ladies, please do introduce me. After all, proximity to the water tower ensures one gets the first drink." He chuckled, exuding a certain roguish charm. Liao Kai had expected to exert considerable effort to achieve his aim. Yet the scholar before him was not only timid but also a carefree libertine. He lifted the document, sneered, and said, "Very well, take your belongings and follow me." As Wu Jiao saw Liao Kai and his companions retreat, he grabbed his bundle to follow. However, he noticed Xing'er and Zaoa huddled together, their expressions filled with trepidation and helplessness. He paused briefly, raised a finger to his lips, and offered a reassuring smile before striding confidently outside. Upon entering the courtyard, Wang Gui had already shut the storeroom door, securing the latch. Liao Kai led the way, and in no time, they arrived beneath the eaves of a nearby building. He gestured towards a slightly ajar door and remarked, "Mr. Wu, you shall share a room with Wang Gui. After tonight, you may pay your respects to the manager." As his words faded, he and his henchman Qian Wang strode away. Wang Gui directly approached, kicking open the door with impatience, saying, "Please, go in." Wu Jiao glanced back at Liao Kai's retreating figure and then cast a look at the storeroom he had just left. He turned and smiled. What an honor it is to share a room with Brother Wang. Wang Gui paid him no mind, his demeanor arrogant. Wu Jiao could only slowly enter the room, where an odd and pungent smell assaulted him. He staggered slightly from the odor as Wang Gui brushed past him, flinging himself onto a wooden couch, propping his feet up, and regarding Wu Jiao with a cold indifference. The room was furnished with 2 wooden beds, seemingly spacious, however, under the bright candlelight on the table. The disarray became apparent. Dirty clothes, tattered shoes, and bedding were strewn about, emanating an inexplicable sour odor. This was hardly a dwelling for humans, it was unmistakably a pigsty. Wu Jiao observed the scene within the room, gritting his teeth in silence. Reluctantly, he approached the vacant bed, set down his bundle, and turned to inquire, "Brother Wang, could you kindly direct me to a place for washing up?" After a day of travel, he was overwhelmed by the stench of sweat and, despite the uncertainty of his surroundings, sought some semblance of refreshment. Wang Gui rolled his eyes and replied lazily, "Scholars are such finicky creatures. All I know is where to relieve oneself. Humph, one must adapt to local customs." Wu Jiao nodded with a wry smile, bent down to tidy the bed somewhat, only to notice a pair of eyes fixated on him, clearly watching with intent. Pretending not to notice, he lay down to rest. And in a state of drowsiness, he heard someone at the door calling out, "Mr. Wu, the shopkeeper wishes to see you." Was he supposed to meet the shopkeeper tomorrow? Why the sudden change? Wu Jiao looked at Liao Kai standing at the door, puzzled but refraining from asking further. He slowly exited the room, still uneasy. "My bundle." Wang Gui followed closely behind, unwavering, "With your few belongings. They'd be left on the street without a second glance." Wu Jiao could only shrug and offer an awkward smile to Liao Kai. The latter snorted dismissively, turning away with his hands behind his back. Wu Jiao hurried after him, seizing the opportunity to glance around. The corridor extended for over 10 paces before it curved into a staircase. Ascending the wooden steps with a rhythmic thud, he passed by several rooms illuminated with light. strange noises filtering into his ears, causing his heart to race. As the sounds gradually subsided, the corridor came to an end. Chapter 8. Return to the Wild. Gratitude is extended to the loyal supporters, including the foolish bird and the inebriated poet of the wind and snow song. At the end of the corridor, a distance of over 10 paces away, Liao Kai, who was leading the way, unexpectedly came to a halt. For reasons unknown, he stretched his neck to listen intently before turning back and quietly saying, "The shopkeeper has heard that I've found a young accountant and wishes to meet him. She is currently recuperating in her room. Please wait a moment." Wu Jiao, perplexed, felt a surge of curiosity. What shopkeeper? He mused, as if I have no understanding. Is she not merely an old madam of a brothel? Such arrogance. Liao Kai seemed to harbor some trepidation and silently turned away. Wang Gui, on the other hand, maintained his watch at the stairway, diligently fulfilling his duty. Wu Jiao stood in the corridor, glancing about, and after a moment, he strode towards the only room emanating light at the end. Just as he reached the door, he was startled by the sound of a woman's anguished cries from within. He instinctively recoiled a couple of steps, yet the scream suddenly softened, giving way to the laughter and gasping of a man. Wu Jiao stood in shock for a moment, then realization dawned upon him, causing him to roll his eyes and mutter a curse under his breath. Just then, a voice emerged from within the room. "Who is outside?" "Get lost, sir. Please wait. It might be our newly purchased servant. Then I shall return another day. Truly impressive, sir. No wonder the ladies of Ruifang sing your praises. Ha ha." This is a technique of the celestial beings, possessing not only the marvel of dual cultivation, but also the gift of longevity, a boon for you. You saucy minx. Wu Jiao listened to the commotion inside, shaking his head with a wry smile. His clenched jaw conveyed a sense of barely contained fury. There was indeed a gentleman within, while the one outside had been relegated to the status of a servant. As the laughter faded, the door creaked open, and amidst the flickering candlelight, someone stepped out. Wu Jiao quickly regained his composure and focused his gaze. The individual emerging was a handsome young man, clad in flowing sleeves, exuding an air of nonchalance with a subtle fragrance enveloping him. He stood at the threshold, surveying the surroundings with an expression of disdain, before tossing his head back with a laugh and sauntering away. "Come in." Wu Jiao, still contemplating the departing young man, hesitated at the voice, then slowly moved his feet and stepped into the room, only to be momentarily taken aback. The interior was exquisitely adorned, radiating opulence. In the glow of bright candlelight lay a woman, aged in her 30s or 40s, reclining amidst silk drapes on a brocade couch, her hair disheveled and garments askew, exuding a languor typical of post-revelry. Her eyes sparkled with a playful glimmer as she smiled. "You must be the new Mr. Wu. Your appearance is quite agreeable." Wu Jiao stood at the door, briefly scanning the room before lowering his gaze and cupping his hands in respect. "I have merely studied for a few years. I do not deserve the title of sir." He had always taken pride in his title, yet today it struck him as rather mundane. "Giggle. I simply adore youthful novices. According to Mr. Mushin, the essence of pure yang replenishing yin is truly enchanting." A woman reclines on the couch, her laughter causing her delicate frame to quiver, and then she adds, "If you don't mind, you may call me Sister Peach Blossom. From tomorrow onwards, you shall attend to me closely, allowing me to teach you at my leisure." Mr. Mushin must be the man who has just departed. He is indeed a jovial fellow, well-versed in poetry and song, specializing in the delicate balance of pure yang and yin. How can there be such a stark contrast among gentlemen? Wu Jiao lifts his head, and suddenly, he is enveloped in a vision of allure. The exposed limbs, the intoxicating fragrance, the seductive gaze, and the tantalizing words leave one utterly disoriented. A slight twitch at the corner of his eye brings forth a semblance of a smile. Yet he cannot muster the word "Sister Peach Blossom," and instead, he shyly averts his gaze. The woman on the couch, increasingly pleased with herself, lets out another peal of flirtatious laughter. After a moment, she stretches her voluptuous arms and commands, "I am weary. We shall speak of matters tomorrow." Wu Jiao feels as if he has been granted a reprieve, hastily raises his hand in salute, and turns to exit. After hurriedly taking a few steps, he exhales a long sigh of relief. Once a renowned young master in the capital, Wu Jiao now finds himself in such dire straits. Truly, fate is capricious. The previous feigned politeness was merely a temporary strategy. A servant in a brothel? Do they truly think me an easy target? Even having grown accustomed to the vicissitudes of life and death, I cannot linger in this wretched place for even a moment longer. In the blink of an eye, he reaches the staircase, where Wang Gui stands waiting, his impatient countenance marred by jealousy. Perhaps it is understandable. Gaining the favor of the innkeeper is indeed a coveted delight. Wujio strides forward, but suddenly lifts the hem of his garment and raises a foot to stomp down fiercely. Wang Gui, caught off guard, tumbles headlong, crashing into the wall before collapsing onto the staircase. Wujio leaps out of the stairwell, yet after a few hurried steps, he rushes back. Wang Gui, cradling his head and groaning in pain, still dazed, sees someone returning and hastily attempts to retaliate. Wujio dashes forward, delivering another kick and seizing a key before turning to flee. In mere moments, he finds himself back in the room he had departed from. He grabs his bundle from the couch, exits the room, crosses the courtyard, and heads straight for the storeroom. At this moment, shouts arise in the courtyard. Thief! Someone come quickly. The teacher, the accountant, and the servant have ultimately transformed into a thief. In a single day, this young master has undergone an unimaginable metamorphosis. All thanks to that scoundrel Lao Kai. And that cursed Wang Gui, I truly should have crippled you with a kick. Wujio arrives at the storeroom, unlocks the door, pulls it open, and with a forceful kick, flings it wide, exclaiming, "Hurry, come with me." In the dim light of an oil lamp, Xinger and Jiaoer are nestled together, dozing off, only to be startled awake, standing confusedly. Without further ado, Wujio strides forward, seizing both children and shoving them towards the door. Shadows begin to stir in the courtyard, and the flickering light of torches dances around them. The expression on Wujio's face shifted subtly as he swiftly made his way towards the courtyard gate. However, he abruptly turned back, astonished, and exclaimed, "Xinger, Zaoer." The two young girls had managed to slip free from Wujio's grasp, retreating a few steps. Among them, Xinger shook her head and said, "Thank you for your kindness. Sir, my sister and I have nowhere to go." Wujio, in a state of urgency, responded, "Oh, poor child. If you do not escape this fiery pit soon, your lives will be irreparably ruined." Yet, Xinger remained unmoved, clutching Zaoer tightly, her face a mask of panic as she pleaded, "Even if we must serve as maidens or slaves, it is far better than the hardships we endure at home. Please, do not meddle, lest you bring misfortune upon the innocent." Wujio gazed at the two frail and helpless girls, astonished and speechless. With a long sigh, he muttered to himself, "Very well, I shall consider it my folly." Just then, several figures rushed over, brandishing torches and shouting wildly. Among them, Wang Gui wielded a wooden stick, wiping the blood from his nose while cursing in a fit of rage. Wujio no longer wished to concern himself with the fate of the children, but could not help but curse his own misfortune. If he were to be captured, it would be miraculous if he were not beaten to death. Alas, since I have become a thief, I shall abandon all pretense and revel in the chaos. Wujio did not seize the opportunity to flee, but instead dashed back into the storeroom, grabbing several ceramic oil jars from the corner and smashing them to the ground. He then snatched an oil lamp and carelessly tossed it aside, igniting a blaze in an instant. Seizing the moment, he leaped from the building and ran with all his might. Wang Gui charged forward, preparing to swing his stick to intercept, but halted upon seeing the fire erupting from the storeroom. Wujio, quick to seize the opportunity, delivered a swift kick, catching Wang Gui off guard. With a pained howl, Wang Gui fell to the ground, startling the approaching guards. Wujio seized the moment to break through the encirclement, racing toward the courtyard gate, only to find himself confronted by the scowling Lao Kai, the steward, who incredulously shouted, "Mr. Wu, how dare you commit arson and violence?" Arson and violence? If you dare to force the innocent into prostitution and slavery, burning down your precious Rui Fong would hardly quell my rage. Wujio drew a short sword from his bundle without hesitation, swinging it in a wide arc with a sharp crack as the scabbard struck Liao Kai's face. Liao Kai's head jerked back, blood spewing from his mouth, and it seemed a couple of teeth flew out as he staggered backward with a wretched cry. The guards at the gate stood frozen in shock, momentarily unable to act. Seizing the opportunity, Wujio darted outside the courtyard, glancing around in uncertainty. To his left lay the direction he had come from, while to his right led toward the banks of the Yishui River. He could not retrace his steps. He must escape by boat. Weighing his options, Wujio sprinted down the street. At that moment, thick smoke billowed from the storeroom, flames dancing wildly. Thankfully, the building stood alone, preventing the fire from spreading to the surroundings. However, the entire Rui Fong was in disarray, with people running, crying, and even a few attempting to jump from the second floor in panic. A woman, scantily clad, leaned against the railing on the second floor, her eyes wide with shock, as a guard nearby urgently reported the chaos. In an instant, she grasped the situation and was instantly consumed by rage. She turned back to the room, seized the documents on the table, and shouted fiercely, "I possess the contract. Why should I fear his escape?" Yet, before her outburst could subside, she seemed to sense something amiss. Quickly, she leaned closer to the candlelight to scrutinize the papers and could not help but slam the table, cursing. "There isn't a single good man among them. Dispatch someone to capture him. I shall not spare him." At the signature section of the document, hastily inscribed were the words, "No such person." The streets of Tiniu town were not lengthy, measuring perhaps over 2 miles. Departing from Rui Fong, a turn brought one to the banks of the Yishui River. The river, wide over 100 paces, flowed southward, shimmering under the gentle moonlight, its currents soothing and tranquil. Wujio raced to the riverbank, only to halt abruptly. It must have been past the hour of Su as the night deepened. Several small boats lay anchored in the darkness, seemingly asleep, utterly still. Clearly, no one would be navigating the waters at this late hour. To cross the river was not an option. Catch the thief. With the shouts, a throng of figures emerged on the street, brandishing torches and wielding clubs. The gang from Rui Fong had given chase. A wise man does not fall prey to immediate misfortune. Thus, Wujio continued to run, not daring to linger. He sprinted along the riverbank. Given the circumstances, he could only flee into the depths of the mountains. Yet, having run a short distance, he could not resist glancing back. At that moment, a lantern on a moored boat flickered to life, slowly departing from the shore. Someone was setting sail at night? What a fortunate coincidence. As if the heavens had not forsaken him, Wujio stuffed his short sword into his pack, turned, and called out, "Boatman, wait, take me with you." The small boat did not stop, instead swaying gently as it drifted towards the middle of the river. The lantern at the bow swayed in tandem, glimmering brilliantly in the night. Wujio had run too swiftly. Unable to halt, he stumbled into the river with a splash. "The thief is here. Capture him." The shouts grew ever closer, the light from the torches illuminating the riverbank. In the water, Wujio was seized by panic. But he noticed the small boat was not far away. Taking a deep breath, he plunged forward, using both hands and feet to propel himself, kicking and splashing. He managed to approach the vessel. With a final effort, he grasped the side of the boat, tossed his pack aboard, and, drenched, finally climbed onto the deck. The crew from Rui Fong was relentless, wading through the water in pursuit. However, the boat drifted further away, the river deepening. The shouts of the pursuers echoed through the night. Wujio remained sprawled on the stern of the boat, panting and disheveled, yet wearing a smile, secretly relishing his fortune. The gang had been too late to reach him by boat. Tonight, he had narrowly escaped calamity. At that moment, someone on the boat chuckled, "Should I address you as servant or accountant?" Chapter 9. Kindred Spirits Gratitude is extended to book friends 259-9126, AA 790270929, and 981 Nanhai for their generous support and votes. The new book has made the list. I kindly request everyone to click and support with votes. As night enveloped the surroundings, a small boat drifted downstream. Just as Wujio began to relax, an unexpected tension gripped his heart. Moments later, he pulled himself up, dripping wet. The boat, measuring merely a couple of zhang in length, bore a section of canopy. At the bow hung a white paper lantern, where a figure stood with hands clasped behind his back. In the dim light of the lantern, the young man's appearance and flowing robe unmistakably resembled Mr. Mushan, whom Wujio had encountered at Rui Fong. Strangely, aside from the two of them, there was no one else aboard. It was truly hard to believe how he had ended up on such a vessel, and to ponder where this person was heading at such an hour. However, Wujio was certainly no servant, nor was he a mere accountant. Given the circumstances, there was no turning back into the water. Stunned for a moment, Wujio forced a smile and cupped his hands in greeting, saying, "I am Wujio, a scholar traveling abroad. By a twist of fate, I fell into this predicament and was compelled to flee from Rui Fong." He paused, feeling somewhat awkward, and added, "I apologize for the disturbance. I hope Mr. Mushan can excuse me, haha." "Oh, I see." Mushan nodded in understanding, yet did not press the matter further. He turned and took a seat, calling out, "It is better to meet by chance than to seek an invitation. Let us share this journey, for it is fate. Without brothers, please, let us converse at the bow." Wujio hesitated briefly, then replied in the affirmative. He reached out to wring the water from his robe, lifted his bundle, and bent to pass through the boat's canopy. The small boat, devoid of a helmsman, drifted steadily. Curiously, it lacked both oars and paddles. Upon reaching the bow, Wujio sat down and felt the refreshing breeze brush against his face. He placed his bundle beside him, loosened the collar of his robe, rolled up his sleeves, and feigned calmness, saying, "Navigating under the starry night, there is an exquisite charm to it, ha ha." After all, being on a boat meant relying on another's hospitality. It was prudent to exchange a few pleasantries to foster camaraderie. Yet, the bright moon hung high, casting its silvery glow, while the stars were scarcely visible. Wujio chuckled awkwardly, raised his gaze towards his companion, and suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. The boatman remained seated, turning slightly to look at him, revealing a face as pale as death, devoid of color. Moreover, his brow seemed to carry a subtle, ethereal quality, adding a touch of the uncanny to his demeanor. The ambiguous expression in his eyes, coupled with a faint smile, sent a wave of unease through Wujio, leaving him at a loss, with no means of escape in such close quarters. Haha. Wujio lowered his head and chuckled nervously before pretending to look elsewhere. Mr. Mushin, where are we headed? The river sparkled under the moonlight, and the drifting boat remained calm and serene. The banks of the Ishui River were shrouded in darkness, while distant hoots of night owls echoed, adding an air of inexplicable mystery to the night. Mushin replied nonchalantly, to the south. Of course, Wujio knew well that the Ishui River flowed southward. Wujiao, concerned that he had not articulated his thoughts clearly, inquired further. I am still unaware of where the gentleman is to dock. Before he could finish his sentence, a voice resonated. At dawn we shall arrive, and then all will be revealed. Indeed, how succinct. This so-called gentleman, who had been jovial and engaging at Ryufeng, now appeared rather reserved. Wujiao turned back, eager to ask more questions, only to find that his interlocutor had closed his eyes slightly, seemingly unwilling to engage. Feeling somewhat disheartened, he quietly smirked, leaned against the cabin, stretched his legs, and settled into a contemplative silence. The distance to Lingxiao Mountain was considerable. It seemed that he could only take one step at a time. As for whether he could free himself from the attachments of certain individuals, who could say? Fortunately, there was the presence of the fairy Xian, who guided him like the luminous moon. Alas, he lamented for the two girls, Xing'er and Zaoer. Wujiao's eyelids grew heavy, and he succumbed to drowsiness. After several days of travel, compounded by the anxieties of the night, he found himself both weary and fatigued. Unbeknownst to him, a gust of wind suddenly arose, causing the boat to sway as if one were floating among the clouds. Wujio opened his eyes, slightly startled. The bright moon had vanished, and a thick mist rolled in. The small boat continued its course, swift as an arrow released from a bowstring. The river's surface was no longer visible. Only the relentless howl of the wind wrapped in swirling fog. Wujiao sat up, momentarily stunned. The white lantern at the bow flickered gently, while Mr. Mushin remained motionless, though he now held a familiar short sword, inspecting it with curiosity. Wujiao then realized the emptiness beside him, hastily retrieving his bundle, expressing his dissatisfaction. Mr. Mushin, please refrain from touching what is not yours. Mushin chuckled softly, replying, this sword resembles a talisman, yet appears as an ordinary object. Perhaps its significance eludes him. With a casual glance, he tossed the short sword aside and continued, Brother Wujiao, could it be that you are a cultivator? Wujiao accepted the short sword, intending to return it to his bundle, but feeling uneasy, he instead tucked it into his bosom, somewhat astonished. A cultivator? Aside from gentlemen, servants, and thieves, he had not expected to acquire yet another identity. With a shift in thought, he responded, Ah, indeed. Mushin's interest piqued, his eyes gleaming with curiosity as he asked, What is your realm, brother? What powers do you possess, and which path do you favor? The short sword, merely a foot in length, fit comfortably beneath his arm. This was a lesson learned, ensuring that the man beside him would not act impulsively again. Mushin's inquiries bore a weight of knowledge, suggesting he was well versed in the subject. Wujiao felt a twinge of insecurity and stammered, This spring, I have only just begun to explore, and am yet to truly enter the path. I am eager to seek immortality and wisdom, fearing exposure. He dared not elaborate, instead posing a question, Mr. Mushin, you must be a person of great renown within these realms? Mushin nodded sagely, then smiled, seemingly at ease, and remarked, I have merely glimpsed the threshold. It is hardly worth mentioning. It appears, however, that you possess a sincere desire for the path of immortality, yet lack the fortune to enter its gates. However, you and I can be considered kindred spirits. Wujiao humbly waved his hand, saying, Oh, I dare not claim such a title. At that moment, a faint thud echoed, as if the small boat had collided with something, causing it to shake violently. Unprepared, Wujiao nearly fell overboard, quickly bracing himself against the deck and, in his panic, looking up. They were at a secluded shoal, surrounded by dense foliage. In the dim morning light, a gentle mist drifted with the wind. It was dawn, and the small boat had come ashore. He had merely dozed off for a moment, and now found himself in an unfamiliar place. Grasping his bundle, Wu Jiao stood up in astonishment, exclaiming, "Mr. Mu, where is this place?" Mu Shen did not rush to answer but instead waved his long sleeves. In an instant, a radiant light flashed across the small boat. He then raised his hand and seemingly plucked a beast hide from thin air, gracefully stepping off the boat while smiling. "There is no need for formalities. You may simply address me as fellow cultivator. This place is known as the Valley of 10,000 Souls." At that moment, the white paper lantern behind him extinguished. Wu Jiao stood at the bow of the boat, his thoughts racing. The term fellow cultivator was quite agreeable. Certainly more pleasant than the title of Mr. As for the Valley of 10,000 Souls, he had never heard of it before. Regarding the so-called Great Marsh, he recalled that it had been marked on a map gifted by Qi Sanren, located 200 to 300 miles south of Fenghua Valley. It was truly astonishing that such a small boat had traversed hundreds of miles along the Yishui River overnight. Indeed, he had encountered a master of cultivation. The beast hide was no stranger to him. It was a talismanic technique employed by cultivators, applied to the small boat, enabling it to fly through the night with extraordinary grace. Unbeknownst to him, he had unwittingly arrived here, and if the other harbored ill intentions, he might regret it too late. "Fellow cultivator, why not come ashore?" Mu Shen had not departed but stood by the shore, turning to wait. Noticing Wu Jiao's hesitation, he kindly added, "If you wish to continue your journey alone, that is entirely up to you. However, there are few signs of life within 100 miles, so it is better to travel together." The small boat lacked oars or paddles, rendering it impossible to steer. If he did not disembark, what could he do? Wu Jiao hesitantly stepped off the boat, glancing around and asking, "This place is desolate and uninhabited. I am still unaware of your intentions." He chuckled, "Ah, I should address you as fellow cultivator. What do you desire?" Mu Shen smiled knowingly, as if anticipating this question. He turned and walked ahead, saying, "Since we are kindred spirits, there is no need for concealment. I am bound for Lingxiao Mountain, and must find a way to earn travel expenses." "Lingxiao Mountain?" Wu Jiao exclaimed, unable to believe his ears that someone was indeed heading to Lingxiao Mountain. His spirits lifted immediately, and he could not help but follow. Listening as Mu Shen continued, "Lingxiao Mountain is a place long sought after by many. Alas, the journey is arduous, with the great marsh and desolation blocking the way. Unless one utilizes a teleportation array, it is exceedingly difficult to traverse such natural barriers. However, using the teleportation array incurs significant costs. Thus, I must travel between several towns within 1,000 miles, striving to earn gold and silver. You might wonder why I must mingle with brothels and courtesans." At this point, Mu Shen glanced back. Wu Jiao quickly offered a smile, feigning humility while pondering deeply within. "Who cares how you indulge? I am merely curious about the teleportation array. What exactly is it, and does it relate to the journey to Lingxiao Mountain?" Mu Shen continued, "As is widely known, brothels are renowned for their opulence and debauchery. Fortunately, I am well versed in the dual cultivation technique, allowing me to indulge while also earning gold and silver. Truly a win-win situation. Why not partake?" "What is this dual cultivation technique?" "It sounds impressive, but is merely the way of coupling between men and women. This practice is quite popular among the nobility in the capital, yet few have attained enlightenment through it." Wu Jiao remained silent, following quietly. As Mu Shen spoke, he suddenly paused and inquired, "Now that I am fully prepared, I am ready to embark on my journey. Would you, my friend, care to join me for mutual support?" "I would be more than willing." Regardless of Mu Shen's character, his words echoed those of Qi Sanren, emphasizing the perils of the journey to Lingxiao Mountain. "Since someone is willing to guide me, how could I possibly miss this splendid opportunity?" Wu Jiao nodded repeatedly, raising his hand with a smile. "Since you have so graciously extended the invitation, it would be rude not to accept." Mu Shen chuckled lightly, raising his hand to indicate, "Let us go to my cave to retrieve gold and silver, and we can set off immediately." With that, he flicked his sleeve and strode forward. The valley grew ever deeper, ancient trees flourishing, blocking out the sun. After a stick of incense had burned, they seemed to arrive at the valley's end. Ahead, on the shadowy hillside, a cave entrance loomed, about a foot high. Mu Shen walked directly toward the entrance, calling out, "Welcome, esteemed guest, your presence graces this humble abode." Wu Jiao followed, keenly observing his surroundings. The valley was exceptionally quiet. Not even a single bird or beast in sight. Despite the season typically being humid and sweltering, a refreshing chill wafted from all directions, especially near the cave entrance. The inexplicable coldness intensified. "My friend, please come this way." Wu Jiao felt a surge of anxiety but, upon hearing the invitation, parted the tall wild grass and climbed the hillside, finally arriving at the cave entrance. He saw Mu Shun waiting with a smile, and suddenly felt a shiver run through him. Attempting to appear composed, he remarked, "Such a winding path leading to seclusion must surely harbor a paradise. You truly are a reclusive master of the worldly pleasures, haha." Though he spoke thus, he inwardly scoffed. Is such insincerity not shameless? And to seek assistance, one must first humble oneself. I am but a mere mortal. How could I escape the ordinary? However, the wild grass grew rampant here, lacking any semblance of a celestial abode. Moreover, the cave was dark and frigid. Just as Wu Jiu stepped into the cave, he yet discerned his surroundings when he suddenly felt a tightening around his body. And then his feet left the ground, propelling him forward until he fell with a thud, followed by a muffled sound from behind. Chapter 10. What does it mean? I express my gratitude to those who have supported me, including the likes of Kilvkin by Hua, saying Wujia, and Yu Xiu Yang for their encouragement and contributions. I also thank everyone for their collections, clicks, and votes. Watching the rankings of my new book plummet feels like a stab to the heart. I have been deceived. Wu Jiu, with a face full of dirt, fell hard, and before he could comprehend his surroundings, he already understood his predicament. Was there any need for further contemplation? He had undoubtedly been misled. That Mu Shun, despite his benign appearance, was not a good person at heart. He had lured me into this desolate wilderness, undoubtedly intending to rob and kill. Who could blame me for boarding this pirate ship? This is what they call a single misstep resulting in eternal regret. However, it seemed that this place contained layers upon layers. The noise from earlier must have been caused by the closing of a stone door. He should have struck decisively. Why did he take unnecessary actions? Wu Jiu lay on the ground, gazing upward. Surrounding him was an impenetrable darkness, obscuring all visibility. A chilling and eerie aura enveloped him, mingled with a faint, nauseating stench. Wu Jiu reached out to grasp the fallen bundle, hoping to find the fire starter to illuminate his surroundings. Amidst the rustling, he felt a touch. He hurriedly pulled it closer, bewildered as he began to explore with his hands. What he grasped was withered and cold. What could it be? At that moment, a faint sound of wind surged forth, momentarily tearing through the darkness, followed by a flicker of firelight. Still in shock, Wu Jiu suddenly realized that he was holding onto a person. No, upon closer inspection by the light, it was a withered corpse. Wu Jiu's face paled in terror, and he scrambled backward. But in an instant, he froze in place. Good heavens! All around him lay corpses in disarray. What in the world was this place? The firelight emanated from a ceramic bowl, and near it was a stone coffin. This meant that the flickering light was a lantern for the dead. In the cold, dim glow, a cavern of considerable size revealed itself before him. Coupled with the surrounding corpses, it was unmistakably a burial site. Wu Jiu blinked in disbelief, hastily wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Yet, before he could recover from his shock, he was once again rendered speechless. Boom! A muffled sound resonated from the stone coffin, and the coffin lid began to shift slowly. Moments later, a figure emerged from within, hair disheveled and features obscured, arms outstretched, fingers curling as it floated upward, emitting a bizarre laugh. This was terrifying. It was either a corpse transformation or an evil spirit. Wu Jiu could not afford to ponder much. He leaped up and turned to flee, but in his panic, he ran headlong into the stone door with a resounding thud, collapsing to the ground. Stars dancing before his eyes. The laughter drew closer. Kikik, my disciple is very filial. Another offering of fresh blood has arrived. That cursed Mu Shun had actually chosen to apprentice under a man-eating specter. And what did fresh blood mean? Could it be that the corpse on the ground was to be my ultimate fate? Desperate, Wu Jiu pounded on the stone door, but it remained unyielding. Aside from the stone door, there was no escape within the sealed cavern. In despair, he turned to look back, and the foul-smelling shadow lunged toward him in an instant. It was the end. He was about to perish. In a bewildering turn of events, one met an untimely demise, truly a pitiful fate. As the imminent threat loomed, Wu Jiu, despite the encroaching darkness of death, found a surge of courage and sprang into action. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he hastily retrieved a piece of beast hide from his bosom and slapped it against himself. This was a treasured gift from Chi Sanren, purportedly a talisman for escape. Or perhaps a sword symbol. Regardless, it was expected to hold some utility. Yet, to his dismay, there was no response. With little time to ponder, he swiftly produced another piece of beast hide and struck it fiercely against himself. However, it fell as flat as a leaf, mirroring his previous attempt. Chi Sanren, are you intentionally leading me to ruin? What sort of worthless talisman is this, devoid of any efficacy? At that moment, a dark figure loomed before him. Wu Jiu, in a state of sheer terror, attempted to evade, but as he moved, a strange paralysis seized him, rendering him utterly immobile, as if possessed. His eyes widened in disbelief, and a weary sigh escaped his lips. Alas, despite his utmost caution, he could not escape his fate. How lamentable it was to perish in this desolate wilderness, where not only could he not avenge his family, but even the immortal Xian would remain unaware of his plight. The sinister hand of death had reached his chest, its long, sharp nails glinting with a chilling light. In the blink of an eye, someone was destined to fall lifeless. Yet, in that instant, an unexpected transformation occurred. With a resounding crack, his garments tore apart. Instead of his chest being ripped asunder, a surge of black light erupted forth, violently repelling the grasping hand along with the shadowy figure. Mist swirled chaotically, accompanied by anguished cries, as shadows darted to and fro, unable to escape, ensnaring the entire cavern in a tumultuous vortex, the fierce winds suffocating him. After a brief moment, another ear-piercing wail echoed, followed by a heavy thud as a figure collapsed to the ground. As the mist receded, a short sword trembled and fell. Wu Jie remained agape, utterly astonished. Even as he felt his body regain mobility, disbelief held him captive in place. He had expected imminent death, yet, against all odds, fortune had smiled upon him in a moment of peril. To think that the one to save him was the short sword left behind by his father. What was merely a broken sword that bore such extraordinary power? Reflecting on this, he realized that the relentless pursuers were not merely intent on eradicating him. There must be deeper motivations at play. The ever-burning lamp before the stone coffin still flickered, its light wavering slightly. The surroundings fell into a heavy silence, the oppressive chill lingering in the air. Despite the chaos that had unfolded within the cavern, it felt as though it existed in a realm apart from the world outside. Wu Jie cast a glance at the sealed stone door behind him, then lowered his gaze to the tattered fabric of his chest, still reeling from the encounter. After a moment's hesitation, he cautiously took a few steps forward, bent down, and retrieved the short sword from the ground, scrutinizing it intently. The sheathed sword appeared unchanged, though the rust seemed to have diminished by a third. Beyond that, its significance remained elusive. In a corner, a mere 2 paces away, lay the ghastly creature, now stripped of its former terrifying visage, reduced to a hunched, desiccated form, as if all vitality had been drained from it, resembling the nearby desiccated corpses. Yet, its exposed face and arms emanated in eerie darkness, cloaked in a layer of black hair. With lingering trepidation subsiding, he exhaled softly. The previous events were now vividly clear. He had not anticipated that his short sword possessed the ability to ward off malevolent spirits. If this were indeed the case, could it be that he harbored a hidden treasure unbeknownst to him? And what of the 2 peculiar corpses encountered days prior? Were they perhaps related? Lost in contemplation, he tightened his grip on the short sword, silently expressing his gratitude for this stroke of fortune. A true gem, capable of both repelling evil and safeguarding its bearer. Fortuitously, he had concealed it against his chest, thus inadvertently saving his own life. Yet, questions remained. What was the origin of that malevolent entity? And why had it concealed itself within a coffin, even taking on an apprentice that appeared formidable? Although puzzled, he refrained from delving into these mysteries for the moment. Instead, he sheathed the short sword and turned to search for something, soon retrieving a bundle from the lifeless corpse with a grimace of disgust. Moments later, he bent down to grasp the 2 harmful beast skin talismans. These would serve as evidence for future reckoning with Qi Sanren. Meanwhile, the stone door remained immovable. Perhaps that wooden figure was reveling in his misfortune. The dozen or so corpses strewn about were likely the blood offerings it had lured. Humph. He would not let it escape unscathed. However, how could mere fists and feet contend with a sorcerer? He needed to ascertain if an escape route existed. Survival was paramount. Gradually regaining his composure, he approached the corpse, ensuring that the malevolent spirit would not suddenly attack again before he truly breathed a sigh of relief. Steeling himself, he tiptoed towards the stone coffin, craning his neck to peer inside. Yet, before he could fully discern the contents, he instinctively covered his nose and turned away, retching. The stench emanating from the coffin was unbearable. After a brief moment, he steadied himself, holding his nose, and turned back to lift the lantern. Continuing to scrutinize the interior of the stone coffin, it lay flat on the ground, towering over him, crafted from black stone. Measuring over 10 feet in length and 3 feet in width, half covered by a lid more than 3 inches thick. The entire coffin exuded an eerie aura, unnerving to be near. Only with the lantern's light did he notice several items scattered at the coffin's bottom. Clearly, these relics must have belonged to the malevolent spirit, indicating that the possessions of the deceased were ominous. He considered abandoning his inquiry, yet curiosity stirred within him. The spirit had dwelled in this cavern, surviving on the blood of the living while taking on an apprentice. There must be some significance to its existence. The items left behind could also possess unusual properties. Taking a deep breath, he leaned into the stone coffin. Moments later, he abruptly withdrew, crouching down to place the lantern on the ground. With a sense of caution, he flared his robe sleeves, shaking them repeatedly. Several items fell from his sleeves, the very relics from within the coffin. 5 thumb-sized stones, reminiscent of jade yet resembling glass, exhibited sharp edges and vibrant colors that shimmered brilliantly. A white jade shard, about the thickness of a finger and over 3 inches long, bore signs of age. And a yellowed piece of animal skin, measuring over a foot square, appeared to be inscribed with numerous characters. Hesitating slightly, he unfurled the animal skin and leaned forward to examine it closely. The characters were small, 300 to 400 in total, somewhat blurred but still legible. Particularly striking were the 4 characters at the beginning. Heavenly Punishment Talisman Scripture. A scripture? The malevolent spirits devouring humans is one thing. But must they also chant scriptures for their salvation? Bang Wujiao, still puzzled by the beast hide, suddenly heard a commotion. Without a moment's hesitation, he hastily grabbed the items on the ground and tucked them into his robe's sleeves. As the stone door creaked open, 3 figures hurriedly entered. The leading young man and woman appeared as if they were newcomers. Upon witnessing the corpses strewn about and someone squatting by the oil lamp, they halted in astonishment. The person behind them held a torch aloft and curiously turned back, inquiring, "Mu, why not join us inside?" The solitary man lingering outside was none other than Mu Shan. He gestured with his hands, seemingly about to make a move, but paused momentarily. Then, with an imperceptible flick of his sleeve, he stepped inside. His face alight with surprise as he asked, "Wujiao, is there a grave matter?" Wuji regarded the sudden appearance of the 3 unfamiliar figures, then glanced at Mu Shan. What does this mean? Have they harmed someone and yet refused to acknowledge it? And who might these 3 young individuals be? Chapter 11. Who is the master? Gratitude is extended to Cao Yuhechuan for their unwavering support and encouragement. I appreciate everyone's readership, collections, and votes. Within the cave, torches flickered brightly. Wu Jiao stood still, silently observing Mu Shan and the 3 strangers. In such a cramped space, not only lay a dozen corpses, but also a few living souls, leaving no possibility for escape. Given the circumstances, it was best to remain a passive observer. Mu Shan seemed preoccupied, gesturing to the sides as he spoke. "This is my companion, Wu Jiao, who has joined me to collect gold and silver." Little did he know that upon entering the cave, a sudden gust of dark wind would arise. Just as I was about to search for him, he had vanished without a trace. He wore a bittersweet smile, expressing a sense of relief. As is widely known, the Valley of 10,000 Souls is notoriously enigmatic. While my brother's quiet meditation here serves as a mere facade to conceal treasures, it is of little use against the myriad of peculiarities encountered. Observe, he raised his hand to indicate. Continuing, "I must forewarn you, there may be tombs and treasures behind the stone door." As Mu Shan spoke, his gaze wandered. Upon noticing the half-opened sarcophagus and the dried corpse within, his expression shifted slightly. He hurried a few steps forward, bent down to inspect, and craned his neck to peer inside the coffin. His chest heaved momentarily before he regained his composure, turning his attention to Wu Jiao's tattered garments. And with an inscrutable expression, he continued, "These are my 3 friends, Gu Li, Tao Zi, and Hong Nu. I encourage you to become acquainted." Gu Li was the robust man holding the torch, with a square face and a slightly dark complexion, clad in sturdy attire, a short sword sheathed at his back. The one who had led the charge into the cave was named Tao Zi, dressed in a thin silk long robe, fair-skinned, and slightly gaunt, with spirited eyes. Hong Nu, the only woman present, wore a simple yet elegant blue skirt, eschewing red attire. All 3 appeared to be in their 20s, carrying travel bags, and introduced themselves in turn. At this moment, Wu Jiao finally felt a measure of relief. At least, it seemed. There was no immediate threat to their lives. From the web of lies woven by Mu Shan, it was not difficult to infer that he and the 3 were not entirely harmonious. "It is a great honor to unexpectedly meet my 3 fellow practitioners. As the saying goes, those who attain mastery are worthy of being teachers. I hope for your guidance in the future indeed." It is mutual. Wu Jiao observed that the unassuming cultivator was rather scholarly in demeanor. "We are all friends in this world. There is no need for formality among brothers. I am not yet aware of how you came to be here, and even Mu Shan is at a loss. I too find myself bewildered." As the 2 exchanged pleasantries, Gu Li inquired about the circumstances within the cave. Wu Jiao appeared genuinely confused, refraining from mentioning his experiences. The others did not press further, with one stating, Mushin summoned the three of us here under the pretense of retrieving treasures, claiming there might be a hidden hoard behind the stone door. Indeed, it seems we have encountered something extraordinary, yet he failed to mention you, which is quite remiss. Mushin smiled apologetically from the side, his eyes flickering. Wu Jiao, however, maintained a calm demeanor, appearing as if nothing were amiss. As Guli spoke halfway, he suddenly gasped in surprise, and then raised the torch, taking a few steps forward to fixate on the withered corpse in the corner of the cave, exclaiming, "No wonder this place is suffused with an oppressive aura. It turns out to be the lair of a jiasha." He gestured with his hand, expressing a sense of relief as he continued, "It is truly unbelievable that this jiangsha is dead." Taozi and Hongnu were equally astonished and hurried closer to observe. "Allow me to inform you, Brother Gu, that my arrival here has indeed been marked by such circumstances." Wu Jiu seized the moment to step aside, declaring his innocence, and casually shrugged at Mushin with an air of candor and composure. Mushin's expression remained unchanged, though his gaze appeared somewhat darker. Unfazed, he turned to peer curiously around. "What manner of being is this Jiangsha?" Taozi inquired, puzzled. "If it is indeed a Jiangsha, how can there be talk of life and death?" Hongnu chimed in, "Indeed. We look to Brother Gu, who possesses the highest cultivation and is most knowledgeable, to enlighten us." Guli shook his head repeatedly, stating, "A Jiangsha is a type of zombie. Those who undergo transformation are known as Bai Jiang, and when their bodies become covered in black hair, they transform into He Jiang, capable of blood-sucking and qi cultivation, akin to the prowess of a wandering cultivator. Once the black hair sheds, they resemble foundational practitioners. Further cultivation enables them to leap as though flying, hence the term Fei Shi or Fei Jiang. Should a zombie succumb to demonic transformation, it becomes a Ba, capable of innumerable mutations and possessing astonishing powers. Ultimately, should they become a king of demons, they would dare to contest with celestial beings." He gasped in astonishment once more, then continued, "The Jiasha here possesses the cultivation of a foundational practitioner. Or perhaps it encountered a natural enemy and had its essence and soul drained. Otherwise, we would have been the ones to perish." Taozi and Hongnu, grasping the situation belatedly, could not help but change their expressions in fright. Guli then looked towards the ever-burning lamp on the ground, continuing, "If I am not mistaken, the bluish flame exudes an aura of malevolence, clearly derived from the essence of a living being. Once ignited, it is exceedingly difficult to extinguish, presenting a perilous risk of soul-snatching." He turned to leave, urging, "We cannot linger here." Taozi and Hongnu dared not tarry, hastily making their way to the stone door. Wu Jiao was startled as well, and was about to move when he found someone blocking his path, causing him to clutch his bundle tightly and adopt a wary demeanor. Mushin stood before the stone door, not seizing the opportunity to create trouble, but instead casting a cold smile and leisurely stepping outside. Wu Jiao rolled his eyes, sighed in relief, and hurried out through the stone door. Upon finally returning to the cave from whence he came, he surveyed the surroundings. The cave, though clean and dust-free, lacked beds or resting places, hardly resembling a sanctuary for quiet contemplation. However, it housed 4 or 5 wooden chests, all wide open and filled to the brim with gold and silver. Guli remarked, "Brother Mushin, it is imperative that we hasten to Tianshui town." Mushin complied, saying, "My powers are limited. I implore you to join me in retrieving the gold and silver." As he spoke, he waved his hand, causing 2 nearby wooden chests to vanish from sight. Guli followed suit, and the remaining 3 large chests disappeared in an instant. Mushin praised, "Brother Gu's skill is truly extraordinary. I humbly bow to your prowess." Guli waved his hand modestly, replying, "It is but a trivial technique, hardly worth mentioning. The true masters of old are remarkable. As it is said, they can contain the universe and sun and moon within the folds of their sleeves." His heart filled with curiosity, he turned and inquired, "Forgive my ignorance, but how does one attain the cultivation of a brother? Though I, as a humble disciple, am eager in my pursuit of the Tao, I have yet to step through the threshold." Wu Jiao, momentarily dazzled, responded with a casual remark. The concept of the universe in the sleeve was indeed a profound and practical technique that opened one's eyes to new possibilities. Yet, why did those few individuals feel the need to carry their burdens? Such an act seemed unnecessary. Regardless, the path of immortality was undeniably filled with intrigue. Ancient Li's face suddenly displayed a hint of disdain as he complained, "Brother Mu, why do you invite mere mortals to accompany us?" At that moment, a peculiar glimmer appeared in the eyes of Taozi and Hongnu. Wu Jiao, unexpectedly facing disdain, felt a twinge of awkwardness but brushed it off. What of mortals? Who among us is not born with the seed of an immortal? It appeared that he must indeed devise a means to cultivate further, so as to soar alongside the Xian fairy in harmonious union. His wandering existence might bear its own burdens. Yet the sudden emergence of his yearning for immortality was remarkably straightforward. Mushin turned back to the stone gate, casually tossing out a beast-skin talisman. In the blink of an eye, the cave was ablaze with light. He then closed the stone door with a sigh, turning to leave the cave while casting a knowing glance at Wu Jiao, implying, perhaps there are depths yet to be revealed, my friend. Ancient Li chose not to elaborate further and followed Taozi and Hong Nu out of the cave. Wu Jiao paid no heed to the shifting dynamics among the three, instead lost in his own contemplations. Facing numerous transformations, the dangers were indeed unpredictable. Now, as he was to travel alongside several cultivators, he could not help but pay attention to the Tao of Immortality. He recalled the talisman Mushin had cast, which bore a resemblance to the beast skin, albeit slightly different from that of Xian and Yezi. During the casting, he had deftly manipulated it with his fingers. Could it be that the use of talismans held deeper significance? Alas, there was no one to inquire from, lest he reveal his ignorance. That individual, though seemingly duplicitous, was also remarkably cunning. As the saying goes, the barking dog seldom bites. In a trice, the quintet arrived in the valley. From the straightforward Ancient Li, Wu Jiu learned that he, along with Taozi and Hong Nu, intended to journey to Lingxiao Mountain. To reach Lingxiao Mountain, they would inevitably need to pass through Tianshui Town. Tianshui Town lay 300 miles ahead, home to the illustrious Su family, from whom an immortal had once emerged, possessing a teleportation array. However, employing it would cost a fortune. Many aspiring individuals longed to reach the sacred mountains, yet their meager finances held them back. Fortunately, Mushin had amassed sufficient wealth and had invited Ancient Li and the others to travel with him. Now, with all preparations in place, they would soon embark on their journey by boat. Ancient Li led the way out of the valley, followed closely by Taozi and Hong Nu, while Mushin and Wu Jiu lagged a few paces behind, the five of them proceeding along the narrow path. Unbeknownst to them, a mist began to drift through the valley's air. Soon, the humidity thickened, and raindrops began to fall. Wu Jiao had left his umbrella at Rui Square, forcing him to navigate through the drizzling mist. The three ahead each faced different circumstances. Ancient Li and Mu Shun were enveloped by an invisible barrier about 3 inches thick, causing the rain and mist to slide away before reaching them. Taozi and Hong Nu, though somewhat less protected, remained relatively dry. Cultivators fear not the rain. Wu Jiao wiped the rain from his face, feeling somewhat disheveled, yet his understanding of the path of immortality grew a touch deeper. At this moment, a familiar voice echoed in his ears. You killed my master? A few paces away stood Mu Shun, still scanning the surroundings, yet he remained silent. It seemed he was reluctant to disturb Guli and the others. How then did he manage to speak? Wu Jiao scrutinized Mushin's silhouette, a sense of curiosity simmering within him. The voice emerged once more. Could it be that you are a senior of the Foundation establishment stage? Why do you toy with me? If I have been presumptuous, I beg your forgiveness. Humph, it appears I have also become an enigmatic figure. No wonder that person spun such convoluted tales. It seems he harbored some trepidation. Wu Jiao felt a slight easing in his heart, his gaze flickering as he responded, as a mere mortal, I find a certain freedom. In truth, there is nothing in this world. It is the foolish who trouble themselves. Mu Shun glanced back, a mix of confusion and suspicion clouding his features. It seemed he believed the other was mocking his feigned ignorance. After a moment of silence, he shifted to a pleading tone and said, Please return my master's relics. There will be ample rewards afterward. Wu Jiao grinned. Haha. I am yet to learn the identity of your master. Have I even encountered them? Mu Shun faltered slightly, his expression tinged with anger. Chapter 12. This path is long and winding. Gratitude is extended to the esteemed readers, Gu Su Shi, Yuhua Ruochun, Lao Ji, and Zagua Mai Tai, for their support and votes. The Baidu Tieba ID is interchangeable with the website. The new book requires clicks, collections, and votes for support. As evening descended, a small boat approached the shore. The so-called Tianshui town was remarkably secluded. Following the tributary of the Yishui River, the boat arrived at a small river inlet. Nestled among the lush, verdant mountains, the town was characterized by a modest number of homes on the hillside and a cobblestone street, which together comprised the entirety of Tianshui town. A group of 5 disembarked. Wu Jiao and Gu Li had spent nearly a day together, becoming quite familiar with one another. Although Gu Li still harbored a sense of disdain, it did not prevent him from seizing the opportunity to engage with the others. Guli claimed to possess extraordinary talent, having received guidance from a sage in his youth and had been cultivating ever since. In pursuit of further advancement, he deemed Lingxiao Mountain his ultimate choice. Tao Zi hailed from a wealthy family but was unwilling to remain complacent, delighting in traveling far and wide, particularly in the pursuit of immortality and enlightenment. Having achieved a modicum of success, he resolved to dedicate himself to this path with aspirations of transcendence. Hongnu was the daughter of a farming household, leading an unremarkable life until fate intertwined her with Tao Zi. Encouraged by him, she ventured into cultivation and made considerable progress. Enthralled by her newfound interest, she decided to accompany him to the sacred mountain to seek a master and pursue immortality. From the accounts of these three, it became clear that understanding the essence of qi and the path of qi refinement was essential for entry into this domain, which was stratified into 9 levels based on cultivation prowess. Among them, Guli possessed the highest level of cultivation at 5, followed by Mushan, while Tao Zi and Hong Nu ranked lower. Wu Jiao, however, remained reticent about his own cultivation level, responding with vague and lofty phrases when pressed, managing to evoke a sense of awe. "Esteemed friends, as nightfall approaches, how about we rest for the night?" Guli suggested, leading the way towards the small town on the hillside. Seeing the approval of the others, he pointed ahead and added, "That residence halfway up the hill belongs to the Shangwan family." Wu Jiao stood by the riverbank, gazing upwards. The sky was painted with crimson hues, the scenery breathtaking. Beneath the gentle mountain mist, the quaint town appeared even more enchanting. The boat floated languidly in the river, its white lantern casting a somewhat glaring light. One figure remained steadfastly by his side, appearing quite concerned. Wu Jiao hastily secured his bundle and approached Guli, inquiring with a smile, "Brother Gu, is there an inn nearby for us to rest?" Before Guli could respond, Mu Shun seized the moment to interject, "There is an inn halfway up the hill." Catering to traveling cultivators, the town was tranquil, with few pedestrians. Ascending the cobblestone street, they reached their lodging after a time equivalent to the burning of a stick of incense. The Tianshui Inn, situated at the end of the street, was comprised of several simple rooms arranged around a small courtyard. Though modest, it was enveloped by ancient trees. Surprisingly, this secluded location was fully booked. After some negotiation with the innkeeper, they were granted a room. The cultivators, unconcerned with formalities, settled in for the night. The guest room was at the eastern end of the courtyard, adjacent to 2 large trees whose branches swayed gently, though night had yet to fall. The surroundings were already shrouded in a deepening gloom. The door swung open as a group of 5 entered in single file, under the flickering light of the oil lamp. The interior was revealed in its entirety. 5 wooden couches were arranged against the walls, with a wooden table and several stools occupying the center. Beyond that, there was little else, but the space was commendably clean and refreshing. The group agreed to visit the Shangwan family the following morning to pay their dues of gold and silver, and to utilize the teleportation array for their journey. Subsequently, Guli would guard the door, while Tao Zi, Hongnu, and Mushin settled into the center, each remaining silent as they sat cross-legged on the couches, closing their eyes to rest. Only Wu Jiao found himself squeezed into a corner, his expression one of deep concern. It must be dinner time. Why were they not partaking in food or drink? A day without sustenance could lead to dire consequences. He decided to wait a moment longer before deliberating further. Seated on the couch, Wu Jiao drifted into thought. After a short while, he turned away, shedding his tattered long robe and retrieving a clean garment from his bundle to change into. As he took his time to tidy himself, he suddenly turned back. He noticed someone on the adjacent couch peeking at him, only to quickly pretend to close their eyes. Wu Jiao took his long robe and moved to sit by the wooden table, where he patiently began to sow a tear. This peculiar activity did not escape the attention of his companions. Tao Zi and Hongnu exchanged glances, while Guli shook his head slightly. Mushin, shedding his pretense, wore a look of quiet bewilderment. It was not uncommon for cultivators to engage in trivial pursuits, yet those skilled in needlework were a rarity. What could possibly be the significance behind his mending of garments? Wu Jiao, though somewhat clumsy, was meticulous with each stitch. After a little over half an hour, he finally repaired the hole in his robe. Holding it up to examine his handiwork, he smiled with satisfaction, placed it back on the couch, and then began to pace back and forth. Upon opening the door, he stepped outside with an air of nonchalance. The remaining 4 in the room were taken aback and ceased their meditative practices, exchanging glances filled with confusion. Typically, comrades would share a tacit understanding. If one were to act independently, they would at least give notice. Yet, this individual had chosen to leave without a word. Seizing the opportunity, Mu Xin rose from his couch and hurried outside, thinking, as Wu Dao's friend is new here, it would be unwise for unexpected incidents to arise. I shall keep an eye on him. Gu Li and the others preferred to remain uninvolved, continuing their rest. Mu Xin stepped outside, focusing intently as he surveyed the surroundings. The night was deep and tranquil, the small courtyard still and silent. No figures were in sight, even the surrounding guest rooms were closed tight. Save for the tavern by the courtyard gate, where lights still flickered, accompanied by faint sounds of laughter. Mu Shun retrieved a talisman, pressing it into his palm, and proceeded cautiously forward. The inn housed mostly cultivators, many of whom came from the Shangwan family, seeking fortune or perhaps a brush with destiny. It was not unusual for the inn to be fully booked at times. Those dedicated to the path of cultivation often eschewed indulgence in culinary pleasures, hence, it was rare to find anyone overindulging in the tavern. As Mu Shun approached the tavern door, he was slightly taken aback. Indeed, the tavern was quiet, with only a single attendant and one patron amidst 4 or 5 tables. Yet, that patron was none other than Wu Jiao, fiercely attacking a dish of chicken and a plate of buns, exclaiming intermittently, "This is wild chicken from the mountains. The flavor is exquisite." The attendant leaned against the counter with a smile, saying, "Your discerning taste is commendable, esteemed cultivator. Aha, whether it be rare delicacies or wild game, their flavors are not difficult to identify. If it were dog meat, I could discern its gender and coat color merely by taste. You, esteemed immortal, seem to be an expert in this realm. Would you care for a flask of wine? I am not adept at drinking. Fellow Taoist Mu, are you perhaps also feeling hungry? My good fellow, please attend to the cups and utensils. Regardless of others, I, Wu Jiao, am indeed quite famished." After mending my long robe, I made my way directly to the tavern. Fortuitously, a wild chicken was simmering in the pot, prepared by the attendant for his own supper. I simply requested it, indulging heartily, when I suddenly noticed someone outside the door and promptly extended an invitation. Mu Xin remained stationed outside, observing with a countenance that fluctuated between various moods. After a brief moment, he stepped inside the tavern, declaring, "I practice abstaining from grains and will not partake in food prepared by fire yet." He proceeded to the table and slowly took a seat. Wu Jiao paused in his consumption of the chicken leg, realizing, I see now, abstaining from grains means one does not eat. He recalled that some practitioners in the capital often starve themselves to the point of dizziness, euphemistically calling it abstaining from grains. The attendant approached, eagerly inquiring, "Esteemed immortal, would you care for a cup of tea?" Without hesitation, Mu Xin retorted, "We are engaged in conversation. Outsiders should not approach." The attendant shook his head and retreated to a corner. Wu Jiao glanced up, smiling. "What insights might you share?" He waved his hand and seized a bun, relishing it, and did not forget to sip the chicken soup, which was quite delectable. Mu Shun recoiled slightly from the splashing broth, furrowing his brow as he slowly spoke, setting aside other matters. "I only seek the relic left by my master after swallowing one bun, with another in hand." Wu Jiao curiously asked, "Your mouth remains still. How do your words escape?" Mu Xin's expression turned coldly sarcastic, tinged with irritation. "Do you not even know how to transmit sound? Stop feigning ignorance." "Oh, so that was sound transmission. How marvelous!" Wu Jiao exclaimed. "It seems there is much to learn ahead." He lowered his head to sip the soup, biting into the bun, his smile unwavering. "Might you speak of your master, so I may broaden my horizons?" Mu Xin's gaze turned icy, and after a moment's pause, he exhaled a heavy sigh. Surveying the tavern's surroundings, "If I can reclaim the relic, what difference does it make if I speak the truth?" My master, he hesitated briefly before recounting a previously untold tale. 3 years prior, on a fateful night, while passing through the Valley of 10,000 Souls, Mu Shun encountered a wretched creature, facing imminent death, and desperately pleaded for mercy. He had thought escape was impossible. However, the creature showed mercy but demanded a blood offering and insisted on his silence. Thus, I had no choice but to take him as my master to avoid a fatal calamity. He was originally a senior in the immortal path, who, due to unforeseen circumstances, was forced to cultivate the ways of the undead. Given time, he would undoubtedly become a figure of great renown, yet he met his demise at your hands. Humph. At this juncture, Mu Xin turned his attention to Wu Jiao. I at least shared a bond of master and disciple with him. Now I can only seek to reclaim his relic as a memento. I hope, dear Taoist, that you may exhibit some understanding. I would be immensely grateful. His expression was earnest, his words sincere, and coupled with his fair complexion and composed demeanor, it was difficult for one to refuse him. After finishing the steamed buns and drinking the soup until the bowl was empty, Wu Jiu rubbed his round belly and sighed. It's rare to have a satisfying meal. He appeared as though he had endured hunger and cold for an extended period, and the fulfillment of a hearty meal brought him considerable contentment. The hardships of the past 2 years had indeed been quite pitiful, yet he turned a blind eye to the demeanor of a certain individual and continued. I nearly perished in the Valley of Souls. What grievance have I caused anyone? Mushin's eyes twitched slightly. Given the circumstances, what can be done now? Wu Jiu raised his hand and called out, bring me another plate of buns. If there is beef, weigh out 2 pounds for me to take away. The attendant responded and turned to leave. Wu Jiu then looked at the person sitting across the table, smiled, and asked, are you truly intent on taking Gu Li and the others to Lingxiao Mountain? His words were delivered in a fluctuating manner, with an obscure meaning that left even the sharpest minds perplexed. Mushin's thoughts raced, and he replied, the transmission array of the Shangguan family can transport a maximum of 5 people at a time. With such sincerity, there can be no pretense. Wu Jiu further inquired, did your master leave behind any relics? Mushin paused in silence before truthfully stating, I do not know the details, but they are undoubtedly treasures of the celestial realm. The attendant returned with an oiled paper bag containing steamed buns and cooked beef. Wu Jiu took the bag and said nonchalantly, charge it to room 7. After speaking, he stood up and prepared to leave. Mushin hurriedly followed him outside the courtyard and reached out. Wait, return my treasures. Wu Jiu suddenly halted, revealing 2 beast skin talismans in his empty left hand, confidently declaring, I know not what you speak of. Do you require me to disclose the truth of the Valley of Souls before you relent? As for the truth of the Valley of Souls, Mushin was well aware, which was precisely why he refrained from pressing too hard. However, what astonished him at this moment was not this revelation, but rather his exclamation, the human immortal sword talismans. Wu Jiu, seizing the opportunity, turned to leave. How am I to discern which talisman is the sword talisman? Could it be that the so-called human immortal sword talismans are even more formidable? Had I known earlier, I should have sought guidance from Qi Sanren on their usage. Alas, I am utterly ignorant now. Ah, this path is long and arduous. P.S. The new book ranking has fallen to 8th place. Click Save and cast your recommendations quickly. Chapter 13. Please proceed with caution. Gratitude is extended to the esteemed readers. 15264624, Zhurbox, Lifu, 981 Nanhai, 00. And for their generous support and votes. I also appreciate everyone who clicked, voted, and collected. The scholar Qi Sanren presented 2 palm-sized animal skin talismans, adorned with curiously twisted runes that appeared nearly identical. Initially, I suspected deception, but upon reflection, it seems there was no falsehood. However, I could not discern which was the escape talisman and which was the sword talisman. Even if there were distinctions, what would it matter? Without the means to utilize them, they would ultimately be futile. Nevertheless, their mere presence could serve as a deterrent. That fellow Mushin is resolutely intent on pursuing me. Since I desire to venture to Lingxiao Mountain, it is imperative that I have a guide. Thus, I find myself compelled to accompany him until the end. It is indeed a curious spectacle to witness a refined scholar pitted against a fierce practitioner of the arts, though the outcome remains rather uncertain. Moreover, perhaps out of guilt, or perhaps feeling isolated and vulnerable, Mushin harbors considerable apprehension towards Gu Li and his companions. Were it not for this, he would have likely torn off the mask and resorted to violence. Alas, I, too, am left to navigate this precarious situation with caution. As I pondered last night's events, I raised my gaze to survey the estate ahead, shrouded in morning haze, and found myself rubbing my swollen eyes. Sleep had eluded me, leaving me lethargic and burdened with unspoken worries, all while needing to guard against hidden schemes. It is indeed a challenge to venture into the world. I shall meet with Brother Mu. Please wait a moment. The Azure Stone mansion nearby belongs to the esteemed Shangguan family. It is said that this family has produced numerous immortals, and although they have waned in influence, they remain an object of aspiration for many practitioners, renowned within a 1,000-mile radius. Notably, the teleportation array left by the Shangguan ancestors offers a shortcut to Lingxiao Mountain. After a nod of agreement from Gu Li, he and Mushin proceeded to register for an audience. I, along with Taozi and Hongnu, lingered a distance of several dozen paces from the grand entrance of the estate, joined by a few other practitioners who were also loitering nearby. At this moment, the dawn was just breaking. A strand of rosy light enveloped the quaint town of Tianshui, with gentle mountain mists and curling smoke drifting in the breeze. The lush, undulating hills presented a picturesque scene, while the Azure Stone mansion perched high above seemed to emanate an air of solemnity and mystery. Taozi and Hongnu awaited quietly, their expressions tinged with reverence, deliberately ignoring my presence. In their eyes, my peculiar demeanor and lack of decorum befitted a practitioner, thus it was wisest to maintain their distance. Meanwhile, I found myself pacing aimlessly, boredom creeping in. After a while, I retrieved a steamed bun and a piece of beef from my pack, indulging in a solitary feast. Taozi and Hongnu, witnessing my incessant snacking, regarded me with increasing disdain. After the passage of a short incense stick's time, the once closed gates of the Shangguan estate opened silently. Gu Li and Mu Shun emerged, accompanied by a bearded middle-aged man. Gu Li, with a smile on his face, gestured for us to approach. Dear friends, come quickly to pay respects to Senior Shangguan Yi. Shangguan is the family name, and Yi is his singular given name. As a senior figure, he must possess extraordinary qualities. Without hesitation, Wu Jiao, accompanied by Taozi and Hongnu, approached and offered a courteous salute. Gu Li then remarked, Senior Shangguan, these are my fellow companions. The middle-aged man maintained a composed demeanor, his gaze scrutinizing, and he nodded slightly before turning to walk away, stating, Young ones, follow me. Wu Jiao promptly gestured, leading Mu Shun, Taozi, and Hongnu in pursuit. Wu Jiao followed closely behind. The signboard above the Shangguan residence prominently displayed the 4 gilded characters of Yunting family, which were quite eye-catching. However, the courtyard remained eerily quiet, devoid of any visible guardians. Upon entering the courtyard, a few competent men were observed standing behind the door. As they navigated around the shadow wall, rockery, and the garden adorned with springs and flowers, a splendid garden unfolded before them. Look, Hongmei, such exquisite landscaping is truly rare, exclaimed Taozi, unable to contain her admiration. Indeed, the so-called Yunting family, a celestial abode, truly lives up to its reputation, she continued, walking alongside Hongnu in unison, lost in admiration. Suddenly, noticing someone behind them lost in thought, she could not help but inquire, before such beauty, with this rare opportunity, why not seize the moment to broaden your horizons? Fellow Wu? Wu Jiao merely surveyed the distant small courtyard, responding casually, it is just a garden, what is there to behold? Taozi halted abruptly, seemingly displeased. Shaking her head at Hongnu beside her, turning back to retort, such insincere words do not reflect the essence of a cultivator. Wu Jiao paused as well, feeling somewhat perplexed. I merely spoke the truth. How could that be insincere? He pondered. It appeared that the so-called cultivators were not much different, still unaware of what true essence entailed. Did it merely signify a disdainful attitude toward others? Hongnu gently tugged at Taozi's sleeve, implying that there was no need to take offense, her eyes reflecting a hint of disdain as well. Wu Jiao shook his head at their retreating figures, muttering to himself, if I were to claim I have seen gardens far more exquisite and grand than this, I fear no one would believe me. Taozi glanced back. At least I do not believe you. Hongnu smiled in response, her demeanor gentle and understanding. Wu Jiao fell silent, choosing to follow quietly. Since their words did not resonate, what was the point of further discourse? Fairy Ziyan, are you aware of my grievances and hardships? Moments later, the group entered the small courtyard. Compared to the splendid garden, the courtyard walls and surrounding buildings appeared somewhat dilapidated. However, the courtyard was paved with white jade, engraved with peculiar runes, and 2 similarly attired men stood guard, both bowing respectfully toward the senior from the Shangguan family. Shangguan Yi raised his hand and pointed, stating, this is the teleportation array left by my ancestors. It can transport one across 1,000 miles in an instant. Please take your positions, and I shall activate the formation. Gu Li bowed in acknowledgement, guiding the others to the center of the array. Wu Jiao felt a surge of excitement, unable to suppress his curiosity as he observed. In such a 3-zhang square space lay the renowned teleportation array, yet it appeared unremarkable. Could it truly transport one to Lingxia Mountain in an instant? He was still uncertain how it would be activated, leaving him filled with anticipation. Without any forewarning, Wu Jiao slowly stepped into the jadestone formation, suddenly sensing something amiss. He hastily shifted a few paces to hide beside Gu Li, casting a sharp glare at the ill-intentioned Mu Shun. However, the latter merely chuckled innocently, a smile that was both ambiguous and disarming. Shangguan Yi approached and stood to one side, his sleeves billowing as he deftly gestured with his fingers. Moments later, a glimmer of light began to emanate from his fingertips, coalescing into a distinct hand seal. With a swift push of his hands, radiant beams scattered outward, and vibrant hues erupted around the jade stones, swiftly intertwining and soaring into the sky. Wu Jiao was entranced by the spectacle of the formation activating, his eyes widening in awe. Yet, Before he could fully comprehend the scene, he was suddenly enveloped by a blinding radiance. In that instant, an invisible weight bore down upon him, akin to a colossal stone crushing him, rendering him breathless and on the verge of collapse. The winds howled, and the world seemed to spin. Time lost its meaning. Perhaps only a fleeting breath had passed when all the cacophony abruptly fell silent, and the surroundings transformed dramatically. He found himself within a cavern, its floor similarly adorned with jade stones that, while shaped into a formation, bore the marks of age and wear. A few paces away lay a cave entrance, its destination unknown. As the brilliance gradually faded, darkness reclaimed the space, and several figures emerged, glancing about anxiously, some staggering and spitting blood. Gully emerged from the formation first. Astonished, "Brother Wu, you seem quite unwell." Taozi chimed in, "The teleportation formation possesses the ability to shatter the void during transit. One must harness spiritual power to withstand the forces of nature. Yet, dear friend Wu, it appears you were unaware of the need for protective energy, behaving as an ordinary mortal." At this, he smirked, "If one were to teleport thousands of miles, wouldn't you have been reduced to mere flesh and ash?" Hongnu nodded in agreement, whispering, "Could it be that he has yet to commence his cultivation?" Mushin remained silent, observing Wu Jiao's disheveled state. Wu Jiao staggered a few steps, collapsing onto the ground to catch his breath. Leaning against the cavern wall, he lifted his head, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and sheepishly remarked, "I did mention I am but a mortal. How could I possess protective magic?" However, his gaze flicked toward Mushin, and he added, "Eradicating demons and evil is a matter of righteousness. With the blade in hand, one must not allow malevolent spirits to wreak havoc." Alas, his words bore a kernel of truth, yet the last statement, delivered with an air of gravity, seemed to hint at something more. Nevertheless, a groan escaped him, swiftly returning him to his vulnerable state. After all, as a corporeal being, he could hardly endure the relentless pressure and constraints of the teleportation formation. Yet to reach the spirit mountain, he had to endure hardship. Such is the balance of gain and loss. The heavens have always been just. Gully, arms crossed and scratching his chin thoughtfully, remarked dismissively, "Everyone yearns for immortality. One must not act impulsively. If what Brother Wu says is true, it would indeed be unwise to venture forth recklessly. The journey is perilous, and a moment's carelessness could cost one their life." After a moment's reflection, he continued, "Why not return for now, to avoid leading others into danger?" He candidly expressed his concern, not wishing for anyone to follow and become a burden. Taozi and Hongnu nodded in agreement, acknowledging his wisdom. As the weary figure lay prostrate upon the ground, gasping for breath, he was abruptly abandoned. He hastily exclaimed, "Elder brother, I have never caused trouble for others. Why utter such words?" At that moment, a voice chuckled, "Ah, perhaps my friend is experiencing this due to the peculiarities of his cultivation method. As fellow practitioners, it is our duty to support each other. Moreover, the teleportation array here cannot be reversed, making it quite inconvenient to leave him behind." To his surprise, the man named Mushin interceded on his behalf, stepping forward to present a jade vial. With genuine concern, he urged, "Friend, please consume these few rejuvenating pills to restore your vitality. Allow me to assist you further, and soon you shall feel revitalized." He smiled warmly and gestured to Gu Li and the other two, saying, "I kindly request that you proceed ahead, while I attend to our friend here." Gu Li ceased to speak further, striding towards the cave entrance, praising, "Were it not for Brother Mu's generosity, this journey would have been impossible. Yet, it appears you are indeed a person of integrity." He chuckled, and the trio began to exit the cave. Taozi and Hongnu followed closely behind, just as the three were about to step out. In a surge of desperation, the weary one disregarded all caution, rising to his feet and instinctively avoiding the proffered jade vial as if it were venomous. Stumbling towards the entrance, he called out, "Please, wait for me." "What rejuvenating pills? Surely it is a deadly poison disguised as remedy." The so-called generosity is merely a guise, leveraging deceitful gains for personal favor. And this feigned concern is but a mask for ulterior motives. Over the past 2 years, I have grown accustomed to the treachery and peril of life and death. Such cunning schemes shall not prevail." Mushin, adopting an air of authority, prepared to act, yet the figure before him vanished. A flicker of surprise and a hint of anger crossed his gaze. Meanwhile, the weary one dashed past the three, bursting forth from the cave, arms outstretched as he chanted, "Lingxia Mountain, I have arrived. Fairy Xian, I am here." In an instant, he was taken aback, exclaiming, "What is this? P.S. I must make a trip out of town today and will return in the evening." Chapter 14. Riding the Wind. Gratitude to AI Wuxian. Book Friend 155069110, Lao Ji, and Might Nike for their generous support and votes. This is a desolate expanse. Gazing up, one sees nothing but endless yellow sand and undulating dunes. With the scorching sun blazing down from the sky, even the occasional gust of wind, stirring up faint wisps of sand, feels unbearably hot and suffocating. Where is Lingxiao Mountain? How could the wondrous teleportation array deliver one to such a wretched place? Wu Jiu stood in stunned silence, glancing back to discover that the cave they had emerged from was merely a small hill amidst the vast sea of sand. Apart from this, all was barren. After a moment of bewilderment, he exclaimed, "Brother Gu, were we not headed to Lingxiao Mountain? Could it be that we were misteleported? What shall we do?" "Haha, indeed. This is Huangshendang." Gu Li stepped out of the cave, his feet sinking into the yellow sand, looking far into the distance. After his laughter, he unexpectedly remarked, "Brother Mu's elixir is truly remarkable." He noticed that Wu Jiu, who had just appeared so disheveled, was now able to run and jump with ease, attributing it solely to Mushin's prowess. Taozi and Hongnu subsequently appeared, with Mushin being the last to emerge. Wu Jiu still found it hard to believe, murmuring, "Wangshendang? How could such a place suddenly appear? Where is Lingxiao Mountain?" Taozi, alongside Hongnu, gazed into the distance. Perhaps they too were puzzled. He patiently explained, "Wangshendang is the last perilous stretch of the Great Desert, named for its unpredictable sandstorms. Beyond this barrier, after traversing Yuling, lies Lingxiao Mountain." As he flaunted his knowledge, a hint of mockery crept into his tone. "We are fortunate to have evaded the Great Marsh. Yet some remain insatiably greedy. Hongmei, would you not agree?" Mushin chimed in, "The teleportation array of the Shangguan family is not what it once was. It can only transport us thus far now. Fellow Wu, one must not expect instant results. Take your time, and in due course, your wishes shall be fulfilled. Haha." He ambled over to Wu Jiu's side, having regained his usual demeanor, yet his pallid face bore an air of indifference, with his laughter tinged with an inexplicable chill. Though Wu Jiu remained clouded by confusion, he kept his guard up, especially against that surreptitious laughter, which had a peculiar invigorating effect. He hurriedly stepped back a few paces, stumbling slightly, and shot a glare at Mushin, who had drawn near. "If that is so, let us wait and see." The underlying meanings in their exchanges hinted at a deeper enmity, and he understood that they had long established a deadly rivalry. Thus, there was no reason to retreat. They would continue to contend with one another, unafraid. Gu Li lingered atop the hill for a moment, discerning the direction before urging them to set forth. According to his words, Yunling lay still 1,000 miles away, and traversing this treacherous stretch of desert would not be an easy feat. Mushin, Taozi, and Hongnu voiced no objections, while Wu Jiu's raised hand went unacknowledged. Without further delay, Gu Li led the charge into the desert. Initially robust, he, with a hand forming a spell, seemed to glide above the ground, and in the blink of an eye, had covered a distance of over 10 zhang. Mushin and Taozi, like the Red Maiden, glided gracefully, each step covering several paces. Wu Jiu, burdened with his pack, was on the verge of commencing his journey through the desert, yet he found himself momentarily frozen in place. The surroundings were devoid of company. He was utterly alone. The silhouettes of his 4 companions had already vanished from sight, none pausing to wait even for a brief moment. How could they have fled so swiftly? Was it yet another display of magical prowess? Perhaps it was a deliberate show of superiority or a calculated mischief. Knowing well that this young master was unversed in the arcane arts, he huffed in frustration. Traveling alone, in solitude, was undoubtedly preferable to having Mushin lurking nearby. Wu Jiu cast a glance toward his destination, stepping onto the yellow sands, yet he had barely gone a short distance before he was gasping for breath. After enduring the tumult of the teleportation array, his body had yet to recover. The journey ahead was long and arduous, indeed a daunting task. Before him lay Lingxiao Mountain, where the purple smoke fairy beckoned. "Behold, my journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step." Amidst the vast expanse of the desert, a solitary figure staggered onward. Despite his relentless self-encouragement, he was drenched in sweat and struggling to proceed. The golden sands appeared deceptively smooth, yet each step revealed a hidden pitfall, making progress laborious. The sun hung high in the sky, its rays mercilessly scorching. If only he had brought a paper umbrella, it might have offered some respite from the relentless heat. The thirst was unbearable. After traversing several dozen paces, Wu Jiu could no longer suppress his need for a moment's respite. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he squinted into the distance. Approximately several hundred paces away, a figure sped toward him. It looked familiar. Who else could it be but Mushin? Why had he returned alone? Was he intentionally severing ties with Gu Li and the others, merely to confront this young master? This was dire. Should a confrontation ensue, he would undoubtedly be exposed. At this very moment, what could he do? He could not outrun that fellow. Was he to await his doom? Wujio silently lamented the predicament and decided to turn and flee. Even if escape proved impossible, he could at least buy himself some time. Just as he was about to pivot, he was momentarily stunned. A colossal wall suddenly rose several hundred paces away, or perhaps even several hundred miles distant, appearing without warning. He soon realized that half the sky had been obscured. The wall continued to expand, undulating and transforming in an eerie manner, resembling a barrier between heaven and earth. For the moment when the celestial vault threatened to collapse. Simultaneously, Mushin turned back to glance and slowed his approach. Following him were three figures drawing nearer. With Guli leading the charge, calling out loudly, "This is the Yellow Heaven Surge. Quickly return to the formation for shelter." Prior explanations had clarified that the Yellow Heaven Surge specifically referred to regions prone to sandstorms. The magnificent spectacle unfolding in the sky was indeed the fabled sandstorm. One so fearsome that even Guli was compelled to flee. The dangers inherent were all too apparent. Wujio dared not linger, turning swiftly to run. When fleeing for his life, speed became his sole ally. He soon reached the hill from which he had departed, with Mu Shun and Guli hot on his heels. Unable to resist glancing back, his expression changed drastically. Taozi and the Red Maiden surged forward, perhaps due to their slightly lesser cultivation, despite their utmost efforts. They were still over 100 paces behind. Behind them swirled countless yellow dragons, their frantic dance accompanied by a thunderous roar of wind. As a deluge of sand swept toward them, threatening to engulf all in its path. Huangshendang, as its name suggests, is indeed a perilous place, where one could easily find themselves entombed within, facing certain death. Wujio did not hesitate, plunging headlong into the cave hidden behind the hills. Soon, two more figures appeared by his side, followed by a delicate cry as Hong Nu fell to the ground, and then Taozi's call echoed in the darkness. In an instant, the cave was engulfed in pitch blackness, accompanied by the howling winds that shook the very earth. Truly, calamity begets calamity. Would the swirling sands bury the cave entirely? Wujio sought refuge in a corner of the cavern, drawing forth a short sword from within his garments. A glimmer of light revealed itself as Taozi tended to the fallen Hong Nu. Meanwhile, Guli and Mushin stood nearby, one vigilantly watching the cave entrance, the other surveying their surroundings. Although Hong Nu had returned to the cave, she was a step behind her companions and could not evade the storm's aftermath, sustaining minor injuries and spitting out a mouthful of congealed blood, yet her condition was not dire. Taozi seized the opportunity to express her concern, offering warmth and comfort. Seeing the cave intact, Guli felt a sense of relief, exclaiming, "Indeed, there are protective wards here. We shall wait for the storm to pass before we set forth." He moved to a side and sat down to rest, only to see Wujio approach him, wearing an expression of helplessness as he sighed. "At present, my abilities are insufficient to traverse the vast desert. As the saying goes, even a horse may stumble, and a man may face misfortune. I hope, dear Gu, that you might prioritize brotherhood and lend me your support." Wujio rarely solicited assistance, even in dire situations, preferring to leap off a cliff than bow before an adversary. Yet, in this moment, he found himself breaking his usual demeanor, reaching out to Guli, whom he held in disdain. It is often said that when human effort falters, the heavens reveal their will. When paths are blocked, the winds and clouds may still align. Confronted by the treacherous desert and the duplicitous Mu Shun, he found himself at a dead end, devoid of options, with no divine favor or favorable winds to guide him, leaving only his own ingenuity to escape this predicament. Given that Guli possessed the highest cultivation among them, Wujio resolved to take a gamble for survival and to reach Lingshan. Mushin, sitting nearby, seized the moment to interject. "Why trouble, Brother Gu? Allow me to accompany you." Not only did Guli hold Wujio in contempt, but so too did Taozi and Hong Nu. The only one offering support was this Mushin, yet he resembled a predatory wolf, ever eager to devour him whole. Wujio resolutely shook his head. "I hold great respect for Brother Gu, and thus seek to draw near him. I implore you, Mushin, to allow this." He turned to Guli, raising a hand. "Brother Gu, you are a model for our kind, and a lead on the path. Flattering words are pleasing to all, even to the divine." Although Guli looked down upon this scholarly youth, he could not help but chuckle. "Haha, brother, you flatter me. I shall take you a portion of the way, but once we reach Yunling, fate shall determine our fortunes." Wu Jiu let out a silent sigh of relief, expressing his gratitude with a raised hand, contemplating, "I fear not the crossing of mountains. Traversing the desert is what truly matters. Their means of travel, known as the wind riding technique, aptly bore its name, yet alas, this young master remained utterly oblivious to its workings. Guli instructed everyone to take advantage of the respite, then closed his eyes in silent meditation. Mushin remained equally silent, though his pallid visage rendered him more somber. Taozi assisted Hong Nu in swallowing a pill, and the two of them sat together, focusing on their breathing and recovery. Momentarily set aside his worries, discreetly concealing his short sword, yet restlessness overtook him. He retrieved a steamed bun from his pack and began to relish it, followed shortly by a peach to quench his thirst. Outside the cave, the wind howled, and the sandstorm raged as it always did. Peering out from the cave's entrance, which was taller than a man, he glimpsed a faint glimmer of light flickering in the darkness. This light might well be the barrier spoken of by Guli, capable of withstanding the ferocious winds and sands. It thus becomes evident that the paths of cultivation are indeed varied and abundant. After more than an hour, the storm outside finally subsided. Exiting the cave, the surroundings appeared unchanged. The barrier had effectively shielded them, rendering the entrance as it had always been. The only difference was the scorching sun now blazing overhead, intensifying the discomfort. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Wu Jio glanced around, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. In such sweltering heat, the other four companions remained unperturbed. Even the least skilled among them, Hong Nu, appeared completely at ease. In contrast, he felt inadequate, overshadowed by a mere woman. This scene was indeed a poignant reminder of his own shortcomings. Guli, noticing no unusual occurrences in the vicinity, called out, "Everyone, let us set forth." He approached Wu Jio and clasped his arm, and in an instant, both were propelled forward. Mu Shun, Taozi, and Hong Nu followed suit, and the five of them surged once more into the sandy expanse. Wu Jio, gripped by Guli, felt his feet leave the ground, the wind roaring past him as they soared over the undulating dunes. The speed was exhilarating, akin to riding on clouds. He could not help but widen his eyes, exhilaration coursing through him as he experienced a pleasure unlike any before. Was this the art of riding the wind? How marvelous! However, ahead, the once tranquil dunes suddenly erupted in clouds of sand, swiftly spreading like raindrops falling in a storm, yet exuding an uncanny strangeness. Meanwhile, the sun blazed fiercely in the cloudless sky. Guli's momentum faltered for a moment as he exclaimed in astonishment, "This is not good. P.S. Yesterday, while smoking in the car, I accidentally burned a hole in my wife's dress. Later, I curled up in the back seat for a nap and strained my neck. Upon arriving home, I collided headfirst with the security door, resulting in a cut and bleeding. Today, I still feel dizzy and disoriented. Wishing for good fortune, I humbly ask for your support." Chapter 15. The ferocity of monsters. As Wu Jio reveled in the exquisite pleasure of riding the winds, he was abruptly interrupted by Gu Li's voice. In an instant, a whirlwind of dust erupted around them, accompanied by a persistent rustling sound. Suddenly, numerous gray shadows surged forth from the swirling sands, rushing towards the five travelers with alarming speed. The onslaught was fierce and unexpected, as thousands of gray figures darted through the air like arrows, resembling a net cast from the heavens. Guli cried out in alarm, "Sand snakes! We cannot delay, charge ahead." Before his voice faded, he hurled a beast skin talisman into the fray. The talisman detonated with a resounding blast, transforming into a sphere of white light that enveloped both him and Wu Jio. In that moment, the brilliance pulsated, and the sounds of impact echoed like a torrential downpour. The multitude of gray shadows collided with an invisible barrier, tumbling back from within a yard of their advance. Upon closer inspection, the gray figures revealed themselves to be venomous serpents, each measuring 4 to 5 feet in length and as thick as a child's arm, their bodies covered in grayish-brown scales. Wu Jio, following closely beside Guli, felt a mix of astonishment and relief at his foresight. Whether facing natural calamities or human misfortunes, relying solely on his abilities to reach Lingxiao Mountain seemed akin to chasing shadows. This desolate expanse could very well become his grave. Clearly, Qi Sanren was no charlatan. The old man was indeed a man of his word. Under a clear blue sky, the sun blazed fiercely, while a tumult of sand swirled in the desert, resembling a sudden whirlwind. Within this tempest, 5 figures fought desperately to break free. Guli led the charge, wielding the radiant light that shielded them from the savage assault of the sand snakes, piercing through the layers of obstruction as they pressed forward recklessly. Mu Shun had fallen several yards behind, his own protective glow flickering around him. Taozi and Hong Nu followed closely, supporting each other as they pressed on together. Wu Jio remained in Gu Li's wake, exerting no effort of his own. Initially apprehensive, he gradually grew more at ease as he recognized his safety, though he remained vigilant of their surroundings. The talisman's light was remarkably peculiar, appearing formless yet subtly radiant. It was difficult to discern upon closer inspection. It resembled the ethereal reflection of starlight and moonlight, emanating from the heavens, merging into the void, and floating lightly above the mundane, yet capable of repelling malevolent forces. Looking back, he found nothing but a haze of gray. He could not gauge the fate of the three behind them, and could only hope that Mu Shun had been consumed by the sand snakes. 2 hours later, the relentless sand snakes suddenly vanished without a trace. Moments later, several exhausted figures collapsed onto a sandy dune. Wu Jiao, engrossed in the wonders of the talisman, was unexpectedly tossed aside by Gu Li, landing heavily on the ground and rolling several times before spitting out the sand from his mouth and scrambling to his feet. 2 yards away, Gu Li lay on his back, sweat streaming down his forehead and temples, gasping for breath, clearly fatigued. Not far off, Mu Shun lay prone, his pallid complexion now tinged with a shade of ashen blue, struggling to catch his breath. Further away, Taozi and Hong Nu supported each other, both breathless and sharing in their ordeal. Among the 5 individuals in a line, only Wu Jiao appeared utterly unwearied, having fully recovered from previous minor injuries. His countenance radiating an air of ease as he surveyed his surroundings. The sun hung low in the sky, signaling the afternoon hour. The vast expanse of yellow sands remained unchanged, with waves of heat rising and swirling in a languorous haze. One might be led to feel as though they were ensconced in a realm forgotten by time, isolated from the world, devoid of vitality, where only the silence of death inexorably consumed all. Wu Jiao, momentarily lost in thought, cast a glance back and felt a surge of satisfaction. Instinctively reaching into his bosom. Even Mu Shun had choked on a mouthful of sand. Yet, that fellow wore a vigilant expression. Wu Jiao scoffed softly, bending down to retrieve his bundle and making his way towards Gu Li. The short sword nestled against his chest served as a protective talisman, though he was uncertain of its proper use. Were it not for this uncertainty, it would be an opportune moment to teach that Mu Shun a lesson. As the saying goes, man is iron, and food is steel. One meal skip leaves one in a state of distress. Although Gu Li possessed formidable skills, it would not hurt to indulge in a steamed bun filled with beef to replenish his spirits, perhaps even a peach to quench his thirst. Approaching Gu Li, Wu Jiao settled down beside him and casually extracted 2 buns and a peach from his bundle. The buns had become somewhat hard, while the peach was slightly wilted. This was a habit he had cultivated during his travels, underpinned by the adage that having provisions at hand brings peace of mind. Gu Li sat up with a weary sigh, casting a glance at the food in Wu Jiao's hands. After a moment's hesitation, he no longer felt the need for politeness, reaching out to seize a bun and began to eat the peach. Though he was a practitioner of the arts and often fasted, he had not yet attained the realm of subsisting solely on the essence of nature. Compounded by the exertion of his powers, hunger and thirst were inescapable. Mu Shun, Taozi, and Hong Nu gradually rose and approached. Wu Jiao quickly interjected, "My friends, I have laid out all that I possess." He spoke preemptively, fearing someone might ask for food, and continued unabashedly, "I am a man of my word. Kindness begets kindness, and enmity demands retribution. Surely, Taoist friend Mu Shun understands." Mu Shun merely huffed in response, disregarding him, and settled down a short distance away, producing a flask from his pack to sip leisurely, his gaze occasionally darting towards Wu Jiao, laced with mockery. How could he shamelessly speak of repaying favors with stale buns and mushy peaches? Yet, it was rather ruthless of an accountant to have set fire to Rui workshop in a fit of anger. Was that a veiled provocation? Taozi, meanwhile, retrieved a plate of exquisite pastries from her belongings to share with Hong Nu, the two exchanging considerate glances, entirely ignoring the self-satisfied Taoist. Wu Jiao, speaking to himself, grew weary of the lack of engagement, when suddenly he found an unfamiliar fruit in his hand, about the size of a child's fist, radiating a golden hue and emitting a faint, delicate fragrance. Someone patted his shoulder, laughing, "Ha, brother, if you wish to repay kindness, it is not difficult. True skill will suffice. This ginseng fruit is yours as a token of compensation." Gu Li, having consumed the bun and peach, casually produced a fruit of his own to exchange. Wu Jiao wanted to decline, but managed a wry smile. He had intended to curry favor with Gu Li, only to find that he was met with indifference and ridicule for his lack of prowess. Was vengeance truly difficult, yet repaying kindness any less so? Mu Shun raised his cup and smiled, seizing the moment to say, "The ginseng fruit is no ordinary item. It not only quenches thirst, but also possesses the marvelous ability to refine one's energy and nourish the spirit. My dear friend, you truly are astute. You've struck a fortunate deal this time, huh? The ginseng fruit appeared promising. How delightful could it be? Wu Jiu lifted the fruit in hand, examining it briefly before taking a bite. It was juicy and delicious, bursting with flavor and exuding a sweet aroma. It seemed quite satisfactory. As he savored the fruit, he offered a sheepish smile to Guli in gratitude, while his gaze slyly scrutinized Mu Xin, adopting an air of nonchalance. Given that he had survived through tempestuous trials, what could he not endure? He recalled a sage's wise words: excessive grievances may lead to despair, and one should always maintain a broad perspective. Eventually, all woes will be repaid, and so will all kindnesses. Naturally, he aspired to grow old hand in hand with the fairy of purple smoke. He was never one to wallow in sentimentality, even after suffering the calamity of losing his family and enduring countless hardships, nearly to the brink of death. He steadfastly believed in one principle: to live is to have hope for the future. Only through surviving could one find meaning in past sufferings. Having finished the fruit, Wu Jiu still savored its lingering taste and wished to inquire further. However, he noticed that Guli, Mu Xin, Tao Zi, and Hong Nu had all closed their eyes to rest, leaving him to languish in solitude. That fruit was indeed delectable. He resolved to purchase several more should he encounter it again. How laughable that he had previously boasted about his buns and peaches, as though competing with a wealthy man for riches or with an immortal for longevity. Such triviality was utterly devoid of sense. Moreover, he found it quite enviable that those individuals could remain seated in the sweltering heat without a care. Wu Jiu placed his pack atop his head, silently enduring the scorching sun. After half an hour, his companions still showed no signs of waking. He was drenched in sweat yet could only continue to wait. It was evident that without these cultivators, he would be unable to move an inch. How he longed for a gust of wind to provide some relief. As if his thoughts had summoned it, a faint wisp of smoke approached, bringing with it a refreshing breeze. In mere moments, that was transformed into a creature with 4 galloping legs, its eyes wide and fierce, revealing a mouth filled with menacing fangs. Wu Jiu felt a surge of joy, quickly followed by shock. What was that creature intending? Simultaneously, Guli, who had been meditating, suddenly leapt up and shouted, "Qilin leopard!" Mu Xin, roused from his reverie, exclaimed, "That is no mundane beast. It is a spiritual creature, exceptionally ferocious. We must flee." Before he could finish his warning, he had already bolted away. Tao Zi and Hong Nu, equally alarmed, swiftly followed suit, leaving only Wu Jiu, pale as the earth, and the lagging Guli behind. Despite not knowing the origins of the Qilin leopard, seeing the fear etched on his companions' faces compelled Wu Jiu to rise and flee, though he inwardly lamented. Alas, he had no mastery of wind techniques. He was certain to lag behind and meet his demise. "Gu, lend me a hand," he called out in desperation, only to feel a wave of despair wash over him. It was over. Escape was futile. A fierce gust of wind swept in, accompanied by a deafening roar. The 2-meter-long creature launched itself into the air, descending with ferocity. Mu Xin had already taken the lead, with Tao Zi and Hong Nu hastily following, leaving only Wu Jiu, pale and fearful, along with the lagging Guli. Yet, Guli did not shy away or evade. Instead, he intoned incantations whilst raising a hand to point. Swift. In that fleeting moment, a beam of sword light erupted from the sheath behind him. A dull thud resonated, followed by a spark of flames. The creature was struck in the head by the luminous blade, letting out a howl as it was hurled backward, crashing into the sand and creating a substantial crater. It then flailed its hooves wildly, abruptly flipping over. Its fierce and brutal demeanor suggested it was far from defeated. Guli waved his hand once more, and the enigmatic sword light swiftly returned, swirling and darting in the air. However, he had lost the desire to linger in battle, invoking the wind control technique. He turned and departed. In the blink of an eye, he was already several dozen paces away. Wu Jiu's face turned ashen. Yet he found himself powerless to call for help. The creature was ferocious. He feared for his brother's safety. Chapter 16. A terrifying encounter upon the vast expanse of sand dunes, for figures raced ahead, while one remained rooted in place, pallid with fear. A few paces away, a Lin leopard sprang from a sand pit, rearing its head and letting out a ferocious roar. In the fleeting moment that Guli departed, Wu Jiu felt an icy grip of despair envelop him. As he glanced back at the brutal beast, he plummeted into the depths of hopelessness. In these times, relying on others proves far less reliable than depending on oneself. Otherwise, one risks abandonment at any moment. The thought of not even being able to preserve one's own corpse is indeed a grim fate. especially when faced with the prospect of becoming a monster's snack. How could one be so unfortunate? What to do? Alas, I nearly forgot. My precious, save me. Wujio recognized that escape was futile. Yet he was unwilling to be devoured without a fight. In a moment of desperation, a flash of inspiration struck him. He suddenly drew a short sword from his bosom and began to wield it furiously, gritting his teeth as he proclaimed, "If you force my hand, then come forth." Simultaneously, the Lin leopard leapt high into the air. Wu Jiao frantically swung the sheathed short sword, shouting madly, "Heavenly spirits and earthly deities, my treasure, manifest your power. Vanquish the demons. Kill, kill, kill." A gust of foul wind rushed past, swirling sand and obscuring his vision. Wu Jiao continued to leap and flail. But the once enigmatic short sword remained eerily still. He involuntarily slowed, turning back in astonishment. The Lin leopard had effortlessly soared over his head and was now darting after Gu Li and the others. Why was I so terrified? Why did that creature not choose to feast upon me? And this sheathed short sword, which undeniably possesses the ability to slay demons. Why did it abandon me in my moment of peril? Could it be that my incantation was incorrect? I recall the incantations recited by the priest in the capital. Regardless, I had narrowly escaped disaster. What lay ahead? Surely, I cannot retrace my steps. Having evaded death, Wu Jiao was left in a haze, gazing quizzically at the short sword in his hand, still perplexed. Ultimately, he decided not to dwell further on it, picking up his bundle and surveying the path ahead. In an instant, he was taken aback. The desert was already vast and desolate, but under the clear sky, one could see far. A few miles away, on a distant dune, a flickering light illuminated the swirling sands, revealing 4 figures engaged in combat with a monstrous entity. However, the rising heat waves obscured the scene, rendering it a mere illusion. Wu Jiao discerned clearly and marveled secretly. It was said to be a spirit beast. Indeed, it possessed spiritual energy. Having spared him to pursue the fleeing figures, had he merely struck a pose, only to evoke the spirit beast's sympathy? After a moment of self-reassurance, Wu Jiao slung his pack over his shoulder and hesitated once more. Should he evade further or press onward? Traversing the desert to reach Lingxiao Mountain would undeniably require the guidance of those 4 individuals, since the spirit beast had chosen not to devour him. Perhaps it was wise to observe the situation before making any decisions. With newfound courage, Wu Jiao began to jog forward, though the heat remained unbearable. After resting and consuming some ginseng fruit, he felt a measure of strength return to his legs. He descended the sandy slope and climbed yet another dune, continuing this relentless cycle without pause. Meanwhile, the distant battle raged on, intensifying with each passing moment. After approximately the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the hill where the 4 individuals and the beast stood came into view. Wu Jiao halted at the base of the hill, panting heavily, sweat pouring down as he gazed upward. The Qilin leopard was in the center, charging fiercely to the left and right, as ferocious as ever. Gu Li Mushan and Tao Zi, along with the Red Woman, surrounded it, all bearing serious expressions, continuously unleashing their attacks. It was evident that the spiritual beast was faster, forcing the 4 to stop and expend all their efforts to resist fiercely. With a resounding clash, a sword light resembling a firefly caused the Qilin leopard to plummet from the air, roaring incessantly. Its form swayed, yet it crouched low, poised to pounce. Suddenly, a flash of fire appeared, swift as lightning and formidable in power. The Qilin leopard seemed to harbor a sense of caution, compelled to twist its body and lash out with its tail, sending the incoming flames scattering. However, as if possessing a will of its own, the fire reversed course and renewed its assault. 2 fireballs then shot forth, howling as they approached from either side. The spiritual beast attempted to evade, but found itself trapped, struggling to counterattack, quickly diminishing in strength, fatigued from the onslaught. Wu Jiao stood at the foot of the hill, heart racing with trepidation. The Qilin leopard was indeed a formidable creature, likely unmatched even by several ferocious tigers combined. Yet, under the combined efforts of the 4 cultivators, it seemed they were not at a disadvantage, perhaps even gaining the upper hand. It appeared that if they were willing to fight desperately, the outcome remained uncertain. Particularly striking was the sword wielded by Gu Li. Could it be the legendary flying sword, striking down foes from 1,000 miles away, as effortlessly as plucking an item from a bag? Such tales are often recounted in tea house stories. How impressive! Mushin also displayed some skill, manipulating an attack with a talisman simply by forming hand seals. Tao Zi and the Red Woman, while slightly less formidable, still cast fireballs with considerable ferocity. With another thunderous sound, the Chilean leopard was thwarted once more, shaking its scales and letting out a bellow that sent fine sand cascading down around it. Yet, amidst the surrounding defenses, it leapt down the sand dune and, after a few bounds, escaped the encirclement of its assailants. Remarkably astute. It recognized the unfavorable situation and departed without hesitation, exhibiting a commendable decisiveness. Wu Jio watched the retreating figure of the Chilean leopard, unable to suppress his admiration. Perhaps the spiritual beast had spared him. He found himself developing a fondness for this creature. Moreover, sometimes animals are easier to deal with than humans, are they not? Atop the sand dune, the four cultivators, having just endured a fierce battle, gradually gathered together. Each was utterly exhausted, yet they paid no mind to rest. Intently observing the base of the dune, their expressions varying. The scholar clad in a green robe, whether a bookkeeper or cultivator, despite his burdens and weary appearance, bore a relaxed demeanor, resembling a traveler on a leisurely outing. He even waved farewell to the distance, as if bidding goodbye to departing friends. Had he not been devoured by the Chilean leopard? How could he remain unharmed? Just then, a figure slowly ascended from the base of the dune. You all possess boundless power and exceptional bravery. Even the fiercest of monsters must retreat in defeat. Ha. The four atop the dune exchanged silent glances, each remaining unspoken. Wu Jio ascended the sand dune, accustomed to the indifference of others. With an understanding demeanor, he suggested, "Dear friends, let us rest for a moment before continuing. It would be unfortunate to leave anyone behind." Guli had already sheathed his sword, still slightly breathless. He reached for a pill, swallowed it, and after a moment of chewing, he sincerely apologized. The situation arose unexpectedly. Oversights are inevitable. Please do not take offense. Before he could finish, he inquired, "Brother Wu, why did the Linbao not harm you?" Wu Jio stood atop the dune, gazing into the distance where the Linbao had vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Yet the four before him appeared visibly fatigued, clearly having exhausted their strength in the recent battle. He nodded in a friendly manner to each of them, resembling long-lost friends reunited, his smile radiating genuine joy. Noticing Guli's earnest inquiry, he curiously countered, "Why would the Linbao wish to harm me? Are there Linbao that do not inflict harm?" Guli was momentarily taken aback, bewildered as he replied that Linbao is notoriously ferocious. Even with the combined efforts of the four of us, we faced perilous challenges. You, my brother, are quite gentle and seemingly lacking in strength. Wu Jio shrugged nonchalantly, smiling lightly. When I am not gentle, I can be quite formidable." Guli was rendered speechless, his gaze lingering on Wu Jio, filled with increasing suspicion. To him, surviving the claws and fangs of the Linbao seemed an extraordinary feat. Perhaps he had indeed encountered a concealed master of great skill. At that moment, Mushin could not help but scoff. Do not feign mystery. The Linbao is a spiritual beast, highly attuned to the spiritual energy and power of cultivators, much like. He paused, a playful smile crossing his face as he proposed, much like choosing between a rotten peach and a ginseng fruit. What do you think it would choose? Despite his words, his eyes reflected lingering doubt, as if begrudgingly unable to accept someone as triumph. He then turned to Gu Li and the others, stating, "Moreover, text record that the Linbao holds grudges. In summary, do not be swayed by someone's boasting. When he is not gentle, he may not be truly fearsome." Returning to the matter at hand, among those present, it was Mu Shun himself who found Wu Jio most inscrutable and was laden with apprehension. Wu Jio refrained from defending himself, instead offering a magnanimous smile. Gu Li, feeling somewhat flustered and disinclined to engage in further debate, waved his hand impatiently, directing, "Let us rest here for the night." He gestured, and a small sword, about a foot long, flew from behind him, embedding itself in the sand dune below. Moments later, the flying sword returned to its sheath. He then formed a hand gesture, pressing downward, and with a soft thud, a dark entrance appeared before them. He indicated, "We are weary and should not take unnecessary risks. The yellow sky will arrive soon. We can resume our journey in the morning." With the situation laid bare, the group nodded in agreement. Guli led the way into the entrance, with Wu Jio following closely. Mushin, Taozi, and Hong Nu entered in succession. The entrance was only a few feet high, requiring them to bend slightly to pass through, with the light from outside illuminating the hastily dug cavern, which measured about 2 zhang in size. They found it reinforced by magical power, firm and dry, a refreshing contrast to the heat outside, offering a hint of coolness. Wu Jio stood within the cave, surveying his surroundings. As he observed the others occupying their respective spaces, He intentionally distanced himself from Mu Xin and squeezed into a spot beside Gu Li, inciting the displeasure of Tao Zi and Hong Nu unperturbed. He mimicked the posture of sitting cross-legged. Gu Li then cast a series of incantations, presumably to seal the cave's entrance. Moments later, the entire cavern trembled violently, and darkness enveloped the entrance, accompanied by a cacophony of wails. Without further contemplation, it was evident that a sandstorm had arrived. Soon, amidst the intense tremors, the cave was shrouded in swirling dust, and the howling winds grew increasingly ferocious, as if the very heavens were about to collapse. Cough, cough. Wuji was choked and began to cough, hastily covering his mouth and nose with his sleeve. Gu Li swiftly performed several hand gestures, and the swirling dust gradually settled. He then reinforced the seal at the entrance and subsequently closed his eyes. Mu Shun, Tao Zi, and Hong Nu followed suit, each seated in contemplative silence. Cough, cough. After a couple more coughs, Wujio finally regained his composure, unable to suppress his curiosity as he glanced around, yet in the enveloping darkness, he could see nothing. It seemed as though his four companions, who were so near, had vanished without a trace, not a sound emanating from them. Given the near asphyxiation caused by the swirling dust moments ago, could it be that these cultivators did not require breath? After a brief interval, Wujio felt the ache in his seated legs intensify, prompting him to stretch them out and lean against the cave wall, which afforded him some relief. Yet, he remained cautious, tucking his hands into his robe as he listened to the tumultuous sounds of nature outside, lost in silent contemplation, his eyelids gradually growing heavy. Chapter 17. Dreaming away, uncertain of how much time had passed, a graceful figure approached, stepping lightly upon her sword amidst the verdant cypress and swirling white clouds. Before her presence was fully felt, she smiled charmingly, then bit her lip, her eyes sparkling with allure as she inquired, "Since our parting at Finghua Valley, how fare you?" "My lord." Perched upon a cliff adorned with blooming flowers stood a young man in a flowing azure robe, strikingly handsome, like a jade tree in the wind. He raised his head and smiled, exuding gentle confidence as he declared, "Though mountains and rivers may stand in our way, nothing can diminish my unwavering affection for you. My dear Xian, I shall never surrender in this lifetime." The celestial maiden floated closer, her demeanor a mix of bashfulness and eagerness, her voice tinged with playful reproach. "My lord." The young man, overwhelmed with emotion, hastily extended his arms. "Sister." Yet, before she could respond, she abruptly transformed into a terrifying apparition. Her hair disheveled, and with a sinister grin, she jeered, "You, a mere bookkeeper from a brothel, dare to challenge me? Return what is mine." Caught off guard, the young man exclaimed in terror, "Ah!" At that moment, a ray of sunlight pierced through the cave entrance, illuminating the previously dark cavern. The four cultivators preparing to venture outside were momentarily stunned, each bewildered by the unfolding scene. Among them, Mu Xin stepped back, his expression wary as he subtly prepared a defensive spell. Suddenly, a slumbering figure sprang to life, clutching a sheathed short sword in one hand and two talismans in the other, shouting in a trance, "Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, grant your divine presence." Fortunately, after only a couple of cries, he discerned the reality of his surroundings, awakening to the realization that it had merely been a dream. With a sheepish smile, he remarked, "Ah, just dreaming. What a frightful scare for nothing." Wujio had been alone in the darkness for an extended period and had unknowingly drifted into slumber before waking abruptly, now understanding it had all been a dream. He let out a silent sigh of relief, discreetly stowing away the talismans and short sword, regaining his composure as he proclaimed, "In my dream, I heard the sound of horns, vanquishing demons with the might of thunder, a righteous heart for the cause. Behold, I shall shatter the heavens with my blade." Noticing the silence from the others, he felt a twinge of awkwardness and curiously asked, "What time is it now? Shall we set forth?" Gu Li shook his head, replying, "A night has passed. It is just the right time to continue our journey." He turned to exit the cave but paused to add, "Brother, the incantation you just recited is not part of our path." Wujio offered no rebuttal, shrugging with a hint of guilt. Indeed, it was not. It was merely a chant often recited by charlatans in the mundane world, and this young man could only recall that. Seizing the opportunity, he moved to follow Gu Li outside when Mu Xin's laughter resonated. "Haha! What a splendid verse! What remarkable talent! Indeed, my friend, you place righteousness above all. Even in dreams, you do not forget to slay demons. Humph! What a delightful dream, only to be ruined by that fellow. He should be grateful that I do not possess magical skills, otherwise, he would be in for a surprise." Ignoring Mu Xin, Wujio continued towards the cave entrance. Though the laughter echoed behind him, "Haha, who would have thought that the Xian sister you dreamed of turned into a demon?" A true beauty turned skeleton. It is quite lamentable. How despicable, eavesdropping on one's dreams. Unable to restrain himself, Wu Jiao glanced back with a glare before hurriedly exiting the cave. At noon, 5 figures descended upon a desolate rise, with Gu Li, Mu Xin, Tao Zi, and Hong Nu looking weary and travel-worn, alongside Wu Jiao. After 5 consecutive days of travel, coupled with 2 days of hiding in a cave, they had finally traversed the vast expanse of the yellow sky and arrived at this location. Before them lay towering mountains and dense forests, while the path they had traveled was a boundless desert of yellow sands. The formidable mountain range blocking their way was the final peril of their journey, Yunling. It was said that Yunling stretched for 800 miles, teeming with rare flowers and exotic fauna, yet it was characterized by steep heights and dense woods, with treacherous paths. A moment's inattention could lead one astray. And with ill fortune, losing one's life was not uncommon. Moreover, this remote area saw few travelers. In times of misfortune, one could only lament their fate. As they rested, Gu Li briefed his companions on pertinent matters, while Mu Xin and Tao Zi exchanged insights to ensure mutual support on their journey. After gleaning the general circumstances of Yunling, Wu Jiao stood alone on the barren rise, hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distance. Excitement surged within him, yet he could not quell a sense of foreboding. The thrill of reaching the other side of Yunling meant he would finally see the purple smoke fairy. Furthermore, should he seize the opportunity to hide in Lingxiao Mountain, he might evade the relentless pursuit and find peace. However, traversing the 800 miles of dense forest would not be a simple feat, should they encounter leopards or tigers. Luck might not be on their side. After a brief respite, Gu Li urged his companions to resume their journey. Wu Jiao, meandering nearby, hurried over to join them. But to his dismay, the 4 continued onward without pausing. He called out, "Gu brother, wait for me." Gu Li replied loudly, "I have already stated that I can only bring you, my brother, this far. The fortunes that follow shall be determined by fate." Tao Zi and Hong Nu did not look back, hastening away like the wind. Mu Xin, however, glanced back with a mischievous grin and said, "Wu friend, would you like me to accompany you for a while?" Wu Jiao came to a slow halt, his expression filled with dismay. Although Gu Li appeared magnanimous, he was undeniably petty. Even if he were to lead me to Lingxiao Mountain, what would that truly accomplish? Did he genuinely believe I was concealing my capabilities? Hence his intentionality? I have stated that I have yet to enter the fray. Why this pretense? Mu Xin's departure, however, was a stroke of serendipity, for he feared exposure that would shatter the camaraderie with Gu Li and the others. What is 800 miles of Yunling? Even if it spanned 1,000 or 10,000 miles, I shall traverse it with ease. Nevertheless, it was prudent to follow closely behind the others. At least there would be a clear direction. After deliberating for a moment, Wu Jiao sprinted forward. The ground was strewn with debris, making his run cumbersome. The wild grass between the stones grew increasingly dense, stretching into the valleys several miles away. To his left and right, the mountains and forests undulated in lush waves. The so-called 800 miles of Yunling may merely be a rough designation. The true details remained shrouded in mystery. However, before long, the valley came into view. He recalled vividly that Gu Li and the others had entered from this very spot. Panting heavily, Wu Jiao dared not pause, surmounting a hillock and swiftly arriving within the valley. However, before he could discern the situation of the valley, he was obstructed by towering ancient trees. The valley may well be expansive, yet the dense foliage rendered it difficult to ascertain its true nature. Vines entwined and shaded the sun, while countless paths crisscrossed in various directions. The figures of the 4 cultivators had long since vanished, and even if he wished to pursue them, he found himself at a loss for direction. Wu Jiao scratched his head, his expression hesitant, but after a moment, a spark of realization lit up his eyes. Not far ahead, amidst the trees, lay freshly broken grass stems. Without a doubt, they were left behind by those few in their hurried flight. Over the course of these 2 years of evasion, I have truly transformed. From perceiving the nuances in social interactions to adapting swiftly in perilous situations, as well as tracking and devising means for survival, I have made considerable progress. Wu Jiao felt a surge of quiet pride and stepped into the dense forest. Perhaps due to the tree cover, the tall wild grass beneath appeared somewhat sparse, and although the paths intertwined, the direction was clear. Along the way, he encountered occasional broken grass stalks or signs of disturbance as if the wind had played havoc. Wu Jiao no longer rushed to chase. Instead, he moved leisurely forward. After a while, he stood beneath an ancient tree, raising his gaze. The trunk was thick enough for several people to embrace, standing tall and reaching an unseen height. Occasionally, An unfamiliar bird would flit by, its melodious call echoing far away. A few diminutive strange creatures peered out from the branches, adding a touch of wild charm. There was also a vividly colored arm slowly writhing, two icy eyes gleaming with a sinister chill, a snake. As Wu Jiao gazed upwards, he suddenly saw a snake sliding down the tree trunk, startling him into a hasty retreat, grabbing a branch along the way for courage. However, after not going far, he slowed down again and inwardly lamented. Before him lay a clearing in the woods, encompassing several hundred feet, a lush expanse that was pleasing to the eye. The wild grass barely reached his knees, naturally bending down. Should an ordinary person traverse this place, it would leave an unusual trace. Yet for several cultivators gliding on the wind, it would be nearly impossible to discern anything. Wu Jiao glanced back, speculating on the whereabouts of Gu Li and the others, then turned and continued forward slowly, wielding the branch to beat the grass. This was a skill taught by the old hunters of the mountains, beating the grass to scare the snake. After traversing the clearing, he found no signs of serpents or insects. Dishearteningly, the traces of the four cultivators had likewise vanished. Even after searching left and right, he found nothing. Left with no choice, Wu Jiao pressed on. With the branch in hand, he tapped and prodded, searching with his feet and glancing around, gradually delving deeper into the valley. Half a day passed, and the path ahead began to open up. Moments later, a ridge appeared several hundred feet away. Had he emerged from the Yunling? Impossible. It was an 800-mile journey. At this pace, it would take nearly a month to traverse these towering mountains. Wu Jiao used the branch as a cane, struggling to ascend the ridge, and hastily found a stone to sit upon, panting and wiping the sweat from his brow. The sky approached dusk, the sun sinking in the west. The valley he had traversed finally revealed its rugged beauty, bathed in the gentle glow of twilight, picturesque and enchanting. Ahead lay the vast, murky mountains, dark and endless. Yet, whether forward or backward, he still saw not a single soul. A few contemptible individuals have seemingly vanished into thin air. Merely possessing a handful of spells does not render one extraordinary. Wu Jiao paused for a moment, his stomach growling, a reminder of the long hours without sustenance. He rummaged through his pack with a weary sigh. The last of his buns, beef, and peaches had all been offered to curry favor with Gu Li. Now, nothing remained. And the pangs of hunger were quite unbearable. As dusk approached, Wu Jiao, disinclined to continue his journey, set down his pack and began to search the surrounding area. After a short while, he collected a few pine cones from the nearby woods and gathered some twigs and dry leaves, then fished out a fire starter, gently blowing on it. Once he successfully ignited a small fire, he tossed the pine cones into the flames to roast. Before long, he extracted the charred cones, cracking them open to reveal the fragrant pine nuts within. With the consumption of the pine nuts, his hunger was somewhat alleviated. Yet, he noticed the absence of water nearby, forcing him to endure the thirst for the time being. As night fell and the crescent moon hung like a hook in the sky, the valleys and distant peaks were cloaked in a hazy lunar glow, contrasting sharply with the dark, dense forest. Calculating the passage of time, he realized he had been away from Fenghua Valley for nearly half a month, despite the myriad dangers encountered along the way. Arriving at this location in such a brief span must have surprised Chi Sanren as well. He chuckled to himself. Standing atop the ridge, he gazed out at the night, feeling the mountain breeze and reminiscing about the events that had transpired, a wave of contentment washing over him. Finding the evening cool and inviting, he contemplated reclining for a moment's rest. However, a sudden unease crept into his mind, prompting him to extinguish the remaining flames of the fire. He shouldered his pack and moved to a nearby tree, looking up to assess it. In a short while, he began to climb the ancient cypress, which was thick enough to embrace, with branches splitting off at a height of 4 or 5 zhang, providing ample space for one to lie down. Positioned high above the ground, he could at least evade the threats posed by serpents and insects. Traveling alone necessitated a heightened sense of caution. Once he settled onto the branch, securing his pack, he could not resist glancing down. At that moment, a shadowy figure stealthily emerged from the thicket on the side of the ridge. Chapter 18, quite remarkable, bathed in the hazy glow of the moonlight. One could vaguely discern the figure of a shadow. Its long sleeves billowed silently to the ground, and before long, it had reached the ridge of the mountain. Just as it was about to proceed further, it suddenly paused and bent down to scrutinize something. Amidst a pile of extinguished ashes, wisps of smoke still lingered in the air. The figure took 2 slow steps back and laughed heartily. "Huh? Fellow Taoist, why not reveal yourself for a meeting?" Wu Jiao, concealed among the branches, remained motionless, unable to suppress a disdainful sneer. At this moment, there was no need for further observation. The raucous laughter alone sufficed to identify the intruder. That sneaky individual was none other than Mushin. Given his obsessive fixation on the so-called treasure, it was hardly surprising that he would not relent easily. Indeed, he had returned under the cover of night, intent on causing mischief. Fortunately, this young master had wisely taken refuge in the trees, remaining undetected. Mushin, hands clasped behind his back, strutted about with an air of triumph, proclaiming, "In the depths of the forest, even with the wind manipulation technique, one cannot venture far. Guli, Tauzi, and Hong Nu are resting just 50 miles away. I feigned an outing for convenience, allowing me to return along the same path specifically for you. Ha." He chuckled again before adding, "What I fear is that you might lose your way or accidentally stray off. Should that happen, it would indeed be too late for regrets. However, it seems you have fortuitously arrived here, saving me a great deal of trouble." Wu Jia remained silent, fixated on the unfolding events below. Did he think to coax this young master into revealing himself? Such tricks were merely childish play. Mushin continued to speak to himself, unperturbed by the absence of a response. He ambled toward the large tree, suddenly looking up with a grin. "Do you think that by climbing up into the tree, you can elude my perception?" Just as Wu Jiao felt a fleeting sense of luck, a heavy dread washed over him. What was this perception? It seemed that the man had already sensed his presence, which was entirely unexpected. Now that his whereabouts were exposed, though he was perched high above, he found himself in an awkward predicament. If Mushin were to set fire to the tree, what would he do then? Just as a foreboding thought crossed Wu Jiao's mind, he saw Mushin raise a talisman high in the air, a sinister smile distorting his features as he threatened, "Ha, swiftly return all the treasures, and perhaps you may be spared your life. Otherwise, I shall ensure your complete annihilation." Mushin chanted incantations, and with a swift motion, the talisman transformed into a blazing fire, soaring upwards. Guided by his hand gestures, the fiery tendril, resembling a dragon, spiraled rapidly around the tree. Under the illumination of the flames, the hidden figure among the branches was rendered utterly visible. His confidence swelled, and he taunted, "Since you possess a sword talisman, why not summon it and engage me in battle? Ha." Wu Ju leaned against the tree trunk, suddenly at a loss. The flames encircled him, sealing off all avenues of escape. Even if he wished to evade, there was nowhere to flee. Though he held a talisman, he lacked the skill to wield it. Was he truly destined to be roasted like a pine cone? Mushin, convinced of his assured victory, continued, "You may have fortuitously slain my master, but perhaps you have already exhausted your powers. I observe you traveling without any concealment, resembling a true mortal. Yet you find yourself powerless at this moment. How then can you wield the sword talisman? Do you not see? That fellow has been incessantly scheming to harm others along the way. Moreover, casting talismans requires spiritual energy. Why did Shi-Sanren not elucidate this beforehand?" Wu Jiao, perched upon the tree, anxiously grasped his hair in distress, feeling utterly helpless. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he hurriedly drew a short sword into his grasp. Whether it be life or death, let fate decide. Mushin's laughter grew colder as he menaced, "Return my treasure." Simultaneously, a flurry of wing beats echoed from the air above, followed by several shadowy figures plunging down, cawing and screeching, heading straight for the flames. Wu Jiao, caught in the forefront, observed with clarity, nearly losing his balance and hastily clinging to the trunk to steady himself. Before him were several large birds, each possessing beastly heads, crimson eyes, sharp beaks, and formidable teeth, with claws like hooks and wings spanning a length of 2 zhang, generating fierce gusts as they flapped. Notably, these massive birds paid no heed to Wu Jiao clinging to the trunk. Instead, they pursued the source of the fire relentlessly, diving toward Mushin below. Mushin's visage paled, retreating in haste as he exclaimed, "Bloodthirsty spirit bats, they thrive on devouring spiritual essence and vital blood. And they abhor flames. How careless of me." It dawned on him too late. The fire he conjured had been extinguished, and 4 or 5 spirit bats seized the opportunity to swoop down with a chilling howl. The ferocity of these bats rivaled that of true cultivators. If ensnared and besieged, the outcome would be dire. For the moment, let that person benefit. I shall bide my time and seek retribution later. Mushin dared not linger. Invoking the wind mastery technique, he turned and fled. Behind him, the cacophony of cawing was deafening, with dark shadows pursuing relentlessly. Moments later, Wu Jiao remained on the tree, utterly bewildered. Could it be that the timid possess a fool's fortune? How else could one repeatedly escape from the jaws of death? First, the friendly Chilan leopard, and now the protective spirit bats. Truly, when luck arrives, it cannot be thwarted. Could it be you, Fairy Xian, praying for me in secret? After the initial shock, Wujio could not help but indulge in his own fanciful thoughts. Yet he did not dare to remain hidden in the tree any longer. He shouldered his bundle and stealthily descended, traversing the mountain ridge and making his way into the dense forest ahead. After wandering in the dark for the better part of an incense stick's duration, indifferent to cardinal directions, he sought out a large tree and climbed up. Once he ascertained that the surroundings were devoid of activity, he embraced the trunk and gradually drifted into slumber. On a hillside, 3 individuals were seated in quiet repose. Suddenly, Guli opened his eyes and glanced back, prompting the opposite Taozi and Hong Nu to react, their expression shifting as if sensing something. Moments later, a figure stumbled out from the thicket. He was clad in tattered garments, his hair disheveled, and bloodstains marred his appearance, rendering him quite disheveled. Guli, astonished, remarked, "Brother Mu, what has befallen you to appear in such a state?" Taozi cast a casual glance before adding, "Did you venture off for a moment of convenience yet return tardily? Could it be you struggled to locate a suitable place, thus finding yourself in such a predicament?" He deemed his words amusing, sharing a subtle smile with Hong Nu beside him. The latter responded with playful indignation, barely stifling a chuckle. Mushin approached the trio, thumping down onto the ground, shaking his head in lingering apprehension. "Pray do not mock me. Recently, while traversing the wilderness, I lost my way and unexpectedly encountered several bloodthirsty spirit bats. It was only after sacrificing my last few fiery talismans that I managed to extricate myself from that perilous situation." Guli was momentarily taken aback. Bloodthirsty spirit bats. Taozi and Hong, too, had lost their jovial spirits, their expressions now fraught with tension. However, Mu Shun waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Those spirit bats have long since departed. Unless lured by flames or the scent of blood, they will not return." Guli nodded in agreement, remarking, "Brother Mu possesses a wealth of knowledge. He must have an extraordinary background." Taozi concurred, adding, "If not born into a prestigious family, he must have received guidance from renowned masters." Mushin retrieved 2 medicinal pills and swallowed them, offering a wry smile without elaborating further. Guli then inquired, "You claim that individual is deeply concealed. Why does he appear so utterly oblivious, like an ordinary mortal?" Mushin paused, momentarily stunned, yet remained silent. In another valley, ancient trees towered above, and wild grasses thrived. At this moment, a figure gradually made his way through the dense thicket, using a branch to clear his path. He occasionally brushed aside the obstructing vines and wild grasses, all the while remaining vigilant and cautious. Wandering through the forest, direction unclear, he found himself in a stifling atmosphere devoid of wind. Beads of sweat adorned his forehead, and his garments were drenched, having been torn by thorns, leaving him in a rather disheveled state. Suddenly, he stumbled, his feet sinking into the ground. When he extracted them, his shoes were caked with decaying leaves and mud. Grimacing, he cautiously advanced, reaching for his shoulder, only to let out a helpless sigh. Along the way, he had encountered numerous mishaps, even losing his pack. Although venomous snakes were manageable, the peculiar beast of the forest proved quite formidable. Fortunately, his timely evasion had spared his life. It seemed luck was on his side, for he had yet to encounter ferocious predators such as wolves, tigers, or leopards. However, after traversing for over 10 days and crossing several valleys, why had he not yet emerged from the Yunling mountain range? And what of that fellow Mushin? Ever since their encounter on the moonlit night, he had not returned. Had he been devoured by a great bird, or simply wandered off? This individual was Wu Jio, whose once handsome visage had become rather grimy and unkempt. After a brief rest, he continued his arduous journey. Soon, the gentle sound of a trickling stream reached his ears, invigorating his spirit. He quickened his pace, for he found himself at the edge of the thicket, where the terrain began to open up. In the distance, he could vaguely discern a stream meandering down the hillside. With mountains and water, one cannot ask for a more splendid view. Wu Jiu leaped and bounded, on the verge of escaping the entanglements of the forest, when suddenly he halted, feeling a tug from behind. Surprised, he yanked himself free and turned to look, revealing a grin of realization. It turned out that his hair had become ensnared in a branch. In his haste, he had forcefully broken the blue cloth binding his hair, causing a sting to his scalp, thus scaring himself momentarily. Now understanding, Wu Jio noticed his hair cascading over his shoulders. Unfazed, he pivoted and leaped out of the thicket. Not far ahead, on the hillside, lush green grass carpeted the ground, wildflowers bloomed abundantly, and the stream flowed serenely, accompanied by a gentle mountain breeze that was utterly delightful. Wu Jio dashed to the stream's edge, crouching down to indulge in a refreshing drink. Moments later, he submerged his upper body into the water, then abruptly lifted his head. sending droplets splashing everywhere. With a sense of liberation, he could not help but let out a groan, casually sweeping aside his long hair to gaze upward. The stream cascaded down the mountainside, converging into a serene lake a couple of miles away. This lake, spanning over 10 miles, resembled a polished mirror nestled among the mountains, enhancing the picturesque scenery. Beyond this lay a narrow canyon. At this moment, the sun hung high in the sky, casting a radiant light. The surroundings were tranquil, devoid of any human presence. He immersed his tousled hair in the stream, washing it clean, then shed his garments, placing a short sword beside him, while a bounty of wild fruits rolled out from his pocket. Moments later, he returned to the grassy area, one hand gripping the short sword and the other holding his wrung-out clothes, as if savoring the moment. He gathered his disheveled hair and tore a strip from his long robe to secure it casually. At this instant, thoughts of mending and stitching had completely faded away. He picked up a fruit from the ground and began to eat, surveying his still sturdy physique, nodding in satisfaction. Having spent years on the road, braving the elements and sleeping outdoors, he had endured much but had yet to falter. In fact, he felt increasingly vigorous. He glanced down at his feet and smiled faintly, noting that his well-worn cloth shoes had long since revealed his toes. If the enchanting fairy of purple smoke were to behold him in such a state, one could only wonder if she would feel a pang of sympathy. Unable to resist, he reached for the waistband of his trousers, where a small pouch was sewn, containing scattered silver coins and items he deemed precious. After quenching his thirst with the cool stream water and consuming several fruits, the previous hunger and fatigue dissipated entirely. He shook out his garments and laid them on the grass to dry, then resumed searching through his waistband, soon revealing a piece of animal hide. This was one of the relics left by his late master, Mu Xin, which seemed to possess an extraordinary quality. Chapter 19. The Celestial Punishment Sutra. The animal hide appeared somewhat peculiar. After washing, it showed no signs of damage. It bore several lines of script, ancient and obscure, yet recognizable. What wisdom does the Celestial Punishment Sutra convey? Wu Jiao, having satisfied his hunger, reclined on the grass, enjoying the cool mountain breeze while slowly examining the hide. Interpreting the 4 characters literally, heaven refers to the divine, punishment signifies law. Harmonizing with the Great Way, it is termed a sutra, and Jing denotes the eternal principles. Indeed, this is a scripture concerning the celestial laws. It is said, heaven has its punishments, the earth its virtues. What is above does not equate to heavenly punishment, nor does what is below equate to earthly virtue. Observing the way of heaven, adhering to its path, the universe rests in the hands. All transformations arise from within the self. Wu Ju perused the scripture several times, grasping its essence yet finding it dull. He decided to cover his face with the hide to shield himself from the sunlight. The scripture contained merely a few hundred words, with slight attention. It could be committed to memory. Though seemingly profound, its application remained unclear. At that moment, the hide covering his face suddenly lifted and soared into the air. Wu Jiao, not paying it much heed, opened his eyes just a sliver. To his astonishment, the hide ascended higher, reaching a height of over 10 zhang. Wu Jiao was taken aback, filled with curiosity. How strange, the mountain breeze was gentle. Could it truly elevate the hide to such heights? To his bewilderment, a voice spoke. The Celestial Punishment Sutra? Wu Jiao sat up abruptly, yet saw no one around. The voice continued. What is above does not equate to heavenly punishment, nor does what is below equate to earthly virtue. In essence, aligning with the way of heaven and the advantages of the earth ensures that the seasons follow their order and the laws remain constant. Observing the way of heaven, adhering to its path, the heavens encompass all, and the earth bears all. How wondrous. In broad daylight, is this a specter? The hide remained suspended in midair, refusing to descend. Who was this speaker? He appeared to possess profound insights on the scripture, further stating, this text appears ordinary, yet is unparalleled in its profundity. It is a rarity in my life, the source of which remains unknown. Wu Jiao sat there, eyes wide open, but still saw nothing. The speaker's tone was rather amiable. Perhaps he was not a malevolent spirit. He tried to regain his composure. Return my scripture. Oh, your scripture? Came a retort, accompanied by a flash of light. A figure gradually solidified in the air, a middle-aged Taoist clad in a blue robe, standing upon a beam of swordlight. With delicate brows and long eyes, his countenance was lean, sporting 3 strands of blue whiskers beneath his chin. His hair styled in a topknot. His grand sleeves billowed, exuding an extraordinary demeanor, as he held the hide in his hand. His demeanor conveyed a sense of relaxed nonchalance. Wu Ju quickly nodded, his gaze fixated on the sword light beneath the man's feet. Could it be that he was witnessing a celestial being flying with a sword? The man looked down and inquired, Are you a practitioner? Without much thought, Wu Jiao nodded vigorously. As the man descended, the sword light dissipated, and he gracefully landed on the grass. Noticing the bewildered young man nearby, along with a short sword and wild fruit scattered about him, he cast a brief glance. Smiling as he remarked, "You are but a mortal." Wu Jiao, not daring to be disrespectful, hurriedly donned his long robe, ensuring to tuck his short sword into his bosom. Once he was somewhat presentable, he discreetly gathered a few fruits and concealed them, then bowed and said, "I am Wu Jiao, honored to meet a master. The scripture is all I possess, I humbly request." He extended his hand with a bashful smile. Everything unspoken between them. This young gentleman is indifferent to the distinctions of cultivators or mortals. He merely desires the scripture back. "Oh, so you are simply an ordinary scholar." The man appeared momentarily taken aback, then self-deprecatingly added, "I am no master, just call me Taoist Changxian." He took a few steps on the grass, glanced back at the lake ahead, and mused aloud. Countless streams converge to form a lake. Much like a bright mirror, this is the famed Mirror Lake. The salmon within are exquisite in flavor. I came here to fish, not expecting an intrusion. Wu Jiao noted that the man did not return the scripture and dared not demand it forcefully. He contemplated. His name is Changxian. He is a Taoist. Seemingly formidable, but with a gentle disposition, certainly far better than those ancient scoundrels. He has come to Mirror Lake for fishing. Could it be that I am at fault for entering unannounced? The middle-aged man, self-identified as Changxian, continued his soliloquy and suddenly turned, raising the beast skin in his hand, inquiring, "Is this scripture a family heirloom or an accidental find? Might I borrow it for a few days to ponder and comprehend?" Wu Jiao was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. Whether my scripture is a family legacy or a chance discovery, surely one cannot resort to coercion. Yet, what can I truly do about it? Changxian, however, was perceptive, offering an apologetic smile and saying, "It was merely my eagerness that led to this imprudent suggestion. I reside at the Red Cloud Peak of Lingxiao Mountain. I will not deny my word in the future." Wu Jiao's expression shifted as he remarked, "The Taoist hails from Lingxiao Mountain." Changxian retorted, "Is that not true?" Wu Jiao suddenly grew more forthright, stating, "Since the Taoist has spoken, how could I dare to refuse?" However, he paused, clasping his hands again, "As you mentioned, I indeed seek to ascend Lingxiao Mountain in search of enlightenment. I humbly request the Taoist to guide me up the mountain." Realistically, it seemed the scripture might not be reclaimed. In that case, he could not afford to suffer in vain. Changxian appeared somewhat surprised, pointing at himself with a hint of threat and ambiguity, saying, "You, a mere mortal, dare to bargain with me?" Wu Jiao felt a sudden chill envelop him, involuntarily shivering. The scenery remained unchanged, the breeze consistent, yet an inexplicable dread akin to plunging into an icy abyss enveloped him. He forced a calm demeanor, awkwardly chuckling, to speak candidly. "I have traversed for half a month, persistently stalled, and should I continue to lose my way, I fear I shall meet my end in the Cloud Ridge." Changxian nodded in comprehension, his elongated eyes gleaming with an inscrutable expression. After a moment, he generously declared, "Very well, I shall lead you out of the Cloud Ridge. As a form of compensation for borrowing the scripture, henceforth, we shall owe each other nothing." With a sudden flourish of his sleeve, he gently cast the beast-skin scripture aside. "Today, I have encountered a kind soul. Not only will he guide me out of the Cloud Ridge, but he will also return the scripture." Wu Jiao felt a surge of joy as he reached out to receive it. The beast hide lay just a few feet away when suddenly a spark ignited, engulfing it in flames. He hastily waved his sleeve to extinguish the blaze, and miraculously, the fierce flames were extinguished in an instant. In that fleeting moment, 7 faint, otherworldly lights flickered into existence and vanished before his eyes. He had thought him a good person, but was he merely toying with him? Wu Jiao, flustered and bewildered, felt a surge of indignation. "Taoist, why did you burn my scripture?" Changxian, however, appeared deaf to the inquiry, gazing skyward as if searching for something elusive, muttering to himself in astonishment. "That scripture, though inscribed on beast hide, is a product of alchemical refinement. A minor mishap could lead to its self-destruction. Having burnt the hide yet refusing to take responsibility was indeed a grave insult." Wu Jiao interjected, "Clearly, it was you who destroyed it." Changxian turned back with a dismissive smile. "Even if I were to seize the spirit stones and talismans from you and silence you forever, what could you do about it?" Wu Jiao's expression shifted, instinctively shielding his waist with both hands. The audacity of the man to see through his garments was truly despicable. Changxian laughed even more heartily. "I am merely assisting you." Wu Jiao shrugged, at a loss for words. To sell him out and then expect his assistance in counting the coins was not mere bullying. It was a blatant humiliation. How could cultivators stoop to such behavior? This was a lesson learned. Helpless under coercion, he could only lament. Chongstin continued, "If I am not mistaken, that scripture is exceedingly extraordinary. Possessing it would surely invite mortal peril. Though I have destroyed it, I have, in truth, saved your life. There is a saying in the mundane world, a common man is innocent, yet possessing treasure brings guilt." Seeing that he was still rolling his eyes in indignation and grievance, Changxian asked with a smile, "Have you ever thoroughly studied the scripture, grasping its profound essence?" Wu Jiao's heart was heavy with discontent, yet he chose not to prolong the charade, reluctantly admitting, "I have not." "Ah, then what use was it to keep the scripture?" Destruction was indeed a means of averting disaster. Changxian, appearing as though he had stumbled upon a stroke of fortune, beamed with delight before waving his sleeve, commanding, "Let us depart. I shall lead you away from Yunling." A slender beam of sword light shot through the air, landing gracefully upon the ground, transforming into a blade several feet long and 3 inches wide, shimmering with an enchanting glow. At first glance, it seemed an ethereal vision, truly extraordinary. Wu Jiao stared at the sword light, unable to restrain himself from stepping back a couple of paces. Was that a flying sword? Would he too take to the skies? But what if he fell and met his doom? Nevertheless, there was no point in further dispute. The matter had reached its conclusion. Moreover, the origins of that scripture were dubious. Its destruction might very well align with Changxian's words, allowing him to steer clear of calamity. Changxian stepped onto the blade's edge, gesturing towards the hilt. "If you do not follow soon, I shall depart." No sooner had he spoken than the 5-foot-long sword light gracefully lifted off the ground. What was there to fear? This young master was audacious. If he harbored ill intentions, why go to such lengths? Wu Jiao exhaled a sigh, shouldering his bundle and resolutely leaping onto the sword light. As his feet firmly found their footing, a force surged from below, instantly binding him tightly, rendering him immobile. Simultaneously, the wind howled. The surroundings suddenly opened up, with white clouds drifting not far away. Astonished, he glanced downward and realized he was soaring high in the air, which startled him so much that he shut his eyes tightly. A streak of sword light carried 2 figures swiftly away, landing in a valley half an hour later. Wu Jiao trembled, gradually sensing no harm had come to him, and began to relax. As he opened his eyes, he beheld the vastness of the clouds, the world appearing like a painting. So this is the experience of flying with a sword. What a delightful sensation it is. Just as he was gazing far and wide, feeling invigorated, he sensed a descent in momentum and a shift in scenery. Abruptly, his feet halted, and before he could comprehend what was happening, he was gently pushed aside, causing him to stumble inadvertently. A voice chuckled, "Farewell." Wu Jiao barely managed to steady himself, looking around in alarm. The area was overgrown with wild grass, rugged mountains towering above, devoid of any celestial beings soaring through the sky or rare flowers and exotic plants. It was clearly a desolate wilderness, lacking any trace of a spiritual mountain's aura. The earlier experience of flying with the sword felt like a fleeting dream. Before Wu Jiao could discern his surroundings, he hastily called out, "I wish to go to Lingxiao Mountain. Why have you abandoned me here?" Changxian, on the verge of departing, circled gracefully a few paces away. The sword light glimmered beneath him, and his flowing sleeves fluttered as if infused with an ethereal spirit. Yet the words he spoke were disheartening. "I brought you along out of goodwill to share some scriptures, but I never promised to take you to the mountain. Now that we are clear, what do you wish to do?" Wu Jiao, wanting to argue but left speechless, stared wide-eyed. Changxian, seemingly filled with pity, continued, "You are now at the foot of the spiritual mountain, and only those of our sect may enter. I could take you for a tour of the mountain, but I do not wish to leave behind any loose ends. You may try to seek entry into the celestial sect or depart. The choice is yours." However, he shook his head and sighed. "You are hardly suited for the path of cultivation. Why waste your precious youth? Why not indulge in life's pleasures instead, so as to not squander this existence?" Before his words could fully settle, he soared into the sky atop the sword light, disappearing into the depths of the clouds. Turning back with a smile, "Ha! What a hopelessly antiquated scholar you are." Chapter 20. The path to the spirit mountain, those of high cultivation and those of low cultivation. Those who soar through the skies and those who scuttle upon the ground, all the cultivators encountered here are far from honest. Take that Changxian, for instance. He brazenly stole my scriptures, not only refusing to return them, but also using the pretense of destruction as an excuse. He then discarded me here, beautifying his actions with the phrase, "We owe each other nothing," and are thus clear. How remarkably unscrupulous his deeds were. one cannot help but feel indignant. Yet perhaps I have learned a lesson from this. Moreover, he claimed that I am not a true cultivator? I refuse to believe it. I am determined to ascend the spirit mountain and cultivate, not only to avenge my family, but also for the love at first sight experienced with the enchanting Xian fairy. Wu Jiao stood there, momentarily stunned and filled with indignation. After a while, he began to look around with renewed hope. The spirit stones beneath his feet? Does that not imply that Xian fairy is atop the mountain? In an instant, Wu Jiao felt invigorated and was about to ascend the mountain. But soon his expression turned troubled. The valley was nestled amidst a sprawling expanse, surrounded by towering peaks shrouded in mist. Looking up, the air was thick with fog and bizarre rocks jutted out. Not only could one not discern the location of Lingsha Mountain, but even the paths to climb it were nowhere to be seen. Even if I wished to enter the realm of immortals, I find myself without a way forward. What shall I do? Gazing eastward along the valley, Wu Jiao noticed a flat expanse in the woods leading into the distance. Perhaps that is the direction of departure. Yet having arrived here with such difficulty, how could I readily give up? Wu Jiao paced restlessly for a moment, and with a plan forming in his mind. He descended from the valley and began to meander around the highest peak nearby. Since this is the foot of the spirit mountain, there must be a path upward. Moving eastward along the mountain's base, he navigated through the crevices, making left turns in hopes of encircling the mountain. Slowly he searched. Fortune favors the diligent. Ahead lay a hillock, followed by a chaotic pile of stones, then dense woods concealed the way, and soon a mountain stream obstructed his path. Wu Jiao's garments were torn in several places, and his arms and face bore fresh wounds. After fording the stream, half a day had passed without finding a path upward. In his hand, he held a few green fruits. Biting into them, the sourness made him grimace. As he staggered down a slope, he tumbled onto the grass, exclaiming in surprise, and before he could rise, his eyes suddenly brightened. From a high vantage point, he spotted a figure moving in the distance, a familiar silhouette though indistinct. Wu Jiao hesitated for a moment before scrambling to his feet and rushing forward. Upon passing through a thicket, he found a narrow path winding through the wilds. Ah, there is indeed a road here. Could it lead to the spirit mountain? His eyes sparkled with hope, and he promptly sat down to catch his breath. After the time it takes to burn an incense stick, for figures appeared from afar. The lead figure, a square-faced man, was none other than Gu Li, followed by Mushin, Tao Zi, and Hong Nu. The four had journeyed together after traversing the Yunling Mountains. With Spirit Mountain within reach, they were filled with excitement. Haha, once we ascend, we shall be fellow disciples. In that case, I shall become Hong Mei's senior brother. Senior brother. Higi, junior sister. The sect has its rules. So you two must not act recklessly. I humbly request the esteemed elder to offer guidance. Naturally. Brother Mu, what troubles you? As Gu Li and Tao Zi jested with Hong, they noticed their companion remained silent and could not help but inquire. Adding, this journey relies heavily on your financial and physical contributions. Mushin turned back, absent-mindedly responding, gold and silver are mere trifles, hardly worthy of mention. Moreover, our bond is of a unique nature. Gu Li chuckled. Indeed, it is imperative that we grow closer in the future. Mushin gazed wistfully at the path behind him, then redirected his attention ahead. Yet, in a fleeting moment, his previously listless demeanor shifted to one of astonishment and joy. How could it be him? Gu Li, perceptively noticing, along with Tao Zi and Hong, turned their gaze forward. Several hundred feet away, beside the mountain path, someone sat cross-legged on a stone, leisurely munching on fruit. No brother? Gu Li exclaimed in surprise, having not anticipated any peculiarities at the foot of Ling Mountain. Though the figure appeared ragged and disheveled, the contentment on his face unmistakably belonged to Wu Jiao, who had long been left behind in Yunling. How could he have arrived here before them? Mushin's joy surpassed his astonishment. He hurried past Gu Li, rushing forward, sincerely calling out, Fellow Taoist Wu, how have you fared since we last met? Tao Zi and Hong, equally incredulous, followed with their own queries. Wu Jiao, perched upon the stone, seemed genuinely surprised. Ah, is this not Brother Gu and several fellow Taoists? He stood up, discarding the wild fruit he had been holding, remarking that it was unripe and quite unpalatable. As Mushin and Gu Li approached, Tao Zi and Hong soon followed. Wu Jiao clasped his hands in greeting. Overwhelmed with emotion, it has been too long since our last parting. I have missed you greatly. He continued with heartfelt warmth. Brother Gu, you remain as formidable as ever. Taoist Tao Zi and Taoist Hong, a match made in heaven, and Taoist Mu. His gaze turned to Mushan, who sighed. Taoist Mu, you appear pale and significantly emaciated, likely due to restless days and nights, yet you still possess an alluring charm, haha. Guli, Taozi, and Hong exchanged glances of confusion, each raising their hands in a perfunctory manner. However, Mushin's smile faltered. How could one speak so? What does it mean to appear pale, to possess an alluring charm? It was nothing short of a veiled insult. He chuckled awkwardly, then feigned casualness as he asked, Fellow Taoist, you were clearly lingering in Yunling. How is it that you arrived here before us for? He scrutinized Wu Jiao from head to toe, further inquiring, Your physical condition seems diminished. Surely, you could not have outpaced us on foot. Might you enlighten us on this matter? Guli, Taozi, and Hongv nodded in agreement. Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Jiao pointed his grimy finger towards a distant point, earnestly proclaiming, As my friend Mu Dao has said, that day I was wandering amidst the beautiful scenery, when suddenly my interest waned, and I took to the skies on my flying sword. As he spoke, his finger glided down before the eyes of the crowd, and with a self-satisfied grin, he continued, I flew all the way here, haha. He vividly depicted the scene of soaring through the air on his sword, infused with emotion and intricate detail, yet it was laced with a hint of boastfulness and an overwhelming sense of pride. Mushin's smile grew increasingly strained, the warmth he had just exhibited evaporating entirely. He cast a sidelong glance, as if regarding a monstrous being, and insincerely remarked, Flying on a sword? How delightful for you. Friend. Wu Jiao, lost in his own revelry, responded, Indeed it is. Mu Shun let out a quiet sigh of frustration, shaking his head at his three companions, his face adorned with a mocking smile as he stepped aside, choosing not to utter another word. His gesture conveyed his anger and the restraint expected of a cultivator. Guli, taking a step back with his arms crossed, scrutinized Wu Jiao before questioning, Brother Wu, have you regained your cultivation powers? Wu Jiao replied nonchalantly, I am but an ordinary mortal. Where would my powers come from? Guli's expression darkened. Then let me ask you again, if you possess no powers, how could you fly on a sword? Before Wu Jiao could respond, Guli could no longer contain his anger, even if our actions were amiss. We should not be subjected to your mockery. What face do we have as fellow cultivators, and how shall we interact in the future? Tao Zi and Hong Nu shared his sentiments, casting cold glances in his direction. Wu Jiao anticipated that his words and actions might invite disdain, yet he never imagined it would lead to such a righteous reprimand. He raised his hands in surprise, stammering, This. Guli, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively. Even if one finds a shortcut, there is no need for such arrogance. Let us ascend the mountain together and cease this pretense. He ceased his lengthy discourse and took the lead up the narrow path, only to pause after a few steps to impart earnestly, Brother, your demeanor is excessively frivolous. It truly will not do. Wu Jiao gazed at Guli's retreating figure, feeling powerless to defend himself. I did not speak falsely. Left alone in the depths of the forest, he lamented the need to guard against Mu Shun's underhanded tactics. Were it not for encountering Changxian, he would still be wandering in the clouds. Now, even speaking the truth elicited disbelief, rendering him perceived as trivial and affected. How unjust. As Tao Zi and Hong Nu brushed past him, their eyes betrayed unmistakable disdain. Mu Shun, exhibiting a touch more humanity, approached and remarked, A bookkeeper from a brothel dares to call himself a gentleman? Ha ha. If your words bear truth, why not show us another flight? Wu Jiao, lifting his gaze to the heavens, feigned ignorance. After a moment, feeling slightly relieved, he set off to catch up. Just then, he spotted a half-eaten wild fruit lying by the path, and with a swift kick, he exclaimed, I fly, only to miss his footing and comically tumble to the ground. 5 figures gradually navigated through the rocky terrain. It is said that at the foot of the Spirit Mountain, outsiders are forbidden from employing their magical powers. To ascend the mountain, one must have a guide. Otherwise, they must content themselves with a humble walk. After half a stick of incense, the winding path through the mountains vanished. Upon crossing 2 ridges, a serpentine stone staircase emerged ahead. Wu Jiao silently breathed a sigh of relief. Had they wandered aimlessly, the path up the mountain would have remained elusive. However, as cultivators, Gu Li and his companions possessed experience and knowledge beyond the ordinary. Thus, following closely behind proved to be a considerable saving of effort. Ascending along the stone steps, they gradually rose higher, and the distant scenery became increasingly clear. The sunlight above shone brilliantly, while clouds floated lazily around them. Along the way, ancient pines leaned at angles, and at times a breeze would sweep through, enveloping the mountains in mist and rendering the landscape enchanting. Another half-hour passed, and the stone steps came to an end. On a plateau halfway up the mountain stood a stone pavilion, open to the wind on all sides. The plaque above bore 2 characters, Xiao Yao, carefree. Not far from the stone pavilion, on a rocky wall, were inscribed 4 archaic characters: Ling Xia Dong Tian, Lingxia, Cave Heaven. This marked the entrance to Lingxia Mountain. Without a guide, even finding oneself in such a place would ultimately be in vain. Kiki, what Brother Gu said is indeed true. This is also the sincerity behind my invitation for you and several fellow Taoists to accompany me. It is said that Brother Gu understands the ways of mountain worship. Hongmei is unaware that Brother Gu has received guidance from a great master. Haha. That esteemed master was a Taoist I happened upon during my visit to Lingxiao Mountain years ago. He recognized my extraordinary bones and profound affinity for the celestial, thus encouraging me to seek entrance into the immortal gates one day. As Guli shared laughter with his companions, he raised his hand and tossed a piece of jade into the air, which suddenly burst apart, transforming into a slender beam of light that shot skyward. He remarked, "This is a unique sound transmission jade slip of Lingxiao Mountain." Mushin, Taozi, and Hongnu nodded in agreement, each filled with excitement and anticipation. Wujiu followed suit, glancing upwards, unable to suppress a whisper of curiosity. Is it possible that amidst the mountain trails, an immortal maiden descends from the heavens? And what, pray tell, is this sound transmission jade slip? Chapter 21. A friend's arrival on the mountain platform. 4 figures stood quietly in anticipation, while the 5th wandered alone not far off. Yujio contemplated in silence, wishing to inquire about the purpose of the sound-transmitting jade slip and the rules of the immortal sect. However, his companions averted their gazes, prompting him to discreetly step aside. The mountain platform was modest in size, measuring a little over 10 zhang in circumference. On one side, cliffs soared high, while the other presented a steep precipice. The landscape was adorned with peculiar stones and sparse vegetation, merging seamlessly into the distant horizon where clouds floated ethereally. A stone pavilion, nestled within, bestowed a touch of celestial elegance upon the scene. Constructed from azure stone, the pavilion featured 6 stone pillars arranged around it. Its design was simple yet exuded a unique charm with its upturned eaves. Yujio paused before the pavilion, nodding appreciatively at the characters Xiao Yao inscribed above. Cultivating immortality seemed rather delightful, promising longevity and the company of a fair maiden. It was truly a life of leisure, resonating with his heart's desire. Just as he intended to step into the pavilion, he heard Gu Li and the others speaking in unison. "We pay our respects to the 2 esteemed elders." Simultaneously, 2 beams of sword light descended from the heavens. In the blink of an eye, 2 men landed upon the mountain platform. One was an elderly man clad in black, appearing in his 50s, with gray hair and a stern expression. The other was a younger man in his 20s or 30s, sporting a short beard and a slightly darker complexion, exuding an air of elegance in his black attire. Yujio dared not be negligent, quietly retreating a few steps to bow in respect. Once the elder had settled, he spoke without preamble. "I am Xian Shui, the steward of the academy." The younger gentleman, bearing a smile, added, "I am Xian Yu, the steward of the Cloud Water Hall." Xian Shui, casting a cold glance, inquired, "Who summoned the sound-transmitting jade slip of our sect?" Gu Li promptly stepped forward, respectfully replying, "It was I, seeking to enter the immortal gate." After a brief pause, he continued, "The sound-transmitting jade slip was a gift from the esteemed Xian Xing a decade ago. I wish to express my gratitude in person, but I am unaware of his whereabouts." Xian Shui snorted, stating bluntly, "He has exhausted his lifespan and passed away." Gu Li had relied heavily on the guidance of that esteemed elder to locate the spiritual mountain. The revelation of his demise left him momentarily at a loss. At that moment, Xian Yu interjected with a smile, "You all seek to join the immortal sect? Let us dispense with idle chatter and proceed to the leisure pavilion to assess your spiritual roots." With a flourish of his sleeve, he led the way to the stone pavilion, gesturing for the 5 juniors to follow, one by one. Gu Li took a deep breath, regaining composure, and raised his hand in acknowledgement, stepping towards the pavilion first. Mushin, Taozi, and Hongnu followed suit, each wearing a look of apprehension. Yujio observed closely. His curiosity piqued. He had always believed that immortals were ageless beings, capable of anything, yet here was the stark reality that even they could meet their demise, which was quite a revelation. What, then, was the assessment of spiritual roots? There were countless mysteries yet to uncover, and everything felt refreshingly new. As Gu Li entered the pavilion and came to a standstill, the 6 stone pillars around him began to shimmer with a radiant light. Following him were Mushin, Taozi, and Hongnu, each experiencing a flicker of illumination from the pillars, albeit to varying degrees. At last, only Wu Jiu remained, still rooted in place. Bewildered by the unfolding events, Xian Yu raised his chin, signaling, young man, it is your turn. Wu Jiao hesitated momentarily before stepping into the pavilion under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Yet, as he stood there, no brilliance emanated from him. Confused, he could not help but stomp his feet in frustration. The surroundings remained unchanged, with 6 pillars standing motionless. It was peculiar. Why did others shine so radiantly while he was met with indifference? Xian Yu could not suppress a laugh, remarking, what business does a mere mortal have in this gathering? Xin Shui, however, maintained a grim countenance, stating, among the 4 juniors, Guli possesses the finest foundation. Brother Xian Xing indeed has a discerning eye. You might consider following me in the future. With a flick of his finger, a sword's radiance appeared out of thin air. In an instant, a massive sword, over 10 feet long and a foot wide, hung silently in the air above the mountain plateau. He stepped onto the sword's tip and commanded, Lingxiao Mountain shall accept 4 disciples today. Ascend. Guli transformed his anxiety into joy and hurriedly performed the rites of a disciple before Xian Shui once more. Tao Zi and Hong Nu gazed on in envy, while even Mu Shen wore a face of jealousy. The 4 stepped onto the giant sword, but simultaneously cast glances back at their stationary companion. Among them were those filled with disdain, others with anger, some with scorn, and, of course, there were those who regretted their earlier decisions. A mere mortal without spiritual roots had masqueraded as a cultivator, deceiving his companions. Had his true nature not been revealed, they would still remain oblivious. It was utterly shameless and infuriating. Had they known, they could have easily dealt with him. And what of the preceding anomalies? With a single sword, 5 individuals began to ascend slowly into the air. Another flash of sword light appeared, and someone waved their sleeve dismissively, saying, "You, boy, why don't you just leave?" Wu Jiao slowly exited the stone pavilion, still struggling to believe what had transpired, looking around in disbelief. Only those with spiritual roots could cultivate immortality, and this stone pavilion was merely for testing? Did it mean that he had come in vain, forever severed from the spirit mountain and the immortal Xian? Whether or not he could cultivate was secondary. He could not bear the thought of his heartfelt dedication being cast away like water. Such a fate would be profoundly disheartening. He glanced at his former companions, murmuring to himself, I did say I was immortal, yet you all refused to believe me. What could I do? A thought struck him, and he quickly turned to the imposing Xian Yu, saying, I am acquainted with Daoist Changxian. I intended to ascend the mountain to pay my respects. I kindly ask for your leniency. The elder Xian Shui, guiding the giant sword, began to rise slowly, but, upon hearing the name Changxian, glanced down momentarily, then snorted coldly. With a gesture, the sword, carrying the 5 individuals, pierced through the clouds and soared skyward. Xian Yu, however, hesitated mid-flight, astonished. You know Changxian? Without pausing to think, Wu Jiao replied hastily, Indeed, I know him well. We share a good rapport. He mentioned that I possess extraordinary talent and an exceptional foundation. If I were to cultivate immortality, I would surely achieve remarkable accomplishments. He trailed off, feeling a twinge of guilt for his self-aggrandizing claims. Rarely did he indulge in such boasting, and even he found it hard to believe. Shen Yu's smile remained. Changxian is notoriously stubborn and inherently lazy, not well liked among his peers. The fact that you claim to have a good relationship with him means you shall never ascend the mountain. With a surge of energy beneath his feet, he prepared to take flight once more. Without warning, Wu Jiao suddenly recalled something and slapped his forehead. In his haste, he had forgotten a crucial item. He hurriedly produced an object and declared, The fairy of purple smoke has sent me to seek refuge, leaving this token as proof. However, before his words could fully escape his lips, the jade pendant he held suddenly soared into the air and changed hands in the blink of an eye. There stood Xian Yu, riding a flying sword, holding the jade pendant with a curious expression. Indeed, this is the token of the fairy of purple smoke. How is it that a mere mortal like you could save her life? It seemed the token had value. He should have presented it sooner. Wu Jiao felt a wave of relief and clasped his hands with a smile. I am fortunate. Yet, he could not finish his sentence, falling into speechlessness once more. In an instant, a beam of sword light carried the figure away, vanishing without a trace. Xian Yu had departed without a word, taking the token with him. Wu Jiao hastily pursued a few steps, but clouds and cliffs barred his way, leaving him with no path to follow. He stood in stunned silence, struggling to comprehend the situation. That jade pendant had been his last glimmer of hope in ascending the mountain, and now it had vanished without a trace. He lamented the lack of explanation, feeling utterly forsaken and unjustly treated. Now, with the situation as it stood, where could he possibly go? Wu Jiao lowered his head, shaking his aching neck, his gaze falling upon his tattered garments and the worn shoes exposing his toes. A sense of helplessness washed over him, and he managed a bitter smile. Initially, he had held the spiritual mountain and its immortals in high regard, filled with awe. Yet in retrospect, they seemed no different than any other. Most of the cultivators he encountered were lofty and self-important individuals. At least the fairy of purple smoke was different. She understood gratitude and had shown him favor, her token as proof. Recalling the jade pendant, Wu Jiu couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. He began to pace restlessly, glancing around with a sense of futility. If this place did not welcome him, there would be others that would. He could continue to wander the world without worry of finding a place to rest. It was a pity for the fairy of purple smoke. She would never encounter another as infatuated as he. Alas, alas, what could be done? Since he had traveled such a great distance, he would stay here for a night, to share his feelings and find solace for his heart. Lingxiao Mountain spanned 1,000 miles, its peaks towering majestically, hills lining the landscape, and an abundance of rare flowers and strange grasses flourishing. Cascading waterfalls and flowing streams created a scene of pristine beauty, known for its ethereal splendor. Among its most picturesque sights were the distant peaks of Zixia, Qixia, and Hongxia, with occasional pavilions and lush greenery, exuding a rich spiritual aura, resembling a heavenly paradise. At this moment, a man riding on a beam of sword light sped toward Qixia Peak. In an instant, he landed on a cliff halfway up the mountain and called out, "Purple smoke, Xianyu has come to visit." Adjacent to the cliff, among the vines and flowers, were two entrances to caves, each standing a person's height and exuding tranquility and elegance. As his voice echoed, a figure clad in white emerged from one of the entrances. Bowing respectfully, Yizi pays her respects to her uncle. If Wujio were present, he would recognize this round-faced, charming young woman as Yizi. Xianyu nodded, seemingly displeased. "Why does Zi Yin not show herself to meet me?" Yizi smiled apologetically and replied respectfully, after returning to the mountain. "Senior sister Zi Yin has yet to recover from her serious injuries. During her recovery, it is inevitable that she may appear impolite. If you have any messages, please do not hesitate to convey them. I shall relay them in due course." At that moment, a soft yet clear voice emerged from another entrance. "I beg your pardon, Uncle Master." Zi Yin finds herself in a rather inconvenient position. Cough, cough. It was Zi Yin speaking, her voice faint and intermittent, likely due to her labored breathing. Xian Yu's expression softened as he reproached gently. "Ziyan, I intended to accompany you in your healing, yet you persist in refusing. With the foundation building imminent, we cannot afford any delays." The voice responded again. "Thank you for your understanding, Uncle Master." Xian Yu shook his head. "I regard you as a younger sister. Why must you cling to the distinctions of rank? Ziyan, henceforth, you may simply call me brother." From beyond the cave door, Ziyin replied, "The hierarchy of age and rank is a matter of propriety. How could I disregard it?" Xianyu, uninterested in further debate, raised the jade pendant resting in his palm to signal, amiably stating, "Ziyin, you have an old acquaintance seeking you." Chapter 22. The nature of the graph in a quaint cavern, measuring a mere 2 or 3 zhang, the furnishings are simple yet exude an air of elegance. On a bamboo rack nestled in the corner, one can find scrolls of animal hide and jade tablets. At the stone table by the entrance, a copper mirror and a crystal-crafted water clock are arranged. The delicate and translucent water clock features droplets that flow gently with the passage of time. Embedded in the ceiling is a luminous pearl, casting a soft and gentle glow that illuminates the surroundings. At the center of the cavern lies a soft deer hide. Seated gracefully upon it is a woman clad in white, her attire as pure as snow. However, her slender shoulders and pallid complexion, accentuated by cascading dark tresses, render her appearance somewhat frail. With flowing sleeves and hands delicately intertwined, her jade-like fingers softly embrace one another. As her eyelids flutter, a sense of confusion arises within her. Why has Master Xuanyu returned? This woman is the mistress of the abode, Zian, accompanied by another named Yezi. Yezi lifts the copper mirror from the stone table, scrutinizing her round visage for a moment, her lips pouting in mild dissatisfaction as she laments. "When shall I possess the beauty of my sister?" Zian, rather unamused, lets out a soft sigh and gently queries, "Yezi, do you still envy your sister's age?" Yezi places down the mirror, offering an apologetic smile before responding earnestly, "You must have heard. The teacher found Lingxiao Mountain and insists on joining the celestial sect. Yet he possesses no spiritual root. He forcibly presented the jade pendant you gifted him to seek an audience, coincidentally encountering Master Xuanyu, who was descending to guide disciples. Unaware of the circumstances, he inquired. Upon learning of this, you chose not to intervene and sent a vial of elixirs as a token of goodwill. Who would have thought Master Xuanyu would not send him away? Xian, perplexed, replies, he, a feeble scholar without spiritual roots, seeking to join the celestial sect? Is that not absurd? She had initially bestowed the jade pendant more out of courtesy. Having received a favor, one cannot remain indifferent. The mountains are distant, and they would never meet again. Yet, unexpectedly, shortly after their return, he sought them out. Moreover, he wishes to join the sect as a mere mortal. Yezi assures her, do not fret, sister, Master Xuanyu has placed him in the Jade Well spiritual mine. Besides, there are indeed mortals on the mountain, so he need not fear solitude. As mentioned, Lingxiao Mountain is not devoid of mortals. Among the disciples recruited by the celestial sect, some possess spiritual roots but are hindered by mediocre aptitude or other reasons, leading to slow cultivation, with many lacking any cultivation at all. These disciples are assigned to labor, such as mining jade. In the eyes of true disciples, such arduous tasks are deemed menial. Xian is taken aback. The Jade Well spiritual mine? Master Xuanyu has relegated him to menial labor. Yezi responds, and what of it? Were it not for Master Xuanyu's benevolence, even menial labor would be beyond his reach. Clearly, Master Xuanyu is trying to please you. Among the esteemed figures, he is the most charming, understanding. Bah! As the violet smoke cast a faint blush upon her countenance, she spat softly and sighed deeply. I have yet to recover from my wounds. The path to building my foundation is fraught with difficulties, leaving me little room for further concerns. Her words trailed off as a shadow of worry deepened across her brow. On a nearby hill, a young man stood tall, hands clasped behind his back. Despite his tattered clothing and travel-worn visage, his bare toes visible through the worn fabric of his shoes, presenting an image of destitution, his face bore a smile, and his spirit was invigorated. Indeed, as one approaches the mountain, a path must surely reveal itself. After the darkness, the light shall emerge anew. At long last, I have ascended the mountain and become a disciple of the celestial sect. The twists and turns along the way have been nothing short of tumultuous. Reflecting upon it now feels like a dream, and a soft chuckle escapes him. A figure approached from a distance, a robust middle-aged man with a scruffy beard, his countenance fierce. Before he drew near, he impatiently bellowed, Are you Wujio? I am Guqi, the steward of the Jade Well. Come with me. Hearing the summons, the young man quickly bowed and responded amiably, it is Steward Gu. Oh no, now that I am within the celestial sect, I ought to address you as Senior Brother Gu. This young man was indeed Wujio, who had been engulfed in despair, wallowing in solitude within a stone pavilion at the foot of the mountain until he was brought here by Xianyu, who mentioned he was assisting Violet Smoke in repaying a favor. However, Xianyu had merely dropped him off and wandered into the valley, departing without acknowledgement of Wujio's presence. The man, professing to be Guqi, took a few steps before halting abruptly, glaring with a fierce gaze. I am neither your brother nor your elder. He snorted disdainfully and turned to leave, muttering about Wujio's lack of cultivation and his audacity to linger within the celestial sect. Such a temper he possesses. Is it not expected that the celestial sect should embody tranquility and freedom from desires? Why then, is there a hierarchy of authority? Is the steward's role truly so formidable, exuding such an air of superiority? Wujio nodded repeatedly, though he felt a sense of disbelief as he surveyed his surroundings. The sky was adorned with retreating clouds as twilight descended, casting a vast and dim atmosphere. A bright moon began to rise, illuminating the boundless expanse around him. Lingxiao Mountain truly is the abode of the celestial beings, exuding an extraordinary ambience. From this moment forth, the threats of the past should dissipate. Yet, I wonder where Violet Smoke resides. I must pay her a visit in the future. Just imagine, reuniting in a foreign land. Our gazes meeting. What an evocative scene that would be. Each day, I toil from dawn till dusk, subjected to searches and restrictions, lost in his musings. Wujio suddenly sensed a dissonance. Why did Steward Ji's words grow increasingly perplexing? What was this about toiling in the mines and returning home? I have come to be a disciple of the celestial sect, not a laborer. He leaped down from the hill to pursue Guqi, who continued to mutter to himself. The kitchen in the mountains operates at each hour, serving one meal a day, and latecomers shall be left wanting. There are huts midway up the hill. Whether you choose to stay or not is your decision. The rules of the Jade Well dictate rewards and penalties based on harvest. Very well. This is becoming increasingly absurd. One meal a day, rising before dawn, or face starvation. What's more, there is no shelter to shield from the wind and rain. Even the thatched huts have emerged, This is no longer a celestial gate, but rather a wretched, impoverished dwelling. Wu Jiao swiftly ascended the hillside, quickly catching up with Guqi, reaching out to obstruct him while questioning fervently, "Guguan, do disciples of the celestial gate not engage in cultivation? I have come to pay my respects to the esteemed Ziyin. Why must I toil like a common laborer?" Guqi abruptly halted, his eyes widening in astonishment. "You possess no cultivation and yet dare to claim yourself a disciple of the celestial gate? You are merely a menial worker, tasked with mining jade and stones, and whether you cultivate or not is of no concern to me." He waved dismissively, spitting out a contemptuous bah. "Dream on if you wish to meet the celestial lady." Wu Jiao stumbled, nearly losing his footing, incredulously exclaiming, "What do you mean by that? Am I not permitted to descend the mountain? I initially sought to cultivate immortality, yet I am treated as a mere laborer. To seek the celestial lady is deemed a fantasy? This is too much. I refuse to endure this." However, Guqi did not look back, retorting, "If you wish to leave the mountain, no one will stop you. Depart swiftly to avoid further trouble." Wu Jiao was left speechless, his breath caught in his throat. Frustrated, he stamped his foot, preparing to turn away. At that moment, someone ambled over from a short distance, chuckling. "The cliffs surrounding are perilously steep. Once you arrive, you cannot depart." Through the hazy night, a man in his 20s appeared, clad in a green robe of average height, with a gaunt complexion yet spirited eyes. Scanning Wu Jiao up and down, he smiled and introduced himself. "I am Zhong Bao." Guqi's expression darkened as he barked, "Zhong Bao, why are you here if you are not mining jade?" Zhong Bao shrugged innocently, saying, "The hour has passed, work has concluded, and I am merely wandering about. My stomach empty." He seemed wary, casting a glance at Wu Jiao with a knowing look before turning away, swaying as he walked into the distance. Wu Jiao stood frozen, realizing that the plight of a laborer was beyond his imagination. Who would have thought that there could be something worse? Trapped with no means of escape, was he not akin to a prisoner in a cell? "Ziyin, you would not truly wish harm upon me, would you? Could it be that you fear my sincerity is lacking, hence this well-intentioned hardship?" Guqi continued forward, scoffing loudly. "Humph, if you do not leave. Come and comply with the rules. If you dare to prattle, the regulations will be enforced." Wu Jiao gazed up at the night sky, instinctively retracting his neck. While the valley below was still sweltering, the mountain air was already crisp with autumn's chill. Caught up in excitement earlier, he now felt the biting cold. Alas, what had he traveled so far for? Luckily, a flicker of hope still remained. Otherwise, he might be compelled to leap from the precipice. "Well, it seems I have become subject to the regulations here. From now on, I shall no longer wander aimlessly." Though those days were fraught with anxiety, they were free from restraint. Wu Jiao sighed, lamenting his fate, and then moved forward. Ahead lay a valley, with a row of houses built against the mountainside. Torches flickered under the eaves, illuminating the immediate vicinity. The surrounding peaks loomed indistinctly in the mist. In a moment, he reached the houses. Guqi entered one without waiting for anyone to follow, coldly declaring, "Wait here." Wu Jiao could only halt in place, listlessly surveying his surroundings. The house Guqi entered bore a plaque inscribed with 3 characters, "Jade Well Peak." Not far away, several adjacent houses comprised the storeroom, the chapel, and the kitchen. In a brief moment, Guqi appeared beneath the eaves, casually discarding a bag before turning back to seize a torch. He commanded, "Proceed southward for 4 or 5 miles. That is where you shall reside. Go directly there, and return tomorrow morning to await orders." Wu Jiao stepped forward to take the torch, eager to ask a few questions. But Guqi had already turned back into the house, slamming the door with a resounding thud. Bending down, Wu Jiao picked up the bag, his expression one of bewilderment. 4 or 5 miles was not a great distance. The crux of the matter was, where exactly was the south? For a moment, Wu Jiao felt lost, only to self-deprecatingly smile. When one finds themselves in dire straits, even the keenest of instincts may falter. With the bright moon hanging in the sky, what need was there to fear an unclear direction? Wu Jiao weighed the bag in his hands, feeling its substantial weight. He was uncertain of its contents, but decided he would inspect it closely once he reached his destination. With the cloth bag slung over his shoulder, he raised the torch and ventured into the night. Chapter 23. The celestial fate of Mount Ling. The moonlight was hazy, a gentle breeze wafted through the air, and the shadows of the trees danced softly in the tranquil night. This would have been an opportune moment for a leisurely stroll or solitary contemplation under the moon. However, a figure hurriedly traversed the scene. The flickering flame of a torch illuminated the darkness, casting an air of solitude and desolation upon the lone traveler. As the terrain ascended and the forest thickened, an unexpected row of thatched huts appeared on the hillside ahead. Could this be the shelter that Gichi had spoken of? Wu Jiao approached, raising the torch to inspect the surroundings. The thatched huts, partially embedded in the slope, were low and humble, indeed fitting the description of makeshift abodes. Facing south, they sported 2 doors, flanked by a series of small windows, all exuding an aura of darkness and profound silence. After a moment's hesitation, Wu Jiao stepped forward. Upon pushing open one of the doors, he discovered 2 rows of wooden platforms inside. Although somewhat dim and damp, the space, measuring over 10 zhang in length and 2 to 3 zhang in width, was nonetheless spacious. However, the entire shelter felt eerily empty, with not a soul in sight. Where could everyone be? There were no other huts in the vicinity. This appeared to be his sole refuge. Regardless, he decided to set up camp. The absence of disturbance suited him well, for he relished solitude. Wu Jiao thrust the torch into a pillar within the shelter and made his way to a corner. The rows of wooden platforms resembled a communal sleeping area. The mats atop them were relatively clean and flat, suitable for resting. He tossed his bag onto the platform, swiftly removed his shoes, and leaped onto the mat, settling cross-legged as he turned the bag upside down. With a rustle, a collection of items spilled forth before him: a pair of boots, 2 sets of blue garments, a piece of animal hide, a luminous pearl, a white jade tablet, a sheathed short sword, a 2-foot-long intricately crafted leather pouch, as well as earthen pots, jars, bowls, bamboo chopsticks, towels, and other daily necessities. Looks like I've opened a general store, Wu Jiao murmured, shedding his tattered shirt in favor of something new. The blue garment was slightly short, making him resemble a humble attendant. However, the boots fit snugly, offering comfort and flexibility. The animal hide bore the regulations of Lingxiao Mountain and the prohibitions of the Jade, while spiritual mine. The glowing pearl was evidently intended for illumination. The white jade tablet was adorned with cloud patterns, one side inscribed with the words Lingxia Jade Well, while the other displayed a name, presumably serving as an identification token for the celestial sect. The short sword, sheathed in animal hide, was elegantly crafted and comparable in size to the one he carried at his waist, easily drawn from its sheath, glimmering coldly with a sharpness that promised danger. As for the purpose of the leather pouch, its use remained a mystery for the time being. Such meager labor, yet with such accommodations? Wu Jiao gazed at the assortment of items on the platform, shaking his head in surprised disbelief. It was worth noting that even a single luminous pearl held considerable value. If treated fairly, with provisions for sustenance and a place to rest, perhaps this life could be bearable. Just as he sought solace in this thought, a voice interrupted, reproaching him. As a disciple of the Jade Well, why should you belittle yourself? A familiar figure swayed into view. It was the lean man he had encountered earlier, known as Zhong Bao. With an enigmatic expression, he continued, to attain immortality and enlightenment, one must endure hardships and toil to strengthen both body and spirit. Yet on that day, with lofty aspirations, one laughs lightly at the trials of life. Wu Jiao, having tidied himself slightly, was about to take his leave. Zhong Bao approached casually, waving his hand dismissively. No need for formalities. As soon as the words left his lips, he had already seated himself comfortably, a playful smirk gracing his features as he gleefully remarked, I assume, dear brother, that you too have endured the tribulations of arduous training without success, thus finding yourself in this predicament. May I inquire your name and origin? There exists a type of person who is effortlessly personable, much like the one before him. Observing Zhong Bao's relaxed demeanor, Wu Jiao too felt at ease and introduced himself, chuckling. I am but a newcomer, eager for your guidance. Zhong Bao, with both feet upon the couch, sat cross-legged without a hint of formality. Ask me anything. I shall oblige, for I am your senior brother. His visage was lean, laughter etching wrinkles upon his face, yet his eyes sparkled with brilliance, exuding vitality. With seniors present, Wu Jiao remained curious about their master. From whom do we take our teachings? Zhong Bao's amusement deepened. Ha, dear junior brother, you are truly amusing. Wu Jiao, feeling a bit awkward, raised his hands in surrender. I meant no jest. I am genuinely bewildered and know nothing. Zhong Bao thumped his chest. Then you have indeed encountered the right person. Within Lingxiao Mountain, there is not a single corner I am unaware of. Filled with questions, Wu Jiao politely clasped his hands in gratitude and, without hesitation, sought further enlightenment. Zhong Bao was indeed forthcoming with answers, articulating with ease. Any individual possessing spiritual roots, when introduced by another, can gain entry into the realm of immortality. I was recommended by an elder from my clan, yet after years of cultivation with no progress, I find myself in this situation. You inquire about the expanse of Lingxia Mountain? It is not vast, merely 1,000 miles in circumference, yet it is filled with hidden wonders and mysteries. Among its notable peaks are Zixia Peak, Qixia Peak, and Hongxia Peak, each renowned in their own right, standing in majestic opposition to one another. Zixia Peak is the residence of the sect leader and esteemed elders, abundant in spiritual essence. Qixia Peak houses various halls, while Hongxia Peak serves as a gathering place for many disciples. How many individuals reside within the sect? There are around 400 to 500, most of whom remain secluded in their caves, rarely seen in daily life. What is a hall? You do not even know this? Poor, naive Wu Jiao. You are indeed a tender newcomer. Allow me to enlighten you. Lingxia Mountain is divided into 5 halls, each overseen by one of the 5 great elders. Namely the Supervisory Hall, the Scripture Hall, the Ritual Hall, the Law Hall, and the Cloud Water Hall, each responsible for various duties such as oversight, preservation of texts, management of internal and external affairs, cultivation transmission, and welcoming visitors, with distinct classifications like the Scripture Repository, storerooms, kitchens, and the Jade Well Spirit Mine, among others. As for the 5 great elders, they are truly remarkable. Why do I say this? In the absence of a sect leader, the 5 elders assume leadership. Among them, the elders of the Supervisory Hall and Law Hall possess the highest cultivation, reputedly true immortals. Remember their names, Miao Yuan and Miao Shan. The remaining 3 elders, though slightly less powerful, are nonetheless distinguished among foundation-building practitioners. Miao Min of the Scripture Hall, Miao Yin of the Ritual Hall, and Miao Yan of the Cloudwater Hall. Why is there no sect leader? It is said that among the 5 elders, none yield to the other, resulting in a vacancy for the position of the sect leader that remains unfilled to this day. The reasons for this are beyond your and my comprehension. The disciples of Lingxia Mountain are not only ranked by their cultivation levels but also by their generational titles, which consist of a total of 14 characters, heaven and earth. Mysterious and endless, Lingxia's celestial fate crossing all directions. The seniors in the sect who have established their foundational practices belong to the Xin generation, while we, alas, have yet to attain any rank. You may wonder why we lack such a title. To be candid, despite possessing spiritual roots, we have labored in vain. Achieving no magical prowess, without such power, we are no different from ordinary mortals. Only by successfully refining our qi can we be deemed true practitioners and gain acceptance from the immortal sections. Naturally, it follows that we ought to be disciples of the Miao generation. What constitutes a spiritual root? Are you intentionally testing my knowledge? Have you not heard that spiritual roots are the essence of the immortal, nurtured through the 5 elements, and are the foundation of the universe's creation? As another verse states, pure waters of the jade pool nourish the spiritual root. True immortality is found in carefree longevity. From whom did we learn? Haha. Did I not mention that we are disciples of Yujing, destined to take nature as our guide? And as fellow practitioners, we should refer to each other as brothers? Why am I your senior? Do you not understand the customs of precedence? Within the humble abode, 2 individuals sat facing one another. One grew increasingly anxious, while the other remained in a state of confusion, prompting further inquiries. Even though Zhong Bao was quite patient, he found himself struggling to withstand Wu Jiao's relentless questions, especially when the latter inquired about the origins of qi refinement and the varying levels of immortal cultivation. He finally leapt off the wooden platform, gesturing emphatically, "Junior brother." Even if I spoke for 3 days and nights, I could not elucidate it clearly. It is truly unfathomable that you possess no knowledge of the immortal path. Wu Jiao hurried after him, laughing. "Do not depart. We have an instant rapport. Why not converse throughout the night? I wish to inquire about the Yujing spiritual mine and where everyone has gone, along with the purpose of this leather bag, and more." Zhong Bao quickly evaded, slipping outside. "It is nearly midnight, and I must rise early tomorrow. We shall converse later. There is plenty of time ahead, so please stay." Before his words could fully escape his lips, he vanished into the night. Inside the humble abode, only Wu Jiao remained. He paced back and forth between the wooden platforms, still brimming with energy. From Zhong Bao's words, he gleaned a rough understanding of Lingxia Mountain's situation. As it turns out, this young master is the sole mortal on the mountain without a spiritual root. This is all thanks to the favor of the immortal Xian. Otherwise, how could he possibly mingle within the realm of immortals? Whether one cultivates immortality or not is of little concern. It suffices not to disappoint the immortal's goodwill. By the way, the immortal also entrusted Daoist Xian Yu to deliver a gift. Wu Jiao hurried back to the platform and retrieved a small jade vial from his waist. Removing the cork and turning it upside down, a green pill appeared in his palm, looking plump and exuding a delightful fragrance. An elixir of immortality? Could it be that Xian, aware of my lack of a spiritual root, sent this pill to facilitate my transformation, allowing me to be with her in a dual cultivation? Wu Jiao's lips curled into a smile, his heart blooming with joy. Without further contemplation, he swiftly placed the pill into his mouth, swallowing it before he could savor its taste. He hurriedly assumed a meditative posture, awaiting the earth-shattering transformation. Yet, as the time it takes to brew a cup of tea passed, no sensations stirred within him. He was taken aback for a moment, ultimately resigning himself to the situation. As he began to tidy the bed, he soon realized that two essential items were missing, the bedding and the pillow. The shack was damp, and with the frigid night air enveloping him, how could one possibly sleep without such comforts? A gust of wind drifted through the window, gradually extinguishing the dying torch. Instantly, darkness enveloped the hut, and a chilling sensation crept in silently. He shivered and hurriedly jumped onto the bed, curling up with his knees drawn to his chest. After a while, an overwhelming silence filled the surroundings. He gradually regained his composure and slowly sat up straight. Perhaps practitioners do not require sleep and instead engage in meditation. Indeed, everything felt remarkably novel. Chapter 24. Ignorance of rules. Ever since departing from Fenghua Valley, a restful slumber had become a rare indulgence. Now, having shed the burdens of anxiety, I longed for a peaceful dream. However, in that delicate state between wakefulness and slumber, I faintly heard someone calling, "Wu Shidi, awaken quickly. Who dares to disturb my repose?" With a groggy effort, I opened my eyes, only to realize that I had shifted from a meditative posture to lying prone on the mat, leaving a small puddle of drool in my wake. I had unknowingly succumbed to sleep. Peering out the window, I discerned the first light of dawn. What time could it be? The hour of the tiger was drawing to a close. If I did not rise soon, hunger would be my companion. Consider this a gentle warning, for regret would come too late. With urgency, I propped myself up and noticed someone standing nearby, persistently urging me to get up. It was Zhong Bao, the companion with whom I had conversed the previous night, who had come early to rouse me. He was equipped with a jade token and a leather pouch, and he held a short sword in his hand. As clarity returned, I acknowledged him and hastily adjusted my attire before preparing to step outside. Zhong Bao shook his head with a smile and pointed out, "Do remember to take your talisman, pouch, and the illuminating night pearl, along with a handkerchief and utensils. Everything else is unnecessary." The talisman, I presume, refers to the short sword? I retrieved a bag from beneath my wooden bed and gathered the aforementioned items, securing the pouch at my waist and tucking the short sword close to my chest. Once adequately prepared, I noticed Zhong Bao had already stepped out of the shelter. I followed closely behind him as we descended the slope. At this hour, the light of dawn began to brighten, and the morning mist enveloped the surroundings. Shadows flitted about, undoubtedly those of fellow disciples. In no time, we arrived at a mountain spring. Following Zhong Bao's indication, I used my handkerchief to wipe my face. The two of us then continued forward, encountering an ever-growing number of figures along the way. Ah, those are our fellow brothers and sisters. Unable to endure the damp chill of the shelter, they have taken to digging caves in the mountain to establish their own homes. Since you're new here, endure for a few days, and when a suitable place is found, moving will not be delayed. Is it truly suitable? Why would it not be? Though we lack cultivation, we are still considered practitioners. Without a dwelling, how can we cultivate? The steward understands this well and does not intervene in such matters. Thank you for your guidance, my friend. However, I perceive that Steward Gu is quite formidable. There are 5 stewards at Yujing. One has departed, leaving 4 behind, all of whom are skilled practitioners with magical abilities. Yet, due to their slow progress in cultivation, they have been exiled here. Steward Guqi is among them, and his frustration and irritability are entirely understandable. It is best to keep a respectful distance from him. Are there no other experts here? Ah, indeed. The overseer of Yujing is Xin Ji, who remains in seclusion for extended periods, neglecting the mundane. All matters, great and small, are handled by the stewards. What is the purpose of this pouch? Ah, my brother, you are relentless. Had it been anyone else, they would have been exasperated by now. As we continued our conversation, we gradually approached the row of houses nestled in the valley. The torches beneath the eaves had been extinguished, and 2 additional stoves had been added, with individuals tending to them. The gathering disciples stepped forward one by one to collect their meals. I trailed behind Zhong Bao, surveying my surroundings as the first rays of morning light illuminated the valley. A throng of disciples, numbering 30 or 40, dispersed gradually. Some solitary and others gathered in small clusters. Among them were predominantly males, interspersed with a few females, each exhibiting distinct demeanors and appearances, ranging in age from teenagers to venerable elders. Wu Jiao, taken aback, whispered, "Are they all disciples of Yujing? Such advanced age?" Zhong Bao, dismissive, replied, "Possessing spiritual roots does not guarantee one's ascendance to immortality. Countless individuals toil for decades without achieving any success." Wu Jiao fell silent, suddenly realizing that his excitement from the previous night had been somewhat presumptuous. If he could not attain immortality, would he be destined to spend his entire life here? Moments later, they reached the eaves of a building. 2 large pots atop the stove simmered with clear broth and chunks of meat. Wu Jiao procured a ceramic bowl, ladled a spoonful of broth, and added 2 pieces of yellow-brown meat. Confused, he followed Zhong Bao to the side and squatted down. Listening as Zhong Bao explained, the broth contains various spiritual herbs, nourishing and invigorating. The meat comes from the spiritual mountain's earthworm, known for its detoxifying properties. What earthworm? Wasn't it merely a bait worm? He recalled it being only as thick as a finger, yet what lay before him appeared remarkably larger. Wu Jiao lifted a piece of meat to his nose, the stench overwhelming him, and he felt nauseated, almost tossing it aside. But he hesitated and instead placed it into his satchel. Meanwhile, Zhong Bao continued to eat and drink without restraint, chuckling as if he anticipated Wu Jiao's hunger. "Huh? You will come to appreciate it in due time." Wu Jiao, unfazed, sipped the broth. Its bitter taste rivaled that of the vegetable soup prepared by Qi Sanren. He couldn't help but grimace and spit it out. Alas, what a waste! A gray-haired elder approached, similarly clad in a blue robe. With a leather pouch at his waist, holding an empty bowl, he lamented, "Little junior brother, if you find the broth unpalatable, may I partake instead?" Wu Jiao stood up. Momentarily astonished, yet unable to refuse, he extended half of his remaining broth to the elder. Zhong Bao, unable to intervene, stepped aside, expressing his disdain. "Old Yan, you're always seeking an advantage." The elder accepted the leftover broth without hesitation, downing it in one gulp, and then, with a satisfied expression, he closed his eyes and stroked his beard, praising, "Though I have surpassed a century in age, my vitality remains robust, my hearing sharp, and my sight keen. All thanks to this longevity broth. Though the path to immortality is elusive, this life is already sufficient, quite sufficient. If this is indeed longevity broth, then Qi Sanren's vegetable soup must be the nectar of the immortals." Wu Jiao gazed in astonishment, exclaiming, "Is it true that you have surpassed the age of longevity, sir?" The elder opened his eyes, courteous and refined, replying, "I am Yun Xingzi, having merely wasted a few years." "Pray tell, how old is little junior brother?" Wu Jiao hurriedly replied, "I dare not claim. I have only recently crossed into my youth." The elder, identifying himself as Yun Xingzi, regarded him with deep insight. "In my humble opinion, little junior brother possesses a wisdom that belies his years, a demeanor that suggests a lineage of distinction. I, too, have my own background. We need not remain distant. Let us draw closer, indeed." Wu Jiao's heart raced, and just as he prepared to respond, Zhong Bao tugged him away, whispering urgently in his ear, "He seeks to deceive you with his familiarity. Do not engage." Yet Yun Xingzi, undeterred, continued, "Little junior brother, I foresee boundless achievements in your future. Let us engage in mutual exploration and discussion." Wu Jiao, apologetic, glanced back, but Zhong Bao firmly pulled him further away. At that moment, a commanding voice resonated, proclaiming that the time had arrived to ascend the mountain. 2 robust men emerged from beneath the eaves, one of whom was the steward Gichi. With his authoritative utterance, the gathering of dozens promptly circumvented the dwelling and proceeded northward. Accompanying him was another steward, reportedly named Zhang Kai. Not far along, steep stone steps awaited. Ascending them, they reached the mountain summit after the passage of a single incense stick's duration. Beyond lay the towering peak of Yujing, piercing the clouds. The sun rose majestically, with clouds shifting and colorful rays illuminating the vast sky. Gaze extended into the distance, revealing a multitude of peaks veiled within the sea of clouds. In that fleeting moment, it was as though one had stepped into an ethereal paradise, utterly enrapturing. Indeed, the sacred mountain scenery was extraordinary. Lingqiu, captivated by the breathtaking vista, was suddenly roused by Gichi's voice once more. "Do not delay. Descend into the mine swiftly. Each must procure 100 pounds of refined jade. Failure to do so will incur punishment." Xiangrong and Gojuan, You two disciples, conduct a thorough inspection. Following the sound, Lingjio observed another valley beneath the mountaintop, a secluded expanse shrouded by foliage, presenting an aura of tranquility. On one side of the valley stood a humble dwelling, while a solitary tent occupied the open space in between. Looking ahead in the direction of the tent, a dark entrance led deep into the cliffside. Beneath the bamboo shelter sat two unfamiliar elderly men, undoubtedly fellow stewards based on their polished attire. As the working disciples descended the slope into the valley, they filed past the two men, hastening towards the cave entrance a short distance away. Without a doubt, this was the fabled Yujing spiritual mine. Yet, the prospect of facing punishment for failing to extract 100 pounds of refined jade was disconcerting. Lingjio trailed closely behind Zongbao, gradually moving with the throng. The two aged stewards, perhaps discontent with their lot in life, exhibited faces marred by hostility, seated upon wooden benches, idly shaking a palm-sized jade pendant in their hands. Although they were ostensibly conducting inspections, no further actions were observed. The multitude of disciples continued unabated, one by one entering the cave. Moments later, chaos erupted ahead. Cries rang out, and several young disciples hurriedly carried a figure from the cave's mouth. Lingjio happened to arrive at the tent just in time to witness the commotion. Many disciples gathered around, their expressions grave. The figure being carried was an elderly man, his eyes tightly shut and his countenance a ghastly blue-gray, indicating he had long since departed this world. The two stewards beneath the tent remained impassive, as if such occurrences were routine. Gichi approached to briefly examine the scene. Emitting a dismissive grunt, his companion raised a hand, igniting a flame that consumed the corpse in an instant. A gust of wind swept through, leaving no trace of the remains, not even a speck of ash, merely a subtle charred mark on the ground, signifying that someone had passed this way. Lingjio, taken aback, could not help but pat Zongbao on the shoulder. The latter turned to glance back, yet remained silent, his once vibrant eyes now clouded with an inexplicable dimness and chill. Gichi, growing impatient, waved his hand, urging everyone to resume their tasks. Just as Lingjio moved, a voice called out sharply, "Halt! Who are you addressing?" Zongbao did not stop, but turned back with curiosity. Gichi and the other steward exchanged glances, their eyes filled with an unsettling intensity. As Wu Jiao turned towards the thatched hut, he observed that the two idle elders suddenly adopted a stern demeanor. The elder named Xiangrong raised his hand, and the jade pendant he held shimmered with a radiant glow. Once he was certain, he exclaimed in a commanding tone, "Do you not understand the rules?" It was clear that his ire was directed towards me. What rule have I transgressed? Wu Jiao, still in a state of bewilderment, witnessed the elder known as Gojuan abruptly rise to his feet. With a swift motion, he advanced towards Wu Jiao, and with a flick of his hand, the belt sewn into his waist was torn asunder with a sharp sound, subsequently crashing to the ground and shattering into pieces. Among the debris lay shards of silver, beast skin talismans, 5 stones, and valuable jade pieces, all laid bare for inspection. Following this, 2 short swords clattered to the ground in succession. Simultaneously, gasps of astonishment erupted. Spirit stones, talismans, jade slips, magical artifacts. Chapter 25. What a struggle! Wu Jiao never anticipated that matters would take an unexpected turn, rendering him momentarily speechless. The many disciples present gazed with fiery eyes, as if they were spectators of a wealthy landowner, barely restraining their drool, perhaps poised to pounce at any moment. Several stewards were equally taken aback, their expressions inscrutable. Steward Go Jun was still admonishing. One must not carry personal belongings into the well, yet you choose to disobey, knowingly committing an offense by concealing a magical artifact. As he reached out, a rusted short sword abruptly soared from the ground, but it appeared as if it were forged from copper and iron. Resisting any effort to be drawn, he could not help but ponder, what is this? In the blink of an eye, the remaining 3 stewards gathered around. Particularly, the foremost steward, Gichi, resembled a wolf encountering its prey, his face adorned with a scruffy beard radiating a subtle exhilaration. Meanwhile, the surrounding disciples whispered among themselves, eagerly anticipating the unfolding spectacle. Wu Jiao observed the situation keenly, his thoughts racing as he hastily defended himself. I am but a newcomer, unfamiliar with the rules, and I hope the esteemed stewards will show leniency. Noticing the curiosity of Go Jun and Gichi directed towards the short sword, he continued, "That is a relic of my late father. Though it may be a mere rusty iron, it is no ordinary object, which is why I carry it with me." At this juncture, it had come to pass. Whether it be fortune or misfortune, one cannot evade fate, and he resolved to face the consequences head-on, without blame. He pointed towards the ground, The objects upon the earth were left behind by the esteemed Taoist Chang of Hongxiao Peak. The individual merely destroyed the beast's skin scriptures and ceased his plundering. What remained upon his person was indeed his own legacy, though this pretext harbored ulterior motives. It was not without merit. He bent down to pick up a stone, or perhaps a spirit stone, and raised it before Guqi with both hands, earnestly imploring, "Master Gu, I have transgressed the rules and willingly accept the consequences. This is my fine, and I humbly ask you to accept it." Guqi was attempting to draw his short sword, but his face flushed crimson in vain. A mix of embarrassment and anger coursed through him, yet he soon regained his composure. He accepted the spirit stone that was handed to him with a nod, and then, with an air of authority, he declared, "Considering this is your first offense, I shall let it pass this time. Keep the short sword with you. The remaining belongings shall be returned to your residence. Do not delay, make haste, and return swiftly." Xiang Rong gazed upon the spirit stones, jade slips, and talismans strewn across the ground, expressing his discontent. The illicit items should rightfully be returned to the public. Go Jun and another steward wholeheartedly agreed, nodding in unison. However, Guqi grew increasingly agitated, exclaiming with a glare, "What will you do if the esteemed Taoist Xian Yu and Chang Skin decide to investigate?" He uttered a parting remark and turned away, taking advantage of the moment. Wu Jiu hastily gathered the scattered items from the ground and then sprinted back whence he came. Regardless of any lengthy deliberation, preserving his precious belongings was of utmost importance. It appeared that, aside from the talismans, the spirit stones and jade slips were also valuable treasures. Descending the mountain along the stone steps, he traversed the valley. In a fleeting moment, the hillside where his makeshift shelter resided came into view. Just as Wu Jiu was about to dash toward the hut, he slowed down, panting heavily. He glanced around, his eyes darting, and veered into the forest, seeking a tall tree to scale. On a forked branch, a hole was carved with a short sword, concealing talismans, jade slips, the remaining 4 spirit stones, and other items thought to be of value, all covered with tree bark. Only then did he slide down the trunk and dart out of the forest, retracing his steps. The valley where the Jade Well resided had grown eerily silent. Many disciples, along with Guqi and others, had vanished, leaving only Xiang Rong and Go Jun to oversee the shed. Wu Jiu rushed to the front of the shed, wiping the sweat from his brow while panting in greeting. The 2 overseers shook their jade tokens, observing no anomalies, then raised their chins with a subtle air of pride, their expressions tinged with an ambiguous hint of intrigue. Wu Jiu paid them no mind and made his way towards the cave entrance. In his haste, he could not resist glancing back at the spot where the corpses had once been burned. Upon entering the cave, he was met with a deep well, its surface supported by several thick wooden beams, with pulleys and a basket tethered below by ropes. Wu Jiu cautiously approached the edge of the well, surveying his surroundings. Before stepping into the basket, before he could steady himself, he suddenly plummeted. He quickly grasped the hanging rope and began to descend gradually. In no time, he found himself deep within the well. The Jade Well mine lived up to its name. After descending approximately 30 zhang, he felt a tremor beneath his feet, indicating he had reached the bottom of the well, or perhaps the heart of the mountain. Darkness enveloped him, and an unending chill crept in from all directions. Wu Jiu stepped out of the basket and released the rope. Without anyone to operate it, the basket creaked as it ascended. Sensing danger, he hastily jumped aside. Sure enough, a heavy thud resonated behind him as the basket fell, revealing a large stone suspended below, serving a supporting purpose. By pulling the rope, one could save considerable effort. Wu Jiu retrieved a luminous pearl from his satchel and illuminated his surroundings. He found himself in a cavern roughly a dozen zhang in size. Ahead, several towering cave openings emerged, each shrouded in mystery, rendering his destination unclear. Just then, someone emerged from one of the openings. Smiling, "I feared you might lose your way and have been waiting for quite some time." It was Zhong Bao, displaying a considerate nature. Wu Jiu breathed a sigh of relief and approached. "Ah, Brother Zhong, thank you for your concern." Holding the pearl aloft, he inquired, "Isn't it merely a matter of mining jade? How could one lose their way? And what are the deceased we encountered earlier?" Zhong Bao replied, "There are 5 paths here, corresponding to those 5 openings. 4 are navigable, while the last leads to certain death. Should one unwittingly stray into it, peril may ensue. I have only heard tales of this, and the details remain unclear." As he spoke, he gestured with his hand. Among the 5 openings, 4 were accessible, while one was partially blocked by rubble, presumably the one referred to as the dead end. Why had the 2 overseers failed to mention this when he descended? Had they simply forgotten, or was it intentional? Wu Jiu discreetly noted the locations of each opening, only to hear Zhong Bao continue. The deceased was a fellow cultivator whose lifespan had run its course, nothing extraordinary. Perhaps one day, you and I shall follow in his footsteps. The words struck a melancholic chord within him. Wu Jia pondered silently, though he could not cultivate immortality. He still had the prospect of the purple smoke fairy to look forward to. He had no intention of following in anyone's footsteps. Following Zongbao, he entered a cave, the ground sloping downwards. As they turned a corner, the once dim walls of the cave became much brighter, filled with luminous white jades scattered everywhere. Along the way, they occasionally glimpsed the figures of disciples from the jade well, yet none were extracting jade. Instead, they sat quietly, seemingly engaged in breathing exercises. The two turned another corner and arrived at a somewhat chaotic tunnel. In the middle, an indentation revealed signs of jade extraction. Zongbao walked over to a flat piece of jade and reclined upon it, smiling comfortably as he said, "This is where I rest every day, haha." Wu Jiao, perplexed, asked, "If this is labor, why are you so leisurely? If one does not extract enough jade, will there not be punishment?" Zongbao pulled out a pearl and lodged it into a crevice in the cave wall, enhancing the brilliance of the surrounding white jade. He rested his head on his arms and chuckled nonchalantly. "What can punishment do? I remember when I was as cautious as you are now. Eventually, I saw others taking the opportunity to cultivate and realized." He cast a sidelong glance and retorted, "What is the use of extracting jade?" Wu Jiao found a stone to sit upon and honestly shook his head. The crafting of jade slips, jade boxes, alchemical bottles, talismans, and various related elixirs all depended on refined jade. The amount we extract daily suffices for the needs of the spirit mountain. Thus, we must take it as it comes. One must know that this place is rich in spiritual energy, making it an ideal location for cultivation. After expressing his thoughts, Zongbao grew contemplative, perhaps. Although our cultivation seems hopeless, we must not dare to become the slightest bit negligent. Yet, on the day we achieve great success, we shall soar on swords to become immortals. Otherwise, we shall merely become a wisp of dust in the wind. Wu Jiu smiled faintly, left without words. Since arriving at Spirit Mountain, he had gained a rudimentary understanding of the path of cultivation. Possessing spiritual roots merely indicated eligibility for cultivation. Whether one could ultimately become an immortal still relied upon arduous training and fortuity. In conclusion, this path is not easy. Zongbao continued earnestly, "Junior brother Wu Jiao, I advise you to engage in quiet contemplation and seize opportunities for cultivation. If you cannot become a true cultivator, you would have disregarded the earnest wishes of our family's ancestors." Wu Jiao was taken aback. "What ancestors?" Zongbao, appearing lethargic yet with a glint of shrewdness in his eyes, replied, "If you had no elders to protect you, how could you possess such wealth? The steward of the Jade Well receives only a few spirit stones a year, yet you so generously offer one at a moment's notice." So it was. That grandiose pretense had not only deceived several stewards, but even convinced the current Zongbao. Wu Jiao chose not to argue, drawing his sword from its sheath. As the blade fell, it sank deeply into the jade beside him. He exclaimed, "What a sharp sword." Zongbao remarked, "It is not the sword's sharpness. The stone hardens when it encounters the wind, and so does the jade. Here, without wind, it is as easy as cutting tofu with a knife." He spoke with a bitter smile. "Brother, you understand nothing. How are you different from a mere mortal?" Wu Jiu replied apologetically, "I am indeed but a mortal." Zongbao took this as jest and, with a lackluster demeanor, said, "Brother, do not be disheartened. Who among us is not human?" Noticing that there was still a path to the pit, Wu Jiu rose and said, "I shall go gather jade." "You may do as you please." The other showed no intention of stopping him, and he ventured forth alone. Not far along, an elderly man sat in a pit. Eyes closed in meditation, yet he was quite alert. He quickly turned his head and smiled. "Little junior brother, I did not expect you to be a person of great wealth. Might I borrow a piece of spirit stone? I shall surely repay you double in the future." The old man, appearing to be in his 60s, was in fact the venerable Yun Xingzi, who had lived for over a century. Wu Jiu respectfully clasped his hands, but then adopted a helpless expression and continued onward. With only 4 spirit stones remaining, he could not afford to share. After walking another 10 or so zhang, he encountered a woman in her 30s or 40s sitting by the edge of the pit, seemingly oblivious to the commotion around her, diligently practicing her cultivation. Observing her unwavering dedication, Wu Jiu felt a sudden turmoil within. These disciples in the pit, regardless of their age, were all engrossed in their training. Accompanying them in their solitude and loneliness was merely the faint light emitted by a single pearl, akin to a flicker of starlight in the night sky, perhaps eternal, yet distant and cold, almost unattainable. What anguish lies in such relentless pursuit of immortality? At the end of the pit, there lay a heap of jade stones. Wujio took a moment to assess the area before swinging his sword haphazardly. As expected, the formerly unyielding jade could be easily excavated. However, to slice them into manageable pieces proved to be quite a challenge. After half an hour, he finally succeeded in cutting out 2 pieces of jade, each less than a foot square and weighing around 60 to 70 pounds. Exhausted, Wujio collapsed onto the ground, finding it difficult even to catch his breath. The stillness of the underground environment initially went unnoticed, but after toiling away, he felt dizzy and disoriented. The hunger gnawing at his stomach intensified his fatigue, and he recalled the 2 pieces of locust meat in his bag, which brought on another wave of nausea. Chapter 26. Truly absent. Another hour passed, and Wujio carried the jade stones to the resting place of Zongbao. He had initially packed 2 pieces of jade into his satchel, but ultimately had to abandon the idea. The satchel was sturdy and could easily accommodate both stones. Yet their combined weight of over 100 pounds was excessively burdensome. Not only was it laborious to carry, but even to take a step proved to be a challenge. Thus, he was compelled to transport them one by one, like an ant moving its home. Zongbao had shifted from a reclining position to sitting upright, absorbed in his cultivation, seemingly unaffected by external distractions. After relocating the 2 pieces of jade, Wujio was out of breath and could not help but inquire. "Elder brother Zong, please do not hasten your practice. I have something to discuss. If the mining is completed, may one leave the jade well early?" He yearned to escape the dark, cold confines of the jade well and longed to see the light of day once more. Zongbao exhaled slowly, as if concluding his practice, then blinked with curiosity, asking, why the urgency to depart? Sensing Wujio's possible misunderstanding, he elaborated. Even the likes of young Master Yun bear humiliation and hardship at such a tender age. What is your reason for this? Each morning, there was nourishing spirit soup and spiritual meat to satiate hunger, alongside the opportunity to cultivate in the jade well, rich in spiritual energy, a tremendous fortune indeed. As the saying goes, what may be a treasure to one may be poison to another. You possess great fortune, while I feel like a trapped beast. Wujio, confronted by the shimmering jade light and Zongbao's youthful yet slightly weathered visage, found himself momentarily speechless. Yet Zongbao smiled understandingly and remarked, with your spiritual stones, your cultivation will yield greater results with less effort. Naturally, you need not endure hardship in the jade well. He then took out a thin booklet crafted from animal hide and began to read. Brother, whether you may leave early has no precedent. When the work concludes, it would be prudent to consult the overseer. The booklet bore the title Compilation of a Mortal Path Illuminated by the Luster of a Pearl. Wujio refrained from further inquiries, nodding in comprehension. Today, under the scrutiny of many eyes, he had unearthed spiritual stones, jade slips, and talismans, revealing his entire fortune, suddenly casting him into the spotlight like a newly minted wealthy landowner. Regardless of the true value of those stones, it was evident that this group of cultivators was rather impoverished. As dusk fell, the disciples from the well returned to the surface. Under the supervision of the overseers, Xiang Rong and Go Jun, they submitted their allotted jade stones before heading back to their quarters. There was an exception, however. Young Master Yun returned empty-handed, stating that his punishment was to forego soup and meat in the morning. For a centenarian like him, the weight of 100 pounds of jade was indeed quite formidable. Wujio submitted his jade stones but did not rush to leave. Instead, he sought clarification from the 2 overseers regarding his lingering questions. They regarded him with surprise but ultimately agreed that once sufficient jade stones had been mined, staying in the well was entirely discretionary. The early morning and evening were the most picturesque times on Lingxiao Mountain. One could behold the endless azure sky, vast heavens, and the graceful peaks, with colorful clouds shifting like an exquisite painting, an enchanting sight to behold. Wujio gazed from the mountaintop for a moment before hastily descending. Though he was ravenous, his spirits were high. Tomorrow, he would no longer endure hardship. He would be free to wander once the jade stones were mined. With some leisure time at hand, it would be wise to inquire about the whereabouts of Xian. Since she is aware of my visit, why does she not reveal herself? Such lingering thoughts are quite vexing. A winding stone staircase, stretching hundreds of feet, descends from the mountaintop to the valley below. The disciples follow its path, their silhouettes adding a unique vivacity to the dusk-lit Yujing Peak. Zongbao has already taken a few steps ahead, turning back to beckon. Wujio intended to pursue but was obstructed by an elderly man. This was Yunxingzi, clad in a blue robe, his solitary figure seeming somewhat forlorn as the empty pouch at his waist swayed back and forth. Sensing the presence, he gradually stepped aside, a smile breaking through the wrinkles on his face as he remarked, "Indeed, youth is a carefree state, evoking envy and admiration. Junior brother, please proceed." Wu Jiao grinned, brushing past him, only to inquire, "Old Yun, are you not begging for alms every morning?" Yun Shengzi replied, "As age takes its toll, it is only natural to face such trials. In the twilight of life, who does not seek sustenance? What we receive may be the will of heaven or merely fate." Wu Jiao glanced back, observing the elder's smile was unchanged, yet inexplicably, a weight settled upon his heart. Dismissing further contemplation, he retrieved 2 pieces of meat from his pouch and offered them. The elder's smile blossomed even wider as he exclaimed, "Every time I see you, junior brother, I am reminded of my little grandson, equally filial and loyal." This venerable man, who had previously commanded respect, suddenly reverted to his old ways. As Wu Jiao turned to descend, he heard Zhong Bao chuckling, "Old Yun, your grandson must be past 60, nearly reaching 50. How can he be compared to junior brother Will?" Yun Shengzi replied apologetically, "You speak the truth. My grandson passed away young due to illness. He is no longer in this world." Zhong Bao shook his head. "This old man loves to take advantage. Do not mind him." Together, they descended the steps, exchanging light-hearted banter as they traversed the valley back to their starting point. When the hut came into view, the entourage had already dispersed. As Wu Jiao was about to part ways with Zhong Bao, the latter suggested a visit to the front mountain. Wu Jiao agreed and returned the pouch to the hut. However, the moment he stepped inside, astonishment escaped his lips. Zhong Bao, puzzled, followed closely behind. Wu Jiao produced a luminous pearl and dashed toward his quarters, only to find his bed overturned, fragments of jars scattered everywhere, and deep pits dug into the ground, and utter chaos pervading the once tranquil hut. Zhong Bao, realizing the situation, exclaimed, "Junior brother, you have been robbed. Have you lost anything?" His words trailed off, unsure. Wu Jiao stood in shock for a moment before frantically gesturing, lamenting, "My spirit stones, jade slips, and talismans are all gone. Who could have done this?" Zhong Bao, still clinging to a glimmer of hope, soon succumbed to despair and sighed, "The ancients were right. It is said that wealth should not be displayed openly." After a brief contemplation, he attempted to pacify the situation. "Let us consider this a misfortune turned into a blessing." Wu Jiao firmly declared, "That cannot be. If we simply endure this, we shall only be subjected to further indignities in the future. I shall report this to Gichi." He then clasped his hands in apology and hurriedly exited the hut. Zhong Bao found it inappropriate to obstruct and stood in silence for a moment, helplessly shaking his head, muttering to himself, "Who could have done this? Is there really a need to inquire further?" After Wu Jiao departed from the makeshift shelter, perhaps in a state of panic, he traversed directly through the forest. During a brief respite, he glanced up at a towering tree beside him before hastening onward, clearly in a state of agitation. By now, dusk had fallen, and from a distance, the torches ignited beneath the eaves of the row of houses shone brightly. In a mere moment, Wu Jiao arrived at the threshold of those very houses. Without hesitation, he made his way straight to the dwelling of Guqi. As he stepped onto the staircase, the door swung open, revealing Guqi, who sternly inquired, "What brings you here in such haste?" Wu Jiao instinctively retreated a few steps, returning to the base of the stairs. With a respectful gesture, he bowed, and in a fleeting glance, he noticed 3 more individuals emerging from within. He dared not take this lightly and bowed again, saying, "I pay my respects to Manager Xiang, Manager Go, and Manager Zhou." The 4 esteemed managers of Yujing Peak unexpectedly gathered in one place, which was indeed astonishing. Yet, they appeared to have anticipated Wu Jiao's arrival, each exhibiting an expression of indifference and exceptional composure. Wu Jiao's gaze swept across the room as he lowered his head and stated, "I returned to the shelter only to find it in disarray, realizing after inspection that I had been robbed. I implore each of you to conduct a thorough investigation, so that we may recover the stolen treasures." Guqi remained silent, turning to his 3 companions, who looked at one another in mild astonishment, shaking their heads. He crossed his arms and rested his chin upon his hands, pondering for a moment before asking, "What have you lost?" Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Jiao replied, "A beast skin map, a jade tablet, for spirit stones, and 2 talismans." Guqi's expression turned grave as he responded, "I am now aware. You may leave." Wu Jiao, in a state of urgency, protested, "The matter of the theft remains unresolved. How can I hope to reclaim my lost treasures?" Guqi's demeanor shifted to impatience. "Identify the thief, and there may be justice." Wu Jiao shrugged his shoulders, lamenting, "I have spent all day mining jade underground. How can I possibly identify the culprit?" Before Guqi could respond, Xiang Ron, standing nearby, scoffed, "If that is the case, why must you prattle on? Do not disturb our enjoyment of wine. Be gone." It was then that Wu Jiao noticed the enticing aroma of food and drink wafting from within the house. Swallowing hard but unwilling to relent, he indignantly complained, "I never imagined such sordid dealings could occur within the ranks of the Ling Mountain Immortal Gate. The heavens are blind, and the thieves are brazen." Xiang Rong's expression shifted slightly as he shouted in anger, "Nonsense! Yujing Peak has always upheld strict order. Where is the room for thievery?" Silence. Guqi could no longer contain himself, raising his hand to command, "Wu Jiao, since you possess no evidence, you must refrain from making baseless accusations. Should you utter another word, do not blame me for sending you down the mountain." Even if Taoist Xian Yu and Taoist Chang Xian were present, such insolence would not be tolerated. With that, he turned and re-entered the house. Xiang Rong hurried after him, appearing to engage in hushed whispers. The remaining two managers exchanged glances, their expressions inscrutable. In the vacant space before the dwelling, only Wu Jiao remained, seemingly abandoned and pitifully helpless, yet he looked around anxiously. After a brief moment, in a fit of exasperation, he strode beneath the eaves, seized a torch, and declared with an air of entitlement, "I can no longer reside in this hovel. I shall move out tonight." The four stewards within the house paid him no mind, allowing him to swagger away with the torch in hand. On the table inside, roasted meats and goblets of wine lay arranged, while the four stewards, seated together, were expressions of varying emotions. "My friends, I truly have not seen that lad's belongings, nor would I leave behind any traces of my actions. It must surely be the work of the departing disciples. Brother, if you could spare me a few spirit stones, I would be content. How about a talisman in exchange? As for you, junior brother, I desire nothing but that jade slip. Considering our friendship, it is unseemly to hoard treasures alone. Do not look at me in that manner. I truly have nothing." Chapter 27. Jealousy and rivalry. The circumstances surrounding the theft remain shrouded in ambiguity, yet the tragic fate of a certain disciple has spread throughout the entire Yujing Peak. As the individual directly involved, he exhibits no signs of despair over his misfortune. Rather, the once monotonous days have transformed into a vibrant tapestry of experiences. A few miles south of the makeshift shelter lies a precipice, and adjacent to this sheer cliff are numerous caves of varying sizes scattered across the mountainside. This locale serves as yet another abode for many disciples of Yujing, aptly named cave dwellings. Wu Jiao, having moved here overnight, found himself without a proper place to settle. The caves on the slope, whether old or new, had already been claimed by others. Thus, the newcomer had no option but to initiate his nesting plans after a single night of makeshift accommodation. On a lovely afternoon, when the sky was clear and the mist hovered like waves, beneath a massive stone on the west side of the slope, thin wisps of smoke ascended, accompanied by a subtle fragrance of roasting meat carried by the breeze. A young man sat beside a fire, diligently blowing on the flames while turning skewered bird meat, occasionally sprinkling salt and spices with great enthusiasm. Behind him, a circle of low walls made from branches and dried grass formed a quaint enclosure. The entrance, wide enough for one person, was fashioned from branches and tattered cloth. Inside the enclosure, wooden planks and mats served as bedding, alongside jars and various sundries. Though humble and somewhat shabby in appearance, it was sheltered from the rain by the overhanging boulder and protected from the wind by the thatched grass. While the misty scenery ahead and the boundless beauty surrounding him offered a sense of solace. For the owner, having such a place to rest was more than sufficient. The owner, of course, is Wu Jiao. After hastily establishing his new home, he ventured into the mines early the following day, completing his jade collection ahead of schedule. As previously agreed, the overseers Xiangrong and Gojuan did not interfere. Consequently, he disassembled his bed from the makeshift shelter, gathered branches and dried grass from the woods. And after a day's labor, he finally had a modest refuge from the elements. In the days that followed, he unabashedly sought out Gichi to request jars and other necessities, and stealthily acquired salt and spices from the kitchen. Armed with a short sword, he roamed the vicinity, seizing every opportunity to procure edible birds, small beasts, and wild fruits. While other cultivators prioritized their training, he focused on satiating his hunger. Before long, the bird meat turned a golden brown. Wu Jia seized a piece from the fire, tearing it apart to savor its warmth, his breath escaping in soft puffs as he relished the delicacy. After finishing the meat and discarding the bones, he crossed the threshold of his enclosure, fetching a ceramic bowl to drink from the jar, savoring the refreshing sweetness of the mountain spring water. Upon returning, he found the fire had long since extinguished, Wu Ju secured the short sword provided to him at his waist, while also feeling for another short sword hidden in his garments. With dual swords at his side, he felt a surge of courage. He then poked the ashes with a stick, revealing 2 bird eggs that rolled out, wrapping them in his sleeve. He sat cross-legged on a nearby stone, cracking open the shells and enjoying their contents one by one. Wild bird eggs proved delightful, even more exquisite than chicken eggs. Perhaps next time, he might consider preparing them in a soup. The scenery here is truly splendid. Just a few paces away lies a precipice of 1,000 feet. And beyond it, a multitude of peaks rise majestically, intermittently veiled by shifting clouds. Gazing into the distance evokes a sense of tranquility and a delightful forgetfulness of oneself. Lingxiao Mountain. What a splendid place. Within a 100-mile radius, there are both mountains and waters. The key is that one can find sustenance, no longer needing to endure the peculiar thin soups and odd meat pieces served by the kitchen. This has led to a series of complaints from the Cloud Saint. Despite the delightful surroundings, the place is utterly isolated. Even after several days of searching, no path down the mountain has revealed itself. It is said that the nearest Hongxiao peak is also 100 miles away. When I inquired of Zongbao about how to reach the other peaks, he provided a succinct answer: fly. I couldn't shake the feeling that he was either being deliberately cryptic or was simply too lowly in status to know the details, thus resorting to nonsense. Who among those on Yujing Peak could fly, and how would one traverse between the peaks? Naturally, I cannot fly either, so I must bide my time and adapt as circumstances allow. Perhaps the fairy of purple smoke will come to visit. How delightful. Wu Jiao is a person of broad-mindedness, and after satisfying his hunger and thirst, he offered himself some comfort and couldn't help but chuckle. After a while, he stretched out his arms, yawned, and reclined on a stone, propping up one foot while half closing his eyes with a smile gracing his lips. In such a refreshing breeze. Watching the clouds and listening to the waves, he felt not like a mere mortal, but rather as if he were a deity. Those disciples laboring below were truly wasting precious time. At that moment, a glimmer of sword light approached from afar. Soon after, a figure descended from the sky. It was a man clad in a black robe, appearing to be in his 20s or 30s. He was handsome and exuded an air of distinction. He surveyed the surroundings and shook his head slightly. This place, indeed, was secluded, yet beneath the massive stone lay a chaotic tangle of branches and wild grasses, with a crooked fence that housed beds and various sundries. Scattered on the ground were ashes, feathers, and bones of birds. At first glance, it hardly resembled the dwelling of a cultivator. Rather, it seemed akin to a pigsty or the refuge of a beggar. However, the master of this place appeared at ease, reclining on a nearby stone and idly swinging his feet. Heaven knows what fortunate event he has encountered, or whether he is simply lost in daydreams. The newcomer, puzzled, could not help but call out, "Wu Jiao." Who is calling? Ah, it is none other than Taoist Xuanyu making his way over. Surely, the fairy of purple smoke has sent him to check on me, fearing that I might be worried. Truly, what one thinks, one gets. Wu Jiao's eyes opened just a slit before suddenly widening. It was indeed Taoist Xuanyu. It has been many days since we last met. I am remiss in not welcoming you properly. He hastily rose to his feet, unable to contain his joy as he raised his hand in greeting. Xuanyu halted 2 paces away, his expression inscrutable. It seems you have fared well these past 7 or 8 days. Why have you not descended to mine for jade? Wu Jiao stood upright, giving it little thought, and gestured broadly, laughing. This place far surpasses Yujing. As the saying goes, yellow birds are affectionate, often calling to drunken guests in dreams. White clouds are lazy, drawn to secluded places to charm the reclusive. Ha ha. In a moment of exuberance, he could not help but reveal the boldness and carefree spirit of his former self. Humph. You are clearly just indulging in idleness. Shen Yu's expression darkened as he scolded. A mere mortal, unworthy even of menial tasks, dares to feign elegance and speak so shamelessly. Were it not for my concealment, you would not survive a single day. How swiftly he turns his back. I had thought him a good man, but it appears otherwise. Wu Ji was taken aback, staring blankly for a moment before muttering. Shen Yu, since you are entrusted by Ziyan, why must you be so? Shen Yu raised an eyebrow, a cold smile flitting across his lips. Before his tone softened, I have come precisely for this reason. His gaze swept over Wu Jiao before shifting to the horizon. You once claimed to be Ziyan's savior. Yet, I am unaware of the full details, and she has left behind a precious immortal token as a pledge. Speak honestly, or do not blame me for casting you down the mountain. This was not merely a change of heart, but a cruelty surpassing it. Wu Jiao was about to respond but hesitated, raising his eyes to Shen Yu's silhouette, an inexplicable shiver coursing through him. Moments later, he reverted to his previous timid demeanor. His words laced with stubbornness. "Xianyu, you may as well throw me down the mountain. There is neither food nor drink here, and the tedium is unbearable. Though I feign cheerfulness, each day feels like a year, alas. Even if the immortal realm is splendid, it cannot compare to the warmth of the mortal world." Xianyu was somewhat taken aback, glancing sideways. "If you were thrown down, there would be nothing left of you. Are you not afraid of death?" Wujiu nodded, embodying tragic nobility and helplessness. Xianyu regarded him with disdain, his demeanor magnanimous. "Simply answer truthfully, and I shall spare you." Yet Wujiu pressed further. "You must first promise not to harm me." Perhaps lacking confidence, he lowered his head and fell silent. Xianyu exhaled a sigh of irritation, replying, "Very well, I promise to spare you." Wujiu patted his chest, a sense of relief washing over him, and said, "I beg your understanding, for Ziyin has said that our past is a secret between us, not to be mentioned to outsiders." Xianyu seemed to feel mocked, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Unaware, Wujiu continued, "Ziyin also said that should I change, she would not wish to live alone. Please, convey this to her, and do not worry about me." Before he could finish, a fierce wind surged before him, followed by a contorted face looming closer, spitting with fury. How could Ziyin, pure and proud, ever look upon a base mortal like you? Wujiu turned pale, shouting, "You speak falsely, Taoist." Alas! Before his words could fully escape his lips, he was flung backward, tumbling and crying out, "Ziyin, may we meet again in dreams. Do not forget to avenge me." His cries echoed in the air, yet the anticipated calamity did not descend. A flash of sword light shot forth, pausing momentarily. The figure atop glanced back, muttering disdainfully, "Would Ziyin ever fancy a smooth-talking cowardly mortal? What a jest! I shall keep you, lest my hands become sullied." He delivered a cold, self-satisfied smile before turning and drifting away. Wujiu lay on the ground, quietly listening to the wind that passed by. After a moment, all around remained eerily calm. He finally withdrew his tightly grasped short sword from his bosom, and soon gasped in astonishment. Mere feet away lay a precipice of 1,000 fathoms. Should he plummet, he feared he would only encounter Ziyin in the realm of dreams. Yet, that Taoist Xuanyu had truly departed? Wujiu hastily scrambled to his feet, distancing himself from the cliff, and upon confirming his safety, he couldn't help but silently exclaim his fortune. Today had certainly been an eye-opener. The Ling Mountain Immortal sect, seemingly lofty and enigmatic, was no different from the mundane world, populated by all manner of individuals. As expected, Ziyin was a beauty of ethereal grace, beloved by all, with countless admirers. Xuanyu was undoubtedly among them. Having brought this young master to the mountain merely to curry favor with the fairy, yet harboring a petty jealousy. To put it plainly, he was simply vying for attention. Back in the capital, I had been well acquainted with the affairs of romance and beauty. While I may falter in the ways of cultivation, I have never lost when it comes to showcasing my elegance in public. Although I inadvertently saved Ziyin, I could not afford to speak the truth. For if that fellow were to uncover my secrets and act without restraint, I might have already been cast down the cliff. It is well understood that speaking the truth is not difficult, yet sometimes, the truth can cost one their life. Chapter 28. Who among us lacks dreams? The disciples of Yujing return early and leave late, yet their toil does not confine them to perpetual labor under the sunless sky. Once they complete their mining tasks, they are free to rest at their leisure. The others, engrossed in their cultivation, long to remain underground all day. Thus, upon the slopes of the front mountain, there is always but one idler, and that is Wujiu. As the vibrant hues of dusk envelop the sky, Wujiu stands alone at the cliff's edge, gazing into the distance. Each day, he is captivated by the stunning array of peaks vying for prominence. The resplendent glow of the sunset illuminating the scenery, a sight that never ceases to enthrall him. The brilliant colors and ethereal mists create an illusion of accessibility, yet remain ever elusive. Much like the celestial maiden of purple smoke, though they inhabit the same spiritual realm, when might they ever meet? Wujiu casts a lingering glance toward the radiant horizon, then shakes his head and retreats to his dwelling. Unbeknownst to him, over half a month has slipped away. While he enjoys his leisurely existence, he knows it cannot last. If the celestial maiden forgets him, must he resign himself to an eternal life in this place? In such a scenario, he would lie still, awaiting the flames to consume him, leaving not a trace, let alone the myriad of unexpressed sentiments. How unjust that would be. Approaching a massive stone, Wujiu steps through the courtyard gate and into a corner, where he picks up a short sword from the ground, lifting it momentarily before casting it aside with a clatter. On the stone wall adjacent to his bed, a small chasm has appeared, a meager result of several days of toil. He had intended to carve out a cave, but found the endeavor exceptionally arduous. Alas, a thatched hut will suffice. Widja turns and steps outside, inhaling deeply with a grin. Not far away, a pile of firewood crackles merrily, wafting delightful aromas from the pot atop it. He kneels down, stirring with a ladle. At that moment, two figures approach, one old, one young. The elder calls out from a distance, "Little junior brother, what delectable dishes have you prepared for tonight?" I can hardly contain my anticipation. The younger one retorts with disdain, "You, who spends the entire day mooching food and drink, have no shame." He quickens his pace, laughing, "Junior brother, would you? You seem to have everything: pots, pans, and ladles galore." The elder, identified as Yun Xingzi, boasts, "Should anything be lacking, I shall assist my little junior brother in procuring it." The younger, naturally, is Zhong Bao, who chimes in with mockery, "Why not simply haul the entire kitchen here?" After their work, these two always take a stroll. Though this place is remote and distant from others, it often yields delightful surprises, such as the pot over the fire and its alluring fragrance. Widju smiles and gestures invitingly. As Yun Xingzi approaches, he unabashedly seizes the ladle and tastes the soup, exclaiming, "Ah!" With shiitake mushrooms, mountain truffles, earth essence, and remania, enhanced with spiritual herbs for fragrance, this broth is exquisite. It not only delights the senses but also invigorates the spirit and promotes longevity. Zhong Bao, yet to settle himself, interjects, "Old Yun, your beard." Yun Xingzi, engrossed in sipping the soup, inadvertently dips his beard into the pot. He quickly apologizes, "I shall fetch some bowls. Please wait a moment." Zhong Bao chuckles, then inquires, "Little junior brother, you possess knowledge of herb gathering. Are you well versed in this craft?" Widju, settling on the ground, remains silent and instead retrieves a thick bearskin tome from his robe, illuminated by the firelight, adorned with the title "The 100 Spirit Scripture." The cloud sage returned and spoke. "I noticed my junior brother idling away his time, so I lent him the bailing jing for amusement." He was quite adept, swiftly discovering 3 earthen bowls, settling down nearby to busy himself with ladling soup. Wu Jiao, however, remained ungrateful. Laughing with Zhong Bao, "This old man Yun believes my concocted soup lacks nourishment. He truly means well." He glanced at the booklet in his hands before tucking it into his robe. The Bailing Jing is a compendium concerning celestial materials, earthly treasures, and various spiritual beasts, richly illustrated with peculiar flora and fauna unknown to the mundane world, along with numerous medicinal properties and simple alchemical methods. After a brief study, he gained some insights, acquiring a rudimentary understanding of the so-called spiritual medicines. Thus, it brought him no small delight. At least he had gained some skills for self-preservation in the wilderness and discovered various edible items. The cloud sage retorted, "Humph. The Bailing Jing is a family secret, sought after by many younger generations. Do not desecrate my good intentions." In the midst of speaking, he filled the soup bowl to the brim, taking the initiative to say, "Don't just stand there, drink it while it's hot." As he spoke, he lifted a bowl to his lips and began to drink, soon using a spoon to fish out earth essence and remania, bustling about with great zeal. Wu Jiao and Zhong Bao, unwilling to be idle, joined in, and before long, the pot of soup was nearly empty. The cloud sage, still clutching the spoon, relished the moment and said, "In the forest at the peak of Yujing Mountain, there are spiritual clams, truly nourishing. My junior brother might consider trying some." Zhong Bao, staring at his empty bowl, complained, "Old Yun, at your age, still competing for food with us, how unseemly." Wu Jiao chimed in, "Do not mind him. If you wish for spiritual clams, go catch them yourself. The thrill of the hunt is truly delightful." The cloud sage set down his spoon and, with a knowing grin, replied, "What of age? Have you not heard? The young are full of ambition, while the elderly are blissfully naive. The spiritual mountains exist freely, cultivating both the self and the spirit." His demeanor remained gentle and carefree, devoid of any elder's self-importance. After consuming 2 bowls of soup, he appeared notably invigorated, speaking with a depth that provoked reflection. To cultivate both the self and the spirit? Wu Jiao pondered aloud, "That seems quite reasonable." He lay back on the ground, feeling comfortable, and added, "However, since old Yun has seen through the mundane, why bother with daily trivialities? Observing clouds and appreciating the moon are also worthwhile. A person's state of mind evolves with age and experience. Unless one lives to 100, it is unlikely to fully grasp the thoughts and sentiments of the cloud sage. Regardless, since they were idling, they might as well engage in light-hearted banter. Indeed, Knowing full well that the path to immortality is futile, it is better to spend the remaining years indulging in pursuits that bring joy. At this moment, a crescent moon ascended the horizon, casting a gentle glow in the deepening night. Above the cliffs of Yunwu Mountain, a campfire flickered like stars. The cloud sage pondered for a moment before gazing at the night sky. Life's century is filled with dreams, to hold fast to one's original intentions without regret. He fell into a brief reverie, then chuckled softly. My junior brother is in the prime of spring, under the flowers and moon. Do you not, too, have dreams that remain elusive? Zhong Bao sat cross-legged in quiet contemplation, silently absorbing the dialogue between the two. Though he had no intention to interject, he felt a stirring within. In this world, who is devoid of dreams? Wu Jiao glanced at Yun Xingzi and Zhong Bao, then turned his gaze skyward. The ability to derive profound insights from casual conversation. Could this be the distinction between cultivators and mortals? Once upon a time, this gentleman was also a person of sharp wit, adept in discourse. Setting aside the eloquence of his speech, he was at least not outmatched in conversation. Yet since encountering these cultivators, he found himself at a loss for words. Even the likes of Mushin and Guli made him feel continually awkward. Was it a matter of incompatible thoughts, or the stark contrast of their worldviews? Yun Xingzi's aspiration was to become an immortal. Until that day came to fruition, he remained steadfast to his original intent. Zhong Bao shared a similar dream. And as for this gentleman, for the sake of Ziyan, was he not equally unwavering in his resolve? Noticing the silence, Zhong Bao inquired, Old Yun, with your considerable cultivation and years of practice, you should have undergone a transformation. Why then do you remain stagnant? Yun Xingzi replied candidly. I am equally perplexed. Logically, I possess no shortage of cultivation, nor do I lack knowledge, experience, or insight, which should rival that of an immortal. Yet, it is precisely at this initial threshold that I find myself unable to advance. What could be the reason? Zhong Bao, feeling a kinship in their plight, sighed softly, alas. When will we unravel the mysteries of this barrier? It truly weighs heavily on the heart. After a moment's pause, he continued, Old Yun, what I lack is your breadth of experience and wisdom. Would you kindly share your insights for my benefit? Wu Jiao, reclining comfortably and drifting toward slumber, suddenly became intrigued and interjected, Old Yun, how many wives have you taken? How many children and grandchildren have you had? Speak truthfully about your misdeeds. Heh. Yun Xingzi, unburdened by the decorum typically observed by elders, smiled through his wrinkles at the repeated calls of Old Yun. It is a long story. Zhong Bao listened attentively, while Wu Jiao closed his eyes as if lost in a dream. The tale of 100 years is indeed lengthy. Yun Xingzi, originally named Yun Song, hailed from a prestigious family in the kingdom of Nailing. In his youth, he lived a carefree and unrestrained life, reveling in joy. Even marrying a noblewoman from the royal family, a tale celebrated in his time. Just as he was soaring high, calamity struck. His father offended the monarch, resulting in the annihilation of their clan. Even his wife and young children were executed and discarded. He narrowly escaped, becoming a wanderer. 20 years later, a new ruler ascended the throne. Yun Song returned to his homeland, cleared of his family's injustices, and was granted favor once more, marrying the king's sister. After enduring hardship, he resolved to restore his family's honor. Another 20 years passed, and he became a prominent figure in the court. However, embroiled in royal disputes, he once again faced the tragedy of his family's annihilation. Though he survived, his kin were mercilessly slaughtered. By that year, Yin Song was already a man of 60. The splendor and wealth he had amassed turned to naught, and the romance of life became merely a fleeting dream. He found himself in the wilderness, singing mournful songs, yearning for oblivion, wishing to end his life in desolation. After a decade of such madness, just at the moment he stood by the river, contemplating surrendering to the waters, a figure appeared, walking on the waves, offering him a song in return. It is said, life beyond 70 is indeed rare. Much like the slanting sun setting over the evening stream. To cast one's spirit into the river, thus entering the cycle of rebirth, seems a great pity. To cultivate immortality until the age of 100 is not too late. Amidst the gentle breeze and bright moon, one finds true delight. Behold, in this fleeting world, life is ephemeral, to awaken at dawn and perish at dusk, with dew upon one's garments. Thus, an elderly man of rare age, while casting himself into the river, encountered an immortal and was bestowed with the method of cultivation, leading him to profound enlightenment. He pursued the unknown with great joy, dedicated to comprehending the mysteries of heaven and earth. It seemed he had discovered the ultimate truth, yet the purpose of my existence remains a question. As the moon ascended to its zenith and the night deepened into silence, only Wu Jiu remained upon the stone slope, still engulfed in a dreamy slumber. Suddenly, he felt the chill of the night air and arose to head toward his thatched abode. A thin booklet fell to the ground, left by Zhong Bao, who remarked that indulging in free food and drink was rather unfair, thus offering the collection of immortal paths as a token in return. He picked up the booklet, yet felt no interest whatsoever. What concern do I have with the immortal way? I simply ponder what to eat tomorrow, and the lingering thoughts of purple smoke. Chapter 29. Await further report atop the peak. The sky is low, and the clouds are sparse. Walking along the summit feels akin to traversing the very edge of the heavens and the earth. On one side, a verdant forest teems with life. On the other, a sheer cliff plunges into an abyss of unfathomable depth. Wu Jiu cast a glance down toward the precipice, instinctively retracting his head in trepidation. Having patrolled the vicinity of Yujing Peak for over 20 days, he found that, aside from the imposing cliffs, the surroundings were dominated by daunting chasms. It seemed that discovering a path down the mountain was a task more arduous than ascending to the heavens. Wu Jiu patted the leather pouch at his waist and turned away from the summit, though the search for a route seemed futile. He had gathered a considerable bounty of mountain delicacies. He aimed to return to his dwelling before nightfall to avoid any unforeseen perils along the way. The woods here were lush and dense, casting a deep shade over the ground. By traversing through them and ascending another ridge, he could reach the front of Yujing Peak. As Wu Jiu hurried along, his gaze lowered. A withered branch suddenly swept toward him. He instinctively raised his arm to deflect it, but then abruptly recoiled, drawing his short sword and striking fiercely. Blood splattered as a snake's head, thick as a man's arm, lunged toward him. He swiftly sidestepped, watching as the serpent's head embedded itself into a nearby tree trunk, sinking in deep and oozing venom that charred a sizable patch of bark black. What a close call. Wu Jiu, still shaken, exhaled deeply and glanced down, his eyes widening in surprise. The severed head of the venomous snake still had a segment of its body, around 7 or 8 feet long, writhing eerily among the grass, defying death with its grotesque movements. A dog that bites does not bark, and a deadly snake can appear deceptively unthreatening. Yet if you dare to ambush, I shall feast upon your flesh. Once Wu Jiu's heart settled, he stepped forward to grasp the snake's tail, lifting it and delivering several sharp cracks, producing a sound akin to a whip. He then forcefully hurled it to the ground. Seeing the serpent remain motionless, he finally tossed it into his pouch. Sheathing his short sword, he proceeded forward, his expression tinged with mild astonishment, as if struggling to believe the rapidity of his reflexes. Since arriving at Yujing Peak, his daily routine consisted of mining for jade in the mornings, wandering aimlessly in the afternoons, and either roasting his catch or preparing soup in the evenings. Beyond that, he engaged in casual banter with the Son of Clouds and Zhong Bao. Unbeknownst to him, he had grown increasingly spirited, even his limbs becoming more agile. It was as if the spiritual mountains nourished the soul. As dusk approached, he neared his dwelling. Walking along the path of the front mountain, his steps lightened, and he couldn't help but admire the scattered caves dotting the hillside. His humble thatched abode felt too meager, while it sufficed in summer. He dreaded the biting winds of autumn and winter. How long would it be before he possessed a cave of his own? Continuing onward, the caves became sparser. A short distance ahead, a colossal rock jutted out, resembling a sword thrusting toward the southwestern sky. Below, his thatched home lay just 4 or 5 paces away. The scene coming into clear view. A ceramic bowl was thrown out, shattering with a sharp crack. Then came a dull thud as the bed flew up and crashed to the ground. Wu Jiu stared in disbelief for a moment and hastily shouted, "Stop!" He unfastened the leather pouch at his waist and tossed it to the ground, drawing his short sword with a swift motion, feeling a twinge of unease. He also drew the family heirloom short sword from his bosom. This was truly outrageous. First, their makeshift shelter was stolen, and now, having retreated to this humble thatch hut, they were still not at peace. Who was this despicable intruder, bullying them like this? Just wait until I deal with you. Anger surged within Wu Jiu, his ire igniting as he rolled up his sleeves and charged in to confront the trespasser. However, before he could even establish a stance, he was taken aback and involuntarily retreated a few steps. From within the small courtyard formed by branches and thatch emerged a young man. Dressed in a long robe of blue gauze, his handsome visage marred only by an unsettling pallor. "Taoist Wu, how have you been?" he remarked, his eyes glinting with mockery. "Ha, wielding 2 swords, do you think you can deceive me? What an ironic twist of fate. How did he end up here?" Wu Jiu, now concealing his sword behind his back, exclaimed in astonishment, "It's you, Mu Shen." The man was indeed Mu Shen, his expression dripping with derision. Did you not expect to see me again? Ha! I am equally surprised. I was planning to descend the mountain to seek you out, yet here you are, entangled with Lingxiao Mountain. He approached the discarded pouch, kicked it lightly, and sighed, alas. You have taken to the hunt. How pitiful. And amidst a mountain full of cultivators, what can a mere mortal like you accomplish? You are reduced to eating raw flesh and blood, merely scraping by. Wu Jiao glared at the unexpected arrival of Mu Shan, unable to suppress a curse. How did he know I was at Yujing Peak and come looking for me? There was no need to ponder. The visitor bore ill intentions. With no one in sight, the situation seemed dire. Wu Jiao scanned the surroundings, his thoughts racing. Suddenly surprised and delighted, no wonder I have been plagued by nightmares at night. It turns out an old acquaintance has come to visit. He was still unaware of how Guli, Taozi, and Hong Nu were faring or why they had not come along. Mushin kicked the pouch away and his gaze turned frosty. Why are you dreaming of me? Afraid I might kill you? Noticing Wu Jiao's evasive demeanor, he snorted dismissively. As if seeing through his thoughts, and sneered, Guli, Taozi, and Hong Nu have each taken on masters and are busy cultivating. Even if the three of them were here, they could not save you. Wu Jiao's expression grew awkward. Then how did you arrive here? Did you come with an elder? And why did you upend my bed and smash my bowl? Mu Shun glanced at the sky, no longer wishing to indulge in idle chatter, and coldly replied, to be frank, I have taken Xian Yu Daoist as my master and have become a registered disciple under him. Upon learning of your whereabouts at Yujing Peak, I went through considerable trouble to become the 5th steward of Yujing Peak. Wu Jiao was slightly taken aback, then realization dawned on him. You have taken on another master? Congratulations. If that ghostly old master of yours were to find out, he surely would not forgive your betrayal. Seeing the change in Mu Shin's countenance, he quickly inquired, You have truly become a steward? Indeed, you speak the truth, Mu Shin replied. Fury barely contained beneath a veneer of restraint. I have come here for you. Surrender the relics of my master, or I shall reduce you to ashes. The night owl had intruded with malice. How dare he speak so insolently? As Wu Jiao muttered to himself, he caught sight of Mu Shin's ominous expression. He quickly shrugged, pleading, Friend Mu, you must understand that I was unable to bring anything with me when I descended into the depths, resulting in the complete loss of my belongings. If you doubt my words, please consult the 4 overseers for verification. I am now destitute and at my wit's end. I implore your understanding. His words were sincere, accompanied by a pitiful smile. The arrival of that individual hinted at an unspoken route between Yujing Peak and Lingxiao Mountain. His persistent pursuit suggested that his master's relic concealed secrets unknown to others, or perhaps a rare treasure of great worth. Was it a spirit stone, a jade tablet, or perhaps a beast's skin? The spirit stone was relatively inconsequential, as it was said that the immortal sects possessed an abundance of such items. The beast's skin, however, had been destroyed. Could it be the jade tablet? As Wu Jiao trembled in trepidation, a hand reached out towards him. Startled, he instinctively swung his unsheathed short sword with all his might. To his dismay, as he extended his arm, the sword slipped from his grasp, rendered powerless against an unseen force. No matter how you bluster, you shall not escape my grasp today, Mu Shin declared, his words devoid of compassion. With the sword now in hand and his powers unleashed, a brilliant light emanated from the blade, and a fierce aura surged forth. He raised the shimmering weapon triumphantly, taunting. You, a mere mortal, no matter the weapon in your possession, without the guidance of true power, are ultimately futile. Watch as I capture you. Since encountering Wu Jiao, he had never gained the upper hand. Thus, further words were unnecessary. He resolved to seize his prey, lest complications arise. Wu Jiao, having lost his sword, was now filled with dread. As he witnessed Mu Shun's display of power, despair flooded over him, and without a moment's thought, he turned to flee. However, a sudden force struck him from behind, causing him to stumble and lose his momentum. Realizing his impending doom, he clutched the ancestral short sword tightly and turned defiantly. Raising his voice, Mu Shin, your deceased master longs for you. Mu Shin, upon seeing his once dreaded adversary reveal his true self, could not suppress a mocking laugh. He prepared to unleash his might, only to be interrupted by Wu Jiao's abrupt, authoritative proclamation. Momentarily taken aback, Mu Shin's mind flashed back to the scenes within the Valley of 10,000 Souls. At that moment, a radiant beam of light approached swiftly, pausing just before it crossed Yujing Peak, accompanied by a disdainful snort. An invisible pressure descended abruptly, causing the very ground beneath them to tremble slightly. Wu Jiao, feeling the weight of the moment, collapsed to the ground, as if a great burden had rendered him immobile. His body creaked under the strain, and he groaned in agony, tears streaming down his face in a desperate struggle for freedom. Mu Shun was not spared either. He fell to his knees with a resounding thud, his sword flying far from him. Straining with all his might, he managed to keep himself upright, yet cold sweat streamed down his face, and he appeared pallid. In contrast to the innocent bewilderment of the untroubled, he was acutely aware of the terrifying circumstances, gritting his teeth as he lamented, "Please spare me, Senior." In the vast expanse above, a figure stood, arms crossed, defying the wind. It was a middle-aged man clad in dark robes, tall and with a sallow complexion. His short beard framed a countenance that bore an ominous gravity, his gaze somber and his expression imposing. Perhaps having witnessed a scuffle, he paused momentarily, casting a fleeting glance at the mountain beneath him before vanishing like a streak of light. To the west, 500 miles away, lay the principal peak of Lingxiao Mountain, the Zixia Peak. In an instant, the middle-aged man arrested his descent, his demeanor one of aloof superiority. Beneath him lay the majestic Zixia Peak, towering 3,000 zhang. Looking down, he beheld a scene bathed in the glow of the evening sun, with pavilions shrouded in mist, verdant forests, and clouds swirling in ethereal beauty. Almost immediately, two figures emerged from the pavilions, soaring into the air upon beams of sword light. Before approaching, they respectfully raised their hands in greeting. "We are Miao Yuan and Miao Shan, the overseers of Lingxiao Mountain, paying our respects to the esteemed envoy of the divine continent." The middle-aged man remained aloof, hands still clasped behind his back. But his expression darkened at that moment. "There are 5 elders of Lingxiao Mountain. Where have the other 3 gone?" The self-identified Miao Yuan and Miao Shan were 2 elderly men, both garbed in crimson robes. They were gaunt, their hair and beards a shade of gray. One possessed a hooked nose and narrow eyes, while the other had prominent brow ridges and an irritable demeanor. Sensing the displeasure of their visitor, they exchanged a discreet glance before bowing. "We humbly invite you to Zixia Pavilion for a more detailed report." Chapter 30. The Elusive Path of Cultivation. The Purple Cloud Pavilion, nestled atop the precipice of Purple Cloud Peak, presents a breathtaking sight. Half of it is embedded within the mountains, while the other half soars into the clouds, showcasing elegantly arched eaves that seem to dance in the wind, as if a celestial palace has descended to the mortal realm. Yet, within the halls of the Purple Cloud Pavilion, an entirely different atmosphere prevails. Even the radiant gem adorning the dome appears powerless to dispel the pervasive gloom and heaviness that lingers. In the spacious main hall, a middle-aged man sits solitary on a wooden chair at the center, his imposing stature and expressionless demeanor rendering him both formidable and inscrutable. Surrounding him stand 5 men, including the previously mentioned Miao Yuan and Miao Shan, along with an elderly gentleman and 2 other middle-aged men, all adorned in crimson robes, their demeanor respectful. "I am here to inspect Lingxiao Mountain. Why have you 3 failed to present yourselves in greeting?" The middle-aged man speaks coldly after a moment of silence. Miao Yuan and Miao Shan remain unmoved, as if the matter does not concern them. Meanwhile, the 3 others exchange glances, and the elderly man, taken aback, replies, "We were unaware of your arrival, having been engaged in secluded meditation within the cave, hence our tardiness." The elderly gentleman, slightly portly with a ruddy complexion and silver hair, appears quite spirited. As he concludes his statement, a robust middle-aged man interjects, "Brother Miao Min speaks truth. Neither Miao Yin nor I, Miao Yin, were informed. We hope for your forgiveness." The man referred to as Miao Yin, with 3 strands of azure whiskers and a frail appearance akin to that of a scholarly youth, nods in agreement, clasping his hands. The middle-aged man seated calmly narrows his eyes, emitting a soft grunt before stating bluntly, "Very well. My purpose here is to seek the 9-star sword. It is said to be hidden within Lingxiao Mountain, yet its whereabouts remain elusive. Can any of you enlighten me?" Silence envelopes the room as no one responds. The man's expression darkens slightly, revealing a hint of impatience as he raises his chin, addressing Miao Yuan. "As the foremost elder of Lingxiao Mountain, this matter is of great significance and should be addressed by you." Miao Yuan touches his hooked nose, forcing a smile before stepping forward respectfully. "It is said that the 9-star sword belongs to the 9 nations of Shenzhou and was once the treasure of various immortal sections. However, times have changed, and it is no longer as it once was. You may already be aware that our Lingxiao Mountain faced calamity, leading to the destruction of the sword vault, and the fate of the treasure remains unknown. Even to this day, it is still." The middle-aged man snorts derisively. "If someone has absconded with the 9-star sword, why have you not pursued it?" Miao Yuan shakes his head slightly, seemingly reluctant to revisit the past. But after a moment's hesitation, he sighs helplessly. "That year, our sect leader was gravely injured. Losing all his cultivation, he was unable to take any treasures with him." The middle-aged man presses on aggressively. "What evidence do you have?" Miao Yuan lowers his head and responds slowly. The sect leader jumped from the cliff. His soul was lost. At this moment, Miao Shan interjects. I believe that while the 9-star sword is indeed extraordinary, no one has witnessed it firsthand. Perhaps it is merely a legend. The middle-aged man's expression turns to one of fury, and he interrupts. Do you dare to mock me? Miao Shan's face twitches. And he quickly retorts, I would never dare. The middle-aged man rises abruptly, his tone leaving no room for dissent. I have made my intentions clear regarding my visit to Shenzhou. If the 9-star sword is not surrendered within a century, the heads of the various celestial sects shall be confined in Yushan for eternity. Miao Yuan, panic-stricken, raised his head. Your Excellency, our Lingxia Mountain has yet to appoint a successor. Without a moment's hesitation, the middle-aged man replied, Then the 5 elders shall bear the punishment together. Having spoken, he strode towards the exit. This declaration caused not only Miao Yuan but also the 4 elders, Miao Shan, Miao Min, Miao Yin, and Miao Yin, to change their expressions. As the middle-aged man approached the edge of the railing, he suddenly turned back with a cold smile and declared, Should anyone redeem themselves through merit, I shall bestow great rewards. The future of flying beyond the heavens remains uncertain. His words barely faded before he transformed into a streak of rainbow light, dashing away. As night fell, it resembled a shooting star streaking across the firmament. Within the Zixia Pavilion, the 5 elders remained frozen in place, each exhibiting a distinct demeanor. Miao Yuan stroked his beard, lost in thought. Miao Shan's eyes widened, betraying his anxiety. Miao Min offered a faint, bitter smile, followed by a silent sigh, shaking his head before turning to leave the Zixia Pavilion. Miao Yin's expression bore a hint of melancholy as he too began to move. Miao Yin, still restless, noticed others departing and, without further thought, followed suit. At that moment, Miao Yuan suddenly shifted, blocking the path of the 3, and forced a smile before addressing the foremost elder, Miao Min. Elder Min, at the time of the master's calamity, you were the only one present. Is it true that the master has perished? Did he leave anything behind for you, perhaps? His gaze locked onto Miao Min's. He then inquired deliberately, What of the 9-star sword's whereabouts? Miao Min, now obstructed, was visibly displeased. And the inquiry pierced through his composure. The matters of the past have long been settled. There is no benefit in revisiting them now. Seizing the opportunity, Miao Shan interjected. This is a grave matter, certainly not a triviality. Elder Min, it would be wise to reveal the truth, lest Lingxia Mountain be imperiled. Miao Min retorted sharply. If the master were still alive, why would you not announce it far and wide and pursue him? Had I known the whereabouts of the 9-star sword, I would have claimed credit long ago. Why wait until today? His voice suddenly rose as fellow elders. Do you dare to bully the weak? Noticing the hesitation of the 2 blocking his way, he seized the chance to depart. Miao Yin and Miao Yin, not wishing to linger, followed suit and left the Zixia Pavilion. Miao Yuan appeared concerned, refraining from further obstruction, yet he let out a soft grunt towards the departing figures. His expression shifting unpredictably. Miao Shan paced a few steps in place, lamenting, Lingxia Mountain remains unstable, now facing calamity. If we are imprisoned, all our years of cultivation will be for naught. What shall we do then? Miao Yuan pondered, it may not matter. Let us not forget that the 9-star sword is long lost. Even if it were safe, would the various sects easily submit? In that case, chaos would ensue, and uncertainty would reign. Miao Shan, feeling anxious, responded, When the blame is cast down, we shall bear the brunt of it. It is lamentable that Miao Min remains obstinate, leading Miao Yin and Miao Yin astray. In my opinion, it would be better if, as the 2 exchanged glances, a spark of understanding seemed to pass between them. Are you suggesting that esteemed individual had previously stated that one must atone for their misdeeds? We should deliberate further. If we allow Miao Min to reach new heights in her cultivation, she may become even more arrogant. Time is of the essence. Indeed, there is merit in that thought. As the night deepened, the moonlight poured down like water. At this moment, Wu Jiao found himself unable to sleep, tossing and turning in bed. Occasionally, a breeze would stir, causing the branches and grasses to rustle softly, reminiscent of the dreamlike murmurs of the night or the silent lamentations of solitude. It was as if the cold moon accompanied his solitary slumber. Yet the long night was an unbearable trial. Wu Jiao finally opened his eyes, staring blankly at the massive stone above him. Suddenly, an inexplicable burden crashed upon him like a mountain, prompting him to turn over and lie face down on the bed. Yet, his mind remained restless. Replaying the events of the evening, he vividly recalled the moment of crisis when a cold snort echoed from the heavens. followed by an invisible force that descended with alarming swiftness, plunging both the brash Mu Xin and his own bewildered self into an unimaginable predicament. At that moment, it felt no different from awaiting death. Confronted by the overwhelming celestial authority, one could only prostrate and submit to fate. The unexpected middle-aged man, lacking any sword or pretense, wielded dominion over life and death with disconcerting ease, instilling a profound sense of fear and inexplicable dread. When compared to Xian Yu and Changxian, there was a stark contrast between the two. In essence, he was the most formidable immortal Wu Jiao had ever encountered. It was precisely this that allowed him to narrowly escape calamity once more. It is worth noting that Mu Xin was equally terrified, remaining on his knees for an extended period before rising. Only after the disciples of Yu Jing had finished their tasks did he leave in a daze. As night fell, Zhong Bao and Yun Xingzi busied themselves with preparing a snake soup. Meanwhile, the host, unusually taciturn, exhibited a stark departure from his normal demeanor. The two, perplexed, felt the atmosphere grow dull and, after finishing their meal, took their leave together. At this juncture, Wu Jiao felt a chill seep into his bones and instinctively curled up, wrapping his arms around his knees, yet he could not suppress the urge to shiver. It was merely early autumn, not yet bitterly cold. Why then did he feel so frigid? Was it an illness, or was it fear? Perhaps it was neither illness nor fright, but rather an insatiable sorrow. That fellow Mu Shun was truly haunting. A cultivator and a mortal, so disparate that they could scarcely be compared, best kept at a respectful distance. Yet, who could have anticipated that this obstinate individual would persistently cling to a few relics, now managing Yujing Peak, emboldened by his newfound power? At this moment, this young master wished to set aside grievances and seek peace. Spirit stones and jade slips, no matter how precious, were of no use to him. However, were he to truly return the original items, given that man's insidious nature, would he simply relent? One could fear that a moment's carelessness might lead to irreversible regret. In summary, the future seemed daunting, filled with despair. It is crucial to acknowledge that the current situation differs from the past. That individual is now fully aware of his strengths and weaknesses, and deception is no longer an option. Moreover, he has a Taoist master as a formidable ally. This young master's streak of good fortune has finally come to an end. At present, there is no escape, no way to hide. Must he simply endure and allow himself to be manipulated at will? Absolutely not. Over the past 2 years, this young master has endured countless hardships and faced numerous predicaments. Can it be that I am truly intimidated by that wooden shun? Despite my lofty ambitions, I find myself powerless. With a sigh of frustration, Wu Jiao withdrew a booklet from his bosom. This item had been left behind by Zhong Bao, intended for leisure. The collection of immortal paths might contain methods of cultivation. If I could master a few techniques, perhaps I could confront Mu Xin. Wu Jiao placed a luminous pearl on the table, eager to peruse the collection of immortal paths under its glow. Yet, as he opened the pages, a wave of despondency washed over him. This young master lacks a spiritual root. Cultivation is beyond my grasp. Even if I were to learn spells, they would ultimately amount to nothing more than ephemeral illusions. Mere fleeting joys. Time to sleep. This life is destined to be devoid of immortal pursuits. The esteemed Wu Jiao of the capital has long ceased to exist. Why should I linger on such thoughts? From this day forth, I shall embrace the role of a solitary and helpless wretch. Just as he contemplated discarding the booklet, a fleeting glance sparked his curiosity, prompting him to raise it before his eyes. Within its pages lay not cultivation techniques, but rather an overview of the various immortal sects and annotations related to the path of cultivation. Chapter 31. A laugh back to the mortal realm in the early morning. Wu Jiao emerged from his thatched abode, yawning and stretching, still enshrouded in a haze of sleepiness. The previous night had been restless, and he had resorted to reading the compilation of Immortal Path in hopes of inducing slumber. Little did he expect that after a prolonged period of drowsiness, he would find himself at the hour of descent into the well, to pursue a mere wooden talisman. He had sacrificed his peace of mind and appetite. Yet, despite the challenges of life, one must find a way to persevere. Wu Jiao steadied himself, patting the leather pouch and short sword at his waist, then exhaled a deep sigh towards the heavens, mustering the will to take his first step. Mist enveloped the mountains, blurring the line between earth and sky, making him feel as though he were walking amidst the clouds. Not far along his path, figures began to materialize. All disciples of Yujing, each hurrying along in silence. "Good morning, senior brother." As Wu Jiao ambled, lost in thought, a young man of 17 or 18 approached him. Nodding slightly, he assumed a senior's demeanor and remarked, At such a young age, you exhibit remarkable diligence. Your future is boundless." The young man perked up and eagerly responded, "I am Luo Shan, and I hope to strive alongside you, senior brother." Wu Jiao smiled wryly, continuing onward with a peculiar expression. "Ah, how I too yearn for collaboration. Alas, deprived of spiritual roots and unable to cultivate, I am but an ordinary mortal. Otherwise, I would not rest until that wooden talisman knelt before me in supplication." Sigh. Flowers bloom in myriad hues, yet life as fates differ. Why must the heavens remain indifferent, leaving us in such helplessness? Please, go ahead. A figurehead turned aside. Speaking gently and with courtesy, Madame Tian's sister-in-law Wu Jiao was taken aback, extending a hand in deference. Noticing the woman's displeasure, he quickly amended. "I should address you as Sister Tian, huh?" The woman, in her 30s or 40s, had her hair styled like clouds and a fair complexion, clad in simple garments. She still radiated elegance and composure. He could only recall her surname, Tian, with no further details. As cultivators, we should not adhere to mundane customs. If you prefer not to call me sister, simply refer to me as Tian Shaoqing. The woman, who identified herself as Tian Shaoqing, spoke with a calm demeanor, her tone both gentle and poised. Wu Jiao felt it inappropriate to act casually and responded apologetically. "Though I dwell in these mountains, I lack the enlightenment of a cultivator. I hope Sister Tian will not take offense. Let us walk together." He offered an awkward smile and gestured for her to proceed. Tian Shaoqing, displaying magnanimity, chose not to dwell on it and walked alongside him, understanding and saying, "You need not feel remorse, junior brother. I, too, was once naive and unsettled." Curiosity piqued. Wu Jiao inquired, "I perceive that Sister Tian's demeanor and speech are quite refined. Surely, you have an intriguing background?" A faint smile graced Tian Shaoqing's lips as she sighed softly. "Junior brother, how can you not be regarded in the same light I am inquiring about you? What concern is that of mine?" Wu Jiao cast his gaze downward momentarily, then averted his eyes. Tian Shaoqing continued, "A person's elegance and demeanor are not cultivated in a day. If you are not the son of a noble family, you must be of royal lineage. Insight, at times, is a reflection of one's experiences. This Sister Tian is indeed fascinating, serene and reserved, yet astute and understanding, all while choosing to live in seclusion, distanced from the mortal realm." With a flicker in his gaze, Wu Jiao scratched his head and remarked, "I am merely an ordinary mortal." Tian Shaoqing responded with a hint of indifference. "Who among us is not a fallen soul?" Seizing the moment, Wu Jiao chuckled, "Sister Tian, do share some of your experiences, if you will." He had always perceived her as a stern and distant figure, yet today as casual exchange revealed an unexpected rapport. This illustrates how initial misunderstandings often cloud human connections. "Sister Tian?" The casual address abruptly yanked her from the heights of solitude back into the tumultuous currents of the world, once vibrant and unforgettable. Tian Shaoqing paused, a flicker of surprise crossing her features as a hint of fluster marred her composure. Without turning her head, she hastily retreated into silence, quickening her pace and moving forward alone. "What have I said wrong?" Wu Jiao shook his head, feeling somewhat vexed. Before long, they had traversed the front mountain, and to the north of the slope lay the valley where breakfast was held each day. An elderly man stood by the roadside, glancing back, awaiting his junior disciple or perhaps his longevity soup. Upon reaching the row of houses in the valley, they indeed found Guqi and Zhang Kai accompanied by a fifth steward from Yujing Peak, Mu Xin. However, after being introduced, he departed alone. The disciples finished their breakfast in succession, making their way up the mountain in an orderly fashion, preparing for their descent into the mines, continuing the cycle of labor and cultivation day after day. Yet, this morning felt slightly unusual compared to their usual tranquility. Wu Jiao passed by the bamboo shelter, allowing the steward Go Jun to urge him forward with a jade tablet, yet he dawdled, content to observe with a smile. The steward Xiang Rong stood nearby, seemingly agitated. "I've said it has nothing to do with me. What more do you want? Do not presume that with Daoist Xinyu backing you, you can act with impunity. I advise you to tread carefully." Engaging in this dispute was the newly appointed steward, Mu Shan. Perhaps driven by unfulfilled desires, he too exhibited some annoyance, yet lacking confidence. He coldly remarked, "In due time, the truth will emerge." Humph. That fellow was indeed astute. Having swiftly unraveled the situation, he audaciously chose to foster enmity with Xiang Rong. Let them continue their tussle. May they clash with swords drawn. How delightful. Wu Jiao, relishing the drama, inadvertently met a pair of icy eyes glaring at him. He feigned ignorance, shrugged, and pressed on. "Indeed, The entangled grievances between them persisted, becoming ever more riveting. Yet, as his spirit soared, he felt himself slipping back into the shadows of despair. Descending into the mine, everything resumed its usual rhythm. Wu Jiu greeted Zhong Bao and Yun Xingzi before lethargically heading toward the area where jade was collected daily. A soft voice called out, "Junior brother Will." He turned to see Tian Shaoqing seated quietly beside the tunnel, her expression wavering amidst the shimmering jade light. She soon spoke with a semblance of acceptance. "It seems I shall never escape Yujing Peak in this lifetime. If I could share my thoughts, it would surely be better than departing with so many regrets." Wu Jiu turned and sat down a few feet away, smiling as he replied, "I would be honored to be Sister Tian's confidant." Tian Shaoqing appeared somewhat embarrassed. Her lips pursed as she sighed softly and spoke in a gentle tone. "To the east of Nanling lies the kingdom of Qingqiu. I was once an ordinary girl from Qingqiu, born into a prosperous family, living a life free from want, until the age of 16 when." Wu Jiu leaned against the stone wall behind him, one leg stretched out and the other bent at the knee, resting his chin on his hand, adopting a comfortable listening posture. Indeed, the woman before him was a daughter of wealth. Curious about her narrative, he decided to listen to her idle chatter. This secluded spot near the tunnel's end allowed for whispers without fear of being overheard. Tian Shaoqing continued, recounting that at 16, while wandering in the fields, she encountered a young gentleman from a noble family and fell deeply in love at first sight. Her family, deeming her actions disgraceful, punished her. In her desperation to elope, she fled her home, only to discover that the gentleman's hometown harbored no trace of him. Undeterred by the passage of time, she searched tirelessly for him. A decade passed with no success, and another decade followed in the same vein. She endured the hardships of a wandering life, suffering greatly while dedicating her youthful years to the pursuit of a dream. Ultimately, despair settled upon her, prompting her to embark on the journey back home. Yet, fate had other plans. On her way, she encountered a caravan, and to her astonishment, the dashing man draped in fine silks upon one of the carriages was none other than her long-lost love. In disbelief, she turned away sorrowfully. The man pursued her, explaining that he had once confided his intentions to his parents regarding marriage, only to be cast out and left alone to seek her, yearning to be united with the girl he had met in the fields. Alas, fate had conspired against them, leading to their tragic separation. After 10 years of melancholy, he had returned to his family. Having searched for a decade, why not wait another 10 years? If one's true love is at stake, how could one abandon it midway and betray their original intentions? She wished to lament his failures, to decry the injustice of fate, to express the struggles endured over 20 years. Yet, in the end, she departed in silence, her sorrow transformed into the autumn wind that wept across the vast sky. Wishing only to be buried in the earth by the roadside, a silent witness to the vicissitudes of the seasons. In that moment of profound despair, she encountered two fellow seekers of immortality. They advised her that by distancing herself from worldly affairs, she would also distance herself from suffering. Should she attain immortality, she could live freely. However, upon arriving at Yujing Peak, she found it impossible to let go of her earthly attachments. After sharing her tale today, perhaps she would find solace at last. As Tian Shaoqing reached this point, she paused briefly and murmured softly, "The entanglements of mortal love are vast and unfathomable. It is unbearable to look back as the wild geese take flight. I lament the bright moon and the sorrowful autumn wind, tears mingling with the blossoms as butterflies dance." Her expression held a mix of longing and resentment, but she then sighed with a sense of relief, saying, "May I, from this day forth, soar high without sorrow, dancing freely in the celestial realms." Her eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope as she smiled gently, raising her hands. "Thank you, my brother, for listening to my ramblings. I wish you success in your cultivation." Wu Jiu remained lazily leaning against the stone wall, appearing quite relaxed. Noticing that she had finally finished speaking, he sat up straight. Curiosity piqued as he asked, "Who were the two individuals that brought you to the spiritual mountain? Could they be elders from the mountain?" He was indeed listening, absorbing every detail. If this Tian Shaoqing knew any eminent figures from the mountain, perhaps they could intercede on his behalf, or at least encourage Mu Shun to temper his ways. That fellow is perpetually tormented by himself, yet possesses an overwhelming strength. Such a contest is undeniably unjust. Those two friends, one perished along the journey, while the other met his demise here, are none other than the elderly man whose lifespan was recently exhausted and whom you have witnessed with your own eyes. Tian Shaoqing responded in kind, her bright eyes sparkling with confusion. They were merely two ordinary companions, What is amiss? Wujio waved his hand dismissively, chuckling, Sister Tian, your fate is fraught with misfortune. Yet your unwavering affection is truly admirable, evoking both respect and a sense of melancholy. Reflecting upon it, each individual carries with them a remarkable past. Tian Shaoqing gently shook her head, gradually regaining her previous poise and aloofness, and quietly stated, the affairs of the mundane world need not be elaborated upon. Disciple, you may still refer to me as sister. Wujio, taken aback, could only rise to his feet. He had presumed that offering a listening ear was a commendable act, one that warranted mutual trust. Little did he realize that she merely sought a conversational partner, and nothing more. To unburden oneself of the past could indeed lead to a state of liberation. Finding the situation rather tedious, Wujio turned to depart, but as he took a step, he could not resist glancing back and inquiring, what is so wrong with the mortal realm? Tian Shaoqing's eyes fluttered shut, remaining utterly unmoved. It seemed to her that this young man, though gentle and casual, was steeped in the mannerisms of a spoiled dandy. They had already exchanged sufficient words. It was time to cease. Wujio, feeling a sense of futility, pressed onward, yet cleared his throat and proclaimed with a lifted spirit in the vast sky. Solitude binds the ages. Riding the winds of the 9 heavens, I drift alone. Better to return to the mortal realm with a laugh, and witness the blossoms I carry in my sleeves. Humph. I too have an understanding of poetry. I can conjure verses at will. Tian Shaoqing's expression shifted slightly. Yet the figure before her had vanished. Chapter 32. The Abyss of the Jade Well. Wujio arrived at the well's mouth, placing 2 pieces of jade into the basket before stepping inside and grasping the rope to slowly ascend. He had spent the early hours engrossed in stories, which consumed considerable time. By now, it was likely past noon, and he needed to conclude his work to seek sustenance. Each day felt like that of a restless bird, flitting about solely to satiate its hunger. In a moment, the basket reached the surface. He secured the rope, removed the jade stones, untied the rope, and then proceeded to carry the stones to the bamboo shed for his report. Day after day, the scene remained unchanged. Just as Wujio finished his tasks, a familiar figure obstructed his path. The workday was not yet over, and he could not leave prematurely. The specter that emerged was none other than Mushin, who stood with hands clasped behind his back, a smile gracing his face, yet his eyes glinted with an inscrutable chill. Wujio's countenance shifted slightly as he hastily turned to say, I did not leave without permission, as I stated before. Beneath the bamboo shed sat 2 elders, Xiang Rong and Go Jun. One remained sullenly silent, while the other feigned deafness, clearly unwilling to involve themselves. Wujio silently lamented his plight and raised his hands in a gesture of submission. Mu Guanshi, I fear you. I shall descend into the well. Is that acceptable? Mushin interjected, you have violated the regulations of Jade Well Peak. How can you expect leniency? Wujio stared in disbelief. When did Jade Well Peak change its rules? How was I to know? Mushin's laughter echoed coldly. Ha! I say it has changed, and thus it has. It is not too late for you to realize this now. Wujio wished to argue further, but found himself at a loss for words. He glanced at the 2 indifferent overseers under the bamboo shed, and then surveyed the valley, feeling a wave of despair and helplessness wash over him. The man was clearly up to no good, having laid a trap here. With no escape route available, was he destined to resign himself to this fate? Wujio's thoughts raced as he stammered, what do you intend? In broad daylight, how can you be so brazen? His words were defiant, yet his feet retreated involuntarily. Mushin, stepping forward deliberately, approached with an unsettling charm in his voice. My dear friend Wu, do not panic. It is merely a temporary restraint, a slight punishment. A mere punishment? If I were to believe you, I would have long since become a vengeful spirit. Wujio forced a smile at the advancing Mushin, raising his hand as if to speak. Seizing the moment of hesitation, he turned and fled, plunging into the cave he had come from, leaping into the basket to descend directly into the well. Upon landing with a splash, he felt disoriented but disregarded his condition and scrambled to his feet, only to stagger a few steps before clutching his head in regret. The cavern contained 5 openings, 4 of which led to the tunnels where disciples mined jade. Regardless of their lengths, each should have an endpoint. Should Mushin block his path, it would be akin to trapping a turtle in a jar, inviting inevitable suffering. What could he do, as he had nowhere to flee? At that moment, a figure floated down the well shaft, a voice laced with sinister glee echoing, Humph! You cannot escape my grasp. Wujio dared not look back and hurried towards the nearest tunnel, clearing away debris before leaping inside. As he tumbled over, he scrambled to his feet, his heart suddenly gripped by fear. Remember that Zhong Bao once mentioned, among the 5 entrances, only this particular one is forbidden. To venture here would invite peril to one's very existence. Yet the specifics eluded his understanding. Upon passing the entrance, nothing seemed amiss. A tunnel extended into the inky abyss. The muffled sound of footsteps resounded, shattering the eerie silence while leading into the unknown. Wu Jiu produced a luminous pearl to illuminate his path, dashing forward without pause. After traversing several dozen paces, the tunnel veered to the right. He complied with its direction but could not resist casting a glance behind, sensing a shadowy figure closing in. A shiver of fear gripped him, prompting an involuntary gasp as he abruptly flung his hand back. By the laws of heaven and earth, I command Mushin. In hot pursuit, was caught off guard. Having little time for contemplation, he hastily summoned his protective powers. The approaching entity rebounded violently, rolling across the ground. He advanced a few steps, focusing intently, and could not suppress a growl of frustration. It was merely a piece of cooked jerky that had instilled such dread within him. Wu Jiu, still filled with adrenaline, suddenly heard a splash beneath his feet. Ignoring it, he leaped and flailed his limbs, propelling himself through the stagnant water within the tunnel. His disheveled appearance resembled that of a panicked frog, floundering in the murky stream, trapped in a singular pathway with no escape. Continuing onward, he took a left turn, descending further into the earth. After traversing another stretch of tunnel, the view before him widened dramatically. Wu Jiu stumbled a few paces, halting to gaze around, only to be struck by incredulity. Before him lay an underground cavern, towering 3 to 5 zhang high, spanning dozens of zhang, constructed entirely from white jade, with evidence of mining scattered throughout. The jade glimmered, casting a light bright as day. At the center stood a colossal white jade pillar, 2 to 3 zhang in diameter, reaching from floor to ceiling, supporting the entire cavern. Scattered in the corners were uneven pits, clearly abandoned after excavation, alongside the stalactites above, the stagnant water below, and the rhythmic sound of dripping water. Wu Jiu barely had time to absorb the sight before a wave of dread washed over him. Indeed, what he feared had come to pass. The surroundings were sealed, devoid of any visible exit, resembling a veritable dead end. It was akin to a mouse trapped in an iron barrel, with no seams to exploit. Had that figure pursued him? Why was there not a whisper of sound? In despair, Wu Jiu turned back, startled into a leap. A figure glided effortlessly through the tunnel he had just traversed, its feet seemingly untouched by the ground. Most alarming was the pallid visage and the sinister grin, evoking the presence of a malevolent spirit on the prowl, as terrifying as it was ghastly. Wu Jiu fled, desperate to distance himself. The jade floor was slick with a thin layer of water, splashing beneath his frantic steps. He moved as if a dragonfly skimming the surface. Yet his movements were fraught with panic and disarray. Just as he aimed to navigate around the stone pillar in the cavern, still several zhang away, he leaned against it, as though intoxicated and unable to steady himself. In that moment, he felt an invisible and bizarre force ensnaring him, tightening its grip, as if it were tearing into his very limbs and bones. No, fellow cultivator, you shall never escape my grasp. This is your destiny, and I, Mushin, am your nemesis. At that moment, Mushin's figure materialized within the cavern. He beheld Wu Jiu leaning against the stone pillar, his expression one of astonished bewilderment, and mistook it for sheer fright. In his elation, he could not help but sneer. "Ah, you certainly know how to choose a location. This secluded spot, untouched by the living, is indeed a haven for lost souls." With a glance around, he stepped forward, declaring, "In light of our past acquaintance, I shall entertain you thoroughly." Wu Jiu remained rooted, paralyzed by an overwhelming sense of impending death. The force emanating from the stone pillar, though invisible and intangible, felt like a merciless sword, ruthlessly invading his body, ravaging and devouring his very essence, threatening to extinguish the vitality coursing through his limbs. He feared that he would soon succumb, transforming into a lifeless corpse. "If death is to claim me, so be it. I shall count it as mere misfortune," he lamented. Yet, to endure such torment at the brink of death felt cruelly unjust. Regrettably, he had not avenged his family's grievances, nor had he laid eyes upon the celestial lady of purple smoke. His demise felt profoundly tragic, pitiful, and unjust. Wu Jiu spread his legs apart, extended his arms, and tilted his head back against the stone pillar, resembling a martyr prepared for sacrifice, imbued with an inexplicable sense of tragic grandeur. Just as he awaited his fate in despair, an unexpected change occurred. The intangible force that had saturated his body, on the verge of obliterating his very beings, suddenly ceased its relentless assault, ebbing away like a receding tide, gradually dissipating into nothingness. Mushin moved with a lightness of step, his demeanor relaxed. A mere several paces before him, beneath the stone pillar, lay his adversary, ensnared in a predicament from which escape was impossible. A commoner, a mere accountant from a brothel, dared to challenge him, such hubris. No matter how cunning or sly, he could not evade his fate. Yet, just as Mushin reveled in his triumph, he stumbled. His previously buoyant form suddenly weighed down by an inexplicable force that bore down upon him. His countenance shifted, and he retreated, stumbling back to the cave entrance, filled with bewilderment and dread. It was as though he had been bitten by a venomous serpent, unaware that he had suffered a grievous blow. His breath now labored. Was it that wretched boy's doing? No, the situation had seemed to arise from some enigmatic force, perhaps linked to the cave or that very stone pillar. The peculiarity of this place left him perplexed. Why had no one spoken of it before? A flicker of malice crossed his gaze as he hesitated, slowly retreating. Simultaneously, Wu Jiao, who had been leaning against the stone pillar, gradually sank to the ground. In a moment of daze, all his strength had been entirely drained. He felt as if he had become a mere pile of mud, utterly incapable of sustaining himself, his eyes wide and vacant, as if his soul had fled. It was only after a brief pause that he managed to stir his gaze. Where has that scoundrel gone? Wu Jiao, disregarding Mushin, lowered his head to survey his condition. His posterior and legs were submerged in cold, stagnant water. The former helplessness he had experienced was now giving way to a sense of newfound freedom. Albeit his limbs felt weak, reminiscent of the frailty one feels after recovering from a grave illness. What had transpired? What had just happened? Wu Jiao exhaled, closed his eyes, and began to reflect upon all that he had encountered. In a dim and elusive haze, a mysterious force emanated from the stone pillar behind him, formidable enough to ensnare a person completely, ultimately leading to their demise. Just as he awaited his fate, that power suddenly receded, not dissipating, but seemingly drawn towards a singular point. In that instant, the weight upon him was remarkably alleviated. Wu Jiao abruptly opened his eyes and reached into his bosom to retrieve an object. Clearly, it was this ancestral short sword that had absorbed that formidable energy. At this moment, the once rusty blade had lost all signs of wear. The newly crafted leather sheath and the hilt adorned with gold and jade radiated an inexplicable elegance and opulence, even when held lightly. One could sense a fierce aura ready to burst forth. In this critical juncture, it was this very sword that had rendered invaluable assistance. Although Wu Jiao remained oblivious to the underlying reasons, he felt a surge of joy, applying gentle pressure with both hands before reluctantly conceding defeat. Perhaps due to a lack of strength, he still could not draw the sword from its sheath. However, this treasure possessed a sentient quality, transforming each time it defended its master, leaving him curious about its ultimate fate. He did not ask for divine intervention. He merely wished for aid in confronting the wooden figure. Having narrowly escaped yet another peril, Wu Jiao could not help but indulge in a twinge of desire. Humans are often insatiable, after all. Feeling a resurgence of vitality, he set the short sword aside, intending to rise. The chill in his posterior was quite uncomfortable. Yet, before he could stand, that vanished force surged back with alarming swiftness, yanking him backward and crashing him against the stone pillar. In his moment of terror, a sudden realization dawned upon him. He hastily reached for the short sword. Chapter 33. Let us wait and see. Within the cavern, the scene remained unchanged. The flickering jade light continued to emit a chilling aura. Beneath the stone pillar in the center, a figure clad in green sat, disregarding the cold seeping into his bones, gripping his short sword with unwavering determination. After a moment, he exhaled deeply, and his once dull eyes regained a glimmer of vitality. Just moments ago, danger had once again loomed. Fortunately, he had managed to reclaim his short sword in time, allowing the relentless, fearsome force to finally relent. Had it not been for this, the outcome could have been dire. It was evident that the short sword was drawing upon and absorbing the strength of the stone pillar, thus aiding him in evading calamity. Ah, dear treasure, you often appear so unremarkable and inconspicuous, yet time and again you emerge as a savior. Wu Jiao clutched the short sword tightly, lost in contemplation. After a while, he carefully sheathed the sword close to his heart, gradually releasing his grip, feeling a sense of normalcy return as he slowly rose to his feet. The ground surrounding the stone pillar was remarkably flat. Water dripping from the stalactites had pooled to a depth of half a foot within the cave, resembling a shallow jade spring, occasionally interrupted by the rhythmic sound of dripping water, which shattered the stillness and sent ripples dancing, imbuing the atmosphere with a distinct vibrancy far removed from the chaos of the outside world. In the water, several protruding jade stones of varying heights stood in contrast to the stalactites above, each radiating a luminous white, connected by the falling droplets, creating a picturesque scene. The stone pillar behind him resembled a pile of jade waves, cascading in layers. It appeared as if it were solidified fat, emanating a biting chill that evoked both wonder and trepidation. Wu Jiao surveyed his surroundings and stealthily shifted his position. Though his body still felt weak and fatigued, he was at least able to move without hindrance. Could it be that he was finally able to depart from this place? He lifted his gaze towards the cave entrance, approximately 7 or 8 zhang away, and cautiously took a step forward. He remained unscathed, yet within him lingered an inexplicable tether that he could not shake off, leaving him with a sense of unease. He reached for the short sword at his waist, glancing back at the enigmatic stone pillar. Indeed, he had yet to break free from this binding. The force seemed to surge through his limbs and bones, continuously flowing into the short sword. How dreadful! Being at the forefront of this calamity, he was bound to incur some misfortune. He could not afford to be harmed or fall ill. He had already endured enough tribulations. Having grasped the situation, Wu Jiao grimaced and shrugged, then began to make his way back down the tunnel from whence he came. Just then, a familiar figure emerged in a timely manner. This individual was also clad in green, yet their attire, made of fine gauze, was markedly different from Wu Jiao's coarse fabric, signifying a disparity in status. Humph. Wu Jiao, you are doomed. Mu Shun had returned, standing at the cave entrance, spitting disdainfully with a cold smile gracing his pale face. This place is nothing but an abandoned spirit mine, he jeered. However, before his laughter could fully dissipate, a look of suspicion crossed his features. Wu Jiao was not surprised to see Mu Shun. He spread his arms and shrugged nonchalantly. Though he remained silent, his demeanor spoke volumes. I am perfectly fine. Can you not see? That scoundrel was clearly up to no good and would not easily relent. Perhaps he had gleaned the truth from a few overseers, which emboldened him to return with a sense of assurance. Yet, he lingered at a distance, afraid to approach, indicating he had his own reservations. Was he here to accompany Wu Jiao, or to block the exit and prevent him from leaving? Wu Jiao bent down to retrieve a pearl he had once discarded, polishing it before pocketing it. With a sidelong glance, he noticed Mushin gazing intently. Straightening up, he greeted, Mushin, aren't you here to capture me? Come then. Do you not fear the spirit's might? The spirit's might? What is there to fear from heaven's wrath? You, a mere mortal, ignorant and unafraid. Observing Mushin's reluctance to approach and sensing the doubt in his voice, Wu Jiao's courage swelled. He moved a few steps closer, sitting atop a nearby protruding stone, only to shiver as water dripped onto him. Forcing a facade of calm, he scoffed, Speak, and we shall discern the truth. Mushin scrutinized Wu Jiao's every action, shaking his head. The heavens and earth possess spirits, nurturing essence through the 5 elements, thus forming spiritual stones. During our cultivation, if we harness the power of these stones while absorbing their essence, our efforts will yield greater results. The energy of the 5 elements is indispensable for alchemy, artifact forging, spells, divine abilities, and understanding realms. Beyond the 5 elements, there exist essence and creation, solidified into stone and jade, categorized by hues into Qian and Kuan crystals, which ordinary cultivators cannot absorb or control. Though still incredulous, he patiently continued. In short, the 5-element spiritual stones can be absorbed by cultivators, enhancing their magical prowess and cultivation level. However, these Qian and Kuan crystals possess a terrifying ability to devour flesh and vitality. Only those with formidable cultivation can wield them. Wu Jiao, ever humble in the face of the unknown, nodded attentively. Mushin proceeded. The jade well was left by the ancestors who mined spiritual stones in Lingxia Mountain. Upon encountering rare crystals, they discarded them, leading to the current state. Due to the lingering power of these crystals, no one dares to venture here lightly. Thus it has become a forbidden zone. I trust that when you first descended into the well, the overseer made mention of this. Wu Ji remained silent, internally scoffing. Those 2 overseers were hardly so benevolent. He owed his awareness to Zhongbao's reminder. Mushin returned to the main point. The residual power of those crystals is referred to as spiritual might. Those at the foundation level may withstand it, while Qi practitioners cannot endure it. He paused, then inquired, as a mere mortal, what reason do you have to escape? Can you unveil the mystery? Instead of hastily responding, Wu Jiao raised his head and opened his mouth just as a drop of water from the stone fell squarely inside. With a pleased expression, he savored. Ah, quite refreshing and thirst-quenching. Mushin's face darkened. Wu Jiao then glanced down, leisurely propping one foot up. His leather boots soaked through, discomforting him. Settling himself, he remarked with feigned ease, Mushin, your vast knowledge and remarkable insight are indeed impressive. I have learned much from you. However, your shortcomings. He shook the water from his boot, lamenting, you have a penchant for deceit, robbing women of their wealth, oppressing the virtuous, and harboring a malevolent heart. I can only say, a smirk played on his lips as he disdainfully added, "You are a truly wicked individual." Mushin had awaited clarification, only to be met with a merciless mockery. His pallid complexion bore a faint hint of ashen hues. Grinding his teeth to suppress his fury, he declared, "Engaging in a war of words is trifling. Why not respond to my inquiry?" Wujio nodded, a grin spreading across his face. "I have long transcended the realms, unbound by the constraints of the five elements. The mere might of the cosmos holds no sway over me," he chuckled, then continued to laugh heartily. Suddenly, he noticed Mushin at the cave's entrance, eyes wide and filled with rage. His delight intensified, yet he lost his footing on the slick surface, tumbling into the water with a splash. Scrambling to his feet in a fluster, he still managed to flash a toothy grin. Mushin, now standing, emanated fury from his fiery gaze. Ignoring everything else, he swiftly produced a talisman. Seething, "You insolent brat, cease your arrogance." With a flick of his finger, flames erupted. And in an instant, the atmosphere shifted, unleashing a torrential rain of fire. Wujio, having endured his frustrations for so long, relished the moment, only to recognize the urgency as Mushin rose. He hastily turned and fled, narrowly evading the flames behind a stone pillar, cautiously peeking out. The fiery deluge cascaded towards him, enveloping the cave in a crimson glow, the water sizzling into mist. The ferocity of the flames threatened to annihilate everything in their path. Mushin, witnessing the power of the talisman, felt his spirit lift. Meanwhile, Wujio's heart raced in trepidation. Just then, the tumultuous rain of fire abruptly halted, visibly swirling around the stone pillar, unleashing an invisible force that caused the flames to retreat in a dazzling display of sparks. The once menacing threat gradually dissipated. Yet, Mushin was nowhere to be seen. In a moment, tranquility returned to the cave. Wujio glanced around, exclaiming in astonishment, "That was close. I nearly turned to ash." After recovering from his fright, he felt a surge of joy, patting the stone pillar. To repay one's own trickery with their own method is a brilliant stratagem. I hope to succeed further and vanquish that fellow. It was evident that the pillar concealed remnants of the cosmic crystal. He examined it with eager eyes. What a treasure! If only it were smaller. Otherwise, I could take it with me as a protective charm. Just then, a cold snort echoed, and a figure emerged at the cave's entrance. It was Mushin, returning but now disheveled and singed. Wujio feigned curiosity. "Oh, what has befallen you? Have you truly brought this upon yourself?" "Seems fitting." He could not help but chuckle. "I shan't approach. What will you do about it?" Mushin gritted his teeth, slowly retreating from the entrance, pacing for a moment before turning back. The cave was narrow, the stone pillar standing merely a few yards from the walls. The potency of the spiritual stone lay within this closeness. Attempting to maneuver around the edges would be arduous, yet proximity to the pillar remained unattainable, leaving him with no advantage. He settled into a meditative posture at the entrance, his gaze fierce. "You are merely fortunate in your current position. You cannot escape your fate. I shall confine you here until you perish of hunger," perhaps unable to comprehend the hatred. He wore a scornful expression and sneered, "You, a contemptible mortal, what do you possess to contend with me?" Wujio fixed his gaze intently on Mushin's movements, and upon noticing the latter's cessation of struggle, he secretly let out a sigh of relief. Yet the words that reached his ears caused his brow to arch slightly. He stepped out from behind the stone pillar, baring his teeth and uttering a low growl, his eyes piercing straight ahead. "Mushin, you have humiliated me time and again, and I have chosen to overlook it, akin to a dog's bite. However, you dare to overstep your bounds. Truly despicable." Mushin had never before been openly scolded, and his expression momentarily froze. Without allowing any retort, Wujio continued, "Are you not the offspring of parents? Are your father and mother divine beings? By your reasoning, are you not also of lowly stock? Remember this. Since crossing paths with me, you shall either face the demise of your master or lose your treasures. I am your destined nemesis. Do you disbelieve? Just wait and see. I will reduce you to begging for mercy." Mushin's complexion shifted from pale to green, then back to pale again, struggling to contain his rising fury. Wujio, however, had already turned away, holding his head high and muttering to himself, "Though that fellow is wicked, he at least spoke some semblance of truth. Relying on heaven or earth pales in comparison to relying on oneself. Yet here I am, merely a sorrowful and compassionate scholar. Alas, alas, what can be done?" Mushin's visage was terrifying, his lips trembling slightly, after much effort to suppress his emotions. The pent-up frustration within him began to ease. He cast a lingering glance at the figure swaying in the water before shutting his eyes. Young man, just wait and see. Chapter 34. He was cursing in the once tranquil cave. The sound of water occasionally echoed, the noise revealing someone's restless movements within the water. The incessant dripping from the stalactites gradually formed a shallow pool, which over the years should have accumulated more than just this modest depth. Indeed, in a corner at the far end of the cave, the jade wall bore several faint cracks, allowing the collected water to flow slowly into an unknown destination. Wujiu paused for a moment before the stone wall, then turned and continued to wander. After a brief interval, he halted once more and drew the short sword issued by the jade well peak, striking fiercely at a protruding piece of jade embedded in the cave wall. Thud, thud. In a matter of moments, several blocks of jade, each about a foot square, were extracted. Having spent the entire day excavating stones, he had become quite adept at it. 2 hours later, a pile of over 10 blocks of stone had accumulated. He moved them before the stone pillar, arranging them into a rectangular stone bed. Then skillfully smoothed and adjusted it with a short sword, not forgetting to add a stone pillow. The stone bed leaned against the pillar, facing the cave entrance several yards away. Mushin remained seated with his eyes closed, yet he was acutely aware of the surrounding activity. Sensing that someone was busy establishing a home, he couldn't help but grunt in annoyance. Kid, I wonder how long you can remain carefree. Wujiu surveyed the stone bed with satisfaction and lay down upon it. The surrounding water shimmered, reflecting the jade walls and stalactites, occasionally accompanied by the gentle sound of dripping, creating an air of elegance. However, the jade was quite cold, exuding an unsettling chill. Nevertheless, it sufficed as a place to rest. As Wujiu reclined on the stone bed, he shifted slightly, finding comfort, when suddenly a hint of surprise crossed his features. Previously, when he had extracted 2 pieces of jade, he was left breathless. Yet today, he had unearthed more than 10 pieces, as if it were of no consequence. Could it be that Mushin's pressure was what compelled him to exhibit such prowess? The notion of growing stronger when faced with strength seemed to hold true. Not dwelling on the thought, he reached for a piece of jerky. After toiling for half the day and enduring anxiety, he was already famished and needed to eat something. Trying to starve me. Unaware that I always carry provisions. This is the principle of having food at hand, calming the heart. Wujiu swallowed the jerky, tilted his head slightly, and caught a few drops of water from the stalactites. He then cast a sidelong glance towards the cave entrance before retrieving a book to peruse. Relying on heaven and earth is not as reliable as relying on oneself. While the truth of this statement was evident, reality proved to be unforgiving. Lacking spiritual roots and the ability to cultivate, if he wished to contend with Mushin, he could only hope for a fleeting advantage in words. As the saying goes, disasters are inevitable, yet one must forge ahead with blind determination. As long as one is alive, let us await the renewal of day and night. These 4 lines, though seemingly simplistic, were indeed fitting for the occasion. However, being trapped meant he could not afford to remain in perpetual fear and inaction. Regardless of whether he could cultivate immortality, he might as well read this book, Collection of Immortal Paths, if he was to compete with cultivators. Understanding both himself and his adversary was paramount. Wujiu opened the Collection of Immortal Paths, a gift from his sect's treasure, and began to read slowly. Previously disinterested in such texts, viewing them as a waste of time, he now found his horizons expanded. For instance, he had only known a few neighboring nations, but the Collection of Immortal Paths provided detailed annotations on each one. In the realm of the Divine Continent, there exist 9 nations. To the south lie the Nailing and Bofa kingdoms, to the east, the Huisha and Qingxiu kingdoms, to the west, the Guqiao and Shizhou kingdoms, and to the north, the Shishou and Niuli kingdoms. This vast expanse, known collectively as the Divine Continent, is indeed boundless. Each of the 9 nations harbors its own celestial sect, with the celestial court above and the common folk below. Though the immortals may seem enigmatic, they are omnipresent. Beyond the Divine Continent, 3 distant and mysterious regions remain unchronicled: Huzhou, Buzhou, and Luzhou, leaving much to the imagination. The tome, being a compilation of the celestial path, offers only a cursory mention of territories, focusing instead on the origins, legends, and anecdotes of the celestial way. The hierarchy of immortals mentioned aligns broadly with the teachings of the Qi San, yet it is presented with greater clarity and precision. The ranks of immortals are as follows. The Yushur, or wandering practitioners, are those who have successfully cultivated their Qi. The Daoren, or foundational practitioners, have established their foundation. The Rinstian, or human immortals, have attained the golden elixir. Their path, while incomplete, is fortified against ailments and misfortunes, allowing them to transcend the 8 evils. with the 5 elements of yin and yang flowing harmoniously. The Dijin, or Earth Immortals, have achieved the Yuaning stage, embodying the essence of heaven and earth. Yet, they remain unaware of the greater path, content with their modest achievements and living long, undying lives among mortals. The Feixian, or Flying Immortals, have refined their forms into pure qi, achieving a state of pure yang. The Tianxian, or Celestial Immortals, possess unparalleled divine powers. The so-called Guixian, or Ghost Immortals, have transcended their physical forms, their spiritual selves becoming indistinct and nameless, adrift without a home, merely seeking to be reborn. The hierarchy of immortals varies, with their cultivation progressing in a structured manner across 9 levels, each with distinct powers and lifespans. The Yushur may live between 100 and 200 years. Foundational practitioners can reach 300 to 500 years, while those above the golden elixir stage possess lifespans beyond estimation, so long as their primordial spirit endures. Only by overcoming the heavenly tribulations can one temper their essence into pure yang and achieve the form of a Feixian, also known as a true immortal. Additionally, those at the 5th level of qi cultivation can wield swords, foundational practitioners can soar through the skies, and true immortals can ride the winds across the realms. However, the number of human immortals is exceedingly rare. The Earth Immortals, even fewer, and the legendary Feixian and Tianxian are but whispers and tales of yore. The arduous path of cultivating immortality is indeed beyond imagination. As for the origin of the immortals, a nursery rhyme states, in ancient times, a rainbow appeared, and from the heavens, the immortals descended, scattering a single grain, transforming the seas into fields. This implies that long ago, the immortals arrived riding rainbows, effortlessly transforming the world over millennia. This slender tome, though few in pages, encompasses all that exists beneath the heavens. Alas, it lacks the methods of cultivation, otherwise I would surely attempt to meditate. Yet, without spiritual roots, one cannot pursue immortality, which seems quite unjust. The final recorded nursery rhyme is particularly amusing, scattering a single grain, transforming the seas into fields. If only I possessed such powers, I would create a rainbow bridge to seek out the violet smoke. In a flurry of confusion, it felt as though I had fallen from a rainbow into the sea. Oh dear, help! Wu Jiao, reclining on the stone couch, suddenly sat up, bleary-eyed from slumber. Had I dozed off? It turns out my arm had merely slipped into the water, causing this momentary fright. Wu Jiao picked up the animal skin tome beside him and tucked it into his bosom. Rubbing the corners of his eyes, he splashed water on his face, only to find that the figure seated at the cave entrance remained unchanged, casting a cold gaze upon him. With a hint of frustration, he remarked, "Muguan, you haven't left yet?" Mushin replied grimly, "If I leave, who will collect your corpse?" Wuji retorted with a hint of sarcasm, "I am still young and have no need for the elderly to care for me in my twilight." Mushin rolled his eyes and snorted disdainfully. Wujiao, feeling the rumbling of his stomach, sighed. "Ah, within this cave, there are no days or nights, and the world is eternally still. I linger in a deep dream. But what night is this?" He gazed around, convinced. I must have slept through the night. Perhaps it is already dawn. In the pitch darkness of the cave, distinguishing the passage of time was utterly impossible. However, human needs are closely linked to daily routines. Thus, he deduced it could be around 10 o'clock. Rising to his feet, Wuji waded through the icy puddles to the cave's far end, seeking a corner devoid of water, where he found a small pit. He unfastened his garments and relieved himself, then slowly returned to his stone bed. He reached into his bosom and couldn't help but grimace. The jerky he carried was already scant, and with a stone thrown away, he had nothing left to eat. What was he to do now? With a pained expression, he sat for a moment before deciding to lie down, tilting his head back and opening his mouth to catch the droplets of water dripping from the stalactites, soothing himself with the thought that at least he wouldn't be thirsty and could quench his thirst. After a while, he took out the animal skin tome to read. Since Mu Shun was unwilling to depart, he had no choice but to endure this situation. He recalled that the fellow only possessed the cultivation of the 4th level of qi refinement and could not wield magical artifacts. With a protective sword at his side and stone pillars to fend off enemies, he need not fear him at all. Regarding magical artifacts, the compilation of Immortal Path states, weapons refined by cultivators carry spiritual energy, arrays, and divine abilities, transcending ordinary weapons, referred to as magical artifacts. Furthermore, their power varies greatly depending on the refinement process. Weapons wielded by those above the realm of immortals are termed treasures, shape-shifting and far more potent. Beyond magical artifacts and treasures, There are also alchemy, talismans, and formations, among other pursuits, each as vast as the ocean. Reflecting on it now, pursuing immortality doesn't seem so bad after all. At least one wouldn't suffer from hunger, be afraid of the elements, and could even soar through the skies. Yet, should the day come when I fly side by side with Xian, gazing upon the grandeur of heaven and earth, admiring the beauty of clouds and sunset, what a sight that would be! It seemed 2 days had passed, and the situation in the cave remained unchanged. One person sat at the entrance, serene as ever. The other, on the stone bed, appeared increasingly listless. Cultivators could go 10 days, or even half a month without sustenance. But for mortals, being hungry for 3 to 5 days could be fatal. Seated on the stone bed, Wu Jiao hugged his knees, his demeanor languid and his gaze filled with helplessness. Even the compilation of Immortal Path could not hold his attention any longer. The vastness of the universe was alluring, and the legend of the Immortal Path was enticing, yet none of that could serve as nourishment. In this moment, I am indeed starving. If this continues, the outcome is all too predictable. Moreover, there is someone waiting to collect my corpse. How could I let him have his way? Unable to remain still, Wu Jiao rose from the stone bed and walked directly to the cave's end, lowering his head to examine the direction of the water flow. After a brief moment, he raised his unsheathed short sword and struck fiercely against the stone wall, producing a cacophony of cracking sounds as shards of stone flew about. Wu Jiao noticed this and kept a vigilant eye. In a short while, a hole began to take shape in the stone wall, close to the ground. Wu Jiao paused to catch his breath, wielding his sword once more in a flurry of activity. His intention was straightforward: to escape this place. The path of flowing water must connect to tunnels or crevices. If he continued to dig downward, he might just uncover a way out. Although he had previously discovered this, he had hesitated to act, fearing that Mu Shun would perceive the flaw and consequently thwart his last chance of escape. Now, however, that fellow resembled a guard dog, refusing to budge from his post. If he continued to wait, he would soon be too weak from hunger to labor, leaving him in a truly lamentable state. Time passed, and after an hour, the half-man-high opening began to take form, extending several feet deep, a promising development indeed. Yet, in a fit of frustration, Wu Jiao cast aside the short sword and plopped down into the water. Despite having dug so deep, there were still no evident cracks in the stone wall. Who knows how much longer he would need to dig? Was this path truly impassable? Disappointment and hunger surged within him, and it was only natural for his temper to flare. Just as he wallowed in his despair, he suddenly seized the short sword and scrambled backward in alarm. Simultaneously, a familiar figure stealthily approached along the edge of the newly excavated hole, unnoticed. Wu Jiao returned to the stone pillar, awkwardly rising from the water, still shaken and exasperated. A dog knows to bark when it bites, yet you come charging at me without a word. How unreasonable. Mu Shun had circled around to the newly dug opening, his expression a tumult of emotions. After waiting for 2 days, he had finally seized the opportunity to draw near, only to find his efforts in vain, mocked instead. Was it necessary to announce a surprise attack? No. Wait, he was cursing at him. Chapter 35. A peculiar situation. Whoever claimed that a scholar lacks the ability to curse simply refrained from uttering foul language. Their biting sarcasm can pierce to the bone. Alas, venting one's ire does little to satiate hunger. Wu Jiao lay languidly upon the stone bed, head tilted, mouth agape, in a state of near oblivion. Surrounded by water, his singular desire was for sustenance. Even a bowl of chi sanren-esque vegetable soup or the pungent flesh of a frog would suffice. Humph. It has been 7 days since this ordeal began. And though he clings to life, he is merely prolonging the inevitable. Crawl over here and reveal the whereabouts of the treasure. Out of consideration for our past camaraderie, I might grant you a reprieve. Wu Jiao remained sprawled, motionless, listening to the words wafting from the cave's entrance. He could easily envision the smug expression of the one speaking. 7 days had slipped by in a haze, and he was still alive? How astonishing! Yet, Mu Shun continued to linger at the cave's mouth, refusing to depart. The notion of crawling over to plead for mercy was utterly absurd. He had initially intended to carve a path to freedom, but alas, his efforts were in vain, compounded by the interference of others, forcing him to abandon his endeavor. Now, he was merely enduring, yet the hunger gnawed at him relentlessly. Sleep was out of the question. He might not awaken again. Wu Jiao's arm dangled in the water, oblivious to the numbing chill, feeling only the slickness and softness beneath his touch. Without a second thought, he seized it, lifting it triumphantly, revealing a pearly mass that resembled cotton or bun. He extended his tongue to taste it. It was cool and sweet. Upon taking a bite, he discovered it was indeed edible. Ha! Mushin remained vigilant, observing the commotion on the stone bed, contemplating how to dispose of the body. When he noticed that the other had reached a point of desperate hunger, feigning pity and shaking his head in bemusement. The sight of someone gnawing on stone was peculiar enough, but the laughter that followed was downright bizarre. Had hunger driven him mad? Though the milk stone appeared smooth and inviting, it was still stone, yet Wu Jiu reached for it, as if it were light as air. Perhaps hunger had truly unhinged Wu Jiu, for he began to gnaw on the nearby milk stone, and with something in his belly. He felt a sense of solidity that alleviated his relentless hunger. Before long, he sat up, seemingly coming to his senses, yet continued to grasp at the milk stone. Muttering to himself, I had forgotten that the Lark Sutra states that milk stone, also known as dripping milk or reed stone, possesses properties that enhance vision and vitality, facilitating the body's myriad functions. In other words, it is medicinal and can be ingested. Moreover, the milk stone from the jade spirit mine, known as water elixir, has miraculous effects in revitalizing life, dispelling ailments, warming the body, and generating blood. If it is edible, why not have another piece? Wu Jiu brought the milk stone to his lips. Crunch. Another piece vanished. In a brief span, he consumed 2 large chunks of milk stone. Although he felt a slight distension in his abdomen, the gnawing hunger had finally abated. A sip of water provided a measure of comfort, and he felt invigorated, at least no longer dizzy or anxious. Strangely, what caused this milk stone to become so exceedingly soft? Oh dear, why does my belly ache so? Having filled his stomach, Wu Jiu's mind began to race. Yet before he could ponder further, a painful bloating gripped him, becoming unbearable, and he could not help but emit a pitiful groan. Moments later, he turned pale, cold sweat streaming down his face, clutching his belly tightly, utterly at a loss. Surely, trouble has come from what entered my mouth. Milkstone may be edible, but overindulgence brings its own perils. Without warning, Wu Jiu sprang to his feet, splashing through the puddles, and in a few strides reached the corner of the cave where he had previously relieved himself. He swiftly shed his garments, squatted down, and shouted loudly, Do not look. Do not approach. Oh, he groaned in agony, then called out, Mu Shun, if you dare come closer, you are no son of man. At the cave entrance, there was no sign of life. Mu Shun had departed as silently and unexpectedly as he had arrived. Wu Jiu breathed a sigh of relief, cradling his head as he emitted a series of grunts. Finally, with a loud crash, he let out a long breath. Once he had cleaned himself and donned his clothes, he turned back to find a dark pile in the pristine white stone pit. Hastily covering his nose, he placed a shard of stone over it and walked away, feeling a sense of release, though he couldn't help but sway his hips, still feeling the lingering heat. Since childhood, he had been warned by his parents against eating indiscriminately. Now, having upset his stomach, it was truly a matter of necessity. Although he had expelled the discomfort, the panic of hunger had dissipated, and he gradually felt clear-headed, as if he had never experienced a lack of sustenance in the past week. And what of Mu Shun, who had vanished? Was he merely playing a game of cat and mouse, or had he fled from the stench of his own excrement? Wu Jiu felt no joy at Mu Shun's departure, but rather a swirl of confusion. Approaching the lacteal stone beside the stone couch, he intended to grasp another piece for inspection. However, as his arm extended halfway, his expression faltered slightly. From his damp sleeve emerged a portion of his arm, the once fair skin now emanating a faint, nebulous darkness. As he clenched his fist, the dark aura vanished in an instant, as if it were an illusion, slipping away from his grasp. How strange. Could it be that even stones could fall ill? Noticing the anomaly in his arm, Wu Jiu quickly waved it about. Not only did he feel no discomfort, but he also discovered an unexpected strength. He reached for the lacteal stone, then turned towards the stone couch. As he applied slight pressure, the solid jade surprisingly yielded deep impressions beneath his fingers. Raising his hand in astonishment, he gasped internally. Though he considered himself well-versed in both literature and martial arts, he had never possessed such formidable might. To break stones and shatter jade, nothing was beyond his grasp. If he could seize Mu Shun, wouldn't it be effortless to crush his skull? In that moment, Wu Jiu forgot all about the dark aura on his arm, reveling instead in the exhilaration of his newfound strength. There was no need for further contemplation. It was undoubtedly the influence of the lacteal stone. It seemed he must indulge further, regardless of the discomfort it brought. Mu Shun, let us continue this standoff. Do not think of escaping. With newfound confidence, Wu Jiu boldly approached the cave entrance, but after a few steps, he abruptly halted. From the shadowy cave, Mu Shun slowly emerged, but unlike before, he wore a frown, his expression marked by concern. Once he had steadied himself, he fell silent for a moment before reverting to his usual demeanor, raising an eyebrow and smirking. "Do you wish to leave this place?" "Please," he stepped aside, gesturing with an inviting hand. Wu Jio resolutely shook his head. He had not yet lost his senses. Mu Shen, dropping the pretense, inadvertently flicked his sleeve, and without any apparent motion, a beam of sword light erupted, slicing through the air. Though Wu Jio was shielded beneath the imposing stone pillar, he was only a few paces from the cave's mouth, caught off guard by the sudden attack. He was left aghast, stumbling backward before turning to flee. The sword's radiance was sharp and swift, arriving in the blink of an eye. In an instant, an unstoppable brilliance flashed behind. At that moment, the spirit of the stone pillar suddenly manifested. Then came a deafening roar as shadows flew across the scene. Blinding light and chaotic murderous intent swirling in all directions. With a resounding crash, Wu Jio was propelled over Tianzhang, violently smashing into the stone wall at the cave's end, before collapsing to the ground, burying his head in the stagnant water, motionless, his garments tattered, presenting a most tragic and disheveled sight. Notably, a deep wound gaped on his left arm, a sight both shocking and grievous. Simultaneously, the piercing sword light erupted in midair, instantly transforming into a talisman, which burned to ashes before it could touch the ground. Mu Shen, caught in the backlash of the spirit's might, staggered back and quickly vanished into the cave's entrance. Mere moments later, he reappeared, dashing out of the cave and skirting along the edge of the cave wall, making his way toward the depths of the cavern. That talisman, a gift from his elder upon arriving at Ling Mountain, was crafted by a foundational cultivator, possessing formidable power that he had long preserved for self-defense, reluctant to use it lightly. The sudden strike had indeed yielded remarkable results. Mu Shen resembled a wolf that had long been lurking, finally seizing the opportunity to hunt, his ferocious visage and sharp claws bared as he lunged forward with malevolence. The boy lay in a puddle just 3 to 5 zhang away, and Mu Shen was determined to crush him to dust without delay. Avoiding the spirit's aura emanating from the stone pillar, he propelled himself forward, arms outstretched like a hawk swooping down on its prey. At that moment, the figure submerged in the water suddenly thrashed about, struggling to rise but then rolling violently, akin to a parched fish encountering water, frenzied and reckless. Darting back toward the stone pillar, only to crash down again, splashing water everywhere, and thereafter lay still as if lifeless. Mu Shen landed, eyes wide in astonishment. And when he attempted to move, it was already too late. He gazed at the figure in the water, his teeth clenched in frustration. Humph. Had it not been for the backlash of the spirit's might, that boy would undoubtedly be dead. Yet even so, he could not escape a fate of grievous injuries leading to demise. This Mu Shen had come to loathe Wu Jio, and after a prolonged stalemate, he had finally managed a sneak attack, only to encounter unforeseen complications. At this juncture, he could only find solace in his thoughts. That talisman was not to be underestimated, even by a foundational cultivator, let alone a mere mortal. To him, it seemed inevitable that the detestable boy would meet his end. However, since Wu Jio had evaded the massacre of his family years ago, his fortune had remained unbroken. While it could not be said that he was destined for future blessings, at the very least, it was not yet his time to perish. As Mu Shen observed, he had still not evaded the talisman's ambush. At present, Wu Jio remained prone in the water, hair disheveled, bloodied, limbs splayed, resembling a corpse. Moments later, his body trembled, hands pressing against the ground, knees bent, rear elevated. Yet only his face remained submerged, motionless, like a lifeless stone. Mu Shen had retraced his steps and firmly blocked the cave's entrance. Prepared for any eventuality to avoid further surprises, his gaze coldly fixed on the figure before the stone pillar. Wu Jio remained kneeling in the water, seemingly exhausted from struggle, yet as if gathering strength. Suddenly, he lifted his head with a violent motion, his disheveled hair splashing water everywhere, and then he opened his mouth, spewing forth blood like arrows. In an instant, the surrounding water was stained crimson. Wu Jio expelled the congealed blood, followed by a series of labored breaths. After a moment, he wiped the blood from his face with his hand, crawled a few paces to reposition himself on the stone bed, and then bowed his head to assess his condition. His entire being was drenched in blood, and the sword wound on his left arm was a ghastly sight, the flesh torn and revealing bone. His eyelid twitched slightly as he slowly turned his head to glance back. Mu Shen was observing coldly. Suddenly, a chill ran through him, inexplicably compelling him to flinch. Yet he dared not meet Wu Jiao's gaze. In that moment of daze, the blood-soaked figure on the stone bed emanated an inexplicable aura of menace, particularly from the wild and unrestrained glint in his eyes that sent shivers down one's spine. Yet, he was merely a mortal, Perhaps it was just a fleeting illusion? Wu Jiao paid no further heed to Mu Shun. Instead, he extended his right hand to grasp a piece of milkstone and began to gnaw at it. In the silent cave, the sound of crunching echoed. He swallowed 2 large pieces of milkstone, tightened his damp sleeve around the sword wound on his left arm, reclined on his back, and then closed his eyes, appearing to drift into a deep slumber. P.S. I have not written much these past few days and yearn for the time and energy to update more frequently to repay everyone. I will strive to do my utmost. Chapter 36. How to cultivate. Had he fallen asleep? No. Why? Exhausted. Wu Jiao was wounded by the sword talisman, leaving a deep gash on his left arm. Had it been another, despite the protection of spiritual might, they would have faced near death or at least lost an arm. Yet he persevered, managing to bind his wound and rest on his own. It is important to note that the sword talisman summoned by Mu Shun was exceedingly fierce. In that instant of attack, a frenzied aura of killing intent surged through his arm, seemingly intent on annihilating all vitality within him. In that perilous moment, he sensed a familiar yet foreign force surging from all directions within him, vanquishing the encroaching killing intent before gradually dissipating. The peculiarity of it all seemed to be inexplicably linked to the short sword cradled in his arms. The reason he found the force familiar stemmed from the spiritual might of the stone pillar. It felt strange because in the presence of the short sword, it appeared to have become a breath within him, omnipresent at all times. As a result, he felt as though he had undergone a purification, leaving him utterly drained. The essence of his blood and energy seemingly replaced. In that moment, he forgot the pain of the wound, disregarding the fear of death. As if all his spirit and soul had been siphoned away, leaving only an indescribable fatigue that permeated his body, rendering him weak and immobile. What was happening? Was it a sign of impending death? Nonetheless, Wu Jiao distinctly felt the hunger in his belly. He knew he was not dead. Thus, he seized 2 pieces of milkstone and swallowed them, reclining on the stone bed while reflecting on the past. Regardless of how he pondered, he remained perplexed. Perhaps it was related to the immortal path, which indeed created a chasm of understanding, since he could not decipher it. He chose to set it aside for the time being. However, the wound on his arm gradually began to itch and throb, akin to countless insects gnawing at his heart, making it impossible to find peace. Unbeknownst to him, a day had passed. Wu Jiao rose from the bed, unsteadily making his way to a corner of the cave, disregarding the notion of propriety, and unwrapped his clothing to relieve himself. The milkstone may have quelled his hunger, but ultimately it was still stone. The sensation passing through him was both pleasurable and painful, yet not to be shared with others. Though his actions were unseemly, he remained vigilant. Should anyone approach, he would hastily pull up his trousers and flee. The embarrassment of losing face paled in comparison to the threat of losing one's life. Thus, he came and went in a hurried fashion, swallowing 2 more pieces of milkstone and taking a few sips of water before lying down once more to rest. It seemed as though the pain and itch of the gash in his arm had lessened slightly. In the blink of an eye, 2 more days had passed. Mu Shun still stood guard at the cave entrance, but he no longer maintained the same composure as before, especially whenever he observed someone hastily coming and going. Veins would bulge on his forehead, and his eyes would blaze with anger. That young man ate, slept, relieved himself, and repeated the cycle, growing ever more nimble. The previous lethargy had gradually faded, revealing the semblance of a healthier individual. He had been gravely injured, and yet he seemed to be recovering with astonishing speed. If gnawing on stones could heal wounds and alleviate pain, then what need was there for medicinal pills? Today, he was no longer preoccupied with slumber, but was instead engaged in some sort of commotion. Wu Jiao returned to the stone couch. Feeling the familiar heat seeping from beneath him, involuntarily gritting his teeth and rubbing his rear end vigorously. Suddenly, his expression shifted to one of mild astonishment as he clenched his fists and glanced down at his left arm. Beneath the tattered fabric, his bare arm was adorned with scabs of blood. The once open wound from the sword had healed, leaving behind a prominent black scar. In the brief span of 3 days, his injuries had greatly improved. Particularly commendable was the disappearance of fatigue. His limbs felt invigorated, stronger, and more agile than before. Was this a result of the nourishing stone? Or perhaps the efficacy of spiritual power? Under the watchful gaze of formidable foes, pressed by the threat of death, tormented by hunger, and battered by grievous injuries, he had managed to endure for over 10 days, not only surviving but thriving, a stroke of divine fortune, indeed worthy of celebration. Amidst his luck, Wu Jiao found it hard to contain his glee. With his long brows raised, he struck a pose and energetically gestured with his arms, proclaiming, "This move." A valiant charge into the fray. He twisted his waist and pretended to deliver a punch, exclaiming, This move, a display of dominance before the armies. Then, turning to draw an imaginary bow, he declared with fervor, "This move, a strike to slay the enemy amidst 1,000,000 troops. Mushin, witness my mastery as I pierce through the 100 steps and claim your head." This individual was a true scholar, a genuine young master, and the legitimate offspring of a military lineage, well-versed in the arts of cockfighting and brawling. Having narrowly escaped death, coupled with the restoration of his health, he could no longer conceal his true nature, stretching his limbs on the stone couch and not forgetting to taunt Mushan. Just as he reveled in his bravado, he paused, noting with disappointment, "I have yet to showcase my ancestral killing techniques. Yet that fellow has fled in fright at the cave's entrance." There was no longer a trace of Mushin. He had vanished. The man wished to employ the same old tricks, utterly devoid of novelty. Whoever fell for it again would be as foolish as a stone. Wu Jiu paid little heed to Mushin's departure, refraining from attempting to exit the cave again to avoid repeating his earlier mistakes. He settled on the stone couch, reaching into the water to grasp a handful of nourishing stone. Just as he was about to eat, he grimaced in self-mockery. Spending all day gnawing on stones indeed made him seem like a wild man. Moreover, it was unreasonable that the Jade Well Peak had not sent anyone to check on him after such a lengthy absence. Perhaps it was an opportunity for escape. Far better than enduring this bleak, sunless solitude. And what of the Fairy of Purple Smoke? Why had she not come to visit? Was she too engrossed in her cultivation to spare a moment? Or had she forgotten the scholar who longed for her at Fenghua Valley? Surely not. She had previously bestowed him with a jade pendant, lingered at Jade Well Peak, and gifted him with elixirs, enough to signify her emotional attachment. "Ah, if you hold affection, I too shall be loyal. May we share a heartfelt bond and remain by each other's side until the end of our days." Ha ha. Indeed. He had once consumed the elixirs gifted by the Fairy of Purple Smoke without any noticeable effects. Yet now, was the change he experienced related to them? Wu Jiu rolled up his sleeves and lifted his arm. His slightly slender arm appeared much like before, lacking any noticeable muscularity, yet as he clenched his fist, the dark energy upon his skin became increasingly prominent, as if black blood coursed through his veins, accompanied by an inexplicable surge of power eager to be unleashed. Could it be that Xian foresaw the tribulations awaiting me, thus bestowing upon me the elixir to transform my very essence, allowing me to transcend my predicaments and ultimately soar alongside her in harmonious freedom throughout the realms? It must be so, otherwise the wound from the sword would not have healed with such remarkable swiftness, and my strength would not have surged so significantly. Given time, I might no longer have to fear that fellow, Mushin. Alas, I lack spiritual roots, thus preventing me from cultivating further. Xian, next time, grant me a pill of ascension, one that ensures immediate transcendence. Before Wuju stood a vision of a graceful figure in white, prompting an exhilarating surge within him. As if the chilling gloom around him had been dispelled, replaced instead by ethereal palaces and paradisiacal realms. In a fit of excitement, he stepped through the puddle, approaching a nearby stone wall, raising his right fist to strike. In that instant, a surge of power coursed through his arm. With a thunderous sound, a deep crater formed in the cave wall. Wuju examined the unyielding white jade wall, then glanced at his own fist. Though he felt a slight ache and numbness in his wrist and fingers, there was no significant damage. What tremendous strength! What a formidable fist! To have created such an indentation in the jade. Mushin, do you see this? Can your fragile form withstand the hardness of this stone? In a mere 10 days or half a month, the tables may very well turn. By then, I shall not be the one to bully you. Humph. Yet, one must not be complacent in cultivation. Perseverance is key. How does one cultivate? By gnawing on stones and indulging in deep slumber. Wuju returned to the stone bed, swallowed 2 pieces of, then reclined, gazing upward, lulled into a tranquil sleep, accompanied by the vision of the figure in white, as springtime dreams gently enveloped him. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had elapsed underground. The stone wall bore over 60 marks of his fingers, a testament to each day passing quietly. Each mark represented a day, and over 60 of them signified the quiet passage of 2 months. Wuju rose from the corner of the cave, adjusted his attire, and casually traced a line on the wall, leaving another clear mark, aligning with the previous ones, varying in depth and intensity, clearly showcasing the difference in force. He nodded in satisfaction, playfully poking at the wall, envisioning Mushin's pained expressions, unable to suppress a grin. However, as he moved a stone to cover the pit, a slight frown crossed his face, revealing a sense of resignation. The contents of the pit, no longer dark and foul, appeared pearly white, indistinguishable from, devoid of any unpleasant odor. It was clear, whatever one consumed, that was what one would excrete. and the strength he had steadily gained seemed to have plateaued. Had the potency of Xian's elixir been completely exhausted, or had the miraculous effects of the reached their conclusion? Moreover, Mushin had not been seen for several days. Had he conceded defeat, or was he lurking in the shadows, preparing for a sneak attack? Regardless of his schemes, I shall remain unperturbed, employing stillness to counteract his movements. As Wuju turned to leave, he took a mere 2 steps before grimacing, hastily covering his rear with a hand, feeling quite the impact. If proves ineffective, it would be wise to minimize consumption. Continuing down this path would indeed become unbearable. He returned to the stone bed, settling into a meditative posture. The sword wound on his left arm had long since healed, leaving no trace of a scar. He rolled up his sleeves once more and clenched his fist gently. No longer did dark energy swirl about his arms. Instead, his fair skin bore an unusual sheen, subtly emanating a shadowy luster, as if coated with an enigmatic dirt that could not be washed away. This peculiarity extended beyond his arms. Observing his own condition, Wujiu remained perplexed and chose to dismiss further contemplation, instead retrieving 2 tomes to alleviate his boredom. The Sparrow scripture proved to be quite beneficial, once thoroughly studied. It not only enabled him to recognize rare natural treasures, but also provided him with a rudimentary understanding of pharmacology, thereby equipping him with an additional means of safeguarding his life. Furthermore, with a grasp of the compilation of immortal principles, he became acquainted with certain rules of the immortal sects, which would spare him considerable embarrassment in future interactions with cultivators and immortals. Yet, the content within these 2 volumes was still rather scant. After multiple readings, he remained unable to unravel the origins of his current state. For instance, why had his strength increased, and what accounted for the darkening of his skin, among other inquiries? Suddenly, a faint thud resonated from the cave entrance, followed by a startled exclamation, "Be careful! There is indeed a formation here. Someone is present in the cave." While Wujiu perused the tomes in his hands, he found himself momentarily taken aback. After a brief hesitation, he hastily tidied himself up, grasping a drawn short sword, and slowly departed from the stone platform, making his way toward the cave entrance. Chapter 37. Seeking only to pass through, Wujiu stood 2 zhang away from the dark cave entrance, cautiously peering inside. A figure emerged from the shadows, appearing to be around 17 or 18 years old, dressed as a disciple of Yujing, holding 2 peculiar small flags. As he looked around, he exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't that Senior Brother Wu? You're alive." Upon recognizing the visitor, Wujiu was equally taken aback. He snorted lightly, a gesture of acknowledgement. Reflecting on the unfortunate lad, he thought, what a strange way to speak. Can't he see I'm perfectly well and lively? The young man, also a disciple of Yujing and named Luo Shan, realizing his faux pas, hurriedly apologized. "Senior brother, forgive me." "Hold on. Before you seek forgiveness, answer my question." Wujiu interjected with a suspicious gaze. "What brings you here, and what are those flags you carry?" Suddenly, he paused in astonishment. "Zhongxiong, Sister Tian." From the cave emerged 2 more figures, a man and a woman, Zhong Bao and Tian Shaoqing. Both were equally surprised to see Wujiu, yet they each sighed in relief. Zhong Bao, with no time for pleasantries, beckoned to Luo Shan, who understood and walked back alongside him. Meanwhile, Tian Shaoqing stepped forward and softly said, "Junior Brother Wu, please refer to me as sister." Wujiu remained perplexed and, noting Tian Shaoqing's casual approach, quickly called out, "Sister, please stop. Do not come any closer." Tian Shaoqing paused slightly, her expression darkening. "Do not be rude." Though she had reached middle age, her delicate features retained a certain beauty, and her sudden anger added an air of cold elegance. Must it be so difficult to speak without pretense? Wujiu thought, losing patience as he noticed Tian Shaoqing's disregard for him. He raised an eyebrow and declared loudly, "Who is being rude? I am here to save you, sister. If you dare take another step forward, you will surely perish. If you doubt me, then take a few steps and see for yourself. Do not say I did not warn you." The others hesitated, uncertainty etched on their faces. He sighed and continued, "I understand your deep feelings and struggles, but must you carry such burdens constantly? Isn't it exhausting? Please, cease your words." Tian Shaoqing had never encountered anyone speaking to her in such a manner. Her face flushed slightly, and scrutinizing him, she demanded, "This place is perilous. How is it you remain unharmed?" To her, he seemed once a refined scholar, yet now appeared in tattered garments, disheveled hair cascading over his shoulders, speaking crudely, devoid of the familiar grace and courtesy, resembling a rough character instead. His clear eyes, however, held a hint of untamed nonchalance. exuding an air of superiority that was difficult to decipher. Wu Jio shrugged, responding candidly, "Sister, I cannot explain it either." Tian Shaoqing's chest heaved as she blurted out, "If you cannot explain, how can you?" She shook her head, attempting to regain her composure. "Very well, junior brother Wu. It has been 2 months since you vanished, and I still do not know where you have been." This woman, seemingly strong-willed and competitive, carried heavy burdens within. And with a little provocation, her composure was easily disrupted. Not seeing him present, yet inquiring about his whereabouts? Without a word, Wu Jio waved his hand and countered with the question, "Why have the three of you come together to this place? Might you first share your tale with me?" At that moment, Zhong Bao and Luo Shan entered, carrying a figure whose limbs were entwined and body curled, unmistakably resembling the venerable Yunxingzi, yet his visage was ashen, and his eyes were tightly shut, clearly devoid of life. Wu Jio, taken aback, exclaimed, "Old Yun." Zhong Bao, hastily laying down the lifeless body, gestured that it was prudent to find a suitable place to lay the elder to rest before discussing further matters. Wu Jio, however, quickly interrupted, "No, I must be clear first. Although he may appear in tattered rags and his actions questionable, his demeanor cannot be doubted." He continued, "I have been coerced by the steward to this dire state for over 2 months now. This place is exceedingly perilous, within 5 zheng of the stone pillar. It resembles a thunderous pit, and one must not approach even a step closer. Do not inquire about the reasons behind this, nor why I remain unscathed. I know not. I merely wish to warn you all, lest you find yourselves in regretful peril. Now, I turn the conversation back to you. What has befallen old Yun?" Tian Shaoqing, sensing danger, quietly retreated. Zhong Bao nodded in understanding and remarked, "So it is. Indeed, junior brother Wu is fortunate." He recognized the inappropriateness of further questioning and, with a gesture towards the ground, sighed, "Elder Yun has exhausted his lifespan, passing away in the pit. I, along with senior sister Tian and junior brother Luo, have deliberated on his proper burial, fearing the steward's notice, and thus sought refuge here. With caution, it may yet be permissible." Wu Jio, amidst his bewilderment, lamented, "Alas! This old man seemed well. How could he simply perish?" He shook his head in disbelief and added, "Why not report this? The steward would know how to handle it." Zhong Bao sighed deeply, then turned his gaze solemnly to the deceased. After a moment, he spoke in a low tone. "Elder Yun once expressed his desire not to become mere ashes scattered by the wind. He wished to leave behind a corporeal form as a testament to his existence." He smiled wryly. "Since we share this bond, let us assist him in fulfilling his wish. Yet, who shall collect our remains in days to come? 100 years of emptiness, culminating in a fleeting dream, as dust dances with the wind, hastening to and fro." There stood Tian Shaoqing alone at the cave's entrance, perhaps moved by these reflections, her words and demeanor imbued with an inexplicable melancholy. Her path had been fraught with trials, much akin to that of Yunxingzi. The desolation and helplessness he faced at the end mirrored her own future. Luo Shan, unfazed, remarked, "The soul has departed. What purpose does the shell serve?" Brother Yun was too burdened by worldly thoughts. Cultivation is the pursuit of transcendence and self-forgetfulness, not a fixation on the mundane past. His youthful countenance bore a hint of innocence, yet his words resonated with wisdom. He then turned to Wu Jio and added, "Brother Wu, have you perhaps achieved success in your qi refinement, thus rendering you unafraid of this forbidden realm's dangers?" Wu Jio cast a glance at the 2 speakers before directing his inquiry to Zhong Bao. "I have been in the well for over 2 months. Have the stewards made any inquiries? And did you encounter Steward Mushin upon your arrival here?" Zhong Bao replied, "No one has inquired. Regarding the matter of the wooden pipe, it seems I have encountered it for the first time, or perhaps the celestial sect has experienced an upheaval." Wu Jio lifted his head, rolling his eyes in exasperation, and shrugged his shoulders in resignation. "This pertains to life and death, yet no one seems to care. It appears that even if I were to turn to ashes, it would not stir even the slightest commotion." Luo Shan produced 2 small flags from his bosom and mused aloud. Could this formation be left by the wooden pipe, perhaps as a warning? It bears no power. Or perhaps, it is best not to take it. He approached with caution, then retreated to the cave, presumably to return the flags to their original place to avoid trouble. An upheaval in the celestial sect? Merely a conjecture. Alas, I shall first attend to old Yun. Wu Jiao observed the troubled expression of Zhong Bao and refrained from further inquiries, moving to the cave entrance to peer inside. He couldn't help but sigh once more. "Oh, old Yun, why must you endure such suffering?" The holy son of Yun remained seated, hands clasped, knees crossed. Yet his once gray-white hair had turned silver, resembling the frost of a frigid winter, obscuring his vitality accumulated over a century. However, on his withered visage lingered a faint smile, whether mocking the inevitability of life and death, or perhaps a release from worldly burdens, who could say? Indeed, at such an advanced age, one should have long since perceived the ruthlessness of fate. As the rosy hues of dawn faded and twilight descended, he sought not immortality, but merely a life lived. His destiny mirrored that of many cultivators. One could only ponder, why endure such suffering? As Wu Jiao contemplated this, a slight shiver coursed through him, followed by a deep breath as he mused, "Thankfully, I am not a cultivator." He extended his hands gently to lift the remains of the holy son of Yun, signaling to the onlookers, "You may observe, my friends." Zongbao, wishing to assist, had no choice but to relent, yet his curiosity was piqued upon noticing that Wu Jiao cradled the holy son with remarkable ease. Wu Jiao proceeded to the rear of the cave, unsheathing a short sword to carve a 3-foot square opening into the stone wall, then placed the remains of the holy son within, sealing the entrance with jade. He then stepped back, bowing several times. "Rest in peace, old Yun. There will be no one left to vie for food. How dull." His words were light-hearted, accompanied by laughter, yet his face bore no mirth, the corners of his mouth curling into a bitter smile. Having spent the most time with the holy son of Yun since arriving at Yujing Peak, listening to his incessant chatter each day had indeed brought a measure of joy. This old man not only gifted him the bailing classic, but his words also held considerable wisdom. He once said, "The youth harbors grand ambitions, yet the aged remain innocent. The sacred mountain exists in freedom, to cultivate oneself and humanity alike." He also remarked that in a century of life, dreams are inevitable, and one must persist unwaveringly in their original intent. Yet, how could such an open-minded elder find no success in cultivation? Was it perhaps due to some deviation or ill fortune? Wu Jiao's thoughts grew tumultuous, prompting him to inquire, "I have laid old Yun to rest here. Should we inscribe a memorial or title? For it is known that when one passes, a gravestone serves as a remembrance." However, in this hurried moment, there seems to be little time for such formalities. Perhaps we could etch the name of the holy son of Yun upon the stone wall to signify that he has traversed this earthly realm. Zongbao considered this and suggested, "How about inscribing tomb of the holy son of Yun?" Luo Shan interjected, "Why go to such lengths? If the overseer were to discover this, the remains of brother Yun would be difficult to preserve. It is better to leave a subtle mark to fulfill his last wish." Wu Jiao gazed at the smooth, unblemished stone wall and muttered to himself, "Old Yun, whether you have visited or not, the heavens and earth alone are aware. Let the jade seal dust and fate, and the immortal dream endure forever." He refrained from inscribing a single word on the stone wall and slowly retreated. Life is but a fleeting moment, akin to the brief existence of grass and trees. Our comings and goings are merely transient obsessions. Little do we realize. The wild geese leave no trace, and the leaves fall to become dust. Junior brother, one must understand that death is a profound matter and should not be taken lightly. Addressing him as Brother Yun is the least we can do. Wu Jiao turned around, momentarily taken aback, then shook his head. "A centenarian, akin in age to my grandfather. Jesting with him is inconsequential, yet I cannot dare to call him brother." The one who voiced her discontent was Tian Shaoqing, her demeanor still bearing an air of decorum. As one from beyond the mundane, a fellow cultivator, there is no need to be constrained by worldly etiquette. Wu Jiao brandished his short sword and approached the cave entrance. "Sister Tian, might you be overstepping your bounds?" Tian Shaoqing paused, then looked away, asserting, "If that is the case, so be it, but it is destined that your realm shall remain unachieved, and your hopes of cultivation shall be in vain." Wu Jiao bore no ill will towards Tian Shaoqing, yet he could not tolerate her condescending admonishments. He arrived at the cave entrance, scoffing at the woman's back. Frowning as he exclaimed, "I am but a mundane person with mundane thoughts. What of it?" He retorted, his voice growing louder. "Is it not self-deception to forcibly escape, to indulge in self-pity, and to sigh deeply in vain hope of attaining an extraordinary realm? Or is merely meditating and reciting scriptures the essence of cultivation?" Tian Shaoqing spun around, glaring furiously. Wu Jiao, disinclined to engage in a quarrel with a woman, scratched his head and softened his tone. "Sister Tian, please quell your anger. I am content with a full stomach and sound sleep, never caring for realms or cultivation. In my view, whether it be cultivating the Tao or cultivating oneself, one should live freely and comfortably. Why impose unnecessary burdens upon oneself?" Tian Shaoqing's chest heaved as she sternly chastised, "You, being so young, are utterly debauched and unreasonable. Cultivation requires one to wrestle with oneself, to sever worldly ties, refine one's nature, and comprehend the heavenly way. Only then can one achieve a higher realm. Wu Jiu smirked, unconcerned. If this is the path of immortality, then I shall forego it. Tian Shaoqing looked at him in astonishment. As if she had encountered a creature from another realm, yet her disappointment and frustration were palpable as she rebuked, "Your words and actions are inconsistent. You lack sincerity in your pursuit of the Tao. If you have no intention of cultivating, why are you here? Merely to loiter," Wu Jiu candidly stated. But it seemed no one appreciated his honesty. Tian Shaoqing abruptly waved her sleeve, disdainfully declaring, "A frivolous and dissipated individual, truly contemptible." Believing herself to have been mocked, her anger intensified, and she turned to leave, only to witness Luo Shan staggering out of the cave, accompanied by someone who clapped and sneered. "Ha! How dare you come to Ling Mountain for mere amusement? You have quite the audacity." Upon hearing the laughter, Wu Jiu felt as if he had heard an ominous wail. His expression changed, and he fled. Simultaneously, a cold light surged forth. Chapter 38, Yours and Mine Without Warning. Wu Jiu felt an unexpected heaviness in his body and a struggle in his steps. A sudden jolt of apprehension surged within him, warning him of impending danger. He had been exceedingly cautious, ensuring that there was no hint of abnormality before approaching the cave entrance. Yet, it was precisely at this moment that his nemesis chose to make an appearance. Should he fall victim to this adversary, the efforts of the past 2 months would dissolve into nothingness. Surrender was not an option. To do so would result in lifelong regret. Just a short distance ahead, he could find refuge beneath the protective aura of the stone pillars. With a low grunt, Wu Jiu tensed every muscle, his feet pounding against the ground, sending sprays of water in all directions as he forced himself to advance, glancing back amidst his frantic escape. As expected, Mu Shen, who had vanished for days, re-emerged at the cave entrance, exuding a menacing aura. With a flick of his wrist, a gleaming azure sword whizzed through the air, radiating an ominous intent that sent chills down Wu Jiu's spine. That sword seemed more than just a talisman. It resembled a true flying sword. Had that fiend enhanced his cultivation specifically to confront him? It was evident that Mu Shen's magical prowess was insufficient to control a flying sword, which made his ruthless approach all the more alarming. Wu Jiu felt the weight of calamity upon him and dashed forward in desperation. In an instant, the sword was upon him, and fear overwhelmed his thoughts. Clenching his fist, he swung his arm in a desperate attempt to fend it off, a primal instinct for survival. In the face of impending doom, one can either shield oneself in resignation or resist with all their might. Wu Jiu belonged to the latter category, and it was precisely this instinctual fight for survival that had often saved his life. With a resounding crash, his arm struck the flying sword, tearing his sleeve to shreds as the residual force propelled him forward. He could no longer withstand the onslaught and was thrust into the air. The sword momentarily diverted before it crashed against the stone pillar, then shot upward, embedding itself into the cave's rocky wall. The echo of the sword's lament filled the air. Wu Jiu soared through the air, crashing against the cave wall before plunging into the water with a great splash. He groaned in pain, struggling to sit up, water dripping from his hair and face, rendering him a pitiable sight. One sleeve was torn away, revealing a gash on his right arm, blood oozing slowly. Yet it was less severe than he had anticipated. To his surprise, he thought he might lose an arm, but it seemed he had escaped largely unscathed. The flying sword was more bluster than substance. Meanwhile, the expressions of those present varied. Mu Shen, having returned with determination, stood momentarily frozen in disbelief. After days of seclusion, he had barely reached the 5th level of qi refinement and had assumed that with the aid of the flying sword, his success was assured. Yet, he was astonished to see that the young man had managed to deflect the sword and emerged relatively unscathed. As a mere mortal, how could he defy the odds in such a manner? After all, that was a magical artifact bestowed by Daoist Xianyu. Zhong Bao was equally taken aback by Mu Shen's sudden appearance, and even more so by the immediate lethal intent that left him utterly bewildered. However, the actions of the uninitiated disciple were particularly astonishing. He actually engaged in a contest with a steward, unarmed, and appeared to hold his own. Tian Shaoqing covered her mouth in disbelief, equally astonished. That uninitiated disciple was merely a debauched youth, certainly not comparable to the powerful cultivators. Yet, he had not only offended the steward, but had also engaged him in combat. What was even more remarkable was that he managed to block a fatal strike from a flying sword with his bare hands. Luo Shan, equally wide-eyed in surprise, nodded with a sense of exhilaration. It seemed the uninitiated senior had long since achieved considerable mastery, possessing formidable magical power. Mushin suddenly turned, casting a cold glance, scoffing. How could a mere mortal, devoid of spiritual roots, cultivate? Luo Shan hastily fell silent, refraining from uttering another word. Zhong Bao and Tian Shaoqing also lowered their heads, evading the situation with expressions of trepidation, each bewildered by the revelation. This uninitiated disciple was devoid of spiritual roots? No wonder his behavior was so distinct from that of the cultivators, as he claimed to mingle among them, regardless of his origins or how he offended the steward. How could a mere mortal remain unafraid of flying swords? It was truly perplexing. Mu Shun, perhaps having previously encountered the peculiarities of Wu Jiao, had regained his composure from the initial surprise. He had no time to concern himself with the three disciples of Yujing, swiftly employing a series of incantations. The flying sword embedded in the cave wall merely trembled, yet could not be summoned back. He soared away from the cave entrance, racing along the edge of the cave wall. He intended to personally retrieve the flying sword and seize the opportunity to eliminate that brat. Wu Ji was still gasping for breath, feeling fortunate, yet remained alert to the movements around him. Suddenly, he noticed Mushin maneuvering toward him, and immediately guessed the other's intent. He scrambled to his feet, only to realize that the pain in his right arm felt as if the bones were about to shatter. Unable to suppress a pained gasp, he nonetheless pressed on, gritting his teeth and sprinting toward the stone pillar, but his gaze flickered, and he abruptly changed course, dashing toward the flying sword lodged in the cave wall. Inside the cave, two figures raced toward each other from opposite sides. One moved with astonishing speed, like the wind. The other leaped and bounded, as quick as a monkey. In the blink of an eye, they drew near, one with a fierce expression and a fierce shout, while the other was heedless and reckless. "Stop! That is my magical artifact. No one else shall touch it." "Humph, what is yours is mine." Wu Jiao charged straight ahead, gaining a slight advantage, and with a powerful swing of his arm, he grasped the flying sword from the stone wall. Mushin, arriving a moment too late, reached out but grasped only air, yet he did not falter, continuing to unleash incantations. With the sword in hand, Wu Jiao dashed away, leaping close to the stone pillar, where he took shelter beneath the spiritual pressure, but the flying sword in his grip flickered with brilliance, oscillating wildly as if trying to slip from his grasp. Mushin had already landed, firmly leaning against the cave wall, his hands still moving in agitation. Fuming, "That is a magical artifact bestowed by my master, a treasured item I have refined. How can you snatch it away? Return it to me." He raised a finger, channeling his magical power, attempting once more to summon back the flying sword. Wu Jiao clutched the sword as if it were a wild and untamed beast, sometimes leaping and bounding, at other times radiating blinding light, all while being forcibly spun around in circles by the overwhelming force, thoroughly disheveled. Yet he was unwilling to relent, exerting all his strength as he bellowed, "Mu Shun, listen closely. Your treasures belong to me, as do those of your master. If you are unconvinced, come and take them. If I cannot contend with you, how could I fail against a mere flying sword?" Suddenly, he grew fierce, brandishing the flying sword and swinging it toward the stone pillar. The resounding thuds echoed continuously, clearly indicative of a destructive intent aimed at the treasures. The stout stone pillar was exceptionally resilient when struck by the flying sword. It was akin to hitting metal or stone, the clashing sounds deafening, and the brilliant light flickering incessantly. A wave of spiritual might surged forth, creating a chaotic energy that swept in all directions, instantly stirring up splashes of water and enveloping the entire cave in a shroud of mist. Mushin was still attempting to summon back the flying sword when he suddenly felt a strand of his consciousness severed, causing him to falter momentarily, his complexion paling. He then staggered backward. Another dull thud reverberated through the cave, causing Zhong Bao, Luo Shan, and even Tian Shaoqing to cover their ears, their faces ashen. For the first time, they witnessed the madness and thrill of a mortal clashing with mystical power, and the excruciatingly sharp clang of metal was nearly unbearable, sending shivers through their souls. Fortunately, the tumult gradually subsided. Mushin had returned to the cave's entrance, his expression grim, pressing a hand against his chest as he forcefully swallowed the mouthful of warm blood that had risen in his throat. The sensation of damaged consciousness was exceedingly unpleasant. That boy was merely a timid scholar devoid of spiritual roots. Now, not only was he impressively strong, but he had also inadvertently disrupted the spiritual seal on the magical artifact, truly a stroke of ill fortune. Wu Jiao stood before the stone pillar, still gripping the hilt of the sword, his demeanor vigilant. The sword had lost its luster and lay still, prompting him to feel a slight sense of relief. He couldn't help but gasp in pain as he recalled the ache in his right arm, quickly transferring the sword to his left hand, gently moving his arm, and nodding in quiet acknowledgement. After this ordeal, not only had the pain in his right arm considerably diminished, but the bloodstains on his skin seemed to be healing gradually. Indeed, this flying sword is remarkable. The hilt adorned with jewels, the blade shimmering with a cold light, and the 3-foot-long edge appeared to be an ordinary sword. Yet it was a true treasure. Wu Jiu praised, "What an excellent sword." Mu Shen, still rubbing his chest at the cave's entrance, exhaled a long breath. Though his frustration lingered, unable to contain himself, he mockingly retorted, "You, with your mortal eyes, can recognize a treasure. Your gaze is filled with resentment and helplessness." He coldly added, "You do not yet know what makes that artifact worthwhile." Wu Jiu raised his head, tossing back his disheveled hair, and with feigned seriousness declared, "The only merit of this sword is its sufficient length." The corners of Mu Shen's eyes twitched, his face paling further. To assess a magical artifact by its length was unheard of. That boy was either not truly foolish or was deliberately mocking him. Zongbao, Luo Shan, and Tian Shaoqing dared not speak or leave, choosing instead to observe in silence, exchanging furtive glances. It is uncertain how that untrained junior, be it a disciple or a senior, managed to ascend to the celestial mountain with merely a mortal frame, or how he incurred the ire of the overseer. However, observing his current demeanor, he appeared utterly unperturbed and composed, seemingly more at ease than anyone else. Wu Jiu, indeed, was not feigning ignorance. Rather, his demeanor emanated genuine sincerity. It is worth noting that the magical artifacts forged by the celestial sect are typically no more than a foot in length, exquisite yet lacking in formidable power. Coming from the mundane world, he was accustomed to wielding long swords and broad blades. That said, he was still oblivious to the exquisite utility of celestial artifacts. Mu Shen could no longer contain himself and spoke anew. "I advise you one last time. Return my artifact." Yet Wu Jiu feigned ignorance. Twirling his long sword with flourish and adopting a gallant stance, boldly proclaiming, with a 3-foot azure blade traversing the world, "Behold as I wield a sword to determine the heavens and earth." Though he lacked understanding of how to command the celestial artifacts, his childhood interactions with swords and blades equipped him with enough skill to perform a few stunts, likely eliciting applause from the onlookers. Alas, no one responded, and he had not reached the point of utter recklessness. He then held his sword behind him with one hand while gesturing towards Mu Shen with the other, defiantly raising his chin and challenging, "I simply refuse. What can you do about it?" Everyone possesses a temper, and Wu Jiu was no exception. Had Mu Shen been sincere, he would not have considered the confrontation. However, having faced life and death multiple times, he had long since cast caution to the wind. If he desired the treasure, he would not yield it. If one had the ability, they could come and take it. Who was afraid of whom? Mu Shen's eyes bulged with fury, his complexion shifting from pale to ashen, then back again. Just then, his expression suddenly shifted as he turned toward the cave entrance, hesitating momentarily as if to depart. Wu Jiu observed keenly and quickly interjected, "Hold on, leave the sword sheath." Indeed, a portion of the sword sheath was slanted against Mu Shen's back. He turned to glare fiercely at Wu Jiu, then stepped toward the cave entrance, pausing momentarily beside Luo Shan to coldly inquire, "Did you tamper with my array banner?" Without waiting for a nod in response, he swung his hand and struck out, cursing, "Wretch." The sound of the slap echoed as Mu Shen's figure vanished into the cave. Luo Shan, caught completely off guard, was struck solidly and crashed against the stone wall, immediately sporting a bruised visage, blood seeping from his mouth and nose. He leaned against the wall to prevent himself from collapsing, utterly disheveled and bewildered. He hit me." Zongbao and Tian Shaoqing were equally taken aback, rushing over to inspect, but finding it difficult to offer comfort, each wearing a troubled expression. Someone remarked dismissively, "Who has been hit in their lifetime? It will be repaid in kind another day." Luo Shan dabbed at the blood on his face, glancing toward the source of the voice, feeling aggrieved. I am a cultivator. Yet I was insulted as a wretch by Mu Shen." Wu Jiu stealthily approached the cave entrance, cautiously peering out to ensure that Mu Shen had indeed departed before exhaling a sigh of relief and grinning. "Heh. In the eyes of a wretch, all are wretches." Luo Shan, unable to comprehend, appeared pitiful in his dismal state. Without the inclination to elaborate, Wu Jiu turned to Zongbao, pleading, "Brother Zong, might you venture out to investigate?" After a moment of silence, Zongbao nodded in understanding. Chapter 39. A matter of cause. The 4 individuals emerged from the well and gradually made their way to the cave's entrance. At noon, the valley was enveloped in a warm embrace of sunlight, revealing a breathtaking panorama of vibrant colors and splendid mountain scenery. However, the valley was teeming with people, some seated, others standing, each exhibiting a distinct demeanor. Clad in azure robes, the disciples of Yujing Peak gathered in clusters on either side of the cave. Despite it not being the end of their workday, casting curious glances in all directions. A dozen figures dressed in black, green, or white lingered around the houses, each appearing anxious and solemn. It was rumored that several elders had engaged in a fierce conflict at Zixia Peak, adversely affecting their disciples. Consequently, some sought refuge here to avoid becoming collateral damage. The stewards of Yujing Peak, uncertain of how to respond, had gone in search of Elder Xuanji for guidance. Wu Jiao approached the cave entrance, lifting his chin and closing his eyes, taking a deep breath of fresh air. Having been deprived of sunlight for over 2 months, he felt utterly stifled. Now, finally above ground, he relished the sensation of liberation coursing through his entire being. Unable to restrain himself, he stretched his arms wide, almost causing his unsheathed sword to collide with Luo Shan, who quickly dodged, still clutching his bruised face tightly. Tian Shaoqing lagged a few steps behind, unable to suppress her desire to voice a reprimand. After a moment of hesitation, she bit her tongue. It was truly incomprehensible for a mere mortal to mingle among the celestial sects and take pleasure in it. Zongbao continued to whisper, currently, Lingxia Mountain is home to 5 elders, Miao Yuan, Miao Shan, Miao Min, Miaoyin, and Miao Yan. Among them, Elder Miao Yuan possesses the highest cultivation, purportedly having reached the pinnacle of the immortal realm. Therefore, Lingxia Mountain should rightfully be led by him. However, due to the entanglement concerning the whereabouts of their leader, discord has arisen among the 5. He and Miao Shan seek to impose strict penalties on the other 3 elders, potentially escalating to verbal disputes and even physical confrontations, though such matters do not concern us. At this point, he turned to Wu Jiao in astonishment. Wu Shidi, are you unharmed? Wu Jiao, having not seen Mushin's figure, felt a sense of relief wash over him. Yet, as he absorbed Zongbao's intelligence, an uneasy feeling began to stir within him. Do even celestial beings engage in combat? How intriguing. It seems that grievances and vendettas are not the sole domain of mortals. Conflicts abound both above and below. As the saying goes, when immortals clash, the innocents suffer. The disciples had distanced themselves, fearing that Lingxia Mountain would descend into further chaos. Should that occur, Mu Shun would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to wreak havoc. There was no need for further contemplation. Life would become unbearable. Just as Wu Jiao mused on this, he was interrupted with an inquiry. He raised his exposed right arm in a gesture of reassurance, smiling. I am quite well. A faint trace of blood marred his arm, barely noticeable. Zongbao shook his head. No, I meant. He extended a copper mirror towards Wu Jiao, adding, Wu Shidi, you might want to take a look for yourself. With a hint of curiosity, Wu Jiao accepted the mirror but couldn't resist teasing. Brother Zong, you carry a mirror with you? How vain. As he lowered his gaze to inspect his reflection, his expression shifted to one of mild astonishment. Unbeknownst to him, a subtle dark aura had manifested between his brows, resembling a mark or perhaps a stain. Wu Jiao, busy with his long sword leaning beside him, reached out to wipe it but abruptly halted, his eyes widening in astonishment. The dark aura between his brows seemed to have seeped deep into his skin, proving impossible to erase. Moreover, he noticed a faint trace of blood in his pupils. Startled, he nearly dropped the bronze mirror, hastily returning it to Zongbao, reassuring himself that it was merely the ill fortune clinging to him that rendered the mirror unclear. Zongbao, however, turned the mirror back, nodding in agreement. That is well. Wu Jiao's gaze shifted to Tianshaking, who appeared to bear a mix of embarrassment and anger on her face. He awkwardly smiled, grasped his long sword, and turned to depart. Zongbao then inquired, Where are you off to, junior brother? I shall return to change my attire. Wu Jiao tossed a quick remark over his shoulder and continued running ahead. Upon cresting the mountaintop and descending the stone steps, he approached a row of houses on the hillside, only to find no sign of the steward. He glanced around, then sprinted onward, passing through the valley and entering the dense forest. He searched frantically until he reached a grand tree, whereupon he discarded his longsword and climbed up its trunk. In a flash, he had ascended 4 to 5 zhang above the ground, exhibiting a remarkable agility compared to before. With his legs dangling from the branches, Wu Jiao settled himself and drew his short sword to pry open the bark that concealed a hidden object, carefully wrapped in animal skin and intact. He retrieved it and tucked it into his bosom, sheathed his short sword, and prepared to descend. However, a fleeting glimpse in the distance caught his attention. revealing a shadowy figure moving. Alarmed, he hurriedly slid down, landing with a thud, yet dared not linger. He sprang to his feet, clutching his long sword, and dashed away. But after a few steps, a sudden thought crossed his mind, prompting him to turn back toward the valley. The cliffs surrounding Yujing Peak left him with no avenue of escape. Perhaps amidst a crowd lay the safest refuge. At that very moment, a figure emerged from the depths of the forest, commanding him to halt with a fierce shout. Wu Jiao, like a startled swan, glanced back but quickened his pace. Indeed, the one in pursuit was Mushin, who, from a distance, appeared impatient and swift as the wind. He had likely sensed the commotion in the woods and guessed something was amiss, especially upon noticing someone stealthily departing. He would not let such an opportunity slip away easily. Behind him trailed several other stewards of Yujing Peak. Wu Jiao ran with all his might, his legs propelling him forward with remarkable speed, stirring up a cloud of dust behind him. Yet, no matter how swift he was, it paled in comparison to the extraordinary capabilities of a cultivator's spells. Just as he reached the row of houses on the hillside, Mushin was already mere paces away. As Wu Jiao attempted to ascend the stone steps back to Yujing, he found himself out of time. Forced to pivot in a stumble, he steadied himself, raising his sword high, ready to confront the impending clash. Mushin charged forward with ferocity, fingers poised to cast a spell, seething. "Dare you raise your hand against me?" Wu Jiao gritted his teeth, advancing boldly, indifferent to the danger. "A cornered rabbit will bite. What do I have to fear from you?" Driven to desperation and armed with his long sword, he was resolute in unleashing his pent-up frustrations, unmindful of the consequences. In the blink of an eye, the two were on the brink of collision. At this very moment, a beam of sword light, accompanied by a faint whistling sound, swiftly swept across the valley. Following this, a commanding voice thundered through the air. "Humph. In the midst of internal strife and external troubles plaguing Lingxia Mountain, you all continue to fight amongst yourselves. How absurd." Immediately, the oppressive aura diminished, enveloping an area of several dozen feet in a chilling atmosphere of impending doom. Unprepared, Wu Jiao's knees buckled, causing him to kneel as he felt an unbearable weight pressing down on him. In astonishment, he looked up. Before him stood an elderly man, his face etched with wrinkles, standing upon a flying sword, his garments billowing, exuding an air of authority. With a cold glare directed downward, he soared into the air. Similarly, under the pressure of that formidable presence, Mu Shun collapsed to the ground, his magical powers dissipating without a trace. His expression shifted slightly as he raised his hand, saying, "There is a reason for this. Please forgive me, esteemed elder." One after another, several figures arrived, namely Gu Qi, Zhang Kai, Xiang Ron, and Go Jun, the four overseers. Their expressions were filled with trepidation, and none dared to utter a sound. As the sword-riding elder departed, the oppressive aura vanished instantaneously. Wu Jiao felt a sudden lightness in his body and hurriedly sprang to his feet, dashing away. Time was fleeting, to linger was foolish. As for fighting back, that could be addressed another time. Just as Mu Xin was about to spring into pursuit, he hesitated. This momentary delay allowed those he sought to weave around the buildings. Leaping onto the stone steps, the overseers brushed past him without a glance. He could only grunt softly, trailing behind them as he continued forward. Wu Jiao, moving with agility akin to a monkey, swiftly ascended to the mountain's peak and then raced back down. Upon crossing the valley and arriving at the entrance of the cave where Yujing was located, he abruptly halted, gasping for breath while incredulously scanning his surroundings. On the northern side of the valley stood several stone houses, previously unnoticed, now brimming with significance. He observed a steady stream of cultivators emerging, men and women, young and old, each wearing expressions of anxiety. However, two figures in white stood out prominently. "Junior brother Wu, you claimed you were returning to change clothes. Why do you still appear in such a state?" Zongbao approached from a distance, noticing Wu Jiao gazing intently at the crowd, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Confused, he continued, "There is a teleportation array at the foot of Yujing Peak. It truly exceeds expectations. Numerous esteemed seniors have gathered here, a rare sight, junior brother." Before he could finish, Wu Jiao abruptly turned to leave. Zongbao was momentarily taken aback, glancing around. Luo Shan continued to cover his nose, silently shaking his head. Tian Shaoqing appeared puzzled, craning her neck to observe. Wu Jiao hurried along, his eyes sparkling, not forgetting to secure his long sword at his waist while frantically adjusting his attire. Within moments, the two figures in white approached him. He quickly halted, bowing respectfully. Unable to contain his joy, "Lady Xian, do you still remember me?" The figures were two young women, one with hair tied in a cloud-like fashion, her cheeks like jade and eyes resembling autumn waters, exuding an ethereal beauty, The other was slender with a round, lovely face. The newcomers were none other than Zian and Yezi, both stopping in their tracks, their expressions a mix of surprise. Not far away stood a familiar, yet unfamiliar man, his mouth half open and a smile gracing his features. Familiar were his appearance and ingratiating smile. Unfamiliar were his disheveled hair and tattered clothing, especially as his left arm was half bare and his right arm was completely exposed without a single garment. At his waist, aside from a leather pouch, were two swords of varying lengths, creating an eccentric sight that starkly contrasted with the once refined scholar he had been. He was a completely different person. Zian was momentarily taken aback, slightly nodding her head before turning to the side, her gaze lowered in silence. It seemed as though she did not recognize the man before her or simply chose to disregard him. Yezi, with a huff through her nose, admonished, since Mr. Wu is a disciple of Yujing Peak, he ought to behave himself. Her gaze fell upon Wu Jiao's waist, feigning surprise as she exclaimed, "Oh, have you perhaps changed professions and become a swordsmith?" Hee. Before she could finish her sentence, she found it amusing and couldn't help but chuckle. Wu Jiao at long last encountered the person he had longed for, and in his joy, his heart bloomed with elation, only to unexpectedly face indifference in the teasing of Yezi. At that moment, the shadows in the valley began to multiply. Several beams of sword light sliced through the air. Chapter 40. A place of its own. As the light from the sword descended, the valley where Yujing was located fell into a profound silence. The previously wrinkled old man appeared at the right moment, raising his hand in greeting. "I am Xuanji, the steward of Yujing Peak, and I extend my greetings to several fellow Taoists." Behind him followed 5 stewards, including Gichi. At that moment, nearly 100 cultivators had gathered in the valley, accompanied by 30 or 40 disciples from Yujing Peak, creating a lively and bustling atmosphere. However, most of the attendees wore expressions of anxiety, including the female cultivators Zian and Yezi, who observed quietly with solemn expressions. Wu Ju stood behind Zian, feeling somewhat at a loss. Yet, as he gazed at her graceful silhouette, he found himself entranced and unable to move. Someone whispered, "Wu Shidi, you actually recognize the feathered masters from the mountain, even those resembling celestial beings." Tiske. It turned out to be Zongbao, shaking his head in admiration, his words tinged with envy. Wu Jiao nodded earnestly, only to notice Luoshan had completely forgotten his bruised face. Staring ahead with a dazed expression, he hastily waved his hand in a feigned dismissal, softly admonishing, "Children should not gaze upon such things." Seeing Tian shaking observing him with a scrutinizing gaze, he straightened his chest and boldly took a few steps forward, confidently approaching Yezi. With a casual demeanor, he inquired, "Sister Yi, what has transpired at Ling Mountain?" "Bah, who is your sister?" Yezi seemed startled, her almond-shaped eyes widening as she spat disdainfully, stepping aside and linking arms with Zian, pouting. "Sister, give that man a little color, and he thinks he can open a dye shop, truly shameless." Zian replied softly, "This matter is of no small importance. Let us remain calm for a moment." Wu Jia felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, unable to conceal his unease as he glanced around. Just then, he caught sight of Zongbao and Luoshan, both smiling yet evasive, their expressions laden with inexplicable meaning. Tian shaking cast him a scornful glance, her disdain evident. Wu Jia scratched his head, feigning nonchalance. Yet he couldn't help but murmur to himself in frustration, "That girl is no different from the other cultivators. They all look down on others. Who is shameless? It certainly isn't me. I traveled thousands of miles. If not moving, at least it should be heartfelt, right? Why does Zian seem oblivious to my presence and so cold? Is it due to the shyness and surprise of an unexpected reunion, or is it her cool exterior concealing a warm heart?" As he gazed upon the figure so near to him, a faint, intoxicating fragrance wafted through the air, instantly dispelling his earlier despondency. He broke into a smile, raised his hand in gratitude, saying, "Miss Zian, I must thank you for your celestial elixir." Zian, still focused on her observations, slightly furrowed her brow at his words. "My celestial elixir?" Wu Jiao, finally receiving a response, felt invigorated and quickly replied, Yes. It is indeed your elixir that has strengthened my body and helped me through numerous trials." Zian fell silent, regarding him with a hint of confusion, while Yezi chuckled softly, "Hee. Sister did not ask me to compensate on her behalf. Thus, I bestowed upon him a single rejuvenating pill, only to find that he regarded it as a miraculous elixir." As she recounted this, she turned her head, her fair visage suddenly adopting a stern expression, and chided, "You foolish scholar, listen well. My sister has kept you at Jadewell Peak and granted you the restorative elixir, which suffices to settle the grievances of that day. Should you continue to shamelessly linger, I shall cast you down the mountain, HM? Xian tugged at Yezi and stepped forward, signaling, the matter is resolved. There is no need for further words. Let us see how the esteemed elders address the multitude of disciples. Yezi complied with a nod, yet could not resist throwing a fierce glare, her striking appearance failing to render her intimidating. Rather, it appeared somewhat theatrical. Nevertheless, her disdain was palpable, vividly displayed in her countenance. Wu Jiao stood frozen, lost in contemplation for an extended moment. The treasured elixir he had esteemed so highly turned out to be the so-called rejuvenating pill, which, as its name implies, was meant for women. There was no need for further reflection. It was clear that Yezi was deliberately toying with him. As for the notion of resolution, it was plainly articulated by Xian. Could it be that she held him in such low regard? That was implausible. Wu Jiao felt as if frost had struck him, his spirit waning. Xian, I have been smitten by you at first sight, and the heavens bear witness. Do you disdain my mortal existence, or is your heart already taken? In my view, being mortal is rather delightful. At least, one need not engage in arduous meditation, and life is much more entertaining. Could it be that your affections lie elsewhere? If so, let that person step forth and reveal themselves, HM. On the hillside near the dwelling, 5 foundational practitioners gathered. Aside from Xuanji, the steward of Jadewell Peak, 2 others present were familiar figures, the overseer Xian Shui and the steward Xian Yu of Yunshui Hall. The remaining 2 were middle-aged men, both clad in black. The 5 appeared to be engaged in conversation, seemingly in the midst of a dispute. Gichi, Mushin, and others stood nearby, their expressions respectful. Simultaneously, over a dozen cultivators emerged from the dwelling on the valley's side. Among them was a robust man with a sword case on his back, quite conspicuous, accompanied by a man and a woman behind him. Wu Jiao recognized them instantly and hastily waved to attract their attention. It was none other than the long-missed Gu Li, Taozi, and Hong Nu. This reunion with old acquaintances was indeed a cause for joy. As Gu Li joined the group in the valley, he could not help but scan his surroundings. There, at the cave's entrance a few dozen feet away, stood a ragged figure, leaping with joy and wearing an uncontrollable smile, exuding exuberance. He appeared slightly taken aback, nodded slightly, then halted, turning to approach the nearby crowd. Taozi and Hong Nu, however, exchanged a glance and quickly lowered their heads to avoid detection. Wu Jiao's arm froze mid-air as he glanced around. Zhong Bao, Luo Shan, Tian Xiaoqing, and the disciples of Jadewell Peak nearby were all observing him, their expressions a mix of curiosity and ambiguity, as if he were some peculiar creature. Even Xian and Yezi seemed momentarily stirred, casting him a fleeting glance. Wu Ji reluctantly lowered his arm, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. In this world, no matter the time or place, distinctions of kinship and rank, or nobility and commonality, must always be drawn. I had thought that the mundane world was such. Yet I was unprepared for the greater severity found atop the spiritual mountain. Is it intriguing? At that moment, a quarrel suddenly erupted on the hillside. An elder named Xian Shui sternly admonished, though there may be discord among the elders, it does not concern the disciples. Miao Min, Miao Yin, and Miao Yan's disciples returned swiftly. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by a middle-aged man with 3 strands of azure beard, his demeanor rather scholarly. He continued to oppose. The elders are not merely at odds with words, they are engaged in a contest at Zixia Peak. Regardless of the outcome, it will inevitably affect their respective disciples. In my opinion, it would be wise for the younger generation to withdraw at an opportune moment. Xian Shui retorted fiercely, Xianli, do you dare to defy me? Before Xianli could respond, a discontented middle-aged man with a sallow visage interjected, Xian Shui, as fellow stewards, how can you press so harshly? Bang! Without waiting for the man to finish, Xian Shui raised his hand to unleash a streak of sword light. They were so close that there was no time for defense. The sword light pierced through his opponent's abdomen, and he immediately screamed as he was sent flying. Seizing the advantage, Xian Shui bellowed, Xian Qing, do not flee. The previously mentioned middle-aged man's complexion changed drastically. He leaped onto his flying sword and swiftly seized Xian Qing in his grasp. Looking at his bloody companion, he turned back in fury, Xian Shui, how dare you launch a sneak attack, you dastard? With a flourish of his sleeves, another sword light whirled forth, establishing a formidable defensive formation. Xian Shui also ascended on his sword light, declaring sternly, those who corrupt disciples and disrupt the celestial gate shall be punished. You too. Why do you not return with me to Zixia Peak to confess and accept your fate? Xian Qing, cradled by Xian Li, was gravely wounded and on the brink of death. Upon hearing Xian Shui's threats, he spat blood and weakly retorted, Xian Shui, with your propensity for slaughter, how can the disciples of the three elders be spared? Xian Shui, however, would not tolerate any further discourse, urging the sword light forward as he commanded, Xian Ji, apprehend the two of them. Xian Yu, escort the remaining disciples back to the mountain to await their fate. Xian Li, cradling the severely injured Xian Cheng, had no desire to fight, and, fearing encirclement, swiftly turned and fled on his sword light. Xian Shui's murderous intent remained undiminished as he pursued relentlessly. The steward from Yujing Peak, Xian Ji, hesitated for a moment before reluctantly taking flight on his sword, following behind them. In the blink of an eye, the dazzling, whistling sword light, accompanied by a terrifying aura of death, swiftly vanished. The valley fell into a profound silence. Whether disciples of Yujing Peak or the many cultivators present, they held their breath, not daring to exhale. Wu Jiu was equally astounded, secretly marveling at the scene. It seemed that those from the Xian lineage belonged to different elders' factions. Among cultivators, there is truly no regard for sentiment, even among fellow disciples. They would not hesitate to take each other's lives. The swift exchanges of the flying swords were decisive and unrelenting. It is not difficult to surmise that the remaining disciples will surely suffer the consequences of this turmoil. At this moment, a man in his 30s ascended to the summit of the hillside and proclaimed in a commanding voice, all disciples present shall return via the teleportation array. Any who dare defy this order shall be treated as rebels. This was Xian Yu, the sole foundation building practitioner remaining in the valley. As his authoritative words reverberated, the crowd exchanged apprehensive glances, their steps faltering. With a grim expression, he raised his hand and unleashed a beam of sword light. Not far away stood a man in his 40s, scanning his surroundings. Suddenly aware of the impending danger, it was too late for him to evade. Just as he opened his mouth to plead for mercy, he was swiftly cleaved in two, flesh and blood scattering amidst the horrified gasps that filled the air. Xian Yu raised his hand once more, causing a sword light over 3 feet long to circle ominously above the heads of the crowd, its fierce aura pervading the atmosphere, enveloping the entire valley in a chilling aura of death. With a slight smirk, he coldly challenged, who else wishes to test the law? Most of the cultivators present were rendered mute by fear, no longer daring to challenge the authority of the foundation building master. They shuffled back toward their origins, their faces drawn with dejection and sighs of despair. While the elders engaged in their duel, the outcome would inevitably lead to a reckoning. And the fates of the relevant disciples were all too predictable. In light of the current circumstances, what could the younger generation possibly do? However, the disciples of Yujing Peak had become mere spectators. Wu Jiu observed Gu Li, Tao Zi, and Hong Nu from a distance, shaking his head quietly. Although the three appeared flustered, they seemed far more at ease than the others. Perhaps this was due to their respective masters. It was uncertain who their mentors were. Amidst the chaos of the immortal sects, having a good master provided a solid backing, much like a certain unscrupulous opportunist. Suddenly, Wu Jiu's eyelids twitched, and he focused his attention. He noticed Mushin had approached Xian Yu, whispering sweetly to him. In the blink of an eye, both master and disciple cast their gazes in this direction. Feeling a sense of foreboding, Wu Jiu turned to leave. Just as the voices of the two sisters reached his ears, Sister, as disciples of Master Miao Min, it seems our venerable teacher is in a precarious situation. If we return now, shall we not be subject to humiliation? Alas, with the cliffs of Yujing Peak surrounding us, we have no choice but to leave our fates to chance. The only certainty is death. Wu Jiu quickly interjected, do not worry, my dear sisters, for I have a plan. Chapter 41. Where lies the escape within the subterranean cavern, the basket slid down the rope. Before it came to a halt, Wu Jiu leaped out and quickly looked up, calling out, in the Jade Well, there exists a forbidden realm. If we can conceal ourselves therein, we may evade disturbance, which is far preferable to being coerced into frivolous discussions of life and death. Two figures clad in white floated down from the well shaft, swiftly discerning their surroundings. One, Xian, wore a puzzled expression, her demeanor cautious, while Yezi, seemingly filled with regret, had just touched down and exclaimed, what else can you do besides burrowing into holes? They were two proud women, not easily swayed by others, yet after a brief moment of deliberation, they decided to follow him. Wu Jiu felt both astonished and delighted. Even Yezi's taunt struck a harmonious chord. He chuckled and took the lead, gesturing, I have been here for over 2 months, and thus far, I remain unscathed. Observing his swift retreat and the conviction in his words, Yezi hesitated. In these chaotic times, the esteemed Xin Yu must be preoccupied, leaving us a chance to escape. We might as well heed that lad once more. Xian remained silent, yet nodded slightly. Yezi quickly extended her hand, and the two women moved forward side by side. Ultimately, the sisters were still women, faced with an urgent situation and lacking alternatives. Perhaps, as suggested, there was indeed a way out in the Jade Well. If they managed to escape, they could temporarily distance themselves from Ling Mountain and avoid calamity. In a moment, the cave where Wu Jiao had hidden for 2 months appeared at the tunnel's end. He jumped directly into the cavern, gazing at the puddles on the ground, the imposing stone pillars, and the familiar stone bed, smiling as if he had returned home. That rascal Mu Shun, now backed by Xin Yu, would surely come looking for trouble. Yet with the protection of the crystal's spiritual might, what was there to fear? Alas, he had forgotten. Hold on. Wu Jiao rushed into the Jade Well, intending to evade Mu Shun's entanglements, but he couldn't bear to see the sisters suffer coercion. Perhaps he simply couldn't part with Xian, and so his chivalrous heart surged once more. In his haste, he forgot that the stone pillars in the cave might not recognize the fairies. An unforeseen mishap could lead to a blunder. He quickly waved his hand in caution. Let me explain. The two women then emerged one after the other, not pausing to survey their surroundings before stepping into the cave. Suddenly, the guide raised a hand to stop them. Yezi, without a second thought, shouted, "Do not play tricks. Someone is pursuing us." Upon hearing of the pursuit, Wu Jiao panicked and hurriedly said, "There are still Qiankuan crystals within the central stone pillar, radiating formidable spiritual might. The area within a radius of 5 zhang is a forbidden zone. We must navigate carefully and follow me." He hurriedly darted to the side of the stone wall, gesturing while reminding them, "Be cautious." Xian and Yezi, perhaps aware of the Qiankuan crystal's power, no longer questioned him and proceeded carefully along the cave wall. In the blink of an eye, they reached the end of the cavern, yet found themselves gazing left and right, bewildered. Before them stood nothing but stone walls. It was evident that this path led to a dead end. Yezi, in a fit of anger, exclaimed, "Where is the exit?" Wu Jiao was filled with anxiety, his hands flailing as he exclaimed, Indeed, where lies the escape?" He was burdened with unspoken sorrow and a burning urgency. This place might serve as a suitable refuge for himself, yet it would hardly be of use to others. If this were to endanger Xian, what then could be done? Yezi, witnessing Wu Jiao's helplessness, stamped her foot in frustration, exclaiming, "How blind I was to trust such a feeble scholar. It infuriates me." It was no wonder she was so agitated. At this moment, finding a path to safety was paramount. Otherwise, being captured would surely endanger their lives. Unable to contain her fury, she flicked her sleeve, drawing her sword, her expression radiating lethal intent. Wu Jiao sensed imminent danger and stumbled back a few steps, his eyes wide with alarm. Was that girl, in her rage, intending to take my life? Yezi, hold on. Xian interjected, then added, "Mr. Wu, why do you fear not the divine wrath? Why seek to harm my sister? Pray, speak truthfully, or we shall all perish." Her tone was calm, yet brooked no dissent, particularly as her exquisite features were veiled in a frosty demeanor, her eyes like calm autumn waters, imbuing the air with an ethereal chill. Wu Jiao wished to speak, yet found himself at a loss, his gaze fixed upon the enchanting beauty, rendered momentarily speechless. Xian's brows knitted tighter, her frost-like expression deepening. Meanwhile, Yezi could not endure such pretense. Agitated, she turned away, brandishing her sword and striking the stone wall with fervor. "Look at that lascivious thief. It's nauseating." Her outcry culminated in a resounding crash as a stone slab shattered. Holding her nose, she retreated, exclaiming, "Oh, the stench is unbearable." Wu Jiao felt both embarrassed and anxious, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Why must that girl provoke me in such a manner? At that moment, 5 figures emerged within the cave, one of whom was Mu Shen, accompanied by the other 4 stewards of Yujing Peak, including Gu Qi and Zhong Kai. Wu Jiao was startled, jolting from his embarrassment. Drawing his sword and pointing ahead, "Where the water flows, there must be an escape. If we unite our efforts to carve a path, we may find a solution." Xian and Yezi were already aware of their pursuers, feeling a sense of discouragement and despair. They glanced toward the cave's end, where a half-man-high opening lay, barely deep enough to warrant attention earlier. Upon closer inspection, they indeed noticed water trickling through the crevices. Could it be that behind this opening lay an alternative route? Leading the charge, Mu Shen shouted, "Wu Jiao, you have transgressed. You have incited the disciples of the immortals sect to defect, a crime most heinous." deserving of death according to the law. His excitement was palpable as he glanced back, instructing, "Brothers, assist me in capturing that scoundrel." The four stewards of Yujing Peak, well aware of the dangers of this place, hesitated in their steps. Mushin urged them persistently, "My master has commanded you to assist. You cannot afford to be remiss." Guqi, seemingly dissatisfied, grumbled, "The space is cramped. We must proceed with caution." He curiously observed Wu Jiao and the two women at the cave's end, gesturing for the three accompanying stewards to cautiously advance along the cave wall, finally following suit at a sluggish pace. Mushin's arrogance surged, a sinister smile spreading across his face as he taunted, "Wu Jiao, I shall see where you think you can flee." He rushed in with remarkable speed, swiftly traversing a significant portion of the cavern, and with a triumphant tone, he remarked, "My esteemed friends have strayed from the path, yet it is not too late for repentance. Why not assist me in subduing that young man? It may serve to rectify past misdeeds." Wu Jiao, observing that Zi Yin and Yi Zi remained motionless, could not help but urge, "What are you two dawdling for? Are you truly considering using me to gain merit?" His fear lay not in the potential betrayal by the two women, but rather in being cornered and trapped, leaving him no chance of escape. Without further ado, he gritted his teeth and stomped his foot, brandishing his sword as he charged toward Mu Shun, creating quite a splash as he did so, embodying an indomitable spirit. Mu Shun, taken aback by Wu Jiao's advance, soon dismissed it with a derisive snort, channeling his energy to unleash his own techniques. Meanwhile, Wu Jiao had managed to traverse the cavern's center, fortuitously sheltered beneath a protective barrier. Zi Yin and Yi Zi continued to glance around, hesitant and uncertain. The exit behind the half-man-high stone cavern remained unknown, and faced with the assault of 5 fellow cultivators, they had little hope of victory. Should they resign themselves to fate or make a desperate attempt? After all, what could a mere mortal achieve against cultivators? Simultaneously, Wu Jiao, having taken a shortcut, intercepted Mushin without hesitation, raising his longsword and swinging it fiercely. Mushin, confronted by the aggressive Wu Jiao, found himself in a precarious position, unable to advance or retreat. To strike the young man would be risky in such a confined space. One misstep could provoke the protective energy, leading to dire consequences. Retreating along the original path was not an option, as the others were already pressing against the cavern wall, blocking his escape. Just as he felt trapped, a flash of sword light surged forth. Bang! Mushin had no choice but to brace himself. In his eyes, Wu Jiao was merely immortal. Despite wielding a magical weapon, he was ultimately powerless. Yet, as Mushin activated his protective energy, the sword light struck him, causing a dazzling display of sparks. And though he sustained no grave injuries, the force was overwhelming, forcing him to stagger backward with a muffled thud. The other cultivators soon arrived, particularly Xiang Rong, who was closest. Caught off guard, fearing for his own safety, he inadvertently thrust out a hand in a defensive gesture. Bang! As Mu Shun continued to retreat, he was unexpectedly propelled forward, nearly losing his footing as his protective energy shattered. He turned in a mix of shock and anger, demanding, "Xiang, why do you confuse friend with foe and launch a covert attack?" This was no trivial matter, as it came from a cultivator and was imbued with their power. A hit from such a force could be fatal. Fortunately, the attack had not been delivered with full strength, otherwise, he would have faced severe injury or even death. Xiang Rong hastily halted, concealing his flying sword behind him to signal his lack of ill intent, repeatedly waving his empty left hand in apology. "I acted in haste. Forgive me." Behind him, Go Jun and Zhang Kai seized the opportunity to echo his sentiments. "The space is confined, and the protective energy is perilous. Please do not take offense, Mu." The three cultivators, showing remarkable coordination, offered their apologies while gradually withdrawing. In contrast, Guqi lingered at a distance, wearing a peculiar expression on his face. Mu Shin was acutely aware that he had suffered an unfair loss and could not help but cast a fierce glare at Xiang Rong. Before he could react further, a sweeping beam of sword light, accompanied by a whistling sound, surged towards him. A voice rang out with authority, "With me standing guard. Who dares to approach the two fairies even a step closer?" Such audacity! How could a mere mortal, devoid of any magical prowess, dare to challenge 5 cultivators? It was nothing but a futile attempt to win the favor of women. Mu Shin held a deep contempt for this individual's words and actions. Yet he found himself compelled to retreat. Despite the opponent's ineptitude, their strength was formidable. A single strike from him could easily shatter protective magic and lead to unforeseen consequences. Moreover, fortified by Ling Wei's protection, the experience of passively enduring blows without the ability to retaliate was far from pleasant. Meanwhile, Wu Jiao stood in Mushin's way, refraining from pressing the attack. He remained within the protective aura of the stone pillar, then elegantly twirled his sword before turning to call out with a bright voice, "Sister Yi, why do you not use your magic to clear a path?" Though his words suggested urgency, his gaze lingered on Ziyin, accompanied by a subtle smile. Chapter 42. The Fairy Sister. The scene before them left the two sisters utterly astonished. A mere mortal, a delicate scholar, dared to confront a cultivator without a trace of fear. Regardless of whether the 5 stewards of Yujing Peak exerted their full strength, he had indeed obstructed their path. It was hard to believe without witnessing it firsthand. Yezi seemed to express a hint of indignation as she exclaimed, "You dare to call me sister." She intended to unleash her frustration but then glanced at Ziyin beside her, whose round, cherubic face bore an inexplicable expression. He actually referred to me as a fairy. The term fairy signifies unparalleled beauty. What woman would not relish the praise of her appearance? Even if the compliments came from a rogue or a beggar, they would still be received with a smile. However, Ziyin remained silent, merely observing the ragged figure before them. Unable to contain herself any longer, Yezi raised her hand to summon a short sword. "Sister, what he said may hold some truth. Let us give it a try." With a flick of her finger, the short sword transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards the cave wall 2 yards away. With a thunderous crash, the rocks trembled, jade fragments scattered, and the resounding roar echoed throughout the cavern. The half-human-sized entrance collapsed several feet, causing the turbulent water to rush back, its pace gradually quickening. You are truly remarkable." Wujia stood firm, wary of Muxin's advance, and couldn't help but praise Yezi's initiative. Whether there was an escape route behind the stone wall was a question only the heavens could answer. Given the circumstances, there were no alternatives. Yet, although Yezi was a woman, she was a genuine cultivator. A single stroke of her sword matched half a day's effort of his. Yezi shot him a glance, rolling her eyes, yet her hands remained busy. With her incantation, the short sword, measuring over a foot in length, danced with the grace of a fish, swift and fierce. Another resounding crash followed as the cave deepened further, and the flowing water inside quickened accordingly. Ziyin withdrew her gaze from afar, realizing something and opting for silence. With a graceful flick of her long sleeves, a silvery sword light spiraled out. With a gentle tap of her delicate fingers, the sword light darted swiftly into the cave entrance. Wujia, witnessing Ziyin joining the fray, could not contain his broad smile. Although Muxin was temporarily unable to advance, he observed the surrounding situation keenly. Seeing the tunnel grow increasingly deeper, he feared unforeseen changes and promptly gestured, "This place is not suitable for spellcasting. Flying swords may prove effective. I implore everyone to lend a hand and prevent that young man from getting carried away." Gichi stood not far from the cave entrance, arms crossed, lost in thought. The remaining 3 had retreated from the seams of the stone wall and the spiritual pressure, exchanging glances filled with surprise. These stewards of Yujing Peak were well aware of the dangers of this place, yet they witnessed someone remaining unscathed, leaving them puzzled. Those below the foundation establishment stage were universally wary of spiritual pressure. Yet here was an unskilled disciple, thriving in the presence of such power. Xiangrong exchanged glances with his companions and summoned a beam of sword light with a raised hand. Wujia was enraptured by the sight of Ziyin skillfully wielding her flying sword. Every gesture, every smile, and her graceful, ethereal figure exuded an otherworldly charm that stirred his heart. Just as he became lost in admiration, he suddenly felt a chill creep down his spine and instinctively turned to look back, only to be struck by a wave of terror as his face drained of color. A beam of sword light, swift as a shooting star, hurtled towards him, piercing through the barrier of spiritual might with an ear-piercing whistle. Wu Jiao attempted to evade the impending peril, but it was too late. In a moment of desperation, he swung his long sword with all his strength in a horizontal arc. The sound of a tremendous impact reverberated as a ferocious force descended upon him like a mountain's weight. He lost his grip on the sword, unable to maintain his footing, and was violently propelled backward into the air. Simultaneously, the spiritual might of the stone pillar recoiled fiercely, unleashing a strange and powerful energy that surged through the cavern like an invisible tidal wave. Xiangrong, caught unawares, was immediately slammed against the cave wall. While some faced misfortune, others had already seized the opportunity. Mushin deftly evaded the backlash of the spiritual might and rushed forward, his intent unmistakable, to eliminate that cunning and treacherous nemesis. Wu Jiao, suspended in midair, felt his bones threaten to shatter, and before he could comprehend the situation, he crashed to the ground. To his astonishment, he discovered that the water pooling in the cave had vanished, resulting in a painful fall. The impact shattered the skin of his palms, compounding his miseries. He could not help but let out a soft groan, but upon seeing Zian and Yezi nearby, he forced a grimace and clambered to his feet, barely having time to rub his sore backside before lamenting his misfortune yet again. That rascal Mushin had darted over, proving himself remarkably opportunistic. Moreover, Gojun and Zhang Kai soon followed suit. Wu Jio's longsword had been knocked away, landing over 10 feet distant. It was evident that Xiang Rong and the others possessed far greater prowess. In a flurry, Wu Jio attempted to turn back, only to find Mushin charging towards him. Having circled the cavern, alas, why did Zian and Yezi not come to his aid? Unable to evade, Wu Jio wished to call for help. But before he could utter a word, Mushin lunged at him with a ferocious intent. He stood frozen, momentarily at a loss. Facing a cultivator unarmed was a perilous gamble. Furthermore, the remaining overseers were even more formidable than Mushin. If he were ensnared, all his previous efforts would be in vain. Zian and Yezi, as disciples of the celestial sect, might remain unscathed. However, his fate in Mushin's grasp was all too clear. Seeing Wu Jio frozen in shock, Mushin assumed he was paralyzed with fear. With a slight cold snort, he extended his hands, preparing to unleash his power. Just then, Wu Jio suddenly broke into a grin, as if revived. And with a swift motion, he flung a shadowy object while calmly stating, "Someone from the Valley of 10,000 Souls has been thinking of you. He asked me to escort you on your journey. Who in the Valley of 10,000 Souls is thinking of me?" Mushin's expression changed abruptly, and he hastily retreated, desperately shielding himself, fearing a hidden ambush. The two overseers trailing behind were equally perplexed and followed suit in retreat. Wu Jio, having adopted an air of inscrutable profundity, found himself shrinking back and turning to flee, only to halt in bewilderment. To his astonishment, the surroundings were empty, devoid of any presence. No wonder that upon rising from the ground, the sounds behind him had vanished entirely. Where could the person be? With a clang, Mushin was sent tumbling several yards away, effortlessly evading the shadow that had ambushed him. It was only upon hearing the clash of metal that he realized it was an ordinary short sword, yet to be drawn, which had struck the stone wall and fallen to the ground, lacking any lethal force. He paused momentarily, his face twitching, then with a flick of his sleeve, he raised his head and glared ahead, commanding in a fierce tone, "Do you dare to mock me?" Wu Jio, still in a sullen mood, responded absently, "You never learn. So who can you blame?" The sudden disappearance of the two women left him feeling somewhat forlorn, particularly regarding Ziyin. How could she leave without a word? Mushin let out a muffled grunt, reaching out to grasp the short sword on the ground, shaking off its scabbard, ready to advance and strike. Just then, the cave shook violently, followed by a rumble from the depths below, sending stone fragments flying and stirring up dust like an impending apocalypse. He and several others were bewildered, glancing around in confusion. Wu Jio was equally frightened, his gaze fixed tightly on the cave's entrance. Before long, the terrifying noise gradually subsided. Mushin exhaled, dashing forward, only to exclaim in astonishment, "Don't run." A tattered figure turned back and waved a hand, then vanished into the cave's depths. In a fit of frustration, Mushin lunged toward the entrance, bending down to enter, yet hesitated at the sight of the impenetrable darkness within. The other caretakers cautiously approached, silent in their trepidation. Among them, Xiang Rong clutched his chest, his expression grim, while Guqi silently surveyed the dark entrance with the discarded longsword in hand. Mushin cast a glance and reached out. "That is a talisman bestowed upon me by my master." Guqi observed Mushin's retreating figure and, after a moment, spoke in a low voice. "This matter is concluded. I shall take my leave." He turned to depart, carelessly dropping the long sword on the ground. The remaining 3 caretakers followed suit, preparing to leave. Mushin turned, eyes wide with indignation. "My master has given explicit orders to return the 2 women to the sect. As for that young man, his fate is inconsequential. How can you simply abandon this pursuit?" Guqi, without looking back, retorted, "Then why do you not pursue them yourself?" Mushin's expression stiffened, defending, "The situation is unpredictable. We must proceed with caution." However, he picked up the sword from the ground and added thoughtfully, "If my master were to investigate, I fear none of you would escape culpability." Guqi halted momentarily, then resumed his strides, his voice rising with irritation. "Instead of lingering here with idle chatter, we should investigate beneath the Jade Well Peak." A sudden realization dawned on Mushin, and he nodded in agreement. Since the 3 had fled, they must devise a means to leave Jade Well Peak. Wherever the water flowed, it must lead to lower ground. They simply needed to search around the mountain to uncover something. Wujio entered the cave and quickly crawled forward. Not long after, the darkness enveloped him, and suddenly he felt the ground beneath his feet give way, plunging him downward into the abyss. He was startled, mouth agape, ready to scream, but unexpectedly he landed on his rear with a thud, accompanied by a splash of water. Instantly, he collided with the surroundings and continued to slide downwards, feeling a sudden surge of pain throughout his limbs as the world spun around him. With no choice but to clutch his head tightly, he endured the descent into an inexplicable abyss. Time slipped away unnoticed, and he could not tell how many times he had been struck. He simply felt his body rise and then crash heavily into the water. In a flurry of frantic movements, he scrambled about, and amidst the sounds of splashing water, he finally found his footing. Yet the environment remained shrouded in darkness, and a chilling wind swept through. Where was this place? What had become of the purple mist and the leaves? Slowly, he emerged from the water, a pearl now resting in his hand. With the luminous glow of the pearl, the surroundings became visible. P.S. As the weather turns cooler, please take care of your health. Chapter 43. What more could one seek? This is an underground cavern, spanning 4 or 5 zhang. Shrouded in darkness and dampness, water trickles down from several fissures in the cave ceiling, converging into a pool within. The largest of these fissures is likely the source. The depth of the pool is uncertain, yet it occupies half of the cavern and may connect to an underground river, with turbulent currents unknown. In the corner of the cave, 2 familiar figures in white garments stand silently. Xian. Wuju's eyes gleam with recognition as he hastily wipes the moisture from his face and raises a luminous pearl, stepping closer for a clearer view. The 2 women in white, perhaps having just emerged from the water, are soaked through, their forms accentuated, resembling exquisite lotuses freshly blossomed or peonies unfurling in a rainy night, beautiful beyond measure. Captivating in every aspect. Who else could they be but Xian and Yezi? At the moment they are startled by the sound of water, their expressions vary. The man who crawled out from the water is not unfamiliar. His tattered garments are even more ragged, his hair disheveled, presenting the appearance of a wild man. Yet he bows his head, his mouth slightly ajar, a smile dancing on his face. His bright eyes continue to flicker up and down restlessly. Xian's face suddenly flushes, and she turns away. Yezi, however, stamps her foot and scolds, "Let your scoundrel, be gone." Wuju, upon seeing Xian, feels a surge of joy akin to a reunion after calamity and intends to offer greetings, only to be met with a reprimand. Who is the lecherous one? What concern is it of mine? At that instant, a layer of radiance suddenly envelopes the 2 women, accompanied by a gentle gust of wind, filling the entire cavern with a faint, ethereal fragrance. Wuju, realizing the situation, quickly raises his hand in apology. "Forgive my hasty intrusion. It was disrespectful." Though he says this, he circles in place, his nose twitching as if pursuing something elusive. Alas, the fleeting beauty of spring leaves no trace, only the intoxicating breeze remains. In the blink of an eye, the 2 damp women have regained their former refreshing elegance. Yezi appears still perturbed, continuing her admonishment as a scholar. "Do you not comprehend the ancient maxim of refraining from lewd gazes?" Wuju steadies himself, astonished. "Sister Yi, I implore you to temper your words. This scenario is not unprecedented. In similar circumstances, I did not hear your complaints." He speaks with conviction, adding nonchalantly, "Have you not heard the ancients say, 'A graceful lady is a gentleman's ideal partner'?" The reference to past events brings to mind the stormy night at the Qijia Ancestral Hall in Fenghua Valley, where the 2 distressed women were equally drenched, facing life and death with little regard for propriety. Yezi is momentarily speechless, unable to retort, and cannot help but exclaim in frustration. How could you survive a fall from 7 or 800 zhang? She alone could overpower 10 scholars, yet in a battle of wits, even 10 of her could scarcely rival a single scholar. In her shame and anger, her unreasonable nature is laid bare. "Sister Yi, your tongue is becoming increasingly unrestrained." Wuju shrugs, appearing quite helpless. Then, suddenly wide-eyed, he exclaims in disbelief, 7 or 800 zhang. Oh dear. He abruptly recalls something, hastily searching his surroundings in astonishment. The unbearable ache seemed to strike in an instant, leaving every limb and sinew uncomfortable, yet the skin remained unscathed, devoid of any bruises or contusions. How could it be? To fall from such a height and still be alive? As Yezi observed someone's disheveled state, her annoyance eased slightly, and she pouted. "With the combined efforts of my sister and me, we eventually broke through the cave wall to investigate, and then we descended. It must be several hundred feet down. We must be at the foot of the mountain now, though the way out remains uncertain. You nearly scared me to death." Although Wujiao felt sore all over, His arms and legs moved freely, realizing it had only been a false alarm. He reached to adjust his garments, only to discover he was holding a tattered piece of clothing, stumbling down through the crevices of the rocks. The scene was as one might imagine. He could only awkwardly give up and quietly step back 2 paces, fortunate that Xian stood facing the stone wall alone, sparing him considerable embarrassment. Just as Yezi had calmed down, she suddenly glared with her almond eyes. "How dare you? Who are you calling a girl? Do you take me for a maid?" Wu Jiao, secretly admiring Xian's silhouette, waved his hand and said, "It was merely an expression of closeness, with no ill intent. If I have overstepped, I humbly ask for your forgiveness, sister." Yet Yezi remained relentless, placing her hands on her hips and taking 2 aggressive steps forward, declaring, "Remember this, there is no one here who is your sister." Wu Jiao had not anticipated that a mere term of endearment would lead to such trouble. Pressured to retreat once more, he nearly stumbled back into the pool of water and hurriedly smiled. "You are only 16 or 17, at the prime of your youth. What harm is there in calling you a fairy sister? Surely, I cannot refer to you as an elder sister." Upon hearing the term fairy, Yezi felt a slight relief, but when he added elder sister, she instantly retorted, You shut your mouth. Cultivators do not judge age by appearance, nor cultivation by years." At that moment, Xian unexpectedly turned around and said, "Yezi's age is not as you imagine. It is inappropriate to jest about it." Her words were gentle and melodious. Wu Jiao felt as if he were enveloped in a spring breeze, nodding vigorously. Xian, with her understanding nature, had deftly defused the argument. It was surprising to learn that Yezi was even older than her actual age. Now he understood. She must possess a beauty-retaining pill. And what of Xian? He was still unaware of her true age. Yezi seemed reluctant for anyone to mention her age, turning back with a playful pout, "Sister." Xian's expression softened slightly, a faint smile gracing her cheeks. Yet, in her eyes lingered a hint of wistfulness, and as she began to walk away, she added, "This place is not suitable for lingering." Yezi followed closely, dismissively saying, "We simply need to carve a path out of here, once Lingxiao Mountain is stable again. We can return to the Immortal Gate without delay." Xian shook her head, replying, "The destination is uncertain, and creating a passage is not an easy task. Moreover, my injuries have only healed about 50 to 60%. Any further hindrance could bring unforeseen consequences." Perhaps fearing Yezi would grow anxious, she continued, "Let us remain calm and use our spiritual senses to explore." Yezi understood, and the 2 sisters moved side by side through the cave, whispering to one another as they searched. Wu Jiao stood alone, transformed into a bystander, yet his gaze flitted back and forth, entranced by the graceful figure before him, his entire being drifting in a state of ethereal reverie. At long last, he beheld the celestial being he had long yearned for. Every hardship endured seemed worthwhile. Now she was set to depart from Lingxiao Mountain, coinciding with his own predicament, forced by Mushin into a corner. Thus their fates intertwined, a fortuitous encounter bestowed by the heavens. The more Wu Jiao pondered, the more elated he became, unable to suppress the urge to inquire, "Miss Xian, have you found a way out?" Xian, accompanied by Yezi, halted at the corner of the cave, turning neither her head nor her attention, responding coolly, "Mr. Wu, please step aside." Wu Jiao, wishing to draw closer for conversation, was compelled to relent, chuckling, "I am no longer a gentleman. Simply call me by my name." Yet Xian paid no heed to the commotion behind her, giving a slight nod to Yezi, and together they stepped back, each summoning their flying swords. Launching their efforts in unison, the 2 beams of sword light spiraled and penetrated the stone wall, instantly erupting in a cacophony of shattered stone debris. Observing the 2 women hard at work carving a path, Wu Jiao recognized the inappropriateness of interrupting them, yet he could not remain idle. He raised the luminous pearl in his hand to assist in illuminating the space. Under the influence of their magical prowess, the flying swords proved remarkably sharp, slicing through the hard stone wall as effortlessly as a knife through tofu. In no time, a man-sized opening materialized. Immediately following was a muted crash, and a cloud of choking dust surged forth from the opening. Wu Jiao hastily raised his hand to shield himself, succumbing to a fit of coughs. Xian and Yezi simultaneously retracted their swords, each waving their sleeves to conjure a refreshing breeze. Once the dust settled, the 2 stepped through the opening, vanishing from sight. Why did these 2 women so often pursue their own agendas, neglecting to wait for their companion? Observing his solitude once more, Wu Jiao hastened after them, stepping into the cave, and raised the pearl to scrutinize his surroundings. The newly carved stone wall was at least 2 or 3 zhang thick. Behind it lay a winding, exceedingly narrow crevice. Not far ahead, Xian and Yezi proceeded in single file. Wu Jiao tilted his body and slowly navigated through the narrow gap. After the passage of a short incense stick's time, a cavern of considerable size emerged at the end of the crevice. Yezi surveyed her surroundings, her face alight with joy. My consciousness perceives that just 3 to 5 zhang ahead lies the valley. Xian replied with a soft acknowledgement, exhaling gently. Yezi, brimming with enthusiasm, declared, Sister, step back and rest. Allow me to take the lead. Xian, having already exhausted her magical energies, showed no reluctance as she turned to retreat. However, noticing someone following her in haste, she couldn't help but express concern. Miss Xian, you appear unwell. Are you in any distress? Yezi had already unleashed her flying sword, instantly creating a new opening in the stone wall. Xian cast a glance back, her expression evading Wu Jiao's gaze. Yet suddenly taken aback, she raised her eyes slightly, speaking quietly, I am quite well, but why do you bear a pallor of dark energy? She had never truly regarded Wu Jiao until now, and at such close proximity, every feature of his countenance became apparent. The sharp brows and the pale, slender cheeks rendered him strikingly handsome and dignified. Yet the faint dark aura lingering around his brow added an air of untamed wildness and an enigmatic quality that was difficult to decipher. Is this the timid and cowardly teacher, exuding an air of decay? Yet, he has bravely stood in the cave beneath Yujing Peak, shielding 5 cultivators with his own body. Wu Jiao was taken aback by the concern shown towards him, especially since it came from Ziyan. He felt a surge of gratitude and shook his head, saying, It is nothing, merely a matter of misfortune. Once this tribulation is overcome, fortune will surely follow, transforming calamity into blessing. Seeing Wu Jiao speak so lightly of his predicament, Ziyan refrained from further inquiries. After a moment of contemplation, she advised, once you are free from this predicament, it would be wise to keep your distance from Ling Mountain. A mere mortal should not mingle with the immortal sections. Never before had anyone shown such concern for his safety. With Ziyan's support, what more could he desire? Wu Jiao felt a warmth spreading within him, ready to express his intentions, but he noticed that Ziyan had already turned away, urgently signaling, Yi Zi, hold on for a moment. The newly excavated cave now extended 3 or 4 zhang deep, nearing the wall's collapse. Yi Zi, sensing the urgency, did not need prompting and raised his hand to grasp the flying sword, exclaiming in surprise, there are people outside the cave. Chapter 44. A sense of helplessness. The Jade Well Peak, sprawling over 100 miles and soaring 1,000 feet high, resembles a colossal stone pillar rising amidst the rugged mountains when viewed from a distance. Surrounding the peak are deep canyons and dense forests, where the frost has painted the autumn landscape in vibrant hues. At the foot of the mountain, 3 figures hastily approach. Leading them is Mushin. Grasping the longsword he had regained, his eyes scanning the surroundings vigilantly. Accompanying him are 2 elderly men, Xiong Rong and Go Jun, each wielding flying swords and exhibiting a watchful demeanor. Having departed from the Jade Well, the trio utilized a teleportation array to reach the mountain's base, intent on bringing the traitorous disciples of the immortal sect to justice. However, the 2 remaining stewards of the Jade Well did not accompany them. Zhang Kai claimed to be entangled in trivial matters, while Guqi bluntly stated his ill health necessitated rest. Mushin, unfazed by their absence, discreetly signaled to Xiong Rong and Go Jun that should they assist in capturing the elusive Wu Jiao and recovering the 2 women, he would report to his master, promising substantial rewards. Who would refuse such a beneficial proposition? Xiong Rong and Go Jun, driven by their aspirations for a bounty of spirit stones and elixirs to enhance their cultivation, quickly set aside past grievances and found common ground with Mushin. Yet, despite having circumnavigated the mountain's base, no abnormalities had manifested. Mushin alighted onto a flat hillside, hastening a few paces before gradually coming to a halt. His gaze fixed upon a nearby cliff, spitting in frustration. Was the young man entombed within the depths of the earth, or had he already fled from Jade Well Peak? Death would at least grant him the company of the 2 women. If he had escaped, he ought to have left some traces. Xiong Rong and Go Jun soon followed, feigning concern as they brushed past him. Mu Steward, if your magical power is waning, please take a moment to rest. Mushin retorted, though I may be lacking, I am not in such a pitiable state. The 2 stewards, possessing cultivation levels of the 7th and 8th tiers, regarded Mushin's 5th tier prowess with disdain. Within the immortal sect, strength reigns supreme. Fully aware of this reality, Mushin stifled his irritation, responding in kind before preparing to pursue once more. However, after taking only a few steps, a sudden shift in his expression prompted him to call out, Wait. Xiang Rong and Go Jun, swift in their movements, had already distanced themselves by several dozen yards. Upon hearing his voice, they slowed their pace. Mushin retreated a few steps, turning slowly to face them. On the hillside to his right lay a patch of low shrubs, roughly 10 feet in diameter. Adjacent to the steep cliff of the Jade Well Peak, he concentrated for a moment and listened intently, puzzled. Just now, I seemed to hear a knocking sound. Why has it ceased? Xiang Rong and Go Jun exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. Mushin continued to mutter to himself, with my spiritual awareness. I cannot penetrate such a thick cliff, dear brothers. At that moment, the two figures turned back. Without hesitation, Xiang Rong raised his hand to summon his flying sword. Go Jun, acting in perfect synchrony, stepped aside to take a defensive stance. Mushin's realization struck him, and his demeanor shifted with newfound vigor. The flying sword conjured a tempest from the ground, sending grass and trees flying, uprooting the low shrubs, and revealing a concealed section of the cliff in an instant. In quick succession, the sword light flickered, striking the stone with a resounding thud, embedding itself deeply within. It then spun with a hissing sound, sending sparks flying, and in an instant, a towering opening appeared in the stone wall. Xiang Rong raised his hand, causing the flickering sword light to vanish in an instant. He retreated to stand beside Go Jun, exchanging a meaningful glance with his companion. Mushin gazed at the opening, 6 or 7 zhang away, filled with astonishment. His consciousness revealed the clear scene within the cave. He chuckled and called out, 3 of you, do come out. Let us not disturb the harmony of our sect. At that moment, a series of coughs echoed from within the cave. Just as Yezi sensed the presence of others outside and attempted to withdraw, it was too late. Before any response could be made, the stone wall opened wide. Following this, a gust of sword energy, shattered stone fragments, and swirling dust filled the entire cavern. Though she was protected by her magical aura, she quickly turned to retreat along the path she had come to avoid the impending assault from outside. Unexpectedly, Wuji was bent over, coughing uncontrollably, and his fits of coughs sealed the only available gap. Yezi, anxious, urged in a hushed tone, step aside. A voice beside her lamented, where else can we hide? Yezi, about to express her frustration, paused at the sound and replied weakly, sister. Though her impatience lingered, she understood that even if they retraced their steps, there was nowhere to escape. The only path behind them had transformed into a deadly trap. Now, with no way to advance or retreat, they had fallen into a dire predicament. Xian furrowed her brow slightly, contemplating briefly before softly reassuring, although I am injured, I can hold them off for a moment. Yezi, you might consider taking Wu Jiao and moving ahead. With a gentle sweep of her sleeve, the swirling dust dissipated considerably. She turned to face the cave entrance, her expression serene yet unusual. Yezi exclaimed in alarm, sister, you mustn't. Although Mushin might not be formidable, he was cunning and difficult to contend with. Furthermore, the 2 elder caretakers from Yujing Peak were formidable in their own right. You can only muster 50 to 60% of your power now. You are no match for those 3. Xian grasped Yezi's hand, offering a gentle pat for comfort. As fellow disciples, they would not force us into a corner. Would they? It may be all right. Do not forget to seize the opportunity to escape. Her tone was casual, akin to how sisters would converse. With a flick of her long sleeve, a sword of light appeared in her hand, and she gracefully stepped forward towards the cave entrance. Cough. Cough. Wu Jiu coughed harshly a couple of times before regaining his breath. Looking up to see Xian departing alone, he exclaimed, you cannot trust that fellow. Xian paused, not looking back. At that moment, a beam of sword light suddenly surged from outside the cave. Yezi's expression turned to alarm. Sister, be careful. Xian stood at the cave entrance, neither dodging nor retreating. With a protective glow surrounding her, she released the sword from her sleeve. Another beam of sword light followed, even more overwhelming than the first. She was momentarily taken aback, yet there was no retreat left for her. Yezi, sensing the impending danger, hurriedly advanced with her sword drawn. Bang! A thunderous sound reverberated through the cave as a fierce and rapid gust swept in from the entrance. The violet smoke took the lead, her garments and long hair billowing backward, followed by a pained gasp as she was hurled away from the ground. Yezi, similarly unable to escape fate, fell directly to the ground without a moment to retreat. In that instant, 2 powerless short swords clattered against the stone wall. Wu Jiao remained ensnared in the crevice of the mountain rock, astonished, as a figure cloaked in white surged toward him. Without a moment's hesitation, he extended his hands, and in an instant, the figure fell into his embrace. Before he could process the chaos, an invisible force struck him violently, causing his vision to darken and his chest to constrict. and he could not suppress a cry of anguish, only to be muffled by a cascade of flowing hair that obscured his face. A soft moan whispered in his ear, followed by a gasp as warm blood splattered. Sister, Yezi had managed to rise from the ground, her eyes widening as she beheld the violet smoke tightly held in the arms of a bare-chested man. Alarmed and furious, she shouted, "You! How dare you take advantage of her plight? Release her at once." She swayed, struggling to lunge forward. Wu Jiu gritted his teeth, forcing down the cry that threatened to escape his lips, and glared at Yezi, declaring, "I will not let go. Humph. I am merely acting as a valiant protector. How can that be construed as taking advantage of her misfortune? It is a rare occasion to hold such a beauty in my arms. As a man, I must be resolute. I will not release her. Let me go." As soon as Wu Jiu's words fell, the person in his embrace pushed away. He glanced down, his heart trembling. In the dim light, he beheld the beauty, her countenance marred by blood yet exuding a sorrowful grace. He quickly responded, taking 2 careful steps forward, gently placing the violet smoke on the ground, and extending his hand to support her, allowing her to lean against the stone wall for comfort. The violet smoke had never been so close to a man before and felt an urge to rebuke him. Yet, she observed that the man before her was devoid of his usual playful demeanor, his eyes clear and serious, his actions filled with genuine concern and care. Step aside. Yezi stumbled slightly, suddenly colliding with him, and took the opportunity to fall beside the violet smoke, anxiously asking, "Sister, how's your injury?" "I'm still alive." The violet smoke managed a strained smile at Yezi, shaking her head weakly, her gaze shifting, revealing a hint of regret in her expression. Wu Jiu unexpectedly stumbled back, turning to shout, only to be met once more with those captivating eyes. He quickly shrugged, attempting to appear nonchalant, then discreetly turned away, grimacing for a while. That girl had bumped into him, and the ache throughout his body seemed to resurface. At that moment, voices echoed from outside the cave. The 2 friends within have lost their ability to retaliate. We do not dare claim credit, so we implore Mu Guan to handle the matter judiciously. It was Xiang Rong's voice, laced with a tone of ingratiation. Then a familiar laughter rang out. "Haha. Thank you." "Brothers," he paused, a smug expression crossing his face as he continued, "I bear no grudge against the 2 sisters, the violet smoke and Yezi. I have wronged you both earlier. Alas, I cannot defy the master's orders, thus resorting to such desperate measures. If you hand over Wu Jiu, we can exchange transgressions for merit." The violet smoke and Yezi simultaneously lifted their eyes. Wu Jiu had long forgotten the pain in his body, silently gazing toward the cave entrance. Beyond a distant beam of light, he could see nothing. Undoubtedly, Mu Xin awaited outside the cave. That fellow clearly seeks to confront himself, and it seems he is unwilling to relent. Mu Xin continued, "Wu Jiu, you are inescapably doomed, so why drag others into your plight? Why not reveal yourself and face justice? What more do you await?" Wu Jiu remained silent, slowly turning around. The 2 women huddled together, both utterly exhausted, yet at that moment, they exchanged glances, each reflecting an inexplicable emotion. Wu Jiao's gaze fell upon the crevice in the mountainside from whence he came, and he shook his head in resignation. Even if he were to return to the cave, it would ultimately lead to a dead end. It seems there is truly no escaping this fate. "Wu Jiao, I offer you one final piece of counsel. If you do not appear within the span of half a stick of incense, this place shall become your burial ground. And as for the 2 fellow cultivators, heed my warning, do not align yourselves with him, lest you find yourselves entangled and regret too late." Mu Xin continued to prattle on, his words suffocating and utterly unavoidable. Chapter 45. Discord of seasons within the cave. An unsettling silence enveloped the atmosphere. Wu Jiu stood motionless, his head bowed in contemplation. The crimson stains adorning his exposed left arm were remnants of blood, vividly bright, emitted from Xian's lips. The 2 sisters huddled together in a corner, their expressions a blend of concern and trepidation. Xian appeared frail and composed, yet her autumn-like eyes betrayed an underlying chill, hinting at a frost-laden despair. She dismissed Mu Shun's warnings and threats, yet found herself inexplicably overwhelmed by the brutality of fate. Yizi observed the tattered figure of Wu Jiu, her anxiety tinged with hesitation. After a brief moment, she could no longer contain herself, whispering, "Wu Jiu, you are not of the celestial realm, perhaps." She wished to urge him to leave the cave, to spare her sister from impending harm. Yet the words faltered on her lips. Although she loathed him, she could not bring herself to compel him to a senseless demise. Wu Jiu lifted his gaze. Yizi averted her eyes, biting her lip into silence. It seemed that Wu Jiu had relinquished a weighty thought, puffing out his cheeks in a long sigh. and he nodded subtly, choosing to ignore Yi Zi, fixated instead on Xian. Unbeknownst to him, she remained oblivious, her head bowed in contemplation. With a gentle smile, he softly spoke, "Xian, take care of yourself." As he spoke, he feigned a flourish of his sleeves, intending to turn away with nonchalance, only to remember his exposed arm, which added an air of vulnerability and disarray. Xian's expression shifted slightly. Wu Jiao's composure faltered, and he turned back in haste. Xian hesitated, pausing momentarily before stating with a calm demeanor, "You are merely immortal, even amidst adversity. You ought not to seek refuge in the spirit mountain, nor should you involve yourself in the disputes of the celestial realm. Given the circumstances, it would be wise to plead for mercy. The stewards of Yujing Peak may yet grant you a passage to safety." Anticipating a plea for him to stay, Wu Jiao was instead met with her own urgency to depart. A sense of disappointment settled within him, and he forced a smile, bittersweet in nature, murmuring to himself, "To part without clarifying my intentions would be unjust." He shook his head and abruptly inquired, "Xian, do you know the true reason for my retreat to the Spirit Mountain?" Xian remained silent, perhaps indifferent to the so-called reason. Wu Jiao, feeling awkward, pressed on, "Xian, if I were to say that I traveled a great distance solely for you, would you believe me?" Xian furrowed her brow, a hint of indignation flickering in her eyes, her cheeks betraying a faint flush. Wu Jiao scratched his head, musing aloud, "To be honest, I wouldn't believe it either." He raised his hands, a rueful grin forming, and continued, "In truth, I infiltrated the Spirit Mountain merely to catch a glimpse of you, Xian. Now that I have fulfilled my wish, I am left without regrets." Given Xian's beauty, she must have had her share of admirers. Yet, facing an unabashed declaration from a mortal was a novel experience for her. The young man bore no frivolity in his demeanor. Rather, he expressed himself with sincerity, revealing a hint of solitude and melancholy in his words. Just as she prepared to scold him, hesitation crept in, and she instead said, "I am grateful for your affection, but alas, we are worlds apart." Wu Jiao, steeling himself, spoke his heart, feeling an unexpected lightness as he hesitated to leave, only to find himself unexpectedly pausing, without mockery or reprimand. Even the girl Yezi had fallen silent, yet her curious gaze darted about. What did the earlier words mean? They were imbued with profound emotion. What constitutes a stranger? Whether immortal or mortal, from birth to death, in the endless cycle of life, are we not all traversing the same path, bustling together? What difference is there? Wu Jiao seemed to have glimpsed the dawn, instantly invigorated. After a series of questions, he declared, "Since both immortals and mortals share the same fate, why can't we accompany each other on this journey? A mere mortal dares to wish for a lifetime hand in hand with a celestial being. Not only that, but he spoke with unwavering conviction. As it is said, life and death are but one road. Reincarnation knows no rank. Let us cherish each step and accompany one another." Even Xian, who had cultivated for many years and possessed a heart as calm as still water, was momentarily taken aback. Yezi stared in astonishment, her expression brimming with curiosity. This scholar, once timid and cowardly, now appeared so audacious. Indeed, he must have lost his senses. Xian wished to evade the situation but found no escape. She wanted to refute his claims yet was left speechless. Even when she lowered her head, she could still feel that fervent gaze upon her. With a soft sigh, she murmured, "Alas, we are fated to be apart. Why must we endure this?" Wu Jiao leaned slightly closer and countered, "Meeting in the valley of wind and flower on a rainy night. Who claims we are fated to be apart? Our reunion today, is it not destiny?" His attentive expression and gentle coaxing words resembled those of a teacher in the chief family ancestral hall, not preaching, but seeking to express his innermost feelings. Xian, feeling somewhat powerless, replied softly, "I am not as you imagine. Our seasons are not in harmony." Though she was indeed reserved and proud, with many admirers, her only means of self-preservation was to ignore and maintain a respectful distance. Who could have anticipated that this scholar from the mundane world would be so uninhibited, driving her to a state of confusion? Wu Jiao, once a refined teacher, gentle and courteous, could also exhibit impatience when faced with naive obstinacy. He could not restrain himself and exclaimed, "What does it matter if you are a few years older? I do not mind your age, do not disdain my youth. Let us simply walk together, regardless of the passage of time." Xian lifted her gaze, her eyes like rippling autumn waters, her chest rising and falling slightly, a faint blush gracing her pale cheeks. Yet, in an instant, her expression turned cold, and she said flatly, "Do not be presumptuous. I am a person of the outer realms, while you are of the mundane world. Perhaps our paths have crossed by mere chance, but from now on, let us have no further entanglements. Please conduct yourself with dignity." Wu Ji wished to elaborate further, but found himself frozen in place, his mouth opening and closing as he straightened up slowly. Alas, after all that had been said, he was met with a refusal. To continue would not be a matter of thick skin but of shamelessness, leading only to disdain. Yet, in the depths of his feelings, he found that spilled water cannot be retrieved. He was not merely heartbroken, but had lost his heart altogether. He gazed blankly at Xian, forced a bitter smile, and slowly turned away, muttering to himself, "Do not speak of chance encounters. Fate has always been ordained by the heavens. A thread connects us across miles. Is it affection or indifference? Though the mortal realm may be tumultuous, even the spiritual mountains are not at peace. Dare I ask where freedom resides? With a wave of the sleeve, I shall walk alone with the wind." His expression was one of melancholy, his tone low, and even his weary silhouette seemed to emanate a faint sorrow and longing. The heart of Xian tightened slightly. Yezi had never witnessed a man so emotionally stirred. He ceased his sarcastic remarks and sincerely praised, "Truly, a scholar. Such eloquence." At that moment, a shout from outside the cave pierced the air. "Wu Jiao, the time has come. If you are afraid, come out and kneel to beg for mercy." Wu Jiao paced restlessly, pausing momentarily to gaze skyward with a heavy sigh, torn between leaving and staying. Just as his emotions reached a crescendo, Yezi's presence disrupted the atmosphere, particularly the untimely shout from outside, which was utterly intolerable. His brow darkened, and he bellowed, "Mushin, you scoundrel living off others. Is it revenge you seek? Just wait." He stepped toward the exit but halted abruptly, turning back to Xian with a solemn bow. A hasty farewell, filled with lingering resentment. "Alas, fate seems blind. Allow me to take my leave. Take care." With a determined lift of his brows and clenched fists, he set forth with a spirit of valor and resolve, as if embarking on an irreversible journey. Xian watched his departing figure, her heart suddenly racing. He was merely a mundane scholar, yet he oscillated between timidity and fervor, leaving her perplexed. Moreover, he harbored enmity with cultivators. What hope did he have of survival outside? The narrow cave mouth was but 5 or 6 zhang wide, and in an instant, he would reach its end. Wu Jiu strode forth with purpose, his anger palpable, yet as the light of the exit drew nearer, despair crept in. To step outside was tantamount to walking to his death, and he felt he had yet to fully embrace life. To plead for mercy from Mushin would truly render him a coward. At least he had confessed his feelings to Xian, which made this journey somewhat worthwhile. Alas, the flowers have intentions, while the flowing waters remain indifferent. How lamentable. Wu Jiao, lost in self-pity, emerged from the cave, squinting against the brightness of the sun. In the distance, 3 figures stood, one of whom suddenly leaped toward him. Mushin? What was his intention? Before Wu Jiu could ponder further, a streak of sword light sliced through the air. Simultaneously, a mocking laugh echoed. "Ha! This is no longer Yujing. You have no chance of escape." That fellow was ruthless, striking without warning. Wu Jiao attempted to evade, but it was too late. In a moment of desperation, he raised his arm to block, only to be sent hurtling backward with a dull thud. The assailing sword light abruptly halted, its momentum ceased. Struggling to regain composure, he crashed against the hard stone wall, feeling as though his bones might shatter, nearly losing consciousness from the pain. Yet he gritted his teeth and remained upright, hastily examining his arms. Both arms bore deep, ghastly wounds, exposing bone, a sight most distressing. Despite the severe injuries and excruciating pain, they remained functional. Mushin landed 3 zhang away, bewildered as he caught the flying sword. He had expected to find a corpse. Who would have thought the intended victim could once again block his sword with bare hands? The earlier display of spiritual might had been somewhat understandable, but now, with no protection, how had that lad managed to escape unscathed? Wu Shun's confusion lingered, yet his expression subtly shifted as he raised his voice to indicate, "Brothers, exercise utmost caution." 2 figures clad in white, leaning on each other for support, emerged from the cave entrance. They were Xian and Yezi. Xiang Rong and Go Jun stood a dozen paces away, indifferent to the appearance of the 2 women. To them, both were grievously injured and on the verge of collapse, posing no real threat. However, the disciple from Yujing Peak, known as Wu Jiu, possessed an undeniable peculiarity. For cultivators, it was not an arduous task to defend against magical artifacts with bare hands, but for an untrained individual, it was utterly incomprehensible. Seeing that Xian and Yezi remained motionless, Wu Shun felt a sense of relief and continued, "Wu Jiu, you may possess a protective treasure that can withstand a single strike, but can it endure 100 swords? 1,000 swords?" Wu Jiao was still assessing the sword wounds on his arms, his face contorted in pain. Upon hearing Wu Shen's words, a wave of irritation washed over him. Ever since encountering that fellow, he had endured relentless humiliation, escaping death only to be left battered and bruised. Enough was enough. Wu Jiao shook his arms, feeling the pain subside slightly, and drew the sheathed short sword from his cloak, preparing to retaliate. However, a glance caught his eye, and he froze momentarily. Not far from the cave entrance, the two women gazed silently. One of them, her white garment stained with blood, resembled a winter plum blossom against the snow, still so vibrant and captivating. Xian, how did she emerge? Was it reluctance or farewell? Wu Jiao steadied his mind, finally managing to withdraw his gaze, suddenly feeling a swell of determination. He raised his head and declared passionately, "Wu Shen, today, I submit to your whims. But I implore you to spare those two ladies." Since escape was no longer feasible, why not express his feelings for Xian? Even if it bore no fruit, it would at least be a resolution. Wu Shen, however, showed no mercy. Humph. What are you? On the brink of death, yet you still dare to act coy. Wu Jiao then turned to Xiang Rong and Go Jun, asserting, Wu Shen bullies the weak, and such tyranny cannot be tolerated. Today, I shall confront him with my mortal form to settle both new and old grievances. This matter is personal. I ask you both to refrain from intervening. Xiang Rong and Go Jun remained silent, their expressions rife with disdain. A confrontation between mortals and cultivators was akin to seeking one's own demise. Wu Shen, now seething with rage, brandished his flying sword. Chapter 46. The encounter and struggle. A mere mortal, devoid of spiritual roots, managed to infiltrate the sacred mountain through a blend of trickery and a stroke of improbable fortune, living in a state of surprising ease. Most astonishingly, he not only entangled himself with beautiful female cultivators, but now dared to publicly challenge the practitioners, reaching an audacious level of defiance. To Wu Shen, this was no longer mere arrogance or ignorance, but rather a deliberate insult. To resolve grievances without external intervention. Who did he think he was? I alone shall deal with you. With a wave of his hand, Wu Shen summoned his flying sword. You scoundrel, I shall ensure you find no place for your burial. Wu Jiao, fearing death even more than the disgrace of cowardice, would transform entirely when faced with peril. It was but a manifestation of human nature, a desperate struggle for survival. To put it bluntly, it was akin to a cornered beast fighting back. Yet, compared to ordinary individuals, he possessed a spark of quick wit and madness. As long as Xiang Rong and Go Jun refrained from interfering, what harm could there be in a confrontation with Wu Shen? Whatever the outcome, fate would have its course. As the Cloud Saint Sun proclaimed, to have come and fought, that is enough for this life. Moreover, with a captivating beauty at his side and a fair maiden observing the battle, how could a valiant man not feel his blood surge? Wu Jiao steadied Xiang Rong and Go Jun with words, preparing to engage in a desperate showdown when suddenly, a flash of sword light struck unexpectedly, leaving no time to evade. He hastily raised his sheathed short sword to block. The brilliance flared, a deafening clang resounded, as if struck head-on by a fierce tiger, the overwhelming force crashing upon him. His arms trembled violently, blood spurted from his wounds, and with a resounding thud, he was thrown back against the mountain wall. Stumbling and falling to the ground in a disheveled heap, yet clinging to the short sword with unwavering grip. Despite his dizziness, he remained acutely aware of his condition. Though his limbs ached, he could endure it. The crucial point was that he was alive, whole, and uninjured. Yet, a constriction gripped his chest. And before he could feel fortunate, a mouthful of warm blood sprayed onto the short sword he held. A sudden lightness washed over his heart, the suffocation easing, and he hurriedly wiped the sword clean to maintain his grip. Unbeknownst to him, the blood had seemingly vanished, as if it flowed through the sheath and along the handle to its destined place. Wu Shen, having easily gained the upper hand, wore no expression of joy. Instead, his embarrassment and fury intensified, the air thick with murderous intent. That scoundrel had dared to block his flying sword with bare hands, a disgraceful affront. Now, with a sheathed short sword in his possession, the audacity of the youth only grew bolder, truly a stone from a cesspit, foul and unyielding. Wu Shen formed hand seals, and his flying sword rose high with a clang, its aura swelling as he channeled his magic. More than 10 paces away, Xiang Rong and Go Jun stood by, observing with ambiguous expressions. The disciple from Yujing Peak might possess treasures for defense, yet ultimately remained a mere mortal, while Wu Shen, despite his inferior cultivation, was indeed a practitioner of the mystical arts. Despite the glaring disparity in their strengths, the two remained locked in a stalemate. Mu Guanshi. Let us see how you conclude this. At the cave's entrance, two women leaned against each other, their gazes fixed and silent. They had anticipated that the scholar would have perished elsewhere, yet to their astonishment, he not only survived but exuded an indomitable spirit, intent on engaging Mu Shun in combat. Especially those bold proclamations, though ultimately futile, were delivered with such fervor that they stirred the hearts of all who heard them. And this mere mortal, having endured countless trials to reach the sacred mountain, not to cultivate immortality nor to refine elixirs, but rather to risk life and limb, what could possibly be his motive? Could it be as he claimed? Alas! Xian gazed at the tattered figure, her heart in turmoil. It was as though a long-dormant cold spring had suddenly stirred, creating ripples that danced upon the surface. Wu Jiao, sensing no immediate harm, felt a slight relief. He raised his gaze and caught a glimmer of swordlight. Without time to rise, he summoned all his strength and lunged forward. Mu Shun was merely 3 to 5 paces away, arriving in an instant. Before the opponent's flying sword could descend, Wu Jiao swung the sheathed short sword with all his might. Mu Shun, preparing to activate his flying sword, was taken aback as a figure approached. The lad, seemingly on the brink of death, transformed into a fierce adversary in the blink of an eye. Mu Shun, startled, instinctively directed the sword light downward. Yet, the figure swiftly dodged aside, shouting, "This move," severing the waist, and driving back the tiger and leopard. He hastily maneuvered the sword to block, instantly drawing a line of crimson upon the opponent's leg. The sheathed short sword struck like a venomous serpent, swift and relentless. Avoiding the blow proved futile. A resounding impact struck his waist. Although protected by magical barriers, the overwhelming force was sudden and unanticipated. He staggered back 2 steps, and the opponent's voice rang out. This move, the most domineering of all, strikes low. Another attack followed. Mere mundane military techniques repurposed to confront cultivators, a truly extraordinary spectacle. Yet, this relentless brawl became a source of exasperation. Mu Shun retreated, urging his flying sword to circle protectively around him. Wu Jiao's desperate tactic was to engage in close combat. Recognizing Mu Shun had seen through his intentions, he charged forward heedlessly. With a swift cut, another line of blood was drawn across his arm, yet the short sword in his hand ruthlessly swept out, shattering the opponent's protective barrier. Mu Shun leaped up as if ablaze, the pain in his lower body unbearable. How could this seemingly frail boy possess such immense strength? In his frenzy, he targeted the most vulnerable point of his foe. How despicable! Mu Shun, consumed by shame and anger, lost all composure, drawing talismans and weaving incantations, unleashing a torrent of fiery light intermingled with binding magic. Yet, his wrath remained unquenched, and the sword light howled. Wu Jiao sought to press his advantage, yet suddenly found his movement sluggish. Realizing the peril, he exerted every ounce of strength to escape, as the fierce flames rained down like a tempest, and the piercing sword light surged forth. Xian, watching intently, felt a flicker of emotion. A mortal body could hardly withstand the ferocity of divine magic, no matter how one struggled. They would inevitably be reduced to ash beneath the searing flames. Without a moment's hesitation, she advanced 2 steps, her flowing sleeves poised to intervene. Yet, before she could summon her flying sword, she collapsed to the ground. Her expression shifted, and she swayed, a trace of blood escaping her lips. Yezi hurriedly reached out to support her, astonished. "Sister, you intend to save him." In that very moment, a timely voice cautioned, "Dear friends, do not compromise your own safety." At that moment, Xiangrong and Gojuan, the 2 caretakers, remained steadfast in their positions, their hands already shimmering with the glint of swords, evidently on high alert. Xian remained silent, yet a subtle sigh escaped her heart as she turned her gaze, revealing a hint of melancholy in her eyes. It was akin to the cold autumn waters, serene yet desolate, reminiscent of a once vibrant swan, now lost in wistful sorrow. At this juncture, Wu Jiao had finally cornered Mukin, compelling him to exert every ounce of his strength. However, he himself moved sluggishly, stumbling and faltering as a barrage of fiery light and sword strikes bore down upon him, leaving him no choice but to retreat in desperation, gripping his sheathed short sword, striving to fend off the inevitable fate he faced. Such was the prowess of cultivators. Even if they were nefarious, they could wield spells with great authority. This was profoundly unfair to the virtuous, and no one seemed to uphold justice. Cursed Mukin, what right do you have? As Wu Jiao found himself at the brink of life and death, his desperation only fueled his defiance. Resolutely, he ceased his retreat and wielded the sheathed short sword like a club, flailing it wildly. Yet, the onslaught of fire and sword was relentless, swiftly engulfing his figure. Mukin retreated a couple of paces, his hands fervently summoning lethal intent, believing victory was within his grasp, unable to suppress a venomous spit of contempt. Boy, I will crush your bones to dust and reclaim the treasure. Xian gazed intently, momentarily taken aback, then turned and gently leaned against Yezi's shoulder. Yezi sensed her sister's unusual demeanor and glanced back, but she averted her face, her melancholic eyes lost in thought. In the corner of the hillside, a cluster of white wildflowers had been shattered by the sword's aura, leaving a carpet of withered petals and leaves. Boom! At that moment, no one would have imagined an unexpected turn of events. A celestial conflict between realms was poised to conclude. Yet, to their astonishment, another thunderous roar erupted from the hillside. Flames erupted, and the sword light was repelled as a figure staggered out, taking a few faltering steps before finally stabilizing, bewildered and scanning his surroundings. He appeared more unrestrained than ever, clad only in a pair of boots and the remnants of a tunic at his waist, clinging to the last vestiges of modesty. His exposed skin was smeared with blood and grime, coupled with disheveled hair and a face blackened by smoke and fire, resembling a wild man who had traversed the rugged wilderness since time immemorial. Not dead. The verdant mountains, white clouds, and the warm sun hung in the sky. Mukin stood agape, flanked by the two caretakers, their faces etched with disbelief. Particularly, the figure in white resembled a lotus blooming in the rain. Truly, not dead. As the flames dwindled, the searing heat lingered, and an oppressive aura of malice still permeated the air. Wu Jiao emerged from his stupor, looking down at the short sword in his hands. Once tattered, it now gleamed anew. The scabbard, adorned with the patterns of mythical beasts, felt like ice in his grip. And the jade-hilted sword was exquisitely crafted, seemingly a divine creation. Yet, that was not all. Crucially, it had once again saved him. In the instant the flames and sword light descended, a dark mist had emanated from the scabbard, dissipating into a gust of black wind as he desperately swung the sword. And in that fleeting moment, all incoming assaults crumbled. The mysteries behind this phenomenon remained inscrutable. However, with a treasure to protect its master, what was there to fear? I seek to reclaim justice for myself. I yearn for vengeance. Wu Jiao suddenly raised his head, a frenzied light gleaming in his eyes. Mu Shen, are you still capable of fighting? Mu Shen stood frozen in place, bewildered and unable to comprehend. How could that seemingly powerless fellow withstand my relentless assaults? Was it due to that sheathed short sword, or was there another reason? What does he mean by still capable of fighting? Such arrogance, such ignorance. You, a mere mortal, speak so boldly. I, a mere mortal, specialize in teaching a lesson to practitioners like you. On what grounds? On the grounds of righteous spirit and fervent passion. What pretense? This move is akin to a ferocious tiger descending the mountain, shaking the very earth. Just as both parties engaged in a fierce verbal exchange, a figure suddenly leaped forth. Chapter 47. The path at the horizon on the hillside, two figures entwined in a fierce struggle. Mu Shen had not anticipated that Wu Jiao would suddenly strike. Hesitating momentarily, he found himself confronted by an onslaught as swift as the wind-walking technique employed by cultivators. Just as he was about to summon his flying sword for defense, he felt a sharp impact on his leg from the sword sheath. Though protected by his magical barrier, it still drained his mental fortitude. A moment later, another blow landed on his rear, leaving him in a most disheveled state, compounded by the incessant clamor that was exceedingly irksome. This maneuver, akin to an iron spear sweeping through fluttering banners. In a moment of vexation, Mu Shen's protective magic shattered once more. He dared not underestimate his opponent. Retreating rapidly, he sought to regain his composure before turning back to confront Wu Jiao again. With his cultivation level, he could easily distance himself, yet under the watchful eyes of the crowd, such an act would appear as a shameful flight. Ironically, his indecision only fueled Wu Jiao's audacity, rendering him even more frenzied. As Wu Jiao's shout faded, his short sword lashed out. Mu Shen sidestepped deftly, summoning his flying sword to counterattack. However, his opponent feigned a strike, then executed a swift kick aimed below. Simultaneously, a streak of blood marred Wu Jiao's back as the sword light grazed him. Bang! Mu Shen realized too late that he had been deceived. A sharp kick landed between his legs. Though it was not severely injurious, his face flushed with embarrassment and indignation. What was supposed to be a dragon soaring through the skies had turned into a venomous snake slithering from its lair. He had wielded his sword all along. Why resort to kicks so suddenly? It was nothing short of a street brawl, devoid of any principles, yet relentless and insidiously calculated. Mu Shen contemplated employing spells and talismans, yet feared falling into the same trap and rendering his efforts futile. Thus, he exerted all his strength to command the flying sword, retreating repeatedly to facilitate his counterstrikes. Each time he managed a slight advantage, he found himself met with a harsh blow from the sword sheath. Meanwhile, that wild youth charged at him recklessly, forcing him to evade once more. After delivering a kick, Wu Jiao intended to swing his sword in fury, but missed entirely and turned to pursue once again. Thus, the struggle on the hillside transformed into a frenzied chase. What had begun as a contest of stark disparity had swiftly reversed. It was now Mu Shun who was evading, while the bare-limbed Wu Jiao followed closely. Brandishing his sheathed short sword and bellowing with fervor, "Receive my strike, as I capture a turtle in a jar and herald the news." The name of this technique had initially sounded grand, yet it increasingly became an affront to the ears. It was merely a veiled insult after all. Mu Shun, in a state of urgency, anger, and helplessness, wielded his flying sword in a frantic assault. Despite Wu Jiao's seemingly frail demeanor, he was tenacious and unyielding. Each swing of the sword merely left a fresh scar on his skin. Just an ordinary mortal, yet this peculiar tenacity was far from ordinary. Was it due to the treasures of the Valley of 10,000 Souls, the prowess of his short sword? Or perhaps the efficacy of the flying sword bestowed by his master? Or was it simply a reflection of his own waning magical prowess? The gorge was adorned with towering peaks and vibrant scenery, bathed in the warm glow of sunlight, resembling a serene and exquisite painting. However, the commotion on the hillside added an unwelcome clamor to the tranquility. Xiang Rong and Go Jun, the two overseers, remained as spectators, their expressions shifting unpredictably. Though Mu Shun possessed a 5th-tier cultivation, his actual magical strength was merely at the 4th tier. While not worthy of scorn, he still surpassed ordinary mortals by a significant margin. The disciple of Yujing Peak, devoid of any cultivation, possessed an astonishing strength, agility, and an almost frenzied aura that could rival the adept practitioners among the immortals. The disparity between their abilities was stark. Yet the current circumstances presented an incongruity that begged for explanation. Yezi gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Oh my, a mere mortal is fiercely assaulting a cultivator. Sister, look." At that moment, Xian, sensing the commotion, fell into a contemplative silence, her gradually dimming gaze suddenly rippling with intrigue. Was that person still alive? He had indeed evaded a lethal strike. The once timid and frivolous teacher had vanished, replaced by a figure who exuded the valor of a fearless warrior, wielding his almost unsheathed short sword to carve his path through adversity. In stark contrast, the cultivator Mukin appeared utterly pathetic and disheveled beside him. Suddenly, Xian's expression shifted, and she involuntarily called out, "Be careful." Wu Jiao, relentless on the hillside, darted left only to pivot right, intercepting Mukin with a swift motion and delivering a blow with the sword sheath. Mukin nearly stumbled, hastily evading, and in his flustered state, unleashed a retaliatory strike. He was momentarily forced to pause, a fresh wound now marring his thigh. At that moment, he stood covered in sword wounds, blood streaming from countless lacerations. Resembling a figure of crimson, yet oblivious to his plight. With bared teeth and wide eyes, he adopted a fierce stance, exclaiming, "This move, the plow and the sweep, is renowned." Just then, a voice boomed from above, "Umph. How dare a mere mortal, without spiritual roots, be so audacious?" A deadly beam of sword light descended from the heavens, its lethal intent inexorable. As Wu Jiao leaped, he found himself enveloped in an overwhelming aura of death, causing him to look up in shock, a chill seizing his heart. The sudden sword light, silent yet swift as lightning, descended with unimaginable force, its menacing aura rendering him breathless. Alas, this was a master far beyond even Xiangrong and Gojuan. There was no escaping this time, yet. Having danced with madness and faced death, he thought, let it come. Without a moment to ponder, he gripped his short sword tightly, exerting all his strength as he charged at the impending sword light. Boom! The brilliance was blinding, thunder reverberating. The remarkably resilient short sword, which had displayed its prowess countless times, unexpectedly shattered its sheath, the gleaming blade briefly revealing its ferocity before collapsing into oblivion amidst the cacophony. Yet, Wuji remained standing, his singed hair, tattered shirt, and bloodied form swirling around him like a tempest. He stared blankly at his empty hands, perceiving nothing, as if engulfed in an interminable night of darkness. Before he could regain his bearings, he was propelled backward, blood surging from his mouth, crashing to the ground several dozen feet away. "Senior, please show mercy." "Xian, how have you come to this state? With me here, there is no need for alarm. Alas, it is my negligence." "What do you mean by that? Are you interceding for that boy?" "Senior, he is merely a mortal who stumbled into the spirit mountain, having shown kindness to my disciple. I implore you to show leniency, my sister, and I will gladly accept the punishment. I have told you not to call me senior. Very well. His fate is his own. You and your sister shall return to the mountains with me. Mushin is leading the others back to Yujing Peak. And there shall be no interference. Wu Jiao, no longer entangled with Mr. Wu, faces an uncertain future. Lying upon the ground, Wu Jiao remains motionless. Eyes tightly shut, limbs spread wide, his body smeared with blood, as if lifeless. Faintly, voices drift through the air, only to be swallowed once more by silence. In the distance, thunder begins to rumble, gradually drawing nearer, converging with a tumultuous force that surges into his very being. Instantly, a torrent of sensation overwhelms him. Waves crashing endlessly within. A vortex emerges within his chest, spinning violently, colliding and roaring. His internal organs feel as though they are being torn apart. Waves of agony enveloping him. Time passes indistinctly, and the vortex suddenly ascends, piercing through his chest and out the top of his head, culminating in a resounding clap of thunder that reverberates in his ears. In that fleeting moment, his spirit stirs, and darkness dissipates. Oh, Wu Jiao moaned softly, his eyelids fluttering, caught between consciousness and slumber. Ziyin, it was you who saved me. Do not depart. Around the hillside, shadows of figures have vanished. Above him, the sun hangs askew. At the horizon of clouds and mist lies Yujing Peak. He vaguely recalls that the celestial being who descended was Xian Yu. In that critical moment, Ziyin's voice had called out to rescue him. Afterward, the group departed one by one. Suddenly, Wu Jiao opens his eyes wide, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. How could he, moments ago in darkness, now perceive the surroundings so clearly? He hastily supports himself with his hands and struggles to sit up, his head buzzing, as another wave of pain crashes through his abdomen, forcing him to lean forward and expel a mouthful of warm blood. His gaze, vacant and bewildered, reflects his confusion. The blood staining the ground possesses an eerie darkness. His arms, legs, and skin ooze with the same inky fluid. The wounds from swords are particularly grievous, a sight too harrowing to behold, seeping with pus and exuding a faint, foul stench. Wu Jiao wipes at his arm, the tainted blood flowing incessantly, akin to perspiration. Overwhelmed with shock, he raises a hand to his head, still feeling waves of dizziness, as his insides churn relentlessly, like an unending torrent in turmoil. He strives to suppress his anxiety, recalling all that had transpired. The celestial being who descended was Taoist Xian Yu. Whether he acted out of loyalty to his disciple or for other reasons, he dealt Wu Jiao a lethal blow. Wu Jiao had once regarded him as a commendable elder, only to discover the depths of human unpredictability. In that moment of peril, the short sword left by his father had once again shielded him from a fatal strike. Alas, it shattered along with its scabbard. No. He vaguely remembers that in the instant the short sword vanished, a dark energy surged through his arms, causing chaos within him. The precise nature of these events remains obscured. What could Ziyin's words mean? No more entanglements, an uncertain reunion, and Xian Yu's directive forbidding Mushin and the others from intervening. Yet that fellow, upon seeing him on the brink of death, would surely not relent. A strategy of feigned retreat and pursuit. The master and disciple share an unspoken understanding. As this thought crosses his mind, Wu Jiao hastily scrambles to his feet. However, before he can steady himself, another wave of tearing pain courses through his chest, akin to a furious torrent poised to burst its banks, leaving him disoriented, breathless, and on the verge of collapse. He must hold on, he cannot succumb. If Mu Shun returns, all hope will be lost. There is no time to waste, he must depart swiftly. Wu Jiao let out a deep sigh, yet could not suppress a slight tremor. An inexplicable agony surged from within, coursing through his limbs and body, rendering him in a state of unbearable torment. He uttered a soft grunt, then lifted his gaze to the distance, his blood-stained and grimy visage etched with anxiety. Where should he go? He recalled that the celestial gate lay to the west, the opposite direction being his path away from Lingxiao Mountain. Glancing at the sun and then surveying the canyon he found himself in, he staggered and prepared to turn, yet could not resist the urge to look back. After journeying countless miles, he found himself ultimately retreating in despair. Perhaps there was destiny in the spiritual mountains, yet his own path seemed to lie beyond the horizon. Ziyin, will we truly be unable to meet again? Chapter 48. The unfortunate one, a solitary figure traversed the depths of the canyon, resembling a wild man. Limbs bare and body smeared with blood, desperately fleeing through the wilderness. A cultivator, versed in the arts of magic, though unable to soar through the skies on a sword, could still move with remarkable swiftness. Thus, To evade the relentless pursuit of Mu Shan, one had no choice but to hasten away from Lingxia Mountain. The quicker and farther, the better. However, in the current state of his body, unsteady and burdened, running through the overgrown canyon proved to be an arduous task. With a thud, Wu Jiao leapt over a fallen, gnarled tree, only to have his footing give way, plunging directly into a nearby pit, his face and mouth inundated with dirt and grass. He staggered to his feet, spitting in frustration, fully aware of the path ahead yet feeling utterly helpless due to the turmoil within him, uncertain when peace would return. Casting a glance behind him, seeing no pursuers, he resumed his flight, only to be interrupted by a rumble from his stomach. Perhaps it was the jostling that stirred his insides. A wave of malevolence surged downward, resulting in a sudden, resounding explosion from behind. Not foul, not foul, he grimaced. Steadying himself, attempting to suppress the discomfort, feeling a slight easing within, and gritting his teeth, he continued to run. On either side of the canyon, towering peaks loomed, while the valley below was cloaked in wild grass, interspersed with patches of withered ancient trees. The scenery was indeed pleasant, yet not a place for lingering. Wu Jiao pressed on, covering 4 or 5 miles in one breath, his face darkening from the exertion but still managing to persevere. Suddenly, he leapt into the air, landing and instinctively glancing back. Behind him lay a pit, concealed by the wild grass. How could it have escaped his notice? His thoughts flitted momentarily, but he quickly dismissed the query. Survival took precedence. There was no time to dwell on such matters. After running another 3 to 5 miles, the canyon opened up, revealing a broad expanse divided by stone peaks, leading to several unknown paths. Wu Jiao slowed his pace, breathing heavily. After such a long flight, the towering Yujing Peak still loomed not far behind. At this rate, he might not escape Lingxia Mountain before nightfall. Faced with yet another fork in the road, he pondered his next move. Lowering his gaze, he noticed that the bloodstains covering his body had dried and congealed, yet the turmoil within him intensified. Akin to a turbulent river blocked and unable to flow freely, he feared that a moment's carelessness might suffocate him. With a look of anxiety, he raised his eyes to the distance and his expression changed. In the canyon from whence he came, 3 figures flickered in the distance. Who else could it be but Mu Xin and the 2 managers, Xiang Rong and Go Jun? Wu Jiao's vision, never before so keen, identified them instantly. Cursing his ill fortune, as expected, Mu Xin had pursued him relentlessly, and with the addition of 2 formidable managers, his predicament had worsened. Truly, it was a case of misfortune compounding upon misfortune. One calamity had not yet passed when another arose. Alas, regardless of the fork in the road, he must press onward. Driven by urgency, another wave of turmoil surged within him, causing his heart to race, his spirit to tremble, and darkness to cloud his vision, nearly overwhelming him. He let out a muffled grunt, sprang to his feet, and dashed away, his form unsteady, his steps light and airy, as if in a drunken stupor. To run with abandon and to flee in terror are 2 entirely different scenarios. If 3 ferocious wolves were hot on his heels, it would be akin to a fire raging, instilling a sense of panic and disarray. As he zigzagged and leaped, he felt as though his very insides were about to burst. Within his chest, a tumultuous tide surged back and forth. His limbs felt ensnared by invisible ropes, an oppressive sensation that threatened to overwhelm him. He yearned to halt and catch his breath, yet he found himself compelled to struggle forward with all his might. He could not stop, absolutely must not stop, for otherwise death would be inevitable. Thus, he resolved to run. With each additional step, he grasped at a glimmer of survival. Since escaping the capital, this had been his relentless journey. Though luck had favored him, each time had demanded the utmost of his life to barely scrape by. With a resounding crack, a branch blocking his path shattered upon impact, sending splinters and leaves scattering. He stumbled and spun around, uttering a gasp before resuming his flight. The 3 figures behind him surged forward with alarming speed, having already closed the distance to 1,000 paces, although they were still far off. He could almost perceive the chilling smirk on Mu Xun's deathly visage, and amidst the sharp sound of the broken branch, it felt as though a dull roar echoed within him. In that instant, the tumult in his chest surged. It was as if the shackles binding him had torn open a narrow seam, allowing a gentle stream to trickle forth and gradually infuse his limbs. Though his feet remained unsteady, they now bore a newfound strength, making his leaps feel significantly lighter. He propelled himself forward, covering 7 or 8 feet with each stride, then nearly a yard, the pace increasing with each cycle. Could it be divine intervention? Just as he marveled at this possibility, his stride seemed to slow momentarily. A flicker of alarm crossed his mind, prompting him to gather his focus and reflect on the sensations he had just experienced. After a brief moment, he distinctly felt another surge of energy breaking free from his confines, flowing steadily into his limbs. That exhilarating lightness returned once more. Ah! Divinity resides within my chest. Elated and startled, he cast aside all distractions and raced forward with fervor, the wind rushing past his ears, the foliage whirling by, propelling him onward with astonishing speed. At that moment, the two elderly men, who were hastening through the terrain, exchanged bewildered glances. The figure ahead had already sustained severe injuries. Even in his struggles, it seemed futile. Yet why had he suddenly begun to run faster, as if possessed by some benevolent spirit? The younger man trailing behind urged them on. That lad is at his wit's end. He cannot possibly escape. The two elders paid him no mind, secretly channeling their powers. Leaping 5 or 6 paces with each stride, akin to 2 eagles soaring through a canyon. The younger man, unwilling to be outdone, sprang forward in hot pursuit. Ahead lay a hill, towering at the height of a man, obstructing the path. As he approached, he intended to climb it, but in his rush, he found himself inspired to leap. With a forceful push from his toes, he soared into the air, effortlessly landing atop the hill. He quickly turned to glance back, his face alight with surprise and joy. To soar through the air, even for a fleeting moment, was an exhilarating experience, one to savor infinitely. However, the trio behind him drew ever closer. As Wu Jiao caught sight of 3 figures several hundred zhang away, his momentary satisfaction was swiftly extinguished. In the distance, Xiang Rong and Go Jun, the 2 overseers, took strides that matched several of his own. Even the lagging Mushin would not be long in catching up. Alas, he bore no grudge against these 3 individuals, yet they had become relentless adversaries. Was he not merely immortal, having provoked no one? Regardless, the truth was evident. To survive, he must run faster. Lacking cultivation, he relied solely on his legs. Wu Jiao, feeling a surge of indignation, dared not delay and continued to sprint with fervor. Perhaps spurred by his thoughts, a torrent surged within his chest, and in an instant, the confines of his being tore open once more. That faint yet potent force gradually intensified, allowing his limbs to stretch further, and with each stride, he covered 2 zhang. Ah, how much stronger I have become! Yet, compared to cultivators, I am still lacking. If only I could leap 3 to 5 zhang with each step, I would no longer fear being pursued. He urged himself to exert more effort. The sun sank lower, the sky dimming. Under the blood-red glow of the sunset, the colors of late autumn were thick with frost. In the depths of the canyon, mist swirled, shrouding the landscape in gloom. Yet, 4 figures relentlessly pursued, shattering the tranquility time and again. As night fell, darkness enveloped everything. In mid-leap, Wu Jiao curled his body slightly, deftly slipping through the obstructing thicket, timing his movements perfectly. He barely grazed the ground before propelling himself forward, akin to a great bird, leaping another 3 zhang. However, this avian creature was devoid of feathers, bare and ungainly. Limbs flailing awkwardly, yet he paid it no mind, glancing back as he sped along. Xiang Rong and Go Jun were now 300 zhang away, resembling 2 ghostly apparitions that refused to dissipate. Following the 2 old specters was a younger shade. The trio would not relent until they had ended his life. Fortunately, he was running faster than ever, otherwise he would have been caught long ago. With each step, he now covered 3 zhang. In all things, there are no limits to thought, only to courage. His current agility rivaled that of cultivators. Was it not so? Especially as he traversed the night. It felt as though daylight had returned. He could see clearly, his vision sharper than ever. Yet, the tumult within him continued to surge, waves crashing against the confines of his being, sending sharp pain coursing through him, a torment he could not evade. As the barriers within him tore open once again, an inexplicable strength filled his limbs, enabling him to stride further, his eyes shining brighter, yet an overwhelming panic clung to him, refusing to dissipate. From the moment the thunder roared behind him, a torrent surged down upon him, churning within his chest, forcing him into unbearable anguish. At this very moment, the raging torrent, after a brief lull, surged downward, igniting a searing fire within his abdomen, tearing at him as though it sought to break free. If this continued, who could predict the outcome? The formidable adversaries were still upon him, and he felt utterly powerless. As night deepened, a crescent moon ascended into the heavens. Beneath the ethereal glow of the moonlight, the surroundings suddenly felt vast and open. Without remorse, he abruptly halted, after a flurry of gesticulations, managing to stabilize his stance. Yet still trembling with residual trepidation, he retreated 2 steps. Unbeknownst to him, he had dashed out of the gorge and, in a state of panic, found himself atop a precipice. The path ahead was irrevocably severed, with unfathomable abysses on either side. Alas, this was a dead end. With wide, astonished eyes, he turned to flee, but before he could take a step, he was momentarily frozen in place. 100 paces away, two figures became increasingly distinct. Amidst the night, the glimmer of swords danced. Xiang Rong and Go Jun had caught up, yet the route ahead was blocked. If besieged by these two elder overseers, it would be miraculous to escape unscathed from their onslaught. With no path to retreat, what was to be done? In a flurry, he turned back, but his legs buckled, nearly causing him to fall, and he silently lamented his fate once more. Suddenly halting amidst his frantic pace caused the turmoil within him to surge without direction, crashing and tearing at his insides, eliciting tremors in his limbs. It seemed that before long, he would lose all control, and at that moment, there would be no need for others to strike. He would simply await his demise with resignation. Across the chasm, a distant mountain peak loomed, defiantly opposing him. Yet it lay beyond a leap of 10 paces, an impossible distance to traverse. The depths below were unfathomable. There might not even be a river to soften the fall. Plummeting down would surely spell his doom. Misfortune does not come alone. This was no mere stroke of bad luck. It felt as if fate itself conspired against him. At that moment, a voice called out, commanding, "Wu Jiao, surrender the treasure." Chapter 49. There is no escape under the moonlit night, upon the precipice. Xiang Rong and Go Jun hastened from afar, simultaneously unleashing their sword lights. A figure stood at the edge of the cliff, seemingly at the end of the road. Alone and anxiously pacing. It is said that wealth and nobility are largely similar, yet the suffering each endures is distinctly different. For Wu Jiao, however, the despair amidst his pain is not unlike that of others. Even the dire straits he faces are fundamentally alike, either being pursued or besieged, ultimately leading to a choice between leaping into the abyss or plunging into the river. Is there not an alternative that could render one's predicament less awkward and more composed? Yet, when the moment of life and death arrives, the choice is no longer his to make. Wu Jiao faced the darkness and the abyss, his body hunched and trembling, his expression twisted in anguish. The path ahead was fraught with difficulty, yet he remained steadfast. He once believed in the survival of the fittest. But little did he anticipate that he would find himself ensnared in such desperation. In the vastness of heaven and earth, where could he find refuge? He resolved to transform his sorrow and indignation into a sharp sword, unleashing a thunderous strike that pierced the heavens, as spring blossoms and autumn dreams danced with the wind, and the solitary moon and stars brimmed with emotion. In a fleeting moment, a smile broke across his face, a glimmer of madness flickering in his eyes, and he straightened his posture. In that instant, his disheveled hair stood on end, and the persistent darkness that clung to him suddenly vanished into his brow. Then, as if a dam had burst within, the tumultuous energy surged forth, breaking free from its confinement, rapidly coursing through his limbs and filling him with vigor. At this moment, two streaks of sword light whistled towards him. Wu Jiao did not turn back. It was as if he possessed eyes in the back of his head, discerning the movements around him with clarity. He took 2 decisive steps forward, nearing the precipice, and with a powerful push from his toes, he leapt into the night sky. This leap carried him 4 to 5 zhang into the air, while the flying swords raced faster than a meteor. Though his momentum was spent, leaving him with no means of evasion, he disregarded the impending danger and swung his arm in defiance. Just before the oncoming swords could make contact, a faint black light flickered from his palm. In a flash, an invisible aura of lethal intent cleaved through the night sky. Subsequently, a series of dull thuds resonated as the 2 irresistible beams of sword light were deflected away. Xiang Rong and Go Jun, who had just leapt into the air, found their path obstructed by the chaotic energy and were compelled to retract their flying swords, hastily returning to their original position. Wu Jiao, however, seized the opportunity afforded by the residual force of the attack, soaring to a height of 7 or 8 zhang, barely landing upon the opposite peak. Yet, as soon as his feet touched the ground, he found himself unable to adjust and was unexpectedly sent tumbling sideways. He rolled over twice before awkwardly sitting up, casting a surprised glance downward. Had he truly been destined to soar into the night sky and enter eternity? It was merely a form of self-consolation, an attempt to leave behind a complete body. Yet, if he could reach the halfway point of the opposite slope, perhaps his life could still be salvaged. Given the combined onslaught of the 2 adept practitioners, the eventual outcome was all too predictable. Nevertheless, in the moment of deflecting the flying swords, he had braced himself for the loss of an arm. Wu Jiao inspected his unscathed right arm, clenched his fist, and, without any signs of injury, waved his hand in a swift motion. Is it not peculiar? Where could that elusive black light possibly originate? Am I merely imagining things? The mountain peak where I stand is equally a precipice, surrounded by swirling clouds and mist, with distant shadows lurking in obscurity. Opposite, Xiangrong and Gojuan have descended, exchanging astonished glances. Above, the crescent moon hangs like a hook, the starlight solitary and desolate. My gaze, untroubled, circled once more, landing again upon my bloodied arm, resembling a darkened firewood stick. Yet, as I clenched my fist and opened my palm, I could distinctly feel a robust force coursing through my sinews and skin. Turning my attention from my arm to my core, I sensed the turbulent energy, having surged through me, now settled into my lower abdomen, forming a swirling vortex that continued to spin, manifesting as countless delicate streams flowing ceaselessly towards my limbs and bones. The shackles that once confined me had vanished without a trace. It seemed vaguely connected to that enigmatic black light, which, at the moment it repelled the flying sword, returned with an inexplicable momentum, breaching all barriers within me. As for the truth of the matter, it remained shrouded in mystery. A gust of night wind swept through, accompanied by a loud shout. Brothers, why not slay that rascal? A new figure appeared atop the opposite cliff. Mushin had just arrived, without a moment to rest, brandishing his sword and calling out to us. Yet, Xiangrong and Gojuan paid him no heed, engrossed in hushed conversation. He paused, astonished. How did that fellow manage to traverse such treacherous chasms? I raised my eyes and scoffed. Isn't it obvious? He must have flown over. The notion of flight delighted me. It signified boundless skies and unbridled freedom. Unable to decipher my own condition, I dismissed further contemplation. As long as my legs could move, fleeing was of utmost importance. As my thoughts stirred, my body began to lift gently off the ground. I seized the opportunity to land firmly on my feet, astonished by the experience. Though I appeared frail, I still weighed over 100 pounds, yet now felt as light as a willow fluff. Or had all my flesh and bone gone? I hastily tested my footing, finding it strong and substantial, as if the weight of the past had returned. With mere focus, the vortex within my abdomen filled me with an inexplicable vigor. This ethereal lightness stirred an impulse to walk upon the wind. Just posturing. Mushin, whose cultivation fell far short of Xiangrong and Gojuan, arrived late and spotted me merely 10 paces away, intent on pursuing, but the precipice barred his path. He turned to the 2 elder custodians for assistance. Unable to contain his scornful remarks, he unexpectedly added, "You can actually wield the art of wind manipulation?" That fellow, lacking any cultivation and even spiritual roots, appeared remarkably different under the moonlight. One must understand that mortals possess dense meridians, burdened by impurities, while cultivators are reborn, embodying their own realms. The disparity is vast, beyond comparison. Given the earlier peculiarities, it inevitably aroused suspicion. As I continued to contemplate the transformations within me, I was stirred by his words. I am merely a mortal. How could I comprehend the art of wind manipulation when I cannot even cultivate? It must be the black energy emanating from that short sword at play. As he contemplated this, he declared aloud, I am exceptionally gifted. How could you possibly discern my secrets? He straightened his posture, his bare form standing resolutely against the night breeze, exuding an air of remarkable distinction. He then provocatively challenged, Mushin, why not engage in another duel? I still possess invincible techniques to entertain you. What invincible techniques? They were merely the loathsome moves he had employed time and again. And how could they battle again, separated by a distance of over 10 paces? Mushin, breathless with rage, retorted. Yuujio lifted his chin defiantly. I strike against injustice in the world. Teaching a lesson to the scoundrels among cultivators, Mushin scoffed and turned to urge, my fellow Taoists. Wujiao stood defiantly at the precipice, unperturbed. Those 2 Taoists of yours are hardly virtuous. Finally seizing the opportunity to vent, he unleashed a torrent of invective. Xiangrong, despite your advanced age, you are consumed by greed, resorting to thievery. Truly, as the saying goes, to live long without dying is to become a thief. Ba recalling the humiliation he faced upon arriving at Yujing Peak, he could not help but spit in disdain, adding, you and Go Jun conspired to injure Xian, and now you seek to kill me. Your countless misdeeds are unforgivable. Here I stand, come forth to meet your demise. Just as his words faded, someone leapt from the opposite cliff. Wujiao, who had been standing with pride, suddenly fell silent, eyes wide with astonishment. Xiangrong had soared into the air, his momentum faltering, as he threw forth a flying sword and, using the force of his foot, propelled himself toward Wu Jiao. Unfazed, he raised his hand once more to summon a talisman. In an instant, the talisman erupted in a blaze of fire against the night sky, transforming into a piercing arrow that whistled through the air. Go Jun, unwilling to be outdone, followed suit. In the midst of this, another figure threw forth a vine-like rope, ensnaring Mu Shun, and the two of them soared across the abyss together. Oh, they truly are coming. Wu Jiao gasped in shock, hesitating not a moment to flee. The once indomitable spirit dissipated in an instant, leaving only a bare figure leaping through the night. No matter how satisfying the words exchanged, they were merely a contest of tongues. When it came to actually confronting three cultivators, it was better to avoid the confrontation for now. He bounded forward, covering 3 or 4 paces at a time, then 5 or 6, his form swift as the wind, racing down the mountainside. Meanwhile, the arrows whistled ominously behind him, their power formidable. He hastily swung his arms, attempting to employ that peculiar black light to obstruct the onslaught. Yet despite his frantic gestures, he perceived no effect. In the blink of an eye, the arrow's sharpness was nearly upon him. Wu Jiao had no time to evade. In his panic, he felt the vortex in his abdomen accelerate, countless currents surging forth, flooding into his limbs. Seizing the moment, he exerted force beneath his feet and surged forward, narrowly avoiding the deadly strike of the arrow. Yet, fortune was fleeting. His feet pounded against the ground as he leapt over a thicket of trees, hurtling down the mountain. At that moment, 3 figures landed in succession. The one who had just been shouting provocations had vanished without a trace. Among them, Xiang Rong, still regaining his balance, glared in disbelief. After a brief pause, he took several brisk steps, waving his arm to summon a beast hide that fell into his grasp. The spirit arrow talisman possesses considerable power, yet it is constrained by the wielder's magical energy and spiritual awareness. Beyond 100 zhang, it becomes unwieldy. This implies that the young man has managed to escape beyond that distance in the blink of an eye, even with the 9th level of cultivation of a feathered immortal. Such limitations remain, and he is merely a mortal. Mu Shun had anticipated this outcome, snorting disdainfully. Do not be deceived by that youth's scholarly appearance. He is nothing more than a scoundrel, fortunate to possess a rare treasure that allows him to repeatedly evade peril. With the combined strength of the 3 of us, we need not worry about subduing him. Upon hearing the mention of the rare treasure, Xiang Rong's expression shifted slightly, and he exchanged a knowing glance with the companion beside him, Go Jun, before they charged forward side by side. Mu Shun took a moment to steady his breath, yet could not suppress his clenched teeth. You young fool, not only do I wish to eliminate you, but even my master Xian Yu shall not tolerate your existence. No matter how you attempt to escape, you shall find no refuge this time. Chapter 50. The brutality of beasts beneath the towering peaks, the terrain sprawled widely, encased by the looming shadows of mountains on either side, while ahead lay an expanse both profound and boundless. Gazing into the distance, thick clusters of wild grass stretched endlessly, resembling a vast ocean in the night, gently undulating under the soft glow of the moonlight. Without Gua, propelled by an urge, hurtled down the mountainside, swiftly discerning his direction, and pressed on without pause, continuing his frenzied dash. From the circumstances around him, it seemed he had left the borders of Lingxia Mountain far behind. Reflecting on the journey, it was no small feat. From dusk till the moon hung high, he had run tirelessly. In days gone by, such exertion would have left him utterly exhausted. Yet now he felt invigorated, entirely reliant on the torrent of energy swirling within him. It had struggled for so long, finally breaching its confines, unleashed in a magnificent flow that surged forth without end. In the moonlit wilderness, a figure leaped incessantly, soaring between heights of 7 or 8 zhang. Guo once more sprang from the withered grass, unable to resist the urge to glance back. The cultivator's wind control technique had once filled him with envy. Yet as a mortal, he could only admire from afar. Now, without the need for cultivation, he too could move with the swiftness of the wind. Indeed, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. The ancients spoke true. Before Guo could revel in his newfound prowess, he turned back with urgency. A mere few hundred zhang away, 3 figures emerged from the foot of the mountain, gliding over the wilderness with a grace that seemed to defy the ground beneath them. Resembling 3 nocturnal owls silently slicing through the night sky, an eerie and fearsome sight. Guo, in his leaps and bounds, resembled a grasshopper, struggling alone in the autumnal expanse. As the moon hung askew and stars dwindled, the night deepened. Before long, a faint dawn pierced the darkness, followed by the slow ascent of the sun, illuminating the world. The boundless wilderness continued its relentless chase. The young man in the lead, bare-limbed and smeared with blood, his hair wild and unkempt, leaped and dashed about. 200 zhang behind, two elderly men, one wielding a short sword and the other clutching a spirit stone, were solemn expressions, yet another few hundred zhang back. A young man panted heavily. Unbeknownst to him, days turned to nights and back again. When the long night finally passed, the wilderness faded from sight. And under the glaring sun, the vast expanse of rocky desert stretched endlessly. Guo leapt onto a hillock, poised to spring down, when suddenly a wave of breathlessness struck him, prompting him to halt and gasp for air. After 2 days of unceasing flight, without food or rest, he felt no fatigue. It was as if a potent force buoyed him, invigorating him beyond measure. Yet at this moment, the whirlpool within him had ceased its tumult, dwindling like a depleted spring, gradually weakening. His strength, too, seemed to wane in tandem. Once capable of strides of 7 or 8 zhang, he now barely managed 5 or 6. The thought of the impending disappearance of that inner vortex was daunting. Meanwhile, Xiang Rong and Go Jun remained 200 zhang behind. While Mu Shen's figure had vanished from sight, perhaps left far behind. Alas, those two old codgers were indeed tenacious. So let the chase continue. May the strongest prevail. Guo took a deep breath. His face, smeared with grime, bore a hint of resignation. He shrugged dismissively, then turned and dashed down the sand dune. Before long, the two elders followed closely behind. The young man's physical prowess is astonishing, and his agility in running rivals that of any proficient practitioner. Could it be that he has fortuitously encountered an opportunity to cultivate his abilities? Go Jun took the chance to rest, filled with perplexity. Despite his peculiar demeanor, his aura and movements diverged significantly from those of a cultivator. He remained, after all, an ordinary mortal. Xiang Rong, glancing at the figure bounding ahead, snorted softly before turning to look back, and added, Mu Shen mentioned that the lad possesses a rare treasure left by his master, and he spoke with unwavering certainty. We cannot afford to return empty-handed. Go Jun nodded in understanding, a flicker of greed flashing in his eyes. Without further delay, the two of them leaped down the hillside to continue their pursuit. As the sun rose once more, the stony expanse transformed into a vast desert. The undulating dunes and the swirling yellow sands, illuminated by sunlight, resembled an endless sea of golden grains. Though magnificent and resplendent, the scene was desolate and lifeless, marked only by a few fleeting shadows of figures, struggling in their quest driven by desires of life and death. Wu Jiu hastily leaped several times, barely clearing a dune. But before he could rise again, he tumbled headlong into the sand. No longer light and agile, he rolled clumsily, sand flying everywhere, landing rather awkwardly on his back in a pit of sand with a dull thud. From the foot of the spiritual mountain, through the wild canyons and stony plains, and into the boundless desert, this chase had persisted for 4 days. The vortex within him had diminished to the size of an egg. The once surging currents felt faint and elusive. He felt as though he had been severed from his source of strength, drained of energy, and his legs felt heavy. Even when he ran, it was no longer with the same freedom as before. Truly, he felt an overwhelming fatigue. A profound sense of exhaustion began to envelop him from all directions, threatening to consume and shatter him until he became nothing more than a smoldering speck of dust. Returning to the fiery realm of dreams. Here lies a golden sea, a golden dream, fervent amidst desolation, surging within silence. Deep within the desert, he listened to the crashing waves. Wu Jiu remained reclined, his eyes sparkling with flecks of gold, a slight grin gracing his lips, his face reflecting an inexplicable yet comforting smile. After a moment, he blinked, his expression gradually sharpening, and he gasped for breath as a wave of acrid blood surged within him. Startled, he scrambled to his feet and spat. Before his saliva could touch the ground, it dissipated into white smoke. Ah, that is scalding. Wu Jiu widened his eyes and surveyed himself, relieved to find he was unharmed. Could it be that he had become impervious to heat and cold? Alas, even so, what use is it if he cannot escape those two old geezers? Everything seems futile. On the nearby dune, Xiang Rong and Go Jun emerged, one in front of the other. They fixed their gaze intently on Wu Jiu in the sand pit below. Devoid of surprise or delight, their faces etched with indifference, tinged with a barely contained malice. That wild, untamed boy was right there, within arm's reach. Yet he was like a rabbit, leaping and darting away, teasing them, yet always eluding capture. However, judging by his current state, he was far from his former arrogance. Capturing him, tormenting him, tearing him apart might very well be within their grasp this very moment. The two elderly men exchanged a knowing glance and simultaneously leaped down the sand dune. Without hesitation, Wu Jiao, seemingly attuned to their intentions, turned and sprinted away. His stride spanned 3 to 4 paces each, and amidst his labored breaths, he ascended the dune once more, resolutely making his way to the valley floor blanketed in yellow sand. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted around him. Stones began to emerge from the ground, and a whirlwind of dust was stirred, accompanied by a cacophony of shrieks. Just as Wu Jiao prepared to flee further, he froze in shock. What was happening? Those were not mere stones, but rather a dozen or so creatures, each measuring 2 to 3 meters in length. They were clad in earthy-hued scales, adorned with knife-like dorsal fins, their grotesque heads boasting gaping jaws filled with sharp teeth, and they wielded tails like clubs, their stout limbs exuding an aura of ferocity. Wu Jiao stood rooted to the spot, hardly daring to breathe, as the surrounding monsters refrained from attacking. Instead, they moved in unison, kicking up sand and stones, establishing a menacing encirclement not far ahead. Within this circle, the yellow sand churned, revealing 2 massive serpents, each 4 to 5 meters long, their bodies gleaming with a golden hue. Entwined in a lover's embrace, they opened their wide mouths in furious hisses, exhaling clouds of mist. Xiong Rong and Go Jun, equally astonished, halted at a distance of 30 to 50 paces, exchanging wide-eyed glances before uttering in unison, "Those are the desert sky lizards, known for their knife-like dorsal fins. Their temperament is vicious, and even foundation-building cultivators would avoid provoking them. That young man is doomed." Not necessarily. The lizards have cornered the earth python, also called the sand dragon, which is equally venomous and in a state of mating frenzy. In their impending clash, the two will undoubtedly engage in a fierce battle. If that young man seizes the opportunity to slip away, he may escape unscathed. Desert sky lizards and sand dragons, such formidable names. It is rather unscrupulous of the lizards to ambush during such intimate moments. With mutual conflict imminent, it presents an ideal chance for an escape amidst the chaos. Once Wu Jiao's racing heart began to calm, he contemplated retreating. Yet, before he could take a step, he hesitated and turned back to glance. The words he had just heard were deliberate and not mere coincidence. It was as if they were transmitted directly to him. Indeed, the two old men were fixated upon him, their expressions harboring ill intent. Simultaneously, a thunderous roar echoed. A sky lizard, sensing an opportunity, lunged forward but was met with a cloud of poisonous mist that momentarily impeded its advance, causing its momentum to falter. With its massive jaws agape, it was suddenly hurled through the air. The remaining sky lizards, undeterred, surged forward in a frenzied rush. In the blink of an eye, chaos ensued, with howls echoing and yellow sand swirling in disarray. Wu Jiao watched in terror, astonished by the brutality unfolding before him. He had witnessed countless human conflicts, yet had never before seen such a ferocious clash between beasts. To his surprise, the savagery was equally ruthless, if not more so, steeped in bloodshed. The sky lizards and sand dragons bore no deep-seated enmity. Their struggle was merely for survival. Such is the nature of beasts. What of humanity? Some individuals are even more despicable than wild monsters, wielding magical powers and insatiable desires, rendering them a blight upon the earth. At that moment, a figure came barreling towards him, its long tail sweeping through the air with a whoosh. With a heart full of trepidation, Wu Jiao endeavored to evade, yet resolutely gritted his teeth and persevered. A sudden thud struck his back, propelling him at an angle, until he landed unceremoniously in a heap of sand several yards away. The ferocious sky lizard, sensing the disturbance, swiftly propelled itself forward with its limbs. The other two creatures nearby, oblivious to the situation, followed suit, approaching alongside their companion. Wu Jiao remained crouched in the sand, too frightened to utter a sound or make a move, his eyes wide open and unblinking. The swirling sand stung his face, and the acrid stench assailed his senses. The three monsters drew nearer, colliding their massive heads together, blinking their scaly eyelids, and gnashing their jaws at one another. As they curiously inspected him, perhaps losing interest in the shadowy figure buried in the sand, they spat out a few droplets of saliva before abruptly turning away. Wu Jiao's face became smeared with the viscous drool expelled by the beasts, his expression frozen in a state of shock and despair, embodying a grotesque tableau of misfortune. Be they monsters or strange creatures, they remained, after all, mere brutes, not unlike common animals, asserting their dominance over territory or prey with the foulness of their scent. The sky lizard, in its simplicity, chose to douse him with a spray of saliva. Yet, for the moment, he had narrowly averted disaster. Suppressing the urge to retch, Wu Jiao noticed the other creatures had gathered ahead, and hastily buried his head in the sand, seizing the opportunity to wipe the sticky drool from his face. Just then, another muffled sound echoed in the air. Chapter 51. The frightened bird with a resounding boom. Several sky lizards, poised to gather, were sent tumbling in all directions. Two sand serpents, having repelled their assailants, remained entwined in a passionate embrace, yet simultaneously exhaled toxic mist and lashed out with their jaws, displaying their fury. The remaining sky lizards, fiercely aggressive, surged forward in a frenzied swarm. The winds howled and the air reverberated with their shrieks. In mere moments, one sand serpent was ensnared by the tails of two sky lizards. Writhing in pain, its companion, attempting to rescue it, was beset by the onslaught of 4 or 5 lizards. The two serpents, unable to support one another, were ultimately forced apart. A smaller sand serpent soon found itself encircled, unable to connect its head and tail. Seizing the opportunity, several sky lizards launched a brutal assault, their sharp dorsal fins slicing through the serpent's midsection. And in a frenzy of tearing and biting, they reduced it to several pieces within a few gasping breaths. Witnessing the demise of its companion, the surviving sand serpent was consumed by rage and despair, emitting a series of anguished cries as it feigned a counterattack. Yet, the 7 or 8 sky lizards pressed relentlessly, leaving it no avenue for escape. On the brink of a similar fate, it suddenly leapt into the air, breaking free from the encirclement. The horde of lizards pursued without relent. However, the sand serpent executed a feint, pivoting sharply and then swung its long tail with tremendous force, sending several of its attackers hurtling away with a series of resounding thuds. Seizing the moment, it turned back, opened its jaws wide, and snatched a fist-sized orb from the remnants of its fallen companions, plunging into the sands and vanishing from sight. Realizing they had been deceived, the sky lizards refused to relent, thrashing their limbs and digging into the ground, one by one disappearing from view. Yuji remained as still as a stone, his face a mask of disbelief. The sudden upheaval had indeed caught him off guard, and in the subsequent whirlwind, it dissipated into thin air. Were it not for the scattered remnants of flesh upon the distant sands, one might suspect it had all been an illusion. The ferocity of the monster's battle was truly astonishing. Particularly remarkable was the solitary sand serpent, which, in its moment of peril, maintained its composure and successfully escaped underground through a clever diversion. Yet, the purpose of the orbit so desperately acquired remained a mystery. At that moment, familiar voices echoed, "What a pity about that demon core, a missed opportunity." Another chimed in, "The sand serpent has become a demon, and thus bears a demon core. Given time, its cultivation will be extraordinary." Yujiao, still perplexed, felt a sudden shift in his expression, leaping to his feet, only to silently lament his fate. Unbeknownst to him, 2 shadowy figures wielding swords had swiftly approached to within 30 paces, flanking him and effectively blocking his path of retreat. It was Xiangrong and Go Jun, 2 old schemers who had taken advantage of his dire predicament, finally achieving their nefarious designs. No wonder their words were laced with a sense of ease. Though we may be destined to miss the demon core, capturing this little brat and acquiring his treasures will not be in vain. Indeed, they laughed, their banter laced with an ominous intent, clearly determined to claim their prize. To them, the wild-looking youth was now trapped, with no hope of escape. Wu Jiao stood frozen in place, glancing around with a countenance of dejection, absent-mindedly inquiring, "If what you both say is true, could it be that the great serpent is also capable of cultivation?" He chuckled, a sound tinged with forced mirth, acutely aware of the inevitability of his fate. As a mere mortal, he had engaged in numerous contests with cultivators, narrowly escaping death time and again, struggling to survive until this very moment. Although his efforts ultimately yielded little, he had exerted himself to the fullest. Yet, should he depart from this realm, would you, Lady Xian, still remember the teacher from Fenghua Valley? Xiangrong gradually drew closer, halting a mere 10 paces away, and with a scrutinizing gaze directed at Wu Jiao, he mockingly remarked, "It is never too late for the dead to attain enlightenment." In his eyes, that perpetually arrogant lad now appeared despondent, his demeanor subdued and his words laden with despair, as if he had relinquished all semblance of resistance, unmistakably resembling a lifeless soul. Go Jun, armed with his sword and poised in vigilance, remarked, "The sand dragon is a naturally gifted creature, possessing the ability to absorb the essence of heaven and earth. Through relentless refinement, it can cultivate a demon elixir within its being, rivaling the prowess of the most adept cultivators. Were it not for the necessity of male and female union, which impedes its cultivation, those celestial lizards would hardly stand a chance. And you, a mere mortal, how dare you compare yourself to the sand dragon?" His gaze fell upon the remnants of severed limbs scattered across the sandy ground, and he greedily exclaimed, "Even the sinews, bones, and flesh left by the sand serpent are treasures. In the eyes of a monk, mere mortals may scarcely be regarded as superior to swine or hounds. If the enigmatic essence within me ceases to diminish and persist indefinitely, would it not be tantamount to attaining a state of enlightenment? If that were truly the case, there would be no need to fear the two old fellows before us." Wu Jiao placed a hand on his abdomen and sighed deeply, lamenting, "I say, esteemed elders, we have all been deceived by that scoundrel, Mushin. I have long been acquainted with him, and due to a rivalry born in the brothels, we inadvertently forged an enmity, which has led him to incessantly seek revenge. As a mere mortal, even if I were to be thoroughly squeezed dry, I possess little wealth, let alone treasures. I implore you to show me mercy." His face, marred with filth, bore an expression of sincerity, and his words were laced with pity. As he lowered his gaze to survey his nearly naked form, conveying that he spoke the truth, with a plea evident in his demeanor. However, Xiangrong, with a heart as hard as iron, replied indifferently, "Whether you possess treasures will soon be revealed. As for your grievances with Mushin, he will follow in due course." With his flowing sleeves, he approached slowly, the short sword in his hand gleaming with a terrifying light. Wu Jiao's eyelid twitched, and he exclaimed, "You do not even spare Mushin. Do you not fear the retribution of his master?" After his initial surprise, he suddenly lowered his head in a daze. Xiangrong walked 3 zhang away, a hint of ferocity flashing in his indifferent expression. "After your fierce clash with Mushin, both of you perished together. How could Daoist Xian Yu possibly concern himself with a mere novice disciple?" Before his words had fully escaped his lips, a beam of sword light shot forth in an instant. After 4 arduous days of pursuit, he could no longer contain his impatience. Now that the young man was right before him, it was time to annihilate him. Wu Jiao remained silent, his gaze fixed downward, lost in thought as he stared at his right hand. From the palm of his hand, a surge of black mist emerged, extending to 3 feet in an instant, subtly taking the shape of a sword, yet wavering and on the brink of dispersing. Simultaneously, a silver beam of sword light came whistling towards him. Wu Jiao suddenly lifted his head, neither dodging nor retreating. At this very moment, a palpable aura of menace enveloped him, while within his abdomen, a vortex churned rapidly. An invisible force surged forth, propelling his entire being with tremendous energy, as the sword qi in his palm solidified, emanating an ominous black glow. Without a moment's hesitation, he leapt into the air, swinging his arms down fiercely. A streak of black sword light sliced through the air with a thunderous crash, shattering the approaching flying sword. Yet the residual power remained fierce, and the sword qi howled. After launching his attack, Xiangrong stood calmly, prepared to collect the aftermath, only to be caught off guard by an unexpected turn of events. Just as he intended to retreat and evade, his protective spiritual energy shattered, and an eerie sword qi pierced through him, instantly bisecting his body. As his upper half ascended into the air, his eyes reflected sheer horror and disbelief. Gojun, still contemplating the remnants of the sand serpent on the ground, calculated his potential gains. With Xiangrong preoccupied with that young man, he thought it advantageous to seize some serpent skin and bones. Yet, as he indulged in this thought, a sudden realization struck him. Over 20 paces away, amidst a gruesome scene, the corpse of his old companion lay severed, unmistakably lifeless. The wild-looking youth had, astonishingly, slain a master of the feathered realm. Gojun stood stupefied, overwhelmed by disbelief, and hastily resolved to depart from this treacherous place. Meanwhile, Wu Jiao remained rooted in position, striking a posture as if brandishing a sword in fury, yet wore a vacant expression. In an instant, the murderous intent within him intensified. He suddenly sprang high into the air, soaring over 10 paces, and seized the moment to unleash the sword light from his grasp. Just as Gojun prepared to leave, he sensed an inexplicable and incomparably fierce killing intent descending upon him. As he attempted to evade, he found himself paralyzed with fear, his very soul trembling. Before he could fully comprehend the impending doom, the descending sword light obliterated him, scattering flesh and blood as his essence departed this realm. In midair, Wu Jiao emanated an aura of majesty, but abruptly halted, his momentum dissipating, and he plummeted to the sandy ground with a thud. Anxiously, he scrambled to his feet, his expression still tinged with a sense of unearned fortune as he extended his hand. A faint sword light returned to him, like a wisp of black smoke, brushing against his palm before vanishing into silence. Wu Jiao stared blankly at his empty hand for a moment, as if awakening from a dream, then raised his gaze to survey his surroundings. Witnessing the chaotic aftermath and inhaling the heavy scent of blood, he involuntarily bent down and retched. He had taken lives. Despite facing countless perils and surviving near-death experiences, this was his first instance of killing, and he had slain 2 cultivators in quick succession. The visceral carnage was revolting, indistinguishable from that of an ordinary mortal. Yet, Wu Jiao staggered slightly, contemplating his weakened state. In the face of life and death, he had forcibly summoned every ounce of strength, inadvertently wielding that black sword, and the tumultuous vortex within him had vanished. Now, his limbs felt like lead. The weight of exhaustion from the past days converging upon him, suffocatingly heavy. If Mushin were to arrive, he would be at their mercy. Wu Jiao lifted his gaze toward the path he had come, turned, and took a step, though he swayed unsteadily, gritting his teeth to remain upright. Moments later, he climbed over a sand dune, his feet relentless as he continued to struggle forward. In a state of confusion, he wandered further than he realized. As Wu Jiao felt darkness enveloping his vision and his mind began to cloud, he could no longer sustain himself and collapsed to the ground. Yet he did not yield. With great difficulty, he writhed and summoned the last vestiges of his strength to bury himself into the sand. In that moment, an unfathomable abyss surged towards him. It was then that Mushin finally arrived at the desolate sandy valley. Faced with the scattered remnants of limbs and fragments, he stood in shock for a while, refraining from pursuing further. Instead, he picked up the belongings of Xiang Rong and Go Jun, hastily retracing his steps while intermittently glancing back, much like a startled bird. Chapter 52. The equestrian journey. The undulating yellow sand shimmered under the blazing sun. The once desolate landscape was abruptly disrupted by the rhythmic sound of galloping hoofs. In a fleeting moment, 2 horses raced towards one another, one following closely behind the other. The rider in the lead was a young woman, perhaps 16 or 17 years of age, clad in a striking apricot-hued outfit. Her hair, elegantly styled with an embroidered scarf, danced in the wind, radiating a spirited allure. As she deftly tugged on the reins, her steed slowed its pace. She turned her head, her fair complexion glistening with beads of sweat, and called out, "Elder brother." Following closely was a young man in his early 20s, dressed in a long robe with his hair tied in a bun. His square face was slightly tanned, and he bore a sturdy yet gentle countenance. He reined in his horse, smiling as he playfully chided, "Little sister, why must you stray from the main road to traverse this desolate expanse? Should any misfortune befall us, how shall I explain it to our parents?" This pair constituted a sibling duo embarking on a journey. The girl, with a swift motion, patted the long sword that hung from her saddle, her small face lifting defiantly as she declared, "If danger arises, I alone can handle it." The young man, proceeding at a leisurely pace, replied, "With your ordinary skills, you cannot contend with ferocious beasts. Should you encounter a practitioner, you would stand no chance of retaliation. With my elder brother's formidable prowess, what do I have to fear?" The girl retorted, her confidence unwavering. Yet, noticing her brother's continued shaking of his head, she quickly sought to appease him. "I merely wish to reach Lujing town as swiftly as possible. Thus, I took the liberty of choosing a shortcut, hee." Her elder brother, clearly indulgent of his sister, could not help but smile. "We must remain cautious to avoid unnecessary complications." The girl nodded obediently, displaying a demeanor of compliance while still riding high in her saddle, seemingly untroubled. The siblings rode side by side, their conversation flowing effortlessly. "Elder brother, is it possible for me to cultivate immortality? Cultivation is contingent upon fate and circumstance. Whether you can fulfill your desires is a matter of serendipity. Is there a celestial being in Lujing town?" "There should be. It is said that the Su family of Lujing has deep ties with Guhua Mountain, which has replaced the celestial sect to widely accept disciples, attracting aspiring practitioners from afar. What if you become a disciple of the celestial sect and leave me behind? I also wish to cultivate immortality. All things are subject to fate. One cannot force them. Moreover, our parents are becoming increasingly frail. It is essential that someone remains to care for them. I shall not abide by that. I am determined to cultivate immortality. Alas, my little sister is being disobedient again." Hee. Oh. Just as they were engaged in their light-hearted banter, the horse's front hooves suddenly sank into the ground. The girl was caught off guard and quickly turned her horse's head, bending down to investigate. Unable to suppress her astonishment, she exclaimed, and then unsheathed her sword, raising an eyebrow as she commanded, "Which fiend dares to show itself?" The young man hastily dismounted and positioned himself in front of his sister's horse, raising a talisman in hand. Yet, he paused, momentarily taken aback. Where the horse had trodden, a sizable pit had formed, and within it lay a bare man sprawled on his back, as if in a deep slumber. As he slightly opened his eyes, awakening from a stupor, he groaned, "Ouch, you've stepped on me." The man quickly stumbled back a couple of paces. The woman clad in yellow dismounted with grace, expressing her astonishment, a creature that speaks human words. The man buried halfway in the sand remained motionless, his eyelids fluttering as he weakly replied, "I am not a creature." The woman, taken aback, queried, "If you are not a creature, then why do you hide here?" The man in the long robe, puzzled, interjected, "Sister, we must continue our journey." Without allowing further discussion, he pulled his sister beside him. Gesturing cautiously, "When out in the world, do not meddle in affairs that do not concern you." The woman hesitated, then stepped back, drawing her sword. At that moment, the man in the sand mumbled incoherently, "We bear no grudges against each other. Why treat me thus?" After struggling a bit, he slowly sat up, fine grains of sand cascading from his dark, bare limbs. He gazed about with a look of bewilderment, then addressed the astonished siblings. To trample upon another's life, to ignore it entirely, is utterly unreasonable. Just as the siblings were about to leave, an awkward silence enveloped them. The sister, particularly, seemed torn between shyness and astonishment, her lips slightly parted. The man sitting in the sand, disheveled and covered in dust, resembled a long-buried corpse suddenly awakened, exuding an indescribable eeriness. Yet his words were coherent and compelling, leaving no room for dispute. The elder brother pondered for a moment before cautiously asking, "Who are you? Why are you in such a state?" The peculiar man did not respond, lost in his own thoughts. "Who am I?" At the moment when Wu Jiu buried himself in the sand, it felt as though he were a stone plummeting into an abyss, with his limbs, bones, and flesh succumbing to despair, while his spirit slowly ascended, as if breaking free from shackles, liberated to roam the heavens at will. The surroundings were vast and boundless, and even as he soared endlessly, he could not escape the confines of darkness. Despite his desperate cries, he could not shatter the ancient, eternal silence. Where have I come from, and where shall I go? Drifting without anchor, loneliness offered no solace. Unfettered, yet even the sound of solitary footsteps eluded him. This was not the path he wished to tread. Though fleeting moments may fade, at least shadows of companionship lingered behind. The unruly spirit, yet to unleash its full vigor, fell precipitously as the return loomed, an inexplicable burden crashing down upon him. Alas, the weight of fatigue felt insurmountable, bearing down for 20 long years. I have reveled along the long embankments, frolicked in the West Lake, mocked the spring willows, and soared with the winds, unaware that time, like frost, has tainted countless moments. Oh, how fortunate! Let me pause this relentless chase and rest for a while. Ah, the dreamscape lingers faintly. Yet the past is but a distant memory, spring flowers but shadows, replaced by countless grains of sand rushing toward him, penetrating his skin, surging into his bones, and flowing through his veins to every corner of his being. Simultaneously, he felt himself transforming into countless grains of sand, merging with the universe, vanishing into the boundless darkness. Where, oh where, is the essence of a human? I remember my name is Wu Jiu, yet why have I become lost? Uncertain how much time has passed. The myriad grains of sand have slowly awakened from their slumber, rolling, leaping, and flowing, gathering from all directions into the empty abyss within, where a vortex is reborn. Yet this time devoid of impatience and collision, replaced by a warm ethereality that invites a gentle hum of comfort. Ah, here I am, a single grain of sand. A singular me. Countless grains of sand coalesce into my being. The universe cradles me, and I am birthed from its essence. As the saying goes, the cosmos is held in the palm, and myriad transformations arise from the body. Indeed, these two phrases possess a profound mystery, feeling oddly familiar. As the vortex within fills gradually, the weariness of yesteryears dissipates slowly, and the darkness seems to part slightly, as the dawn approaches with its enchanting footsteps. A refreshing breeze sweeps across the heavens and earth, awakening boundless vitality joyfully. Ah, spring has arrived, the little grass is about to sprout, dear purple smoke fairy. How fare you? Suddenly, at this moment, the heavens and earth crumble. Alas, every time one finds joy, it seldom lasts. Could it be that heaven is envious, relentlessly trampling with iron hooves? A strange question arises. Who am I? Wu Jiu sits in the sandpit, wearing a bewildered expression, gazing up at the sky. His eyes skimming across the barren landscape until they rest upon a pair of siblings not far off, momentarily stunned, as if recalling something. After a brief pause, he cracks a feeble smile, revealing white teeth, exhales deeply, and responds, I encountered ill-fated individuals, yes, They must be robbers. He nods affirmatively. Indeed. 3 robbers stripped me bare and buried me alive. A scene of unspeakable horror. Reflecting on this, the 3 cultivators from Lingxia Mountain resemble the very essence of brigands. I recall one named Xiong Rong. Guojun is dead. And I remain uncertain if Mu Shun has pursued me. The woman in yellow seems to realize something, interrupting. So you are a traveling merchant, attracting trouble with your riches. Fortunately, you encountered my brother and me, elder brother. She wipes the sweat from her brow with her sleeve, her expression questioning, and without waiting for a response. She takes the initiative. Let us assist him once more. It would be an act of chivalry. The man in the long robe appears somewhat helpless. Concealing a paper talisman in his palm, he raises his hand slightly to signal, I am Hu Yincheng from Nashon Fort. Traveling with my sister Shuang Cheng to Lijiang Town. May I inquire your name, good sir? Before he can finish, he flicks his sleeve and continues, Sister. This man is unseemly and his origins dubious. It is indeed unwise for us to accompany him. Furthermore, how could a young lady confront him in his current state? We must prioritize our journey and refrain from unnecessary entanglements. The woman named Shuang Cheng, perhaps contemplating righteous deeds, yet her curiosity shines through. Brother. Simply lend him your spare clothes, and allow me to inquire later why he survived being buried alive. Brother Yin Cheng casts a disapproving glance at the disheveled figure in the sand pit, his disdain evident, and quickly shakes his head. My robe is not a common garment. How could I lend it so casually? Sister Shuang Cheng does not press the matter. Responding with a bright smile, I still have a piece of oilcloth to shield from the rain. As she speaks, she turns towards her mount. The long sword still sheathed, casually tearing off a piece of tattered rain cloth and tossing it over, smirking. Here, take this, it seems you are in need. Wu Jiu remained seated in the sandpit, his gaze darting about restlessly, his lips parting and closing as if to speak, yet no sound emerged. The brother and sister conversed among themselves, utterly disregarding his presence. Once a young noble from the capital, he had transitioned to a teacher, then an accountant in a brothel. Later a rogue, and now a merchant. Alas, the girl seemed young yet possessed an unsettling gaze. Despite her reckless galloping, she appeared indifferent to life and death. Even considering her actions virtuous, how could she utter such words? The rain cloth was tossed onto the ground, stirring a cloud of dust. Wu Jiu, caught in the choking haze, fell silent for a moment, furrowing his brow as he cast a sidelong glance at the distant siblings, lamenting, I have clung to life by sheer luck, nearly perishing beneath the iron hooves. Now weakened and grievously injured, should you not lend a hand? He grasped the rain cloth and struggled to rise. A wave of dizziness overtaking him, causing him to sway unsteadily. Though his body was not severely harmed, his strength had yet to return. With sudden movement, his bones cracked audibly, and a subtle, refreshing current coursed through his limbs, swirling into the small vortex in his abdomen, only to circulate endlessly thereafter. In that fleeting moment, a strange sensation enveloped him, leaving him quite disoriented, and he hastily requested, Assist me, if you please. Shuang stepped forward, then hesitated, withdrawing her hand. Turning her head in embarrassment, and remarked, Brother, he seems rather brazen. Could he be attempting to impose upon us? Yin Qing, initially reluctant to involve himself, could no longer withstand his younger sister's insistence and, unable to hold back, waved his hand dismissively. Wu Jiu was still on the verge of collapse when he was suddenly lifted into the air. Nearly unclothed, he was abruptly propelled from the sandpit. Instinctively brandishing the rain cloth and exclaiming, Kind friend, have mercy, before his words could fully escape his lips, he landed safely several paces away. Yin Qing, taken aback, inquired, Are you a practitioner of the immortal arts? Wu Jiu took a breath to steady himself. Who would have thought that brother Yin Qing is a master of the ethereal arts? I, Wu Jiu, may not understand the path of immortality, yet I have long admired it. Yin Qing, suddenly losing patience, admonished sternly, My sister is present. Do not further expose your shame. Wu Jiu, apologetic, quickly wrapped the rain cloth around himself, though its modest size left much to be desired in terms of coverage. Yin Cheng turned to his sister, stating, He is merely a mercenary, pay him no mind. I shall provide him with a few medicinal pills, sufficient for him to profit. Wu Jiu, tying the rain cloth around his waist like a makeshift skirt, while it concealed his modesty, still revealed his awkwardness. He could not afford to linger. Hastily expressing, I seek no pills. I only wish to leave this place, Yin Cheng replied. If that is the case, feel free. Wu Jiu insisted, My legs are weak. I require a horse. The elder brother frowned. Yu's sister clapped her hands in laughter. He can still ride a horse. S. I am grateful to the donkey for providing characters, and to the friends who contributed supporting roles. As long as the names are not too absurd, I will strive to incorporate them into the narrative. Though it may not always meet expectations, it represents our collective effort in completing this book. Chapter 53, A Touch of Elegance. Who says I cannot ride? Wujio perched upon the horse's back, grasping the reins, his body rising and falling gently with the galloping steed. The rain cloth that enveloped him billowed in the wind, leaving his smooth limbs exposed. In the midst of this rapid motion, there was indeed a certain charm. The wind howled fiercely, and the yellow sands swept past swiftly. Though he had previously been trampled by hooves, he suffered no serious harm. He merely awoke suddenly, his limbs stiff and his hands and feet weary, akin to one who has just recovered from a severe illness. To traverse the desert was no simple feat yet, to evade the pursuit of Mushin. He had no choice but to depart at the earliest opportunity. With the horse at his disposal, how could he let this chance slip away? Not only can I ride, but my horsemanship is also exceptional. Wujio looked back with a smirk of satisfaction. That elder brother Yinqing, after trampling others, thought he could simply ride away. As if I were easy prey. What of a cultivator? I have encountered many. Moreover, his cultivation seemed rather ordinary, perhaps even inferior to Mushin's. As for his sister Shuangchang, her straightforward and amiable nature was quite endearing. At this moment, the siblings shared a single mount, trailing a considerable distance behind. Elder brother, look. Could it be that the horse is startled, running so swiftly? I said not to meddle in affairs beyond our own. Yet my little sister refuses to listen. That person's origins are unclear. He may not be of good character. But elder brother, as a cultivator, should we truly fear him? Besides, you and I were at fault first. It would be unkind to abandon him in the desert to face certain death. He is merely a mortal. Why should I fear him? Under the blazing sun, the trio on two steeds traversed the vast desert. The hooves of the horses kicked up a cloud of dust, resembling a colossal dragon awakening from slumber, eager to break free from its restraints and roar triumphantly into the skies. At the edge of the desert, amidst scattered clusters of varying heights, a wide road meandered from the south, extending straight northward. At this moment, a convoy was hastily making its way. Leading the procession were an elderly man and a young man, both clad in sturdy attire, carrying bows and swords. Following them were two horse-drawn carts, one elegantly crafted with a cabin, the other laden with goods such as wooden boxes and jars. Besides the coachman, two robust young men on horseback brought up the rear, dressed in simple attire, presumably servants accompanying them. The elder's face was chiseled, and he spoke little. As he rode, he cast a fleeting glance back, while the young man beside him nodded in acknowledgement, though the elder remained unwaveringly focused ahead. Jiao Lao, whatever your command, Tian Long shall serve faithfully, the young man declared. The elder maintained his upright posture, stoic and unsmiling, allowing the horse to gallop forward. After a moment, he intoned gravely, the journey ahead is long and fraught with peril. Should we arrive safely at the capital, I shall consider admitting you into our clan. The young man, who introduced himself as Tian Long, clasped his fists in salute. His expression invigorated, yet his lips pressed tightly together, revealing a countenance of seriousness. Suddenly, the elder raised his right hand, prompting Tian Long to tighten the reins and call out, Fu Shan, Fu Qi, Fu Hong, Fu Da, exercise caution. Fu Shan and Fu Qi were the coachmen. Fu Hong and Fu Da were the two mounted attendants. Understanding the signal, the group slowed their pace. Someone lifted the soft curtain of the cart, revealing a striking face, which quickly vanished back inside. Simultaneously, the elder known as Jiao Lao and the man named Tian Long had both ceased their advance, remaining vigilant atop their steeds. Dozens of paces away, 3 individuals and 2 horses rested by the roadside. Among them, a man clad in a long gown and a woman in yellow stood by the path, gazing upwards. A disheveled man, barely clothed, sat on the ground, munching on something while loudly exclaiming, Midjun? Is it truly Midjun? How can that be? You two are deceiving me. Humph. Why deceive you? This is not Nanling, but the kingdom of Huasha. After you have eaten and drunk, please do not linger any longer. Hee. Wujio, what an amusing name. You cannot even recall the time, nor do you know how long you have been buried, and yet you have not choked to death. Huasha? Is that not the kingdom of Huasha, east of Nanling? How long has it been buried? 7, 8. Surely it has been 7 or 8 hours. Could I have some water? I may not have choked to death, but I feel as though I might. Brother. A carriage is passing by. The carriage is well ordered, and the guards are strict. It must belong to a wealthy family embarking on a journey. Sister. I propose. In a moment, The man in the long gown and the woman in yellow approached side by side. Jiao Lao remained motionless on his horse, yet stroked his beard and nodded slightly. Tian Long dismounted to greet them, raising his hands in salute. I am Yi Tian Long, a guard of the Jiao family. May I inquire what brings you here? Haha. We are Nan Shanford's Hu Yin Qin and his sister Hu Shuangqing. Pleased to meet you. The man and woman were none other than the siblings Yin Qin and Shuangqing. It was evident that the solitary figure by the roadside, incessantly eating and drinking, was Wu Jiao. He had traversed the desert on horseback, uncertain of his destination, and upon being pursued by the siblings, had decided to rest right there. After a tumultuous journey, his once stiff limbs gradually regained their vitality. The energy he had lost began to flow back from the whirlpool in his abdomen, filling his entire being. It felt as though he had awakened from a long slumber. With his spirits lifted, he could not help but feel an insatiable hunger and thirst. Thus, the desire for food and drink was inevitable. Unexpectedly, he learned that it was now mid-June in the summer. He remembered escaping from Lingxia in the deep autumn. Could it be that the seasons had reversed? If the siblings had not been speaking falsely, it would imply that he had been asleep in the yellow sands for a full half-year, rather than merely 7 or 8 hours, an unfathomable notion. Even more astonishing was the fact that he had now arrived in the kingdom of Huaxia. He lamented that while he was preoccupied with thoughts of escape, he had unknowingly evaded the pursuit of Mushin. Yet, what was to come next? He could not return to Lingxia Mountain unless he could contend with those adept in the immortal arts. Having already slain Xiang Rong and Go Jun, he truly did not know what lay ahead. Wu Jiao stuffed a piece of dried meat into his mouth, chewed a few times, swallowed, and took a sip from his water pouch, letting out a satisfied belch. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, and he raised his hand, flicking his fingers lightly. A small insect emerged from the grass, only to be struck by his fingertip on its minuscule wings, emitting a pitiful buzz before plummeting to the sand. Its writhing body no larger than a bean, its colors and hairs vividly displayed. Wu Jiao's expression momentarily sharpened again. A gust of invisible wind swept through, carrying with it the scent of wild grass, the musk of horses, a faint floral aroma, and a hint of powdery perfume. In addition, there were a few weak glimmers of light, akin to traces of the wind or fireflies under the daylight, flickering uncertainly, sometimes present and sometimes elusive. They danced in alignment with one's thoughts, swiftly merging into the body, transforming into a stream of clarity that flowed into the vortex within the abdomen. What could this phenomenon be? Perhaps it is the ethereal essence from the heavens and the earth? Yet, being unversed in the ways of cultivation and the art of breathing, this ethereal energy seems to come unbidden. Wu Jiu leaned against the tree trunk, an expression of rapture upon his face. The sky was cerulean, the clouds snowy white, the grass of vibrant green, and in the distance, the Gobi Desert shimmered as if gilded, magnificent and beautiful. At that moment, there was finally leisure to appreciate the distinctiveness of the universe. Everything appeared so vividly clear. And there were the siblings, one radiating a faint glow, the other possessing a graceful yet robust physique. It turned out to be the Hu siblings. There was no harm in speaking candidly. My younger sister and I came across a distressed individual along the way, and were troubled by the lack of suitable refuge for him, given the sparse population around. Leaving him in the wilderness seemed inappropriate. Alas, we are bound for Lujing Town. We humbly request Elder Jiao to provide him shelter, perhaps a few meals, and then send him on his way when the opportunity arises. Oh, this young master who, being a cultivator, is also so compassionate. How could this old man turn a blind eye? Very well, I shall place him on the cargo cart, and we will deliberate further upon reaching the market. Brother, that unfortunate soul has a cart to ride now. He shall enjoy some comfort. Thank you, Elder Jiao. You, I speak of you. How dare you be so reckless? Hu Yinxing was engaged in conversation with the elder, seemingly aware, suddenly turning around and issuing a fierce rebuke. The man seated beneath the tree wore a bewildered expression of innocence. Unable to contain himself any longer, he took swift strides forward and, with a flourish, brandished a talisman. Raising his brows as he demanded, "How can a fallen mortal like you wield spiritual awareness? And why do you spy upon my sister?" Seeing her brother's anger, Hu Shuangqing felt a surge of curiosity and followed along, her face instantly flushing. She halted abruptly, biting her lip, and rushed towards her steed. Drawing her sword with a swift motion, "You scoundrel shall pay for your sins." The Jiao family's cart remained stationary, the onlookers perplexed. Wu Jiao continued to sit on the ground, draped in a rain cloak, his hair a wild tangle, his face covered in dust and grime, rendering him almost unrecognizable. resembling more a wild man than a beggar fleeing from famine. However, in the face of the fierce siblings, he displayed no fear, only an expression of innocent bewilderment. Shrugging his shoulders as he questioned, "What is spiritual awareness? Why are you both so?" Hu Yinqing's face stiffened, stepping back 2 paces to scrutinize him intently. His sister, Hu Xuanqing, glanced at her brother, feeling uncertain. Wu Jiu continued, "Fair maiden Xuanqing, with beauty bestowed by nature and valor akin to the clouds. It is only natural that one would be compelled to gaze upon you. Why must we resort to drawing swords against each other? Is it not a most disheartening spectacle?" Suddenly, he felt a chill envelop him, yet feigned ignorance. Turning to face Hu Yuqing once more and remarked, "I possess no spiritual roots and am thus incapable of cultivating. Though I may call myself a practitioner, it is merely a fade." Hu Yuqing remained vigilant, questioning, "Do you carry spirit stones, jade slips, or talismans?" Previously overlooked. He now noticed a leather pouch coiled around the waist of the other. Most of its contents were far from mundane. A gift from an old friend, yet alas, of no practical use. Wu Ji remained composed, his dark eyes glinting momentarily as he flashed a grin, saying, "If this esteemed brother is inclined, I shall gladly part with my belongings." Hu Yuqing, taken aback, seemed tempted, yet raised his hand in dismissal, muttering to himself, "Greed, anger, and ignorance are the greatest disturbances of the mind. A gentleman exercises caution even in solitude, and covets not that which is not his." He paced a few steps, stowing away the talisman, his expression softening as he turned once again to Wu Jiu. "Perhaps I have misjudged you. I bid you farewell." No longer lingering, he picked up the water pouch, led his steed, and mounted the horse. He gestured respectfully to the waiting Jiao Jiao party, and, with a squeeze of his legs, galloped northward along the main road. Hu Xuanqing did not anticipate his brother's abrupt departure and hastily mounted his horse to pursue. After riding a considerable distance, he recalled the rain cloth was still with that person, but it was too late to turn back. He called out, "Brother, why the haste? I cannot discern the depths of that individual. I shall keep my distance. He is not a practitioner. What is there to fear? That person bears an unseemly appearance and dubious conduct, yet possesses rare spirit stones and beast skin talismans, especially since his initial chaotic aura gradually became barely perceptible." And a fierce gleam flickered in his eyes. "I suspect he is either a concealed master of cultivation or a bloodthirsty demonic cultivator. Do not frighten me, brother. Fear not, dear sister, it is merely conjecture." Chapter 54. Is one a sword? The wheels of the cart rumbled as the sun filtered through the treetops, casting dappled shadows that danced upon the ground. Wu Jiu reclined upon the wooden box of the cart, lazily opening his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips as he raised his hand in a casual greeting. Following behind were 2 middle-aged men on horseback, known as Fu Hong and Fu Da, who continued their silent advance, paying no heed to the commotion from the cart. These 2 were relatively amiable, their demeanor far more pleasant than that of the ominous Zhao Lao and Yu Tianlong. Since they had chosen to accompany him, there was no need for unreasonable criticism. Wu Jiu mused to himself as he reached into his bosom, retrieving a booklet, the esteemed Xian Dao Ji Lu from Yujing Peak. Previously, when he had glanced at the brother and sister duo, it was not merely sight but an inexplicable essence emanating from their foreheads, effortlessly penetrating wood and stone barriers. Even the fabric of a person's garments, yet it was perceived by Hu Yanqing. A sense of embarrassment akin to being caught in an act of voyeurism washed over him as he contemplated this phenomenon, which he understood to be divine consciousness. What is divine consciousness? The Xian Dao Ji Lu offers a brief elucidation. It is a realm of spiritual power for cultivators, encompassing wisdom, consciousness, spirit, and the celestial eye. Summarized, it represents the unique interplay of the 5 senses and 6 perceptions, an amalgamation of essence, energy, and spirit, allowing one to perceive all and understand everything. With the attainment of divine consciousness, one's senses, sight, sound, smell, taste, touch, and the faculties of eyes, ears, mouth, nose, body, and mind, transform profoundly, growing ever more potent with the enhancement of one's cultivation. Ultimately, it leads to the ability to discern the duality of existence and perceive vast distances. I am but a mortal without spiritual roots. How could I possess divine consciousness? Yet, from Hu Yanqing's skepticism and the descriptions within the Xian Dao Ji Lu, it is not difficult to surmise that I have indeed acquired this divine consciousness and can wield it at will. Am I to be considered a cultivator? I am merely a commoner, incapable even of meditation or training. Wu Jiu placed the booklet over his face, hand resting upon his abdomen as thoughts fluttered through his mind. The Xian Dao Ji Lu states that cultivators begin their journey by refining their qi, with essence, energy, and spirit as the three treasures, each residing in the dantians, the foundation of life. These are referred to as the three palaces, the upper palace of the mud pill and consciousness, the middle palace of the spirit esabode, and the lower palace of the dantian, the reservoir of life. Any cultivator who clears the mysterious barriers, circulates the three energies, harmonizes spirit and intention, and reverses their meridians can undergo a profound transformation, shedding their old self and stepping upon the path of immortality. Wu Jiu removed the booklet from his face, silently contemplating his darkened arms, deep in thought. Ever since the moment the short sword vanished, his body had been in a constant state of flux. Was this not indicative of a profound transformation? Particularly that torrent of swirling energy, which erupted by his ears, then settled in his chest, ultimately sinking into his abdomen, reminiscent of the convergence of dragon and tiger, akin to the alchemical processes described in the Xian Dao Ji Lu. It was precisely due to this that he had managed to escape from Lingxiao Mountain, especially in the climactic moment when he had slain the two overseers, Xiang Rong and Go Jun. Those days of flight had been nothing short of harrowing. Remarkably, he had even slumbered in the sand for half a year, completely unaware, akin to a cultivator in deep meditation. Reflecting back, everything seemed so utterly surreal. Thus, it appears that although I lack spiritual roots and am ignorant of cultivation, I possess the divine consciousness and abilities characteristic of a cultivator. Or perhaps it is that ancestral short sword lurking in the shadows, which has not vanished but rather merged with my very essence. What then am I? Merely a human? Or perhaps a sword? The day has grown late. It is time to rest for the night. As Wu Jiu contemplated his thoughts, he heard a shout, tucked away his manuscript, and slowly rose from the bumpy cart. By this time, a small portion of the day had slipped away unnoticed. The fiery sun had hidden behind the mountains, leaving only a few wisps of clouds lingering at the horizon. As dusk descended, the once oppressive heat began to retreat. A breeze swept over the hills, carrying with it a hint of chill amidst the swirling dust. Wu Jiu leapt from the cart, careful to wrap himself in the raincloth. Before him lay a desolate scene. A low hill, several poplar trees, and scattered gravel, all under the increasingly somber sky. What a barren place this is. The four horsemen huddled together, whispering amongst themselves, before loosening their saddles and calling upon the two drivers to tend to the livestock. In a short while, a bonfire blazed to life in the low-lying area next to the hill. Wu Jiu stood alone at the side, ignored but unbothered, gazing quietly into the distance. Moments later, he twitched his nose, his expression brightening as he hurried over. The fire crackled with two roasting lamb legs, their savory aroma wafting through the air. The elder Jiao sat surrounded by Fu Shan, Fu Hong, Fu Da, and Fu Qi, while Yi Tianlong stood at the front of the cart, hands clasped, as if awaiting orders. Wu Jiu approached the bonfire, still uninvited, and wrapped himself tighter in the rain cloth, settling down on his own. Noticing the two pairs of boots caked with dirt, he crossed his legs and chuckled awkwardly. Hee hee. I have encountered Elder Jiao and esteemed brothers. What a serendipitous meeting. A feast of wine and meat. If those lamb legs are left to roast too long, they will burn. Why not? He gestured with his grimy fingers, unable to suppress a swallow of saliva. A flaming branch suddenly struck toward him, and a voice barked, "You lack manners." Wu Jiu instinctively recoiled, the branch sparking against the sandy ground. He glanced at a middle-aged man beside him, feeling awkward, and said, "Brother Fu Qi, why such harshness?" As he spoke, he smiled and tossed the branch back into the fire. The man, in his 30s, with a scruffy beard and rugged features, wrapped in a headscarf, had one shoulder protruding from his loosely draped leather robe, looking robust and formidable, much like his companions. Yet, he focused solely on the roasting lamb legs, without turning, and replied, "To allow you to accompany us is already a great favor. Should you dare to be ungrateful, I will strike you dead with a whip." Wu Jiu appeared as though he had indeed been struck, leaning back in surprise. Laughter erupted around the fire as Fu Shan, Fu Hong, and Fu Da cast disdainful glances towards him. Only the elder Jiao remained seated, cold and unmoving like a stone. "Fu Qi, do not bully an outsider." Just then, Yu Tianlong approached, accompanied by two women. The foremost woman, appearing to be around 17 or 18, had her black hair parted down the middle, the ends adorned with sparkling jewels. With her fair complexion and graceful figure, she radiated a captivating beauty, both exquisite and alluring. The young woman, appearing to be around 15 or 16, lagged slightly behind. Dressed in an exquisite long skirt, Her hair cascading over her shoulders lacked the adornment of jewels at the ends, which added a touch of simplicity and natural beauty to her charming visage. As the group gathered around the campfire, they rose to greet her, including the elder known as Jiao, who bowed respectfully in her direction. Subsequently, Yi Tianlong placed 2 cushions on the ground, but, before straightening up, could not restrain himself from exclaiming, "This is outrageous." Nearby, a man wrapped in a rain cloth, with his dark limbs exposed and a wild mop of hair atop his head, reached out to seize a roasted leg of lamb. Undeterred by the heat of the flames, he effortlessly tore off a piece and turned back to indicate, "Allow me to have a taste." The onlookers exchanged perplexed glances. Among them, Fuqi glanced at the whip by his feet, yearning to pick it up and strike the thieving fellow, yet hesitated, snorting in displeasure. The other 3 turned their attention to the elder Jiao, who, stroking his beard, remained silent. The young woman spoke again at an opportune moment. "Let him be." Yu Tianlong wished to voice his indignation but was compelled to retreat in silence. The group seated themselves alongside the woman when the slightly younger girl giggled, covering her mouth, and remarked, "Sister Bauer, that man is truly hideous." Fuqi retrieved several silver plates from behind, slicing the lamb with a small knife to share with his companions. The portion that had been sampled by the aforementioned individual was carelessly discarded onto the ground. He then produced a wine pouch and a water skin, joining the others in their feasting and drinking. Wu Jiao grasped a piece of roasted meat, but suddenly lost interest, realizing that he was not genuinely hungry. Rather, it was merely a whim of appetite. Feeling the disdain of those around him, he found no joy in eating or drinking. He sat quietly, his gaze wandering across the surroundings. Each person wielded a small knife, savoring the roasted lamb, including the 2 young women who chewed slowly. A few paces away, a large cart stood still, while the horses snorted against the biting wind. In the distance, as night deepened, the darkness appeared to envelop everything, accentuated by the flickering glow of the campfire. "Wanner, turn around and find him a garment to cover himself. Sister, that man is both filthy and foul." Elder Jiao, thank you for your concern. Do not worry, Bao. After traveling 800 miles, we will evade turmoil and safely reach the capital, thereafter free from danger. Alas, I hope so. That, gentlemen, you seemed ravenous not long ago. Why now do you find it difficult to swallow? Wu Jiao remained in a daze, somewhat lost in thought. Noticing someone looking his way, he averted his gaze and responded with a series of questions. "What is the name of this young lady? Are you, perchance, traveling to the kingdom of Yoxiong? How far is the journey?" His inquiries, blunt and straightforward, struck the young woman's companions as exceedingly rude. Fuqi cast aside the bone he had been gnawing, his eyes glinting with coldness. The remaining individuals ceased their eating and drinking, each wearing a displeased expression. Yet the young woman was quite magnanimous, responding candidly, "I am Jiao Bauer. Due to clan disputes, I am departing to seek refuge in another land. It is still a journey of 10,000 miles. Do you intend to accompany us the entire way?" Wu Jiao slowly rose, casually discarding the roasted meat onto the ground, tightening his raincloth around him, and revealing a bright smile. "So, you all are headed to the kingdom of Yoxiong to seek refuge, huh?" He chose not to elaborate further, and, under the suspicious gazes of the group, turned and silently walked away, finding a spot beside a small hill where he lay down and curled up into a ball. At this moment, a cold moon ascends the horizon. A chilling breeze sweeps overhead, stirring up clouds of dust, reminiscent of a desolate winter, permeated with an eerie coldness. The stark contrast of day and night, of warmth and chill, reveal a glimpse of the prevailing circumstances. Wu Jiao, wrapped in a rain-soaked cloth, remains curled up. Yet beneath his disheveled hair, a pair of eyes fixates intently on the moonlight above. With a snap of his fingers, over 3 years have slipped by since he left home. He could not continue to hide indefinitely. Perhaps it was time to return and take a look. For those wronged, seek justice. For those with grievances, exact vengeance. At the very least, he must uncover the origins of the massacre that befell his family. And a gentleman's revenge is never too late, even if it takes a decade. Once he has restored his spirit and regained his strength, he will wield that formidable and mysterious black sword. Even if he encounters a few cultivators, he need not fear for his safety. However, that black sword appears and vanishes without a trace. How could he utilize it freely? Wu Jiao clenches his fist, sensing a faint aura of impending violence, obscure yet elusive. He promptly dismisses it and retrieves the compilation of Celestial Path, perusing its pages, utterly oblivious to the surrounding darkness, seeking clarity and understanding from the tome. A petite figure approaches, tossing a pile of items at his feet before attempting to depart. Glancing down in the dim moonlight, she cannot help but scoff. Though you may be unattractive, you still manage to make a spectacle of yourself. Reading at night. Those who know will say you are merely putting on airs. Those who don't will think you a fool. Wu Jiao, leaning against the hillside, rises without a word. Examining the objects strewn on the ground, which turn out to be a relatively new set of blue garments, accompanied by a pair of boots. The newcomer is a girl named Wanner, who disdainfully remarks, "Look at you, filthy and foul-smelling. Luckily, my sister possesses a kind heart. Otherwise, you would be left to your own devices." In the distance, the campfire flickers, casting shadows, yet the other girl appears to have retreated to the carriage to rest. The cold wind continues to howl, intermittently punctuated by a mournful sound. Wu Ji retracts his gaze from afar, noticing Wanner's incessant chatter, and curiously inquires, "Oh, am I disturbing your reading? Is my appearance a hindrance to you? As for being filthy and smelly, I was just contemplating a wash. There is water nearby. And even if it's a dry well, I would gladly leap in for a look." Wanner, intending only to voice a few complaints, is taken aback by the unexpected sharpness of his retorts. She is momentarily stunned, then finds it amusing, covering her mouth with a laugh. You can indeed recognize characters. How rare. If we encounter a well along the way, you best keep your word. At that moment, the wailing wind intensifies abruptly. The wilderness erupts in terrifying howls, sending shivers down the spine. Wanner, caught off guard, pales slightly. A voice near the campfire shouts, "Enemy attack." Wu Jiao's expression shifts, seizing the opportunity to gather the garments from the ground and don them. Chapter 55, Seven Swords of Yao Guang. Beneath the pallid glow of the moon, piercing winds swept across the hills, stirring up swirling dust that resembled great dragons emerging from the earth. The flickering bonfire was suddenly extinguished. A cacophony of human shouts and hoarse whinnies echoed as the elder with the surname Jiao, accompanied by 5 subordinates, meticulously prepared themselves, encircling the carriage and standing ready. The wind howled, and dust filled the air. From the murky darkness, a series of chilling wolf howls and the roars of tigers pierced the night. Wu Jiao, concealed beneath the hillside, had donned his garments and was about to discard his rain cover when he hastily repositioned it atop his head for concealment. Following the sounds, he beheld a group of shadows emerging from the path. Suddenly, piercing cries echoed in the air, followed by the resonant twang of bowstrings. In an instant, 2 silvery arrows pierced the darkness, colliding with 2 shadows that tumbled to the ground. They were 2 massive birds, their attempts at aerial ambush thwarted as they fell lifelessly. Struck in their midsections. The first strike had come from the elder Jiao, whose arrows were unlike any ordinary ones, each adorned with talisman-like paper. After releasing his shot, he commanded in a deep voice, "Tian Long, hold the rear. Hu and Da, escort Bao ahead." The shadows on the path drew nearer, revealing 2 elders clad in animal skins, each mounted on a fierce tiger and leading a pack of over a dozen wild wolves and leopards, advancing with ferocity. The cacophony of tiger roars and wolf howls sent shivers down the spine. How formidable! Driving tigers and leopards, they exude the majesty of the king of beasts. It is indeed terrifying, and the elder Jiao possesses remarkable prowess. Seemingly aided by mystical forces, ordinary cultivators would be hard-pressed to withstand his arrows. Wu Jiao, hidden behind the hill, watched in wide-eyed astonishment. The pack of wild wolves and leopards had closed into within 30 paces of the caravan, howling incessantly and leaping into the air. Elder Jiao and Yi Tianlong stood shoulder to shoulder, each wielding a long bow, releasing arrows in rapid succession. Several wolves fell beneath the shimmering arrows. Hu and Da seized the opportunity to steer the 2 carriages onto the main road, racing northward. The 2 elders had intended a stealthy assault under the cover of night, but their adversaries responded with astonishing swiftness. Exchanging glances, they dismounted from their tigers, brandishing their wide sleeves and chanting peculiar spells. With a thunderous roar, the tigers surged into the fray, accompanied by a wave of wild wolves and leopards that charged at the 2 blocking their path. Once more, arrows flew in quick succession, striking down the approaching wolves. The ensuing tigers leaped forth with unstoppable fervor. "Retreat!" Elder Jiao commanded in a hushed tone, swiftly mounting his horse. Yi Tianlong, momentarily flustered, lagged a step behind. Before he could mount, he felt a rush of foul wind behind him. Realizing too late, he cried out in desperation, "Save me!" From atop his steed, Elder Jiao swiftly knocked 2 feathered arrows and turned to shoot. The arrows flew like meteors, blood splattering as one struck the leaping tiger squarely in its eyes, sending it tumbling to the ground in a frenzy. As the elder Jiao swiftly clutched the horse's belly, he retrieved an arrow entwined with a paper talisman and, upon turning, released it once more. With a resounding roar, another fierce tiger was struck through the forehead, collapsing lifelessly on the spot. No longer hesitating, he drew his curved bow and unleashed a powerful shot at the rear of Yi Tianlong's steed. The horse neighed in distress, its iron hooves pounding the ground, and in the blink of an eye, it vanished into the vast, shadowy night. The remaining 7 or 8 wild wolves and leopards, unable to keep pace, turned back with ferocious howls, darting in all directions. The blinded tiger writhed on the ground, howling in agony. The cold wind persisted, and the heavy stench of blood lingered in the air. Moments later, the 2 elders, tasked with driving away the tiger and leopard, approached. One of them produced a short blade from his robes, murmuring incantations as he slowly brought the knife down, skillfully disemboweling the beast and extracting a bloodied object. The blinded tiger made no attempt to resist, its legs twitching slightly before it succumbed to death. The wild wolves and leopards gathered around, baring their teeth in eager anticipation. Holding the sanguine trophy, the elder's companion arrived at his side. They exchanged hushed words before gesturing with their hands. Under their command, the wild wolves and leopards surged forward, racing towards a hillside 20 paces away. At that moment, Wu Jiu remained beneath his raincloth, plagued by worries of gain and loss. Though the situation had unfolded unexpectedly, Jiao and Yu Tianlong should not have abandoned him here. In this darkened place, concealed from sight, perhaps he could escape unscathed, though that remained uncertain. Before Wu Jiu could entertain such thoughts, he silently lamented, oblivious to the wind that had whisked away his raincloth, fixated instead on the pairs of eerie green lights glimmering in the darkness. No, those were the eyes of the wild wolves, resembling devils emerging from the earth, ready to ignite infernal flames, consuming all in their path. In a fleeting moment, 4 or 5 wild wolves lunged within 3 or 2 paces. Their sharp teeth, fearsome jaws, and the rancid stench of blood evoked sheer terror. Wu Jiu stood against the hillside, unable to evade. With death imminent, he suddenly fell into a profound stillness. In that instant, dark energy flickered between his brows, his sword-like eyebrows arched sharply. He raised his right arm, grasping the air as if pulling forth a beam of black sword light, which he then wielded with both hands, striking out with ferocity. A streak of black sword light tore through the air, claiming the lives of several wild wolves in an instant. Blood and flesh splattered, the cold wind howled. Wu Jiu's feet lifted gently from the ground, as if riding the wind. He advanced more than a foot forward, suspended 3 feet in the air. His sword-like eyebrows twitched slightly as he swung his arm, unleashing another wave of sword light, proclaiming with conviction, 7 swords of radiant light break the army. Demonic forging of souls extinguishes the spirits. The sword energy surged forth like a tempest in the night. The remaining wild wolves and leopards, unable to assert their strength, fell one by one, lifeless. This scene left the 2 elders utterly astonished. One hurriedly declared, "This is the conflict between the Fengxiang and Fu families. It does not concern outsiders. Should there be any offense, please forgive us, immortal." Yet Wu Jiu remained relentless, merging the black sword with the night, blending it into the wind as he unleashed a bolt of black lightning. The 2 elders, still in shock, were swiftly bisected at the waist. Blood and flesh flew as the cold wind danced with fury. In midair, his figure paused, and he suddenly raised the black longsword in his hand, exuding an overwhelming aura of arrogance. The wind howled mournfully, and the night was desolate. Wu Jiu continued to wield his sword towards the heavens, his tousled hair and garments billowing in the breeze. After a moment, his feet gently touched the ground. The black sword in his hand vanished, and the murderous aura that had enveloped him dissipated without a trace, leaving only a faint glimmer of ferocity in his brows, a testament to his earlier ferocity and madness. The cold moon remained unchanged, and the dust swirled in obscurity. Wu Jiu's gaze swept over the surrounding remnants of limbs and flesh, a gruesome sight that nearly made him retch, yet before he could bend down, he felt the discomfort ease significantly. Soon, he gradually regained his composure. This marked his second act of killing. In the moment of action, he experienced an exhilarating sense of liberation, as if the shackled soul had broken free from its confines, the long-repressed madness unleashed. Yearning to wield his sword amidst the chaos of blood and flesh, to annihilate, to subvert, to bury in the darkness. 7 swords, radiant and lethal, slaying the army. The demonic forging of souls leading to the demise of spirits. Wu Jiu looked down at his empty right hand, and suddenly a plume of black energy flickered from his palm. In an instant, it condensed into a tangible form, shimmering with dark light, its sharpness formidable, resembling an unstoppable blade. Wu Jiu gently swung the black sword, and the air filled with the sound of slicing wind. With a mere thought, the black sword vanished from sight. Moments later, it reappeared. Each time the black sword manifested, his murderous intent surged forth. Only by sheathing the black sword could he gradually find tranquility. However, he had discovered a secret within this process. By merely reciting those two phrases, he could summon the black sword, its appearance and disappearance dictated by his will, rendering him invincible. Wu Jiao sheathed the black sword, unable to suppress a grin. Yet, shortly after, confusion clouded his face. The two enigmatic phrases, 7 swords, radiant and lethal, the demonic forging of souls leads to the demise of spirits. Where did they suddenly emerge from? Could it be that they were hidden within the ancestral short sword? And only because he had not fully integrated with it did he remain unaware? If so, had he not already become one with the short sword? The sword is me. I am the sword. How formidable that sounds. Wu Jiao stood silently, his expression shifting unpredictably. Besides those two phrases, it seemed there were other unexpected revelations. What they were, he could not articulate at the moment. The more familiar he became with the existence of the black sword, the more he seemed to gain. Furthermore, after half a day's rest, the swirling energy in his dantian gradually became stable and potent. The strength throughout his body, along with a sense of ethereal ease, seemed to return, as if a refreshing force surged from his energy center to his limbs. Wu Jiao's feet again softly hovered above the ground, the sleeves of his garments rustling in the wind. He lifted his gaze, ready to depart. Since there was no immediate destination, he might as well pursue the Jia family caravan. What would happen next could be deliberated later. Just as he was about to set off, curiosity stirred within him. If only he possessed the skill to drive away tigers and leopards, he would not need to engage in battle himself. Whether one was a cultivator or a mortal, he could command wolves and tigers to rush forth, regardless of the outcome. At least he would not be outmatched. If all else failed, capturing a fierce tiger as a mount would still be quite impressive. He approached the remains of 2 elderly men, casting furtive glances around him, and soon mustered the courage to search the corpses at their waists. After a brief moment, he uncovered a trove of trinkets comprising gold, silver, vials, and various personal items. Among these, a peculiar piece resembling bone armor and a bone ring stood out significantly. Without a second thought, he seized the bone armor and ring, turning to depart. In a moment of exhilaration, he reached out with his mind, causing a leather pouch on the ground to soar into his grasp. With strides of 2 or 3 paces, then 4 or 5, he swiftly vanished into the enveloping darkness. Chapter 56. The wandering soul of the ghostly cultivator gratitude is extended to OO and for their support and votes. Ah, a splendid name. Thanks to everyone for their red ticket support. As dawn broke, the vast expanse of the Gobi Desert vanished, giving way to sprawling woodlands, with undulating hills stretching into the distance. Beside the main road, a small grove provided rest for a caravan of horses and carts. Several horses, drenched in sweat, clearly fatigued, munched on fodder while snorting, relishing the tranquility after their frantic gallop, and stood conversing in front of the cart when they suddenly turned their gaze toward the distance, and secured the horses and carts before turning back to observe within. Meanwhile, and remained vigilant by the roadside, their expressions a mix of apprehension and confusion. At that moment, a figure emerged abruptly from over 100 feet away on the road, standing out starkly in the vast morning landscape. Especially for the family caravan that had been on high alert after a night of frantic travel. The sudden appearance startled everyone. As the figure approached, his form became increasingly distinct, clad in a half-length blue garment and wearing leather boots, with disheveled hair and a face darkened with dirt. He ran while repeatedly waving his hands in a gesture of urgency. Furrowed his brow, a glint of insight flashing in his deep-set eyes. He stepped forward cautiously. The man, panting heavily, came to a halt a few paces away. Just as he was about to speak, was interrupted by S. raised hand. Hold. Take your time. Clutched his sword to his chest, advancing a step closer, his countenance stern and silent. And the others remained steadfast by the cart, unable to contain her curiosity. Whispered, "Sister, that man, despite his attire, looks rather peculiar. I recall he got lost. Why has he pursued us?" She took hold of his arm and continued earnestly, "Let me tell you, he was reading at night, unable to see a thing, and despite pretending to be cultured. It was quite amusing." The newcomer, breathless and bewildered, finally halted, exclaiming, "Who is?" Replied in a solemn tone, "You are a merchant, earning a living through trade. I refer to you as the shopkeeper. What is wrong with that?" Realization dawned on the man, who was none other than, as he waved his hand dismissively, Those siblings speak nonsense. He intended to clarify that he was not a merchant, but rather a scholar or a teacher. However, he was interrupted again. We set out last night and have galloped nonstop for 300 miles. How did you manage to catch up after being left behind? Enlighten us. Or 300 miles. Was taken aback by his own revelation. In just half a night, he had traversed such a distance, merely running without exerting himself fully. At that moment, a sharp sound rang out as a gleaming sword was drawn, its blade poised against his throat. The cold steel, mere inches away, emanated an icy chill that penetrated his skin, sending shivers down his spine. The other party indifferently remarked, "Dare to utter even a single falsehood, and your head shall roll." Wu Jiao appeared momentarily stunned, standing still with a gaping mouth, casting a sidelong glance at the blade poised beneath his neck. Yet in the blink of an eye, he ceased to pant, straightened his back, and glared defiantly, declaring, "If you wish to kill me, why do you hesitate? I fear not even the treasures of cultivators, let alone your mere iron blade." Yi Tianlong seemed taken aback, retracting his sword slightly. Old Jiao's eyes twitched, coldly stating, "So you are a spy from the Fengxiang clan. How intriguing." Wu Jiao shook his head vigorously, unperturbed. "I am no spy, and I have no interest in the grievances between Fengxiang and the Fu family. I am merely a wanderer, a cultivator. Yes, a cultivator." He suddenly raised his voice, passionately exclaiming, "You cast me aside without concern. And now you threaten me with swords. What is the meaning of this? Enough." With righteous indignation, I vow to stain the azure sky with my fervent blood. He even adopted a posture of unjust suffering, prepared for execution. Yi Tianlong, sword in hand, found himself at a standstill, glancing back at old Jiao, who remained unfazed. Pressing on with his inquiry, "What gives you such audacity?" Audacity? Old Jiao's discerning gaze recognized the truth. Wu Jiao slapped the pouch at his waist and replied without hesitation. "Two fierce tigers, one dead and one wounded. Someone harvested the heart of the dead tiger, and the wounded one toppled into my grasp. Who would have thought the beast would carry me in its mouth, running wildly until it collapsed at dawn from exhaustion? I barely escaped. The journey was fraught with peril." "Indeed. Where is the dead tiger?" "Merely 20 miles away, perhaps already discovered by the Fengxiang clan, or perhaps devoured by wild beasts. Who can say? If you doubt me, let us return and search together." "Enough. Do you truly consider yourself a cultivator? What proof do you offer? You have merely practiced for years without making any progress." "Humph." Old Jiao ceased his words, snorted, and after a moment of silence, cast a suspicious glance before turning to leave. Yi Tianlong sheathed his sword, stepping back, yet with a cold expression. He forced out a retort through clenched teeth. "If you have not made progress, then you are not a true wanderer. Do not presume I cannot kill you." In days past, a mere bowing of the head and a submission would have sufficed to resolve this matter. However, Wu Jiao countered with unusual fervor, asserting, "Those who aspire to the path of immortality and embody their principles are all cultivators. What distinction is there between high and low? Do not bully me with your authority. If you possess the courage, strike me with your sword and test it." "Humph. I am one who yields to gentleness but resists force, should it come to that. I shall not hesitate." Yi Tianlong's hand twisted around the hilt of his sword, veins protruding on his wrist, and an odd smile surfaced on his otherwise expressionless face. It was not a genuine smile, but rather a manifestation of his frustration reaching its limit. Just as he was about to erupt, a figure flickered and vanished, leaving only words behind. "Thank you, dear Bower, for your generous gift. However, I am accustomed to long robes, and these sleeves and pant legs are rather constricting." Yi Tianlong abruptly turned, startled, as a voice lightly scoffed. "I have my own plans." His spirit jolted, and he hastily clasped his hands in agreement. Wu Jiao sidestepped Yi Tianlong, making his way towards the grand carriage. Filled with a sense of rebirth, raising his hand in a smile, he remarked, "Thank you for your concern, brothers. I have returned." "Jenner, why the eye rolling? Could it be that the wind has made you squint?" She and his three companions turned around in unison, and not a single voice acknowledged her. Zhao Bauer, however, was of decent character. She merely nodded slightly, her gaze scrutinizing, yet she soon found herself at a loss for words. Jenner, with unreserved candor, spat out, "Ah, what kind of cultivator are you? I see you possess quite the skill in deception. Do you not own a mirror to reflect upon yourself? Do you truly resemble one clad in a long robe? Sister has generously gifted you garments to cover your body, yet you show no gratitude, instead nitpicking. What absurdity is this? It is well known that hunters, villagers, or attendants, whether self-sufficient or in service to others, dress simply, often in short attire. aiming merely for cleanliness and practicality. In contrast, long robes typically refer to Taoist garments, Confucian robes, or official attire, all signifying a certain status. Wu Jiao maintained his usual demeanor, retorting with a smile, "My dear girl, when have I ever deceived you?" His gaze flickered over Jiao Bauer, seemingly pointing out, "I have merely hitched a ride and am treated as a lowly person. The world has declined, and humanity has lost its essence." He shook his head in lamentation, ceasing his prattle as he turned and headed straight for the cart they had ridden in. Jiao Bauer, feeling a bit awkward, spoke apologetically. Jianer can be quite unrestrained. Jianer, with a smirk, countered, "Does he resemble a cultivator? He is clearly a foolish lad spouting nonsense, filthy and foul." Wu Jiao reached the front of the cart, leaning against the wheel and sitting on the ground, taking a moment to catch his breath as he muttered to himself. With the Bear Kingdom still thousands of miles away, where exactly am I now? Lost in thought, he suddenly opened his eyes wide and retorted, "You silly girl. You are the real fool." Having been trampled by a horse, looked down upon, and subsequently abandoned, he had long harbored a belly full of anger. Unable to suppress a touch of his former self, his erratic demeanor rendered him enigmatic, providing a fleeting moment of peace. The crowd gradually settled, each preoccupied with their own rest. Not far away, a pile of dry wood was ignited, releasing a fragrant aroma in the morning breeze. Nevertheless, Wu Jiao remained in his spot. After venting his frustrations, he appeared solitary and destitute. Once a figure of prestige and splendor, he now found himself in such a plight. Reflecting on the contrast of his past glory. Yet, amidst the decline of opulence, one might not necessarily find desolation as the years roll on. A return to simplicity may await. Alas, to be looked down upon by a mere girl is a bitter pill to swallow. Wu Jiao glanced over at the fire pit where Jiao Long and the others gathered, pulling out a piece of bone armor to examine it closely. Why was it that he could not recognize a single character inscribed upon it? When venturing into the world, one inevitably faces shortcomings. If there have been any breaches of etiquette, I implore brother would be understanding. As the sweet words flowed, Jiao Bao approached with Jianer. Jianer set down the ceramic jar and a piece of roasted meat, her lips pursed in reluctance. Wu Jiao had already tucked away the bone armor and ring, raising his head with curiosity in his eyes. This Jiao Bauer, though young, possessed a calm demeanor and was both kind-hearted and magnanimous, a remarkable woman indeed. A thought crossed his mind, and he scribbled a character in the dirt. "Miss Bauer, do you recognize?" Just as Jiao Bauer was about to depart with Jianer, she glanced down at the sound and exclaimed in surprise, "This is Juan, an ancient character of our tribe. Without the presence of brothers, how could one possibly know? It is indeed surprising." Wu Jiao's eyes sparkled with interest as he hurriedly stood up and raised his hand, exclaiming, "I humbly seek your guidance." Jiao Bauer, petite in stature, had a delicate face partially concealed by her flowing hair, and as she glanced around, the beads at the ends of her hair swayed gently. Around the campfire, Jiao Lao, Yi Tianlong, and the others turned their attention to the voice, their expressions filled with curiosity. After a brief moment, Jiao Bauer seemed to form an opinion and nodded, saying, "I did not expect brother would take an interest in the ancient script of our tribe. Would it not be delightful to discuss it further?" Wu Jiao, unable to contain his eagerness, sat down on the ground, his dark fingers tracing two characters in the sand, looking up with an inquiring expression. Jiao Bauer carried herself gracefully, devoid of any pretense, and, lifting her robe, squatted beside him, responding with a clear and melodious tone. These two characters are Beast Command, and when combined with the previous ones, should read 10,000 Beast Command. Am I correct? Her eyes sparkled with innocent laughter as she posed the question. Lingxia Mountain, Yujing Peak, the front mountain. At the precipice of Yujing Peak's front mountain stood two men, Xinyu, with his hands clasped behind his back, and Mu Shun, standing solemnly with his hands at his sides. Not far behind them, a large rock jutted out from the cliff, resembling an eaves that shielded the surrounding branches and the disheveled thatch below. Though the remnants of the past lingered, the former owner had vanished without a trace. Xinyu frowned slightly and spoke. Who would have thought that after learning the truth, my two masters would reprimand me so harshly? He turned, his expression darkening. Tell me honestly, how could a mere mortal, devoid of spiritual roots, possess such strength, wielding treasures and moving with the swiftness of the wind, to slay two cultivators? Nushin appeared flustered, feeling helpless. Since returning from the desert, he had reported the details of the journey truthfully. This Master Xianyu had subsequently pursued the matter on his sword, returning empty-handed and filled with rage, casting doubt upon Mu Shin's credibility. Now, more than half a year had passed, and he found himself still at Yujing Peak, unable to leave. Despite his earnest pleas, he could not escape suspicion. After all, that young man was exceptionally peculiar. It seemed no one could elucidate the entire sequence of events clearly. This matter was of great gravity, and he dared not conceal anything. Lowering his head and hesitating for a moment, Mushin finally spoke. Wu Jiao possesses a rare treasure, which is why he exhibits such extraordinary abilities. Xian Yu's expression shifted, and he pressed urgently. From whence does this treasure originate, and what makes it so remarkable? Mu Shun gritted his teeth in silence, finally deciding to speak out boldly. He raised his head abruptly and declared, "The treasure comes from a venerable elder, who, due to misfortune and calamity, has become a remnant spirit, a ghostly cultivator." Chapter 57. A fortune unveiled as the sun set, remnants of ruins dotted the hillside. By the roadside, beside an ancient tree, 8 weary horses stood. This place seemed to have once been a village, now abandoned for reasons unknown, leaving behind a few crumbling walls that appeared desolate in the twilight. The carts and horses resting near a dry well belonged to the Jiao family. A large cart, drawn by a pair of horses, along with the mounts of Jiao Lao and others, totaled 8 steeds. As dusk approached, it was time to rest. The group busied themselves unloading their packs and lighting a campfire. Meanwhile, Jiao Bauer strolled on the hillside with Wanner, enjoying the evening breeze to pass the time. A short distance to the south, a small river meandered. Someone lay in the water, contentedly humming. Wu Jiao had followed the Jiao family's caravan to this spot. As soon as they paused, he climbed the hillside alone, seizing the opportunity to strip off his garments and plunge into the river, taking advantage of the solitude. Ever since fleeing Lingxiao Mountain, he had been stained with blood, and after being buried in the sand for months, his condition was unimaginable. Nevertheless, with the sudden changes around him, he had little time to dwell on it. Now, at last, he had found a place with water to wash himself thoroughly. The river was shallow and crystal clear. As he lay within, letting his limbs float, an indescribable sense of ease and comfort enveloped him. After soaking for a moment, he scooped up a handful of mud and sand to scrub his arms, effortlessly wiping away a layer of grime, followed by the peeling away of a layer of blackened skin. He busied himself, vigorously rubbing his body, like a cicada shedding its skin. Layers of darkness continued to slough off, revealing clean, unblemished skin beneath, fairer and more delicate than before, almost comparable to that of an infant or a woman. Ah, such tender flesh, it hardly resembles that of a man. Wu Jiao mused to himself, yet could not suppress a grin. He submerged his entire head in the water, indulging in the cleansing. Moments later, as he flicked his damp hair, droplets splashed around him, and the dirt-laden visage vanished, replaced by a face as pale as jade, with brows as dark as lacquer and eyes akin to stars, exuding an air of serene elegance. Who is this? He is exceedingly handsome, what a sight. Wu Jiao found solace in his reflection, only to be struck by a sudden thought. He could actually see his own appearance, as if gazing into a mirror. Could this be attributed to his consciousness? Perhaps so. For since he had begun to perceive this awareness, in just a few days, he had gradually mastered its use. It felt like encountering another version of himself. Or perhaps an illusion, swift and fleeting, penetrating barriers, allowing him to observe within 1,000 zhang, and even catch glimpses of his own existence. However, one must not gaze inappropriately. Caution is essential when facing cultivators, especially when it comes to peering at women. As twilight deepened, the moon ascended the horizon. In the vast river valley, the water flowed melodiously, and a gentle breeze wafted through. After his refreshing bath, Wu Jiao, still yearning for more, rose from the water and turned to the shore, instinctively stretching his arms wide. A series of pleasant crackles echoed from his joints, an inexplicable sense of relief compelling him to shout joyously into the wind. The person he was now was vastly different. Could it be said that he had been reborn? Not only was he significantly stronger, but he also possessed a consciousness that could be wielded, enabling him to unleash the formidable power of the Black Sword, standing shoulder to shoulder with cultivators. He was no longer at a disadvantage. Particularly striking is the enigmatic Black Sword, which, upon its emergence, delivers lethal strikes with remarkable prowess. It would be fitting to bestow upon it a name inspired by the ancient incantation. Let us call it the Demon Sword, a weapon that refines souls and vanquishes evil. Alas, despite my aspirations to be a cultivator, I lack the understanding of cultivation and spells, possessing only the title without the substance. As I strolled along the shore, I contemplated drying the water from my body. The mere thought triggered a surge of energy from my dantian, enveloping me in a delicate mist of vapor that dissipated the remnants of moisture. I looked down at my refreshed limbs, astonishment mingling with enlightenment. Is this not the so-called divine ability? It has resided within me all along. The essence lies in the method of application. Techniques such as the swift windwalking, which allows one to traverse distances of more than 10 zhang in a single step, require contemplation and experience to master, leading to a natural proficiency. Yet, when will I grasp the grand powers of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning? I am not driven by insatiable greed. I shall simply follow the flow of nature. I donned my clothing and laced up my boots, reluctantly shaking my head at the tattered belt of skin and cloth I had salvaged after fleeing Lingxiao Mountain. This so-called belt was the only remnant of my escape, now in a deplorable state. As I untied it, a cascade of items spilled forth. 4 spirit stones, 2 talismans, a jade slip, a tome titled 100 Spirits Classic, a volume called Compilation of Celestial Ways, an identity badge from Yujing Peak of Lingxiao Mountain, a luminous pearl, a beast-hide map of Nanling Kingdom, a handful of silver coins, an extinguished firebrand, a piece of bone armor, and a bone ring. These constituted my entire possessions. I hastily gathered my disheveled hair into a haphazard bun, securing it with a torn strip of cloth. The term disheveled aptly describes my hair, as the majority had been singed in the cave beneath Yujing Peak, rendering it unruly. With a quick motion, I took the skin pouch and, upon tossing it, a resounding thud resonated as fragments of beast hide scattered around me. Was that strength born from mere casualness? The pouch, originating from Yujing Peak and capable of holding over 100 gene of jade, was remarkably resilient. I had intended to sort through its contents for future use. Yet it could not withstand such an unceremonious throw. Perhaps I inadvertently tapped into my Dantian's energy reservoir, which had manifested not as ordinary strength, but as spiritual power. I must exercise caution henceforth. After a moment of regret, I collected the silver coins, the firebrand, and the map, placing them into my sleeve, while the 2 leather tomes, the pearl, and the badge found their way into my bosom. As I picked up the spirit stones, I was momentarily taken aback, unable to suppress a gasp of astonishment. Within the spirit stones seemed to flow a clear stream, intangible yet distinctly present. Upon contact, it slowly surged into my body, tracing through my meridians and converging in my Dantian's energy reservoir. With the guidance of my thoughts, this stream flickered with a faint luminescence. After absorption, my spirit was significantly invigorated. Spiritual energy. The spirit stones are imbued with spiritual essence, enabling me to replenish my vitality and spiritual power without the need for meditative practice, a truly fortuitous discovery. A grin spread across my face, uncontainable joy radiating from me as I carefully stowed away the spirit stones, unable to conceal my elation. Just as I lifted the jade slip, I was once again momentarily stunned. Was there another realm contained within the jade slip? As I slightly concentrated, I found myself immersed in a vivid scene, or rather, a far-reaching and intricately detailed geographical map of mountains and rivers. It depicted towering mountains and serene lakes, arid deserts and lush jungles, as well as vast oceans and 3 entirely unfamiliar landmasses. Across the expanse, inscriptions adorned the map, accompanied by the names of the 4 continents, which signifies the essence of a map. It is truly astonishing to conceive that the entirety of the cosmos could be encapsulated within a mere jade slip. With a mere thought and a flicker of consciousness, one could effortlessly discern directions and locations. This extraordinary artifact must surely be the handiwork of celestial beings. Without the aid of divine perception, it would indeed be challenging to unravel its mysteries. This jade slip, a rare treasure, was bestowed by my deceased master, Mu Xin. It is no wonder he clung to it so tenaciously. Perhaps there are deeper secrets yet to be uncovered, which I shall explore at my leisure. I carefully stored the jade slip and picked up 2 beast-hide talismans. Having learned from past experiences, I cautiously immersed my consciousness into each of them. Instantly, runes entwined themselves, radiating brilliance, yet one emitted a whistling wind while the other exuded a chilling aura of murder. My heart tightened, and I hastily tucked the talismans into my robe. Without a doubt, the one accompanied by the wind was an escape talisman, while the one infused with the aura of death was a sword talisman. At last, I had discerned their distinctions, yet I remained ignorant of their application methods. On the ground lay a piece of bone armor and a bone ring, spoils from a prior encounter. Once a gentleman of refinement, I now found myself entangled in the grim activities of murder and plunder. Was it not all driven by necessity? This was not my desire. I grasped the bone armor, secretly reveling in my fortune. The characters inscribed upon it were indeed remarkable, comprising a concise yet potent manual for taming beasts. I owed this discovery to the assistance of the little dragon, who had tirelessly helped me decipher the characters over the past 3 days, ultimately guiding me to obtain this intriguing technique. As for the specifics, that remains a mystery for now. I set aside the bone armor and picked up the bone ring, intending to slip it into my robe, but paused to examine it closely. The ring was mottled yellow, slightly worn, and encrusted with dirt, resembling a modest little ring that I had whimsically decided to keep. An unassuming object, it now appeared rather peculiar. A fine crack graced its surface, perceptible only through divine awareness. Beyond that, my consciousness could penetrate no further. Yet, guided by the minute fisher, my perception ventured inward, revealing a vast expanse akin to a spacious room, illuminated in a hazy glow. Inside this seemingly diminutive bone ring lay an unexpected realm. I was taken aback, soon followed by a surge of curiosity. The room was not empty, it contained treasures. Upon closer inspection, I discovered a small pile of gold, silver, and sparkling gemstones, several rare pieces of beast hide, and an oddly shaped large bowl. The gemstones radiated spiritual energy, reminiscent of spirit stones. I had struck it rich. The gold, silver, and gems were sufficient to purchase an opulent estate in the bustling capital, complete with a bevy of beautiful and diligent maidservants and robust retainers. I could then marry Xian and enjoy a life of blissful companionship, reveling in the beauty of the moonlit nights and the fragrant blooms of spring. What sheer delight and freedom that would entail! Ah, even a celestial being would envy such fortune. My eyes sparkled with excitement as I shook the bone ring a few times. The objects within remained utterly still. No matter how precious gold and silver may be, if they cannot be obtained, they are ultimately futile, clearly visible yet tantalizingly out of reach. One wonders if there is an underlying mystery. Otherwise, how could the owner of the bone ring access the treasures? Wu Jiao held the bone ring, scrutinizing it with no solution in sight, yet he was reluctant to give up, unable to suppress his fantasies of possessing wealth and the accompanying joys of prosperity. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, a heavy gold ingot suddenly appeared on the grass before him, as if fortune had descended from the heavens. In his moment of astonishment, a flicker of realization dawned upon him. Moments later, another gold ingot fell onto the grass, and in the blink of an eye, both ingots vanished without a trace. All it takes is to envelop my consciousness and draw upon my intent, and I can access treasures at will. Akin to the magic of a hidden realm, perhaps even more effortlessly, Wu Jiao retrieved the spiritual stones, talismans, and fragments of silver he had previously collected and scattered them on the grass. With a gentle wave of the bone ring, the grass was instantly cleared of all items. He examined the bone ring, enchanted by its allure, and slipped it onto his thumb. It fit perfectly, reminiscent of the jade arrowheads used in archery, appearing remarkably ordinary. Yet who could have imagined the wonders it concealed? At that moment, two figures emerged on the hillside. Chapter 58. The hazy night gratitude is extended to 00 Zaxiazizi for their support and votes. I appreciate everyone's clicks, collections, and votes. As the moonlight bathed the valley, the night enveloped the surroundings in a mysterious haze. Two figures appeared somewhat enigmatic in the dimness, yet under the scrutiny of divine perception. They were clearly revealed to be Elder Jiao and Yi Tianlong. The two paused momentarily on the hillside before making their way directly towards the valley. Wu Jiao, perplexed by the unfolding scene, rose from the ground, hands clasped behind his back, and slowly approached. In a brief moment, they were merely 3 to 5 paces apart. Elder Jiao suddenly halted, his expression tightening. "You are Wu Jiao?" Yu Tianlong was equally taken aback, hesitating for a moment before sidestepping to the right and gradually moving to the opposite side. Wu Jiao also came to a stop, his curiosity piqued by Yi Tianlong's suspicious demeanor. He then chuckled. Could it be that by washing away the dirt, one reveals their true form and yet remains unrecognized? Judging by appearances is ill-advised. His words carried an underlying tone, evidently a means of expressing his pent-up dissatisfaction. Having been treated with disregard due to his disheveled state these past few days, he was fortunate that the kind-hearted and magnanimous Jiao Bauer had not abandoned him. Otherwise, he would have taken his leave long ago. However, his nonchalant demeanor came across as arrogance and ignorance to the others. "Very well, it is you." Elder Jiao confirmed he had found the right person, nodding slightly without further ado. He coldly commanded, "Hand over the 10,000 beasts technique and return to the Fengxiang tribe. Should you dare to defy, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." Wu Jiao's smile faltered, confusion washing over him as he scratched his chin and turned to glance behind him. Yi Tianlong had already moved to a distance of 4 or 5 paces, drawing his long sword with a metallic clang. The intent to kill was unmistakable. Furrowing his brow, Wu Jiao clicked his tongue in frustration and turned his gaze back to Elder Jiao, exclaiming, I have stated that I have no ties to the Fengxiang tribe. Why must you persist in this coercion? And what exactly is this 10,000 beasts technique? Elder Jiao replied coldly, since you choose to feign ignorance, Tianlong, hold on. Wu Jiu called out, hastily gesturing towards the one behind him. Noticing that Yi Tianlong remained steadfast, he seized the opportunity to add, it is not difficult to kill me. Might you not clarify the situation first? Elder Jiao snorted, stating, it is rumored that the Fengxiang tribe possesses a rare beast-controlling method known as the 10,000 beasts technique, inscribed in an ancient script long thought lost. Few outside the tribe's chief and elders can decipher it. Your inquiries over the past 3 days regarding the ancient characters, which coincidentally belong to the 10,000 beasts technique, despite your attempts at concealment, have betrayed you. If you are not a spy from Fengxiang, then who are you? The revelation that Zhao Bauer had betrayed him struck Wu Jiu with disbelief, who said gentle women were incapable of deceit. Realizing the implications, he could not help but ask, how does Jiao Bauer know the ancient script? Is she not the chief's daughter? Elder Jiao replied, though Bauer is not the chief, she is the sole daughter of the chief. You stand on the brink of death. Why ask questions you already know the answers to? The 10,000 beasts technique is tied to the enmity between our two families, and I must obtain it. That woman indeed possesses an intriguing background. Yet, the reason behind her journey to a foreign land remains unknown. Without any further ado, Jiao Lao raised his hand, revealing a piece of bone armor in his palm, and reiterated, let me clarify once more. I have no connection with Fengxiang. I stumbled upon this item by chance and sought the counsel of Miss Bauer purely on a whim. The object is here. Feel free to take it. He lifted his hand again and added, should either of you act recklessly, I shall destroy this 10,000 beasts technique. This so-called 10,000 beasts technique consists of merely a couple of hundred characters, which I have already mastered. Holding on to it serves no purpose. It would be wiser to grant a favor and thus spare myself a hassle. Jiao Lao was momentarily taken aback, his expression fraught with skepticism. After a moment's contemplation, he extended his hand and said, very well. Hand over the treasure, and you may leave unscathed. I shall spare your life. Wu Jiao smiled wryly and retorted, my fate is mine to determine, not for you to deceive with empty words. Jiao Lao's voice deepened. Are you compelling me to swear an oath? Wu Jiao lowered his arm and smiled. In this day and age, oaths are the least trustworthy. How many honest souls have been ensnared by them? Jiao Lao spoke solemnly. If it is an oath, one must uphold it resolutely, lest one defy humanity and incur divine retribution. Wu Jiu dismissed him with a laugh. Ha! In this world, those who go back on their word are abundant. How many have been struck by lightning for it? What does it matter between you and me? His words seemed to flow freely, yet who could say they were not also expressions of profound reflection? Jiao Lao admonished. One must act on their words and fulfill their promises to stand unashamed before heaven and men. How can you, who claim to be a cultivator, disregard propriety and disrespect the heavenly path? It is simply outrageous. Wu Jiao shook his head, saying, I have studied the teachings of the sages since childhood, adhering to benevolence and avoiding conflict, yet those who preach righteousness and morality have driven me to the brink of death, leaving me with no other options. Pray tell, where lies the fairness of heaven? Even if I were to ascend to immortality one day, I would not forget my humanity. I seek a carefree existence. What connection does that have with the heavenly path? He would not entertain further debate, stating bluntly, since Miss Bauer has plotted against me once, why not present the 10,000 beasts technique directly to her? His words, seemingly light and casual, carried an air of cynicism and sharp retort. Yet they also bore a hint of detached nonchalance and defiance that rendered others speechless. A tit for tat, virtue and grievance, clearly manifested. Before Jiao Lao could respond, Yi Tianlong could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, how dare you refer to Bauer as a mere girl? How audacious! Wu Jiao took a step forward, replying casually, I refer to my own sister as a girl. There is nothing inappropriate in that. Oh, I almost forgot. I have another sister, alas. His voice trailed off, eventually fading into a soft sigh. Yi Tianlong persisted. And what is your sister in comparison to the esteemed Bauer? Wu Jiao paused, abruptly turning back, a fleeting shadow of dark energy crossing his brow, and his previously playful expression turned icy. Yet, he said nothing, merely raising an eyebrow, baring his teeth in a huff. Before continuing forward, ignoring Jiao Lao who stood in his way, and directly approaching the other party, Jiao Lao hesitated for a moment, then silently stepped aside. Yi Tianlong, still simmering with indignation, attempted to lash out, but ultimately held back. With a swift motion, he flourished his sword before trailing behind with his long blade in hand. In the fleeting moment when Wu Jiu brushed past Jiao Lao, he suddenly murmured, "Do not bully the cultured." His tone, laced with resignation, bore the semblance of both reproach and entreaty, evoking a sense of pity. As he tossed his head and strode forward with purpose, he appeared to be engaging in a form of self-assertion or delivering a solemn warning. Jiao Lao and Yu Tian remained silent, intently observing the swaying silhouette as they followed in quietude. Upon exiting the river valley and ascending the hillside, they traveled for over 100 paces until they arrived at the resting place for horses and carriages. Under the gentle moonlight, a flickering campfire danced with vitality. The balmy breeze caressed the surroundings, enveloping the night in a picturesque charm. Wu Jiu walked with a lightness in his step, savoring the refreshing air. As he neared the campfire, the resting figures rose in unison. Fu Qi and the others recoiled in astonishment, instinctively grasping their weapons with wary expressions. The two women present were equally taken aback. Wan Zi, supporting Jiao Bao Air, tilted her head in curiosity and exclaimed, "Sister, I recognize that attire. Yet the individual remains a mystery. He cannot possibly be." From the glow of the campfire emerged a young man, graceful and ethereal. His cheeks were as smooth as jade, with a straight nose and elegantly arched brows framing his starry eyes, which sparkled with mirth. A smile graced his lips, presenting an air of refined elegance. Yet his somewhat worn green attire conveyed a sense of unrestrained nonchalance. Jiao Bao Air, momentarily astonished, remarked, "It cannot be him." "Who else could it be?" Wan Air whispered in surprise. "Oh my, after his cleansing, he appears quite presentable indeed." Wu Jiu stepped across the campfire, making his way directly toward the two women. However, before he could approach, Fu Qi and his companions brandished their swords, obstructing his path. He paused unfazed, a smile lingering. If Miss Bao Air has something to say, let it be spoken plainly. Why resort to swords and threats? He extended the bone armor he held, indicating, "This is the 10,000 beast secret you seek. Might it secure my life in exchange?" Jiao Bao Air's expression faltered as she glanced toward Jiao Lao and Yu Tian, her countenance revealing a flicker of apprehension. She could not help but shake her head gently, then added with an apologetic tone, "That is not the case, my brother." Yet Wu Jiu, indifferent to further discourse, cast the bone armor to the ground, clapped his hands, and surveyed the onlookers with a bland smile. "If you all wish to end my life, do so promptly." The gathering fell into a hushed silence, save for the soft crackling of the campfire, which failed to shatter the stillness before it swiftly dissipated into the night. Wu Jiu, observing the lack of response, continued, "Perhaps you should contemplate your actions before proceeding. I shall remain here tonight. Do not expect me to wait indefinitely." With a shrug, he turned away, advancing toward the large cart, retrieved the discarded raincloth, and headed towards the hillside. It was indeed a rare occurrence to find someone urging others to take their life. Jiao Bao Air sighed softly before departing alone. Wan Air followed closely behind, whispering softly. The onlookers remained rooted to the spot, exchanging glances in bewilderment. On the hillside, amidst the wild grasses and the remnants of crumbling walls, the scene appeared particularly desolate and foreboding under the cloak of night. Wu Jiu sought a flat patch among the low walls, spread out the rainloth, and reclined slowly, reflecting on the events he had just endured, releasing a long, drawn-out sigh of relief. He promptly cast aside all his displeasures, raising his left hand to toy with the bone ring adorning his thumb. In these times, unfortunate events are far from uncommon. If one were to dwell excessively on grievances, life would become unbearable, ultimately leading to either exhaustion or despair. Instead of engaging in such futile thoughts, one might as well indulge in a deep slumber and dream sweetly. Alternatively, one could ponder the intriguing nature of the bone ring and the peculiar absence of arrows accompanying the bow within it. At that moment, a figure appeared beyond the low wall. Lying comfortably, Wu Jiu felt no inclination to rise and merely shifted his position. Leaning against the wall with his arms cradling his head, smilingly inquired, "Wanner, since you have no elder brother, whom are you calling for?" It was Wanner, clutching a bundle of meat wrapped in cloth and a water pouch, her expression betraying a hint of shyness and unease. Upon seeing Wu Jiu's familiar jesting demeanor, her heart eased, and she nimbly crossed through the opening in the wall, setting down her burden but lingering, fidgeting with her hands as she said, "He, elder brother Wu is indeed you. Who else could bear the surname Wu? Sister is concerned you might be hungry, so she sent me to deliver some food." Wu Jiu replied, "Thank you for your kind intentions, Miss Bauer." Wanner nodded eagerly. "Sister has treated you with exceptional kindness, which is indeed rare. You ought to show gratitude and repay her favor by accompanying her to the city of Bear. In due time, You shall enjoy riches and splendor. Far better than living a life of hardship and uncertainty, which would be quite pitiful. Wu Jiu remarked in surprise, "You are remarkably loyal, always considering your master. Yet I am dirty and smelly. How could I possibly be worthy of being Miss Bower's servant?" He continued. Warner chuckled nervously. You possess a handsome countenance and articulate speech. One day, I shall have my sister arrange a marriage for you, and surely a young lady would be delighted. Wu Jiu widened his eyes in astonishment. Is your sister seeking to make amends for past mistakes, or does she simply lack servants? How could she possibly consider matchmaking for me with someone like Wana? Warner turned away, playfully stamping her foot, and exclaimed, "How embarrassing." Wu Jiu grinned, half smiling. Alas, I am already spoken for. Warner quickly turned back. Nonsense. I have not agreed to anything. Wu Jiu sat up straight, boasting, she is a celestial being, unmatched in beauty, captivating a kingdom. Warner appeared slightly disheartened, but could not help but smile, feigning anger as she retorted, "Pah, how ridiculous. If there truly were a celestial being, how could she possibly take notice of you?" Wu Jiu teased Warner merely for amusement. Suddenly, his expression shifted to one of seriousness as he raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Warner, confused, was about to continue her banter when, at that moment, a dull thud echoed from a distance. Chapter 59. Brother, save me. Gratitude is extended to Gusu Shi, Jian Ko, saying Wujia, diligent tree, Buddha's smile, beaming fish. Wang Quanshan watching the sunset, Tian Xingyu Dian Air for their support with monthly votes. Last month, we ranked 5th in the monthly vote standings. All thanks to everyone's contributions, and we are also grateful for the support of the red votes. A sudden rumble echoed from a distance of 100 feet, causing the entire hillside to tremble slightly. Shortly after, more earth and stones collapsed, accompanied by a distant, eerie howling. The once desolate area was suddenly enveloped in an air of uncanny mystery. Warner instinctively covered her mouth with her hand, glancing around in panic, and caught sight of the flickering campfire below the slope. The dancing flames seemed to beckon her towards the only remaining glimmer of hope in the darkness. She could not afford to hesitate or jest. She hurriedly leapt over the low wall and dashed away. Wu Jia was attentively observing the commotion in the distance when he noticed the little girl had already rushed out. He hastily called out in a low voice, "Do not act recklessly." Warner was already terrified beyond measure. Without looking back, her petite figure darted through the ruins and the grass. Perhaps her only thought was to reach the foot of the hill and return to her beloved sister, Bower. Wu Jia shook his head in dismay and quietly rose to investigate. The abrupt turn of events had already aroused the attention of Jiao Lao, Yi Tianlong, and others below the slope who were gathered around the campfire, each looking up in concern. At that moment, the distant howling intensified abruptly, growing louder and more menacing. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept across the desolate hillside, and a dark shadow raced past. What manner of beast was this? The shadow, no larger than 3 or 5 feet, bore wings, 6 claw-like legs, and trailed a 2 or 3 foot long lethal stinger beneath its abdomen, resembling an enormous, grotesque creature. The sound of its flapping wings was akin to the very fabric of the air being torn apart. I recall the records in the Bailing Jing, which speak of monstrous creatures dwelling in the wilderness and forests, known for their venomous nature, bloodlust, and predatory instincts, called Xianfeng. Could this creature be one of them? No wonder the village lies abandoned. The villagers must have been compelled to migrate elsewhere to preserve their lives. As Wu Jiao was taken aback by the sight, he was left momentarily speechless. Before Warner could make it down the slope, she was violently struck by the ferocious creature. The sharp stinger pierced through her delicate frame in an instant. She hadn't even the chance to scream before she was thrown into the air. As if a budding flower, not yet bloomed, withered in silence amidst a rain of blood. Simultaneously, a cacophony of howls erupted, and several dark figures swept past, heading straight for the campfire at the foot of the hill. Indeed, the Xianfeng had arrived in droves, numbering at least 7 or 8. The onlookers, witnessing Warner's tragic fate, were thrown into chaos. She and the others rushed towards Bower's carriage to provide protection. Jiao Lao and Yu Tianlong, armed with bows, unleashed a flurry of arrows. With a series of dull thuds, the first Xianfeng to charge down the slope was struck by 3 or 5 arrows mid-flight. Wobbling momentarily yet continuing its relentless advance, crashing into the campfire and tumbling to the ground. Sparks flew dramatically, creating an impressive spectacle. Jiao Lao evaded the splattering flames, continuing to draw his bow and shoot furiously. Each arrow he loosed was adorned with paper talismans, flying with the swiftness of fireflies. Not far away, Yi Tianlong also fired arrows in quick succession, though with a hint of panic. Bang, 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 in the blink of an eye. A series of muffled thuds echoed as yet another dark bee was struck down, yet it continued to charge forward like a colossal stone. The remaining dark bees surged forth, their wings creating a cacophony reminiscent of a torrential downpour. Although the feathered arrows were sharp, they were vastly outnumbered, and the dark bees were ferocious. A mere volley of 3 or 5 arrows could not hope to deter them. After Jiao Lao loosed 2 more arrows, he swiftly withdrew, forming a defensive formation before the cart. Just as his shout faded, a scream of agony pierced the air. Yi Tianlong had barely released an arrow when 2 or 3 dark bees had already closed in on him. Caught unawares, he drew his bow in desperation. With a crack, his sturdy wooden bow shattered into splinters. He was sent flying, blood spewing from his mouth. Jiao Lao observed the scene with keen eyes, springing forward with remarkable agility for his age. As he leaped, several dark bees descended upon him. With a fierce swing of his longbow, he pressed forward, seizing Yi Tianlong and leaping again, landing by the cart. He set Yi down, discarded his quiver, and grasped a long sword, issuing a stern command, "Hold the line." Yi Tianlong collapsed to the ground, nearly tumbling beneath the cart, the situation dire, yet he gritted his teeth and struggled to rise. However, as he turned back, his face paled in horror. The campfire had been scattered everywhere, flickering embers dancing in the wind. 5 or 6 giant bees continued their relentless assault, circling the cart with a deafening roar. The sound of their wings slicing through the air was terrifying. One particularly aggressive giant bee charged at a horse, its sharp stinger thrusting out before it even approached. With a neigh, the horse violently broke free of its reins, but it was already mortally wounded, collapsing heavily to the ground. The giant bee followed, its barbed stinger piercing and claws tearing, greedily devouring flesh. The horse, though not yet dead, emitted anguished cries. Yi Tianlong, stricken with terror, exclaimed, "Jiao Lao, we cannot linger here." Jiao Lao, fully alert, suddenly swung his sword, creating a resounding clash that sent one giant bee buzzing away. Yet he could not maintain his balance, crashing against the rear of the cart. The soft curtain of the cart window fluttered open, revealing Jiao Bei's tear-streaked face, panic evident as she cried, "Jiao Lao." Jiao Lao shook his head to indicate he was unharmed, then, with a flourish of his beard, stood resolutely, sword raised high. Yet did not forget to scold Yi Tianlong. "Nonsense. If we flee and allow ourselves to be besieged, none shall escape. We must fight, to seek survival through death." The reasoning was clear. No matter how swift the horse, it could not outrun the winged giant bees, let alone those on foot. If pursued and surrounded, the outcome was all too predictable. Jiao Lao swung his sword again, colliding once more with the cart. The situation for those accompanying him was even worse. They were all injured and exhausted. Meanwhile, the dark bees grew more frenzied, relentlessly battering against the cart. Inside, Jiao Bei felt as if she were aboard a small boat amidst a tempest, left to await the final moment in despair. On a hillside 20 paces away, Wu Jiu remained quietly standing, steadfast in place. Perhaps due to the desolation surrounding him, obscured by wild grasses, the swarm of dark bees seemed oblivious to his presence, soaring past and heading directly towards the flames flickering down the hillside. At this moment, he was devoid of the cowardice and detachment that had characterized him in the past. Instead, his brow furrowed with concern. How tragic it was for Wanner. The girl, still so young and innocent, had lost her life merely for delivering some food. Unlike those malevolent individuals stained with blood, she truly did not deserve such a fate. Alas, perhaps there was still a chance to save her. Why then did he stand idle as the young girl met her grim end? Was it the unexpected nature of the incident that caught him off guard? Or had he simply become accustomed to self-preservation in his flight? Or was it that he had yet to adapt to the presence of the demonic sword within him, leading to a lack of sufficient courage and responsibility? It was too late for words now. He could no longer retrieve a living soul. Seeking excuses would only betray the power of the sword within him. Even if he were to grow stronger and more capable in the future, what would it matter? A soldier wielding a sharp sword fears not for his life. And if I possess a demonic sword, I ought to shatter the heavens and cleanse the world of spirits, thereby honoring the sword's sharpness and the might of the demon. As he pondered this, a dark aura flickered in his brow, and with a subtle opening of his right hand from within his sleeve, a beam of black sword light slowly emerged. Just as he prepared to move, a sudden shift in his expression halted him. Jiao Lao and the others were inescapably doomed, and that Jiao Bauer was also fated for slaughter. It was feared that in the blink of an eye, all 8 of them would meet their demise here. Yet, at that moment, circumstances changed once more. Under the moonlight, 3 figures raced toward him from a distance. Even from several dozen paces away, the foremost middle-aged man had already summoned a sword light. The 2 young men trailing behind swiftly followed suit, unleashing a beam of sword light and a flash of fire in quick succession. The frenzied dark bees, suddenly under assault, saw 3 of their number cleaved in half by the sword light. Following that, a fierce fire erupted, and another bee struggled for a moment in midair before crashing down. The remaining 2 dark bees, realizing the danger, turned tail and fled into the depths of the night. Upon recognizing the 3 sudden arrivals, Wu Jiao was momentarily taken aback but chose to remain where he was, leaning against a low wall and silently observing. As his gaze swept over Wanner's remains, he let out a quiet sigh. Down the slope, a few campfires flickered among the grass, while the surroundings lay strewn with debris and bloodshed. Jiao Lao and the others remained by the cart, still shaken from the ordeal. No matter their valor and strength, faced with formidable beasts and powerful cultivators, these men from the tribe were at a loss. The 3 cultivators approached with great speed, reaching the base of the slope in the blink of an eye. Whereupon they sheathed their sword lights and began to survey the area. One of the younger men headed straight for the cart, exclaiming in surprise, "So it is Jiao Lao's group. What a fortunate encounter." Jiao Lao finally recognized the newcomers and sighed in relief, hastily lowering his sword as he stepped forward with cupped hands, saying, "It is indeed you, Master Hu. Thank you for saving our lives." The man was none other than Hu Yinqing, whom they had met days prior. As anticipated, the sound of hooves echoed in the distance, and a figure clad in apricot yellow danced alongside the steed in the night. Yet, the siblings were supposed to be heading to Lujing Town. It remained a mystery why they had appeared here. Hu Yinqing smiled faintly, then cast a glance at a shadow on the hillside, dismissively remarking, "It is merely a coincidence. Nothing of significance." However, Jiao Lao turned around to signal to Yi Tianlong and the others, raising his voice to call out, "Bower, come forth to express your gratitude." Before the young lady in the carriage could make her appearance, he added with gravity, "I am yet to learn the names of these 2 esteemed gentlemen." Hu Yinqing extended his hand in introduction, saying, "These are the 2 brothers from the Chu family of Baoping Mountain, Chu Yu and Chu Fang." Accompanying them were 2 cultivators. One was a robust middle-aged man with a bushy beard, and the other, a young man in his 20s with an unremarkable appearance. Neither paid heed to the gathered crowd, each preoccupied with collecting the corpses of the Xian bees scattered on the ground. With a smile, Hu Yinqing continued, "Brother Shu, it would be prudent to meet Jiao Lao before resuming your tasks. There are no fewer than 6 Xian bees here, enough for us to share." He trailed off, lifting his gaze toward the approaching sound of hooves in the distance. A woman's voice rang out in astonishment, "Oh, to have slain such a